Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. We can be as loud as we want to be.
Yeah.
Here on DFW Sports Station, we are back in the DFW studios here on the 11th floor of Odyssey.
Don't tell them the floor.
Oh, yeah. We're in the
Sixth floor.
one of the buildings. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, back in studio. We got Peyton and Ryan in the back. We are live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Bobby Belt enjoying his extra 30 minutes of sleep. I thought maybe he would get tricked into the habit of waking up early and being here to start the show. No, not happening.
You know better than that. He's going to rub this in too. But I'll tell you, I got plenty of sleep over the weekend. I don't need his grief today.
The first line of everyone's email last night about the amount of sleep that they were able to get. Bobby, you, and myself, it's an easy 10 hours a night on Friday and Saturday. Easy.
Oh.
And this morning probably would have been 10 if not for the early wake up.
The blackout curtains are just such a game changer. I never had them. I never wanted them. Because I didn't want to hang something up. So I would wake up basically at the crack of dawn on the weekend. That's the first time I would get up. I would sometimes go back to bed, but the kids are off in there. I had no kids this weekend. Those curtains, I think I slept till 10 every day, and I think I went to bed pretty early, just about every night.
I don't know if you would have needed the blackout curtains for this.
No, not this.
Just would have happened.
Yeah, it would have happened anyway.
Good to be back. Yes, felt the heat. Heat did not smack me as much as I thought. Maybe I'm just becoming conditioned for it. Well, did I go outside? Friday night, of course, you have the airport and the way back home. Saturday, I didn't go outside much. Yesterday, went out for lunch. But otherwise, I was not feeling it too much. But, yeah, you definitely know there's a difference.
Yeah, big time. Big time. It got to the point, though, it was cold in the house. I was like, man, AC is really working today. It was like 6. I had it set at 68. I was like, that thing's really working. So I had to pump that thing up a little bit.
Hey, good to see you. Good to have everybody back together.
Yeah, good to see y'all. I no longer have to stare at a dark room for the first few hours of the show. And my neck hasn't been more sore the last week because I've been looking at the fan cam the whole time because that's my way to see you. I don't like just looking at nothing and talking to people. So I can watch the show, listen to the show, but it's great to have y'all back.
Good to be back together.
Did y'all hear about G-Bag's flight? How late they flew out?
No, tell us about it. Yeah. Be good for our Monday meeting.
I believe Broadus said yesterday, 2 a.m. They flew out Saturday morning.
2 a.m. So it was delayed. It was supposed to be around midnight.
Oh, was it?
Well, they were hopeful. I didn't know.
I think the guys told me they got the 1 a.m. flight out.
Oh.
We boarded at like 12:40, but we hung up there for a few hours waiting to make that flight. They were rolling the dice on standbys.
Right. So they were supposed to fly out like
7 a.m. on Saturday morning. Which would have meant what from Oxnard? Waking up.
Which would have meant they would have left Oxnard. Now, that time of morning, you're not going to run into any traffic.
3:15, maybe 3:30.
3:15, 3:30, because you got to get the rental car. I don't know what the rental car situation is. Like, is the rental car bus running at 4 a.m.? Like, I have no idea. I don't know what the sitch is for that. So, depends on when they would have left. They could have obviously stayed in L.A., driven down the night before, stayed in L.A. right by the airport.
My wife felt bad for Chiafalo because you fly out at 1 Cali time. You land here. You've just been gone for 10 days with your boys, and you got the wife at home with 3 children. Is he going to be able to go home and sleep for 10, 11 hours
No,
we
not
did?
A chance.
Probably not a chance.
Not a chance. Not a chance.
Yeah.
If you get home that night, you get a couple hours with the kids, the wife, whatever, then you can deal with that. But if you land, when those kids wake up, they don't care.
No. We had a Detroit Pistons semi-star on our flight home.
Oh,
Peyton, want to see member of the championship team that beat the Lakers. Our first, does Peyton Russell know? Is Peyton Russell?
Was it Wallace?
Too young. It was not Rasheed Wallace. Okay. How many more
the other
guys
Wallace?
can you name on that
Chauncey
team?
Billups.
It was not Chauncey Billups.
Chauncey.
Good job. Impressive knowledge so far.
02?
It was 04.
Oh.
He was an expert at something that has been removed from the game today, basically. His specialty has been moved back.
That doesn't help me
Face
much.
mask.
Oh. Dang, that was a confident O. But
Richard Hamilton.
oh.
Rip Hamilton.
I would have got it.
Putting the kids in the back of the plane while he was sitting first class.
Big stinking faux pas. Big time. Big time faux pas. I almost said something to him.
Now, hang on. If you had the chance, you're sitting there with your two boys, and someone walks up and goes, I have one first class seat. I can't use it. Here it is. And you have the boys sitting in the back by themselves at their ages right now, and you could sit first class just trading out your ticket. You would not do it.
No, I like to sit with them in the plane.
Okay.
They're asking questions.
Okay.
They love planes. Yeah, they love planes.
All right.
I told you, I wouldn't do it with you guys.
I
wouldn't do it with you guys.
That is not believable.
I wouldn't. I've had the chance. I didn't do it.
Yeah, did the kids miss
You
you?
had the chance to get a free first class seat?
It's like $90. That's free.
Oh,
$90 is free for first class.
Wow.
When it comes to first class, you get free drinks and a meal. Well, there's $90 right there.
What did you ask, Peyton?
Did the kids miss y'all? I want to know about your kids. Did they come running up to you like Bobby's at the airport?
Not like Bobby's. We didn't get the Hallmark moment, but my boy did. Last 2 days been glued to me, so that was nice. Okay. A little irritating at the end yesterday. I was like, okay, go back to your mom. She's your favorite. But no, it was nice. This is the first time I traveled where I was like, all right, I miss my son. It's not 24/7 annoying. We've kind of made a turn. It's
nice.
Good.
I haven't seen mine yet. I'll see him today. I'll pick him up right after the show's over. Well, I shouldn't. I'll go to the gym first, and then I'm pick him up. But I got him all week. I got him today until Sunday.
We have a Rangers Brewers 4-pack giveaway to hook you up with during the Expressway. Nick Eatman is still going to join us from Cowboys training camp at 9:20. David Murphy on the Rangers sweep. And we're going to wake up either Pat Doney or Mac Engel, who was in Frisco last night. Because I'm going to be talking about this a lot. I'm just giving you a heads up. Bobby, you want to come in at 7 o'clock because you want to skip the messy talk? That's fine. It has to be done. It has to be done, but not before we talk about this.
1-0, and here's the pitch. And that's hit deep to center field. Going back is De La Cruz at the wall. It is history into the bullpen. Marcus Semien hits one just to the left of the 4-10 sign. The Rangers up their lead to 4-0.
And a welcome back to Eric Nadel, the Hall of Famer, making his return on this Rangers season as they pull off their 8th sweep of the year, bringing out the brooms. Yesterday in Arlington, 8th sweep, most in the American League, as they take out Alcantara and the Marlins.
Yeah, look, and Sandy's not had the year that he had last year by any stretch. You saw that yesterday. He's just not locating the way he was last season, and stuff just doesn't seem as electric, even though it is.
And they beat him down.
Yeah, they did. And this team, it's really strange. Like, they keep coming at you in different ways. Like, they'll tack on about 4 or 5 solo home runs a game. It almost feels like when they're clicking, when the Rangers offense is going well, there's like 3 or 4 or 5 solo home runs. They just keep tacking runs on. It's just like, God, this team just mashes. They're the second or third in the league in home runs as it is. It really is a treat to watch. You wonder how we had the slump. It's like we had that little 7 of 9 slump, and now it seems to be back. And
that's what happened on Saturday with the 5-0 comeback. Bunch of home runs, and then yesterday Adolis at the end. You had Zeke, who's going to have to play a little bit more now. It looks like you had Lowe getting it started. Marcus Semien right there. They sweep the Marlins. Unfortunately, you had the Astros beating the Yankees. We'll get you the update in the standings here in just a second. But unfortunately, this is not good. We got some Josh Young news after the game. Boch confirming the fractured left finger.
We had it x-rayed. He's got a fractured left thumb there. And, that's all I can give you right now. We'll see a specialist and see where we're at, what needs to be done, whatever. We just don't know yet.
So, if they need surgery, this is just from the internets. The internet's never wrong.
No.
If it needs surgery, they say it's usually a 6 to 8 week time frame. That, with complications, threatens to end his regular season. Since they're on pace to reach the postseason and have a bye, because right now they're the 2 seeds, they have a first round bye. He could rejoin the team by then. But it's also possible that he comes back, and you would ideally like him to come back with about a week or two to go, get some at-bats and stuff. You don't just throw them in there. And I'd have to go back and check on how they've changed the minor league schedule around, because they change the minor league schedule all the time now. And sometimes you can have you can play in September, but I don't think they could do that. So, you would have to have him hopefully come back about a week or two left and get some at-bats.
And the lead is 2.5 right now in the American League West. So you're up 2.5. You get some easy pickings tonight, hopefully in Oakland, to take on the Athletics right here on your home for Rangers baseball. Tell your friends it is 105.3 The Fan. Sean Sharif and RJ Choppy waking up with you on a Monday morning. Hopefully you had a fantastic weekend. We're going to keep things rolling to get you to another weekend as quickly as possible. Did you stay up for more messy magic last night? I stayed up the night before for Jake Paul at the AAC, and we'll take you inside the Star. We got another kicking problem for the Cowboys at training camp. The disaster that happened over the weekend. What's the solution to it? Bobby Belt will be joining us soon. We got a Rangers-Brewers 4-pack to send you to Arlington. Good to be home. Glad you're waking up with us on The Fan.
Mike
Robert Taylor leaving it for Jordi Alba. Back
And that was the first goal. There were a few more. Good morning, Metroplex. Sean and RJ with the Monday edition coming at you live here in studio, back in the Metroplex from Cowboys Camp on 105.3 The Fan. Let us know if you went last night. If you went last night and you're up early for work, truckwreck.com text line 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053 as Miami falls down in this game 4-2 to FC Dallas. They storm back. Messi scores a second goal, and he scores on the penalty kick in order to give Miami the thrilling come-from-behind win. They advance by winning in Frisco. Were you able to watch this at all, either of you? Pepe? Nothing?
Nothing. I did not.
Okay. RJ?
I did not.
Okay.
I did not. I saw some stuff on Instagram or so on Twitter's, or Zeets, whatever the hell they call it now.
Yeah.
Yeah. Did you see it?
So the new way for me to watch stuff, thanks to my brilliant wife, is TikTok.
Oh, yeah.
So many people are desperate to get followers and attention on TikTok. She did this with the Paul fight on Saturday night.
What I did too.
Sitting there getting ready to go to sleep. Who is broadcasting this live? Because if you're inside the stadium, they're not going to cut you off. Now, if you're relaying it from a pay-per-view, maybe they will. You get a bunch of people. It's not the smoothest thing. I'm not going to pay the $50. It's just a matter of principality, Smokey. But yesterday, people were doing this off Apple TV. And I watched the entire first half, and I loved it. I absolutely loved it. First off, we got to start with him. I don't care that he's playing against MLS competition. I'm a soccer dum-dum, all right? You already know this if you've listened to the show. And I know a lot of diehard soccer tolos are saying, wow, it's like LeBron playing against the four of you. Does not matter to me. I do not care. Every time this guy is playing a game, he's scoring, they're winning, and some type of new magical storyline takes place. I knew that if I went last night, which I wasn't going to because it was late and the ticket prices, and I didn't have the nerve to go ahead and email FC Dallas and be like, hey, you ain't going to get a hookup? And they're like, whoa, now you want to stop by?
Now all of a sudden.
Oh, now all of a sudden, I'm seeing that email.
That's what we got. We got a lot of that over the last week and a half. Out in Cowboys camp. Oh, where you been?
Yeah.
FC Dallas been playing games here for at least 20 years.
Right.
Where the hell you been?
Right. Well, the greatest player of all time is showing up.
Yeah.
So sorry. Sorry. But
By the way, that was a messy home game. Messy home. I'll tell you what, if I was an FC Dallas fan, I'm rooting for Messi too.
Corey Major's going to wake up and have a problem with you.
Well, Corey can have a problem with me all he wants.
But it was fantastic, and he's just creating a new fairy tale moment that you wake up and talk about. So they advance. He scored the first goal, and then, as I said, the second goal off a free kick, and then the penalty kick, and Miami comes back to win. Now, there were some problems, apparently. By the way, one more thing about the quality of play, and y'all educate me. There was no flopping in the first half. It was so enjoyable. Comparing this to the Paul fight on Saturday night, not even close in terms of entertainment value. And we'll get into it in a second, Peyton, because you watched it. But last night was thrilling. It was fantastic. A couple times I had a hard time going to sleep, and I'm like, I should just watch this. I should just tune back in for the second half. And I'm checking my phone. Did Messi do something? Refresh. He's going to do something. He's delivering, but there was no flopping. There was no usual takedowns, no acting. I don't know if that's an MLS thing. I don't know if that was just for last night. I have no idea if they enforced the rules differently, but it was so enjoyable to watch soccer without all these whistles just blowing things dead.
They call that bad soccer when there's no flopping. It's because the players aren't good enough to know what to actually do.
Well,
it has to be.
I liked it.
I love flopping in soccer. Only because I like to see their hair just fly all over the place.
They throw their hands up.
They throw their hands up. Oh my God, what happened here? How did I just die? Just like you're just running all of a sudden. Land shark, bam, we're gone.
But apparently people were stuck outside for a long time because the league rules dictate you cannot enter the stadium until both teams are there. And Miami showed up a little late. So with them showing up late, Messi runs out on the field for the warm-ups, and I'm looking at the stands, and I'm like, why isn't this jam-packed? You want to see Babe Ruth take batting practice, right? You want to see Barry Bonds, home run chase, take batting practice. You know it was going to be a packed house, 20K in Frisco, but people were stuck outside for a long time until Miami showed up. A little bit tired. A little Miami time.
I mean, even though, even Game 7 of the World Series is going to be empty for BP. I'm not showing up to a game an hour early. I'll be in the parking lot.
Well, Game 7 of the World Series versus, you're going to see this person one time in your life. But it was a result of that.
Yeah, that's a big result. I mean, I would like to be in the parking lot.
I thought you've gone to see batting practice.
Oh yeah, I've gone to see it.
If Aaron Judge comes, or someone's final game, you're gonna go see batting practice.
I've gone to see it, but I mean that's few and far between. Majority of the time, I just show up at game time.
And this is a few and far between moment.
Yeah. I would go to see batting practice just for my kids. For me personally, I'm just gonna go and watch the game. I've seen it. I've seen batting practice. Now this may be different, but I don't know what soccer warm-ups is like. I think
you just want to see him.
Yeah, I think BP is cool, right? Soccer warm-ups is they're just kind of going in a circle. It's like hockey warm-ups. Go in your circle, take a couple shots, and then go.
All right, let us know if you went out there. Twitch, YouTube, FanCam, truckwreck.com, text line, 877-881-1053. Do we have any Tolos who attended so far?
Not yet. Not yet. Nothing. Look, if you attended that game, 6 hours ago the thing ended.
Yeah. Meanwhile, the night before, at the AAC, this happened.
All three in favor of the winner, the problem child, Jake Paul. The problem child beats the gangster.
The gangsta. So that's Jake Paul over Nate Diaz. Peyton, would you agree with me? This was pretty damn boring. Last night, I was watching the soccer saying, what's going to happen next? The night before, I was watching this saying, when is this going to end so I can go to sleep? When is this going to end?
Yeah, I mean, Nate, he looked slow. Yeah. He really did. And I mean, again, the Paul brothers continue to impress me. It's incredible how they go from TikTok to YouTube stars, and then they can just go out there a few years of training, and they're performing on the biggest stage in boxing.
You got to watch The Untold. So I was waiting for these to come out. Manziel's,
is that Netflix thing?
Yeah. Manziel's comes out tomorrow, and Jake Paul's came out. So I watched this with the wife beforehand, and then she was interested. She wanted to get the fight. So we were trying to watch it through TikTok with different streams. More on that later. Best and worst of the weekend. But yeah, Nate Diaz looked old. He is old for the fight game. He looked slow. He looked disinterested. And he did make a little bit of a late comeback. I was like, okay, is this gonna change things a little bit? But Jake Paul bloodied him early, and he got the W. And the AAC was packed.
So
it's a jam-packed house.
Why does Jake want to go now and fight MMA against this fool?
I don't know.
Is he a moron?
A lot of money out there, probably.
Yeah, he's got a lot of money already.
I mean, he went into boxing. Maybe he thinks he can move into mixed martial arts.
Maybe.
Calling out Conor McGregor afterwards, saying, don't ask me about him. He needs to get in a rehab. Of course, he's had this war with Dana White.
Yep.
I mean, the confidence is probably at an all-time high.
Confidence is high. I repeat, confidence is high. I would think, though, you would want to take somebody like a boxer and have them fight MMA against you. You want to go outside their area of expertise. That's why he's going after these MMA fighters, trying to have them stand up. I don't know, man. That seems to be it'd be really, really
dangerous.
Dangerous. a massive, massive risk, or the fact that it's a mismatch. I don't know. That's just me.
I don't know, man. I was thinking in my mind. I mean, I know that Nate probably is going to have the advantage, but he did look slow. He looked slow. He looked old. He put him in a guillotine just to have fun with the crowd.
He just want to go 10 rounds. Let's go 10 rounds. Don't get knocked out. Just go 10 rounds.
And give me my 10 mil.
Yeah.
Give me my payday. Let's go inside the Star. What happened at Cowboys training camp? We appear to have a kicking problem, a major kicking problem. We got a Dak Prescott contract report, and Micah Parsons is not following Mike McCarthy's rules. Inside the Star on Sean and RJ next.
studios secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. Got the entire squad together again, back home in DFW from Cowboys camp. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and our Cowboys insider, Bobby Belt, live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. Back to the Rangers and Messi and Jake Paul at 6:20. We have a Rangers-Brewers ticket giveaway during the Expressway at 7:20 when we go commercial free. Let's start off with the news that we got while flying out of LAX. Malik Hooker has signed a 3-year contract extension worth up to $24 million. That includes an $8 million signing bonus, $16.5 guaranteed. And Bobby, Malik Hooker is tied to the Cowboys through the 2026 season. Did this surprise you? We all kind of had a surprise reaction waiting to fly out.
Yeah, it's surprising just because he was not high on the list of guys you were thinking, oh, got to get an extension done. But this is their blueprint. Their blueprint is when somebody needs to get paid, they make sure to open their doors to everyone else and say, come get yours.
Except for Zach.
Exactly. Well, just sort of like, if you want to get anything done or if you want anything done for yourself, just recognize that we're going to open our doors to everyone else. It's just funny that they found an extra $16 million for Malik Hooker, and they can't find an extra probably 7 a year is what I'd guess Zach Martin's asking for, and he probably wants 2 more years, so he's asking for less, and yet you committed a fresh $16 million to Malik Hooker. They're taking a hard line stance on this, but Malik Hooker's been good. He's been a good player the last couple years, and this training camp he's looked really good, so I don't hate the decision to do it. It was very surprising.
This team has always been a take care of your own. Nobody is more your own than Zach Martin or Dak Prescott or Micah Parsons. They're your own. But Zach is truly he is the longest tenured. No, Tyron would be.
Tyron, yeah.
And they would say, yeah, he's been our own and he is our own for 2 more years when we have him under contract. That'd be the company line.
Yes, you're absolutely right. It would be the company line. And I guess Zach's line will be, I gave you guys a deal because this is what, you asked me to take a deal for you.
Well, he didn't give him a deal. They did make him number 1 highest paid guard. Now contracts get old.
Yeah.
And
the deal was the length of it, right?
And contracts get torn up. And that happens all the time. But the Cowboys in this instance are saying, not this time.
Yeah, I mean, his extension is older than Zeke's was. Zeke's extension has come to a complete end. In fact, I think it's a year older than Zeke's was. And so his deal is pretty out of date. And they've worked with other guys before. They worked with DeMarcus Lawrence on working something out. They've done it with Tyron Smith before. And so I think he's probably looking at it fairly frustrated and saying, what is it? Why can't we get this done? Why can't we figure something out? And I said it here. I'm completely surprised they didn't. I was pretty sure that there's no way this lasts super long. They've got to get this worked out. And the fact that they're digging in the way they are is really interesting to me, especially given how rough that offensive line looked at times while we were out there in California.
So I personally have not noticed Malik Hooker a ton since he's been here. That's me. So give me a little education. Dan Quinn says he's their best tackler. The knock on Malik Hooker was injuries.
Was it injuries?
Injuries.
Yes,
Yeah.
injuries.
Couldn't play, couldn't stay healthy. Magically here, he's only missed 1 game in the past 2 years. 2021, he played 15 games. Last year, he played 16 games. So what have I been missing about Malik Hooker on the field? PFF last year gave him a grade of 74, which is pretty good.
That's pretty good.
I don't know that you're missing a ton. I mean, there have been moments where he was out of position or he didn't get a good read on things. I think he's a good center field type of player. He's got range and he's got ball skills and things like that. And so he's been good. He's been solid. I don't know that he's anybody that stood out a ton other than at this camp. I think at this camp he's been really good. And so they may just be buying a little bit into somebody who's getting comfortable into his 3rd year in the system and somebody that they feel confident will be able to contribute with J-Ron Kearse entering the final year of his deal. You know, Donovan Wilson, somebody who's consistently hurt. They just may feel like, hey, this is somebody we want to lock up and pay long term because of the availability he's had and the way he's contributed to this team.
Your voice went good. It kind of went up like he's been good.
Because
is that somebody that you give an extension to while you got another guy out here who's not in camp, who's important to the team? I mean, you can give them both money. That's fine.
Okay, well, I'll say this. He's the only one in the safety group who his strength is deep coverage.
Okay.
There's nobody else on
That's
the group that has that skill set.
Here's the issue. You're going to give Zach an extension anyway. You can't go. You're not going in next year with a $23 million cap hit.
Right.
So you know you're going to do it anyway. He's holding out. Get him back in here.
What are they going to do about reconfiguring his cap hit?
I mean, they've already done what they can do this offseason, which is restructure him. They've done that already. And so...
Well, they can also redo the deal, and that gets rid of the cap hit, changes it.
I mean, they can absolutely finagle it a little bit easier if they were to give him an extension, but they probably look at it...
Well.
Oh.
Geez. They probably view it as...
Mouth and you sneeze.
I was trying to just fight through it and hold it in.
Did you see spray?
Huh?
Did you see
I saw a little spray. I saw a little bit of spray. A little bit of spray.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Nice and juicy for whose mic is that in cross? Maybe nobody.
Nobody's in cross.
All right,
Bass.
good job.
Yeah, that's nobody's. Derek's.
Boom. Saved
Wednesday.
everybody. We'll see. Now, where was I? I forget where I even was after we got stopped.
Redoing the deal.
Redoing the deal. You can redo the deal and you can absolutely save money. I think the Cowboys view it as he's not staying past the time where we'd redo this deal.
Right.
That he's here for the next 2 years probably max. And so why are you 40 years into marriage and you're complaining about the way I do XYZ or whatever else? Like why is this an issue now? If you wanted to bring this up, if you wanted to negotiate it, you should have done this earlier.
So this is a take your lump next year on the cap hit. Don't redo the deal.
I don't know. I think they feel like if we're truly going to wait you out, you may not even be here next year.
Meanwhile, we are up over $500,000 on Zach Martin's fine total. We're up over $500,000 as he's getting lit up for $50K a day. And Calvin Watkins reports there's been no contract extension talks between Zach's agent and the front office. Okay, now let's take it on over to Dak, as The Athletic had a report. We all know that this is something that's happening, but it kind of blew up yesterday on social media, so we'll get to it. Cowboys and Dak have had discussions about a new long-term deal, according to Jeff Howe. At the time, it does not appear imminent, but there's motivation for him to lower his 2024 cap hit. Could be looking at nearly $50 million a year on the new contract.
Yeah, I mean, it's made sense this entire time for them to get something done because that is one that they would probably view, in fact, they definitely view as more pertinent to get done than Zach's cap hit, is you've got to lower that one. If we want to get anything done, if we want to pay these guys, we've got to lower his figure, and they're not going to walk away from Dak. Like this is, there's no circumstance in which this is Dak's final year here, unless he has some sort of career-ending issue or something. There's no way that he's not here next year.
What if he throws over 10 interceptions, which he is guaranteed he won't?
I mean, that happens in this day and age. That sounds to me, Sean, like 9 times a pass would have bounced off of somebody's hands if he throws 10 or more. But no, this is something that's made sense, is that they need to get this done. I'm honestly surprised we got in camp and they hadn't been more active in trying to get it done. But Steven keeps giving us that line of, I think we'll wake up one day and it's done. Nope, not really how it works. You don't just wake up and get the most difficult contract you've negotiated over the last several years. You don't just wake up and have that one extended.
Problem is, Dak knows he ain't going anywhere. It's not a problem, but it's going to complicate things. He's going to want $46 to $50 million a year, and that's the going rate for a quarterback on an extension. And Jerry doesn't have time for a bad time.
Meanwhile, there's the same old Zeke report recycling with three teams.
Jets,
same old.
Patriots, Cowboys. And I almost get New England because they're the worst roster in the NFL, or one of them anyway. So he's probably an upgrade. Although they got Ramondre's not bad. He's a good player, but that's a depth thing. I could see Belichick just loving a guy who could block, even though Zeke can't really block anymore. But I hope this is just Jerry trying to stay in the news. That's it. I hope Steven's got the reins here on this one. It's like, yeah, Dad, no.
No, see, I don't think you hope that. I think if
Steven wants him.
I'm just saying, I think that Steven thinks just as highly of him. I think they believe he's a good soldier and he's, great culture guy, and they absolutely believe, they've talked themselves into, I feel like, an affinity for Zeke and a belief in Zeke that just doesn't match his reality anymore. It hasn't matched reality.
They've romanticized it.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, when they gave him the contract extension, he was not the same player that he was his rookie year. And they still did it. And they committed to it for the next, 19, 20, 4 years?
Yeah.
Whatever it was. And so, I mean, this team, this front office has had a belief in Zeke that has not matched reality since before we even knew what COVID was. Like, that's how long these guys have been committed to it.
Meanwhile, take cover. That's what the reporters had to do and the fans over the weekend because we got a kicking problem. Tristan Vizcaino missed 4 straight from 33, 38, 39, and 39. From 33 to 39 yards, he missed them all left. One had a bad snap, so they reloaded for the second try. Overall, 4 of 8. Brandon Aubrey, 5 of 7. He missed from 33, and he missed from 42.
Come on, Brett.
So it was an absolute disaster, Roberto, when it came to the Cowboys kickers in front of the crowd, who ended up booing. The Cowboys faithful were raining down the boos in Oxnard over the weekend.
Be careful what you wish for. Everybody wanted Brett Maher out of here. The Cowboys wanted Brett Maher out of here, and he was pretty good for you last year and had been pretty stable. And I understand what had happened against Tampa Bay, but, I mean, he was somebody who was strong for you the entire season and that you could rely on pretty heavily. This is not going to be sustainable. Your kicker's not on the roster right now.
Now, we said the same thing last year, and they saved it with Maher. We did say the same thing because this same thing happened last year where we were all fearing for our lives with the kicks coming right at our heads because they weren't going through the uprights.
The difference here is that by this time last year, they had already signed Maher. They had recognized what was going on, and they went out and had a kicking competition. It worked out 4 different guys, I think, and ended up signing Maher, Chop. And so it's a little concerning that we haven't heard anything like that. I think this is just an example of they have completely botched the kicker situation over the offseason. They didn't give it the attention it needed. At the very last second, they signed Aubrey before camp. And now I think they recognize there's not really a whole lot of options for us out there. I still don't think the regular season kicker is on the team because I think they're probably going to get to a point where they go, we've got to do something here, and these guys aren't cutting it. But I don't know that they have any great options out there.
What percentage of kicks made satisfies you?
I know where this is going. Don't walk too much into the trap.
No, I'm not going to. Probably 85.
Okay. So 85% was the 20th ranked kicker last year.
Yeah. I don't need you to be a bottom third of the league kicker.
Exactly. That's it. That's all you're looking for the kicking position. Just stay out of the bottom third. And like Robbie Gould, everybody wanted him here, right?
Yeah, I'd take him.
He was 21st.
Well,
that's bottom third,
and he's not going to hit anything from 50 plus. Like that's the other thing is that Maher was an 85 plus guy, and Maher was also able to knock things through from 50 plus.
Are they doing the right thing? In-show GM at running back, backup QB, safety. You have agreed, and I think they've pretty much been proven correct, except for running back up until now, on taking the cheap approach. Same thing for kicker.
I think you should go cheap at kicker for sure. It's like
just like we can bring in a guy.
You could bring in a guy. You could find Maher. They did that last year. Remember when they decided on Dan Bailey that one year. I didn't know there was a kicking competition at camp, and was it Kai Forbath was up against him? It was in San Antonio, and Forbath was like the one. He was making more kicks in camp, and it was like, wow, they're gonna go with Dan Bailey. And then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, they get rid of Dan Bailey. And they bring in Maher, which Jerry called it Maherovich. I think they've done pretty well at kicker for the most part. The Zerline situation was kind of a mess. But then again, like, if you ask a kicker to take a bunch of 55 to 65-yard field goal attempts, that's going to skew his average. Yeah, he misses them.
Yeah, and Maher was a guy who didn't miss those a ton. I mean, Maher last year was 9 of 11 from 50 plus, and that first year he was here, 2018, he was 6 of 7. That's the thing that was so fascinating is how quick they were to condemn Maher last year when he had been everything that they had wanted. And this was coming off of 2 years of nothing but stress with Greg Zuerlein.
Rangers get the sweep. Get it done in Arlington. 2.5 game lead over the Armpit, but they're losing Josh Young for a number of weeks. We have a Nathan Eovaldi update. Is he close to coming back? And would Rugi Odor be proud of what happened in baseball over the weekend? That's next on your home of Rangers baseball with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels today for free or call 214-333-3233 or go to truckwreck.com.
3-2 on the way. And that ball is hit high and deep out into right center field. Soler going back. He's at the track. He's at the wall. He leaps. It's gone. Nathaniel Lowe sticks one into the Rangers bullpen for his 13th home run this year to give Texas a 3-0 lead.
Home runs and strikeouts. My series recap for the Rangers sweep of the Miami Marlins in Arlington on this radio station over the weekend. Good morning, Metroplex. Sean, RJ, and Bobby back in DFW here on your home for Rangers baseball. And yesterday they complete their 8th sweep of the year, most in the American League, as they went off on Sandy Alcantara yesterday on 105.3 The Fan. It was an early error that opened up the floodgates. They couldn't execute the simple shortstop to second base throw. Garver with the RBI single. He, by the way, has a 7-game hitting streak and a 12-game on-base streak. Nate Lowe went deep. Simeon, Zeke, and Adolis did as well. And the Rangers get the easy victory with Andrew Heaney on the mound. But let's kind of recap what happened earlier in this series. And let's start with the new piece on Friday in Jordan Montgomery.
Yeah, and look, he did exactly what he basically does. He's just solid. You know, he is not going to – you're not going to sit there and go, oh, man, I can't wait to get to the ballpark and watch Jordan Montgomery pitch today. But when you go watch one of his games, he's efficient, he's quick. He keeps his pitch count relatively low. He doesn't allow a ton of runs. He doesn't allow a ton of hits. He'll scatter them every now and then, but he's basically going to go out there and give you 6 innings and allow 2 runs. Okay? Like, sign me up, man. Like, that's just he's just a good pitcher. Again, he's not Jake DeGrom. He's not Max Scherzer. He's not throw it back to Randy Johnson. Like, he's just a solid baseball player.
Yeah, but I mean, I'll take not just 6 innings, 2 runs. I'll take 6 innings, 2 runs, and a strikeout per inning. The fact that he's, 6 Ks in 6 innings, that's a solid performance. And look, I mean, the first 3 appearances now we've had from Chris Stratton, the other piece of that deal, he's been really good so far. I mean, 3 appearances.
Got out of the night little jam yesterday.
Yeah, pitching more than an inning in every appearance, pitching every other day so far. He pitched on the 2nd, the 4th, and the 6th, and so far he's pitched an inning plus in every single one. He hasn't allowed a single run yet. And so Stratton is somebody that you feel good about so far. I'm wondering a little bit, what have we actually learned about this team coming into the second half so far? Because, by the way, they are now, with the 6-game winning streak, they are now officially at 500 since Jacob DeGrom left. Because remember, they were running there for a while at 6-7 games under 500. But they're 14-7 in the second half, which is one of the best records in baseball in the second half so far. They've had their longest winning streak. They've tied twice now in the second half. 6 games to open the year, or open the second half. 6 games in the last 6. But then in between, they go 2-7 against the contenders. They go 2-7 against the Padres, the Dodgers, and the Astros. So it's like, how good can you feel about this? And I don't want to be a wet blanket, but I mean, how good can you feel about the second half so far, given that the contenders they played, they got manhandled?
They did. And what I would say to that is, I'll worry about that when October rolls around.
So they're like the Cowboys then.
Yeah.
Can't beat the elite competition.
This is how you win 100 games in a year. You beat the crap out of the dog crap. And you hope to play 500 against the big dogs. But the reality is that, and this is a team that we don't know how some of these guys are going to play in October. We know how Max will. We know how Seager will. Like, I'm trying to think how many playoff games Simeon's played. But, some of these guys are old enough and they've been around the block enough to, that they've had enough postseason in them. Jordan Montgomery has. So, you still don't know about a lot of these guys come October. I don't care right now. Like, right now, just get me there.
But look, this has not been a laughable stretch of teams that they've recently played. You're not beating up on Washington in the NFC East. The Guardians were respectable. You swept them. We all know what the Rays were. You swept them. You lost 2 of 3 to the Dodgers. You lost 2 of 3 to the Astros. You got beat down against the Padres, who have decided to bye. Took care of business against the White Sox, who are terrible, and the Marlins are decent. So
they're decent. They've struggled since the break. They've lost 7 of 10, but they're decent. Like they can hit.
They're 500.
Yeah, they can hit. They can hit singles, I should say.
To me, the thing that just jumps out is it's all or nothing.
Yeah,
it's all or nothing with the streaks.
Well, I mean, that's kind of what today's baseball is. It's today's baseball is basically home run or nothing. It's a little bit it's a bit of hyperbole, but for the most part, it's like feast or famine. And there is some of that with this team.
Because they didn't hit a home run during the 3-game series against the Padres. And then after Saturday, they have 13 home runs over their last 5 games with multiple home runs in each game. And then they added to that yesterday.
They added 4. So that's 17 now.
In bunches.
17 now. 17 home runs in the 6 games since. That's like, this is what it is. It's feast or famine. And yeah, you're not going to go up against Blake Snell and Joe Musgrove and Yu Darvish and rake.
Yeah.
Okay. And that's part of what's going to happen in the postseason. That's why, there are teams. Like, I don't think anybody wants to see San Diego make the playoffs.
Right.
No. Right? Like, yeah. I don't think teams want to see
Snell.
Yeah, they don't want to see Snell, Darvish, Musgrove. I don't think teams want to see, like, the Yankees make the postseason with their bullpen and Cole. I don't think teams want to see Toronto make the playoffs with that offense. But I'd much rather have a great offense that I'm going up against in the postseason. I do not, dude. If San Diego makes the playoffs, be scared. Like, I would be terrified if I'm the Dodgers or the Braves. Imagine the Braves. Imagine the Braves going through the season. San Diego becomes a wild card team, and then Atlanta's reward is Musgrove, Darvish, Snell.
Sure. Yeah. I mean,
imagine that. Like you're screwed.
Yeah. It was the same discussion as the Warriors last year, where it was like, do you really want to run into the Warriors as one of these lower seeds? It's the same sort of question. I will say one of the other big takeaways I've had so far in the second half of the season, and I know you just said, how much has Marcus Semien played postseason baseball, which he's had a little bit. There's not been a ton. He had one real playoff run, but man, the way he stepped up when they really needed him in these 2 instances this year when Seager's gone down, which by the way, Seager having to sit out the last game of this weekend. The way that he has stepped up makes me feel like he would be a big time postseason. And in the short time that the short series that he's played 2 series basically and a couple wild card games. Simeon's postseason OPS is 1070. And so far, first half of the season, he had 11 home runs. You guys realize he has 7 already in the second half? We're 21 games into the second half of the season. Semien has 7 home runs. His OPS so far in the second half is 1027.
I'm no math guy, but I think that's 1 every 3 games.
It's very good. Yeah.
Meanwhile, someone's going to have to step up for Josh Young. Josh Young is out with the fractured finger. Bruce Bochy confirmed it after the game. So now we're going to see the versatility of Zeke Duran. They're talking about some of his struggles as of late. Then he hit the home run yesterday. But, man, dominoes of injuries. You get one back, and then one goes out.
It is.
And then and then they come in bunches.
It's a domino of injuries, man. It's exactly what it is. And Houston went through this in the early part of the season. They're getting healthy at the right time, and we're getting injured at the wrong time. With Seager and now Josh Young. Look, they have found that nothing has stopped this team all year. No injury has stopped this team. The DeGrom injury, I mean, they played 500 ball or under 500 ball since then. Now it's at 500. But how much of that that's just the course of a regular baseball season is you're going to have, the Angels have not won since the trade deadline. They were red hot going into it. They haven't won. You're going to have ups and downs throughout the course of a baseball season. You hope that your ups and downs, that your down doesn't last a month and a half, but it did.
So Josh Young is out for a while. Bochy said over the weekend that Nathan Eovaldi is expected to miss another 2 to 3 weeks. Eovaldi said he's pain-free after dialing up the intensity over 40 throws at 75 feet. It just needs to be built back up. Jonah Heim played catch over the weekend for the first time since his injury. Bochy said, a good way to do this is to go ahead and catch Chapman. And Jonah declined. Yeah. He said, no, thank you. I'm not doing that. So that's where we stand with the injury situation for your Rangers.
I wonder how it is swinging a bat for him.
For Heim?
Yeah.
Yeah, I would imagine that'd be part of the challenge. And, I mean, they could use him just in general with what they have on offense behind him. Although Mitch Garver, like you mentioned earlier, Sean, like he's been really, really good since he's had to step up. I will point out, as Josh Young is out, Justin Foscue has played some third base before. If you want to get Justin Foscue up to the majors, you could.
Yeah, you could. I mean, Zeke's put together. I mean, he's filled in every role possible.
2.5 game lead on the Armpit after they got the win over the Yankees yesterday. They did spoil Justin Verlander's Houston debut. So 2.5 game lead. Rangers back in action against the Athletics tonight. And Rougned Odor started the trend over the weekend because of this.
Smash to first by the diving Vaughn. Down the right field line. Kicks into the corner. Ramirez on his way to second. Head first slide. Safe, and in to score is Jimenez. And another hustle double. Right over the bag at first. Now Hosey and Anderson square off. They're fighting. They're swinging. Down goes Anderson. Down goes Anderson. Hosey never gets upset about anything. They came up chewing. Anderson squared off. Hosey decked him.
Oh,
Jose Ramirez and Tim Anderson with the call that went viral.
this was greatness. This was the
Undercard to Paul Diaz.
Yeah, it was. And look, if you saw the slow-mo, Jose Ramirez wasn't even looking.
He's like you're punching a little person.
His head was down, and he just swings like over the top and
Yeah.
catches him right there on the side of the cheek.
I'm not giving him any credit.
No.
I'm not giving him any knockout credit. That was a blind swing.
It was. I'm giving him credit, though, on the, that where they dropped the gloves. You saw them both. Like, when they first dropped the gloves.
Anderson did.
Yeah, when Anderson drops the gloves, I thought, oh, man, they're just farting around here. Like, this is a joke. Because, they went, old school put up your Duke style.
But I don't understand what Ramirez was upset about initially. I don't understand what set this whole thing off.
So when he slid,
Yeah.
his head was up, right? He caught Anderson in the
Junk.
junk. Anderson must have said something to him then.
Had to have just said it.
Yeah. Now, Anderson, there was an issue that took place in this series where Tim Anderson had his hand. So he was taking a throw at second base. Guy slides in. Anderson swipes his hand off. Right? Swiped his hand off the bag. So that started this whole back and forth. Nobody likes, Jose Ramirez obviously does not like Tim Anderson. And he talked about how he disrespects the game a lot. And I don't know if him going in high with his helmet to catch him with the junk was on purpose. Anderson must have said something to him, and then that caused the melee.
It was beautiful. I mean, look, here's the deal. You cannot throw your glove down, square up, and get knocked out. You can't be the first guy to do that and then get knocked out like he did. And you're right. It was a blind swing. What we learned is Tim Anderson has a glass jaw. Yeah. And he's got a lot of feelings if you look at his Twitter.
What?
He hasn't been on Twitter in 3 months. All of a sudden, he went on a 20-tweet rant yesterday about, I'm not the one to F with. You guys got messed up. I'm the wrong person.
Bro, shut up.
Yeah, right.
You got knocked out.
They were helping him off the field. He was so dazed.
Yeah. I didn't think it was that much of a punch.
He was like...
Yeah, his legs were like jello,
Yeah.
like Jerry would say. Speaking of Jerry, he helps induct DeMarcus Ware into the Hall of Fame. Did you catch the speech? Did you tear up? And a current Dallas Cowboy, he got punked. He got pranked when it came to pounding. The audio next on 105.3 The Fan. But
Chevrolet. At Classic Chevrolet, they do everything with purpose. That's why they're offering you their best model year and savings on new Silverados. See them all at ClassicChevrolet.com today. Your upgrade is their purpose. Shop model year and savings today. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
Good to have everyone back together again in DFW. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Bobby Belt on 105.3 The Fan. You happy to be back?
Yeah. Happy to get sleep. Happy to be in my own bed. Even still, even with the 5 a.m. wake up today, didn't want to get up. Didn't want to wake up today. Had to get a C4, one of our wonderful sponsors for the Sean and RJ Firehouse Tour.
Everyone's sleeping 10 hours over the weekend, 10 hours apiece.
Yeah, 10 hours, and then I still slept for like 3 hours yesterday afternoon because I had missed one of your texts for a good hour because I was sleeping. And in fact, I think when you texted was exactly when I'd set my alarm to wake up. And so, but yeah, it was good. I think I slept more Friday and Saturday combined than I did the entire last week we were in Oxnard.
It's possible. It's very possible. That was a long day. That was a long weekend of sleep.
Yeah.
Friday night, Saturday night.
Rangers Brewers ticket giveaway to start off the week during the Expressway, commercial free starting at 7:20. David Murphy, former Ranger, on the sweep at 8 o'clock. And we'll wake up either Pat Doney or Mac Engel, who were covering Messi last night in Frisco.
I mean, I could talk about it for you if you like.
Really?
Nah, I don't think so. I don't believe it. And I don't want to get punked.
I'm the checker ball god.
The what?
They call me the checker ball
god.
The
checker ball god.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I don't know, man.
That's what soccer fans call me.
Okay. It could be fun. It could be interesting.
No,
could be punked. It could be getting punked. Though.
He didn't follow it. He doesn't care.
I followed it intimately.
Did you?
Yeah.
Go ahead then.
What color jerseys? Great. What color jerseys was Miami wearing?
Pink in your face.
It's been the highlight all morning long on TV.
Nothing else I need to say to prove it. I think I just did.
Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com at 9:20 as Messi creates another fairy tale ending last night in Frisco. Let us know if you went. 877-881-1053. Truckwork.com text line 877-881-1053. The Dallas Cowboy got punked. What is it called when you sit there, you keep the closed fist together, and we bump hands?
It's a fist bump.
Fist bump, yeah. Or a pound.
Or a pound. Mm-hmm. Thank you for setting up the topic. Osa Digizua, who's a monster.
Yes, he is.
Good Lord. I didn't realize he was that jacked. He got punked.
He's an NFL player.
By a girl. Well, not all of them are jacked like that.
He's bigger than most NFL players. He is a unit.
Yes, he is.
He's a monster. He got punked by a little social media prank.
Would you pound me right here?
No.
No?
Right here?
Yeah, right here, right now.
No.
Like in private, you would?
I mean, how old are you?
I'm 19.
Yeah.
I thought you could pound with any age, though.
No.
No?
No.
A pound?
A pound? Wow. Yeah, you can.
He thought about it.
He thought about it. Asked her the age. Would you pound right there?
How old are you?
I think he comes away a winner here. He goes,
wow.
No, we'll not do that. And then when she says, what about in private? He goes, how old are you? He's making sure she's the right age. He's getting consent. He's doing it in private. I think all of these things are positives in his favor. They tried to punk him. I think he comes away a big winner here.
That's fair. I mean, look, he did that. That was it was an odd thing to ask. How old are you? Like, that's just very, very,
It's not odd. It's smart.
It's smart, but I mean, who does it? Like, I mean, I don't know. I don't hang around 17-year-olds, but how old are you? It's smart. There's no doubt about it. No doubt. I mean, is he a winner? You get punked, you're going to lose in general, right? I think you're losing in general, but you came away with a small victory there.
Was this Barstool or something?
I think it was just some TikTok influencer. She was hanging out at the Miami swimsuit show, which Osa took part in. He actually, when he interviewed during the Gavin Dawson Roundtable on the weekend show, Osa talked about going to that. He left this part out, did not mention the 19-year-old that tried to seduce him. Yeah. But no, he is getting into like swimsuit modeling and stuff now.
Yeah,
which
this
is
a
giant.
This is a TikTok. Play it one more time, then we'll move on to D-Ware Hall of Famer.
Would you pound me right here?
No.
No?
Right here?
Yeah, right here, right now.
No.
Like in private, you would?
I mean, how old are you?
I'm 19.
Yeah.
I thought you could pound with any age.
Yeah.
No.
No?
No.
A pound?
A pound? Wow. Yeah, you can.
And then she holds out the fist. I meant this pound. Here you go. Give me a handshake. Give me a fist pump.
It's a good trend on TikTok, by the way. You look up this hashtag or whatever this trend is and stuff, they get a bunch of athletes to do that.
Of course.
And do any of them ask the right questions like Osa did?
No, they just say, yeah, sure.
Exactly. That's my
Hit my
point.
line.
He's a big winner here.
Yeah.
He's showed himself to be an upstanding gentleman.
Upstanding gentleman is DeMarcus Ware. We know that. He's been on the show multiple times. The Cowboy and Bronco Hall of Famer goes into Canton over the weekend. And I don't know if I've ever heard this story before. I don't know if DeMarcus has ever told this story publicly about a moment that he says changed his entire life.
That one single frightening moment was when I was in college. I was attending a parking lot party when I was visiting home. My uncle was in his car and without warning was knocked across the head with a gun. And a knife dropped to the ground. And I picked it up. And when I looked up, all I can see was the potential shooter's eyes and a gun barrel pressed against my head. All I heard was my family say, "Don't kill him." There was an eerie silence, after which I simply said, "This isn't me," and I dropped the knife. At that moment, I knew God gave me a second chance, and I had to do something with it. That was my turning point.
So DeMarcus Ware putting on the gold jacket, Jerry Jones inducting him.
When did they start doing these at like 11 a.m.?
Yeah, I felt like it was a little bit later normally.
I distinctly remember guys being at night.
Oh, I don't.
Yeah.
I don't
Early
remember.
evening. Early. How about not lunchtime?
Right.
Yeah, it may be. This was a little bit earlier than the past, but I mean, I generally remember like Michael's induction speech is considered one of the greatest ever, and that was I remember was during daytime. And so, but I mean, DeMarcus Ware was fantastic. Like, he's somebody who's always very polished when he speaks, but I've never felt like he's super engaging necessarily. It's not like, wow, what a great storyteller. Like, I thought he was really good over the weekend.
He also kept some seats reserved for some teammates that he lost way too early.
I thank God, and I think it's just so good that for the memories that he gives us, because we lost some guys too soon. Demarius Thomas, Ronnie Hillman, Marion Barber. I held some seats in my heart for you guys here today. Keep resting in peace, fellas.
So there's D. Ware going in as part of the class that also includes Darrelle Revis, Joe Thomas, Zach Thomas. Those were the speeches that I watched, fast forward and watched. Big speech guy.
You are a speech. You've always been a speech guy.
Yeah. Didn't care about Joe Klecko or anything, but just fast forwarding through the ones that I watched. Chuck Halley also being given his praise as well. Did anyone else watch any of this? It doesn't appear so.
I watched a little bit of Zach Thomas's one, and then obviously I saw some of the highlight stuff. But D-Ware was the only one that I was really interested in sitting and listening to. And like I said, I wasn't even expecting it to be super strong, but he was. Man, and you mentioned the whole thing about the story in the parking lot there at Troy. You were right. He did say that he's never talked about that publicly before, and so I think we got good insight into, who he is and how difficult his upbringing was. Because I think a lot of people it's easy for them to look at it and say, it was easy the whole way for DeMarcus Ware, and so to kind of hear the struggle in the background, I think was really good. But yeah, mainly watch D Ware, a little bit of Zach Thomas, and the clips that circulated around, but. One of the things that I really came away thinking was it's stupid that this even occurred a year later. I still don't understand what the Pro Football Hall of Fame was doing. Yeah. Basically, I don't know about punishing him, but they're like, well, he's got to wait. They just make him wait a year. That still to me is ridiculous.
It's dumb. They do that a lot of people.
Especially the class that they skipped him for. Like, I think it was the class 2 years ago. That's the worst one I can ever remember. The worst one. Who was the defensive player from Carolina? Was it the Sam Mills class?
Yeah.
Sam Mills, yeah.
Awful class. I'm sorry.
And I think that was also the Leroy Butler class. And so and those guys deserve to get in ahead of DeMarcus Ware.
And they used it like, well, this is the time to get those guys in. We could finagle a way to get this guy in if we do him in this year because
leftover
down.
Day.
Yeah, it's a leftover class. It's just, some of these guys are posthumous. That they just kind of throw in there so their family gets to do a quick little speech or something.
Meanwhile, Albert Hainsworth, an all-time bad guy in the NFL, decided to trash some of his former Washington teammates on Outkick.
I mean, in that locker room, it was a joke. Like, I mean, guys are they're just joking. A couple guys I still talk to, but most of them are trash.
Like they got their check and they were done, kind of thing.
Oh, dude, they'd be talking about in the coming out in the tunnel, what club they going to, and they got a table. I'm just like, it was whack. And it's
Bottle service.
It's the ones that be chirping, try to talk about me. I'm just like, dude, I could call you out about all the stuff you guys are doing. So don't even bring my name into it. Yeah, it's all them D'Angelo Hall, Clint Portis, freaking what's it, Cooley or whatever.
Chris Cooley.
Yeah, dude, it was just they're a joke. They belong in Washington because they are what that team represented back then, which is trash.
Yeah, he went after him, man.
This dude should never talk.
And he started off defending Snyder in the beginning.
He did. He started off by saying, he would go
once a week
in his office, hanging out with Dan, and just talking, whatever. And he basically said, Dan's a billionaire fantasy football player. That's what he is. He doesn't really know the sport, but he made the decisions, which was a problem. But man, Hainsworth is. He was. In college, I was at Tennessee when he was there. He was I don't remember him being crazy, and then all of a sudden he stumps on Andre Gerard, and it's all downhill from there.
Which this is a terrible example. Him sitting there talking about, let's go over these guys that I can name here that were so much worse than me. Okay, Clinton Portis, who spent 7 consecutive years in Washington, D'Angelo Hall, who finally found stability in Washington, spent a decade there. Chris Cooley, who spent nearly a decade there, didn't play for another team. His examples are awful for talking about, nobody can talk about me. Listen to these guys that were talking about switching to other teams. Literally everyone you named that you played with never played for another team outside of Washington again. So that was a stupid example. But this guy's an all-time thief in sports. He is a total clown and has been considered one of the biggest thieves in professional sports in the 15 years since it happened.
What are the Cowboys going to do about this major problem? Is Micah going to listen to Mike McCarthy before the quarterback gets hurt? And we also have Messi and Jake Paul mania in the Metroplex headlines. And then a brand new giveaway to send you to see your first place Rangers, all for the Tolos, next on Sean and RJ 105.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. Headlines to recap your weekend and get you ready for your Monday and your week. This is your radio sports page on Sean, RJ, and Bobby. Thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. Good to be back from California on your home of America's team, and we still got to keep the coverage going. Nick Eatman will join us from DallasCowboys.com from Oxnard at 9:20, brought to you by Ford. Bobby, what did we miss over the weekend on the practice fields?
Your kickers suck. That's not good. They go 1 for 6 in the Mojo moment.
Oh, no.
And Tristan Vizcaino missing 4 kicks in a row from under 40 yards. That's not great. New friend of the show, DeMarvion Overshone, had a big practice on Saturday, a couple interceptions. He continues to make a bunch of plays. You've heard some chatter that finally, I don't know how much I can believe it because based off the practice footage I saw, it didn't look like it, but there's a little bit of chatter that the offensive line finally figured out Micah Parsons over the weekend, maybe a little, and it was a little more balanced. But
double team.
Overall, I mean, I think that's what they'd have to do. But, other than that, it sounds like it was another strong bunch of practices for the defense, and the offense gets their victories where they can. But overall, this has been, I think, a defensive-heavy win over the course of this training camp.
Mike McCarthy scolding Micah Parsons is in the headlines because he's the number one violator of staying away from the quarterback. And Micah says, I get warned every day, but I've always been wanting to push towards that line. It's one of those things. It's all fun and games until ... So you can be the quarterback hunter. We love your Kobe Mamba mentality. But that highlight from last week when we were out there where he came close to Dak's legs, you ain't going to get all the benefits, and you're not going to get everyone loving you if you take the quarterback out.
No. The moment, now it worked out well, but when, Kellen Moore got rolled up on, and he was supposed to be, he was going to start because Romo was down, and he gets rolled up on, and here comes Dak. That's all it takes is Micah to get close and Tyron to fall, and all of a sudden, we are looking at training camp entirely different.
Yeah, this is something that you always love to hear him say, I like to push the limit, like to push the line. Yeah, except when the line is, let's not knock the quarterback out for the season in practice.
Yeah.
Like we can pull back on that a little bit. But I also understand, man, he's going so hard and so aggressive that there are times he's trying to pull up and he's just not able to pull up in time. Like the one that you're talking about that looked the scariest was he was trying to pull up and he ended up kind of sliding into the front of Dak's ankles. And so some of it is he's trying to pull up and he just doesn't have that stop-start, I guess, to be able to pull up in time. But yeah, maybe throttle it back just a little bit. Keep whipping Tyron Smith, doing what you're doing, but let's pull up just a little bit.
Jerry and Steven handing out a new contract. It is not for Zach Martin. Malik Hooker gets a 3-year extension worth $24 million. Meanwhile, Zach is still sitting at home, racking up over $500,000 in fines. So the Malik Hooker deal ties him to the Cowboys through the 2026 season.
Which he's been a good player. He's not one that I would have thought was about to get an extension, and especially at $8 million a year, and a good portion of that is fully guaranteed. I think they said $17 million roughly was fully guaranteed for him. So he's locked in here for the next couple of years.
So their reasoning when Jerry says we got to pay Micah Parsons, okay, does that go out the window with this deal?
No, but I mean, I never thought
not that they're not going to pay Micah, but their reasoning,
right?
Their explanation.
Yeah, I mean,
their excuse.
I never thought their excuse was a good one anyway, because he's not even eligible to be paid till next year. One of the interesting things that Joel Corey had pointed out over at CBS Sports was he was talking about that he's about to incur a fine that the maximum amount that the Cowboys can collect of his bonus proration is 25%, which is $2.5 million or something like that. Once they've collected that, that's what he's due to pay back if he were to retire as well. So we're getting to a point now where if they collect a certain amount of money back from him, or they start fining him a certain amount of money, that Zach Martin is going to be in a position where, okay, well, literally now at this point, it's free for me to retire. If I were to retire, then I don't owe you anything.
Oh.
And so
when is that?
If they were to collect the bonus proration back from him, they're reaching a point where they can collect it back from the amount of time that he's missed. And so if that were to happen, then you're starting to reach a really critical area, I think, where you're entering a real stare down between these two.
Do you think he would just up and quit?
He would not be the first one who's done something like that. Now, I still think it'd be more likely at that point that he'd just demand out. I think ultimately this gets done, but at this point, it's been much more difficult than I thought it would have been.
Who's Zach's agent?
Tom Condon, who is a long-term shark in the industry.
Just try to get him on.
Shark good or shark bad?
Shark bad for the Cowboys.
Oh,
Cowboys. All right, headlines continuing. DFW had all the events taking place. I hope you got a chance to watch or experience it last night.
Messi up over and in! Sensational from Lionel Messi again! 4-4!
This was incredible. Again, he delivers. He's scoring in every game. They're winning every game. He scored twice yesterday. Also had a PK goal as Miami comes back from down 4-2 against FC Dallas to win in Frisco. He has 3 straight multiple score games. I was all in with the wife watching this in the first half last night. It was so enjoyable. I regret that I sat there and went to sleep at halftime because this is the lead story this morning in the sports world for everybody else.
Looking on the maps and stuff, is there a Frisco, Florida?
I don't.
That was awfully loud. That was a messy crowd.
What are you calling out the FC Dallas crowd?
I mean, that was a messy crowd, was it not?
It was going to be.
Yeah, what's that, Peyton?
It's a soft fan base.
No, it's like they people who showed that game. They may have been FC Dallas fans. They were rooting for Messi in that game.
There is a Frisco Bay, Florida, by the way.
Is there really? Okay,
Yeah.
cool. Yeah, they were definitely rooting for Messi in that game. I could not sleep last night. I was up to about 11:30. I consumed so many Instagram posts and TikToks and tweets about this. What a scene it is out there. I mean, my goodness.
Yeah.
And Messi is, boy, he brings it, man.
I don't care. I don't care that it's just turn off your mic.
Why? It's the biggest sports story in the world. I don't get to talk.
I don't need your sarcasm right now. This is something that should be appreciated and celebrated and experienced. I think I love it. There seemed to be less flopping last night. I don't care that he's going up against inferior competition. He's delivering. Every time he touches the ball, he's basically delivering, and he's scoring, and he's turned this sorry team into a contender as they advance.
They haven't lost.
Yeah.
It's just amazing. Like he comes in here, and you're right. I mean, I have no idea what the competition level is in the MLS. I know it's not near what it was in Europe.
Yeah.
And that's fine. Messi was not scoring 2 goals a game, last year. Even though they won the World Cup. He is. Yeah, and I get it. There's a lot of memes and GIFs and all that stuff, whatever the hell. Messi, it's like he's the NBA player played up against a 6-year-old.
Yeah.
It's like Grant Williams bodying that kid the other day in that video.
Yeah.
Who cares?
Yeah.
I don't care. And I don't care that all the fans there are rooting for him. If I'm sitting there and there were Ranger fans who were cheering for the 60-second home run of Aaron Judge last year because it was a cool thing to see.
Yeah.
And that's okay. It's okay. And it's okay that FC Dallas fans were rooting for Messi yesterday. I would have done the same thing.
Absolutely. 4 games, 7 goals. Apparently they had a hard time getting everyone in, but it went to penalty kicks last night, and Miami advances. You got something nice to say, or don't say anything at all? Overall.
He's the GOAT.
Okay.
What
a great addition you are.
I love him.
Don't you have a Spectrum hit? Go on TV somewhere.
I don't know.
Meanwhile,
I got a Messi hit I got to do on Spectrum. I'll see y'all later.
Women's World Cup. I don't know if I can recall a team that Americans rooted against so much, or is it just the political hype heads after this?
Hurting. Off there. Did it go in? Waiting on a signal. No. You've got to be kidding. VAR can intervene. I couldn't tell from here. I thought it was going in. Wow. Sweden wins.
We had said a couple times throughout this tournament, should they really be tying? Well, should they really be struggling this much? The Women's World Cup team gets eliminated on Fox, and there's a lot of people celebrating it because of the whole national anthem thing. Earliest exit in women's national team history. They had reached the semifinals in every World Cup. 2-time defending champs. Earliest exit ever by a reigning champion. RJ, they scored 4 goals all tournament. Their fewest at a single World Cup all time, and they were scoreless in consecutive matches in the World Cup for the first time ever.
Yeah, they had trouble scoring all tournament with. I mean, and even beyond that, even leading up to this, under this coach they've just had trouble scoring. And
go woke, get eliminated.
Yeah, right. Go woke, go home.
Yeah.
Look, I mean, a lot of these girls are the same players that have been winning. They're just older now, right?
Yeah.
And then like it's a young person's game, and Megan Rapinoe is retiring. It's an older team. Julie Ertz is retiring as well. Zach's wife. So like and look, you're right. Like there are a lot of people that are not exactly upset that they lost. Alexi Lawless posted this tweet. The U.S. women's national team is polarizing. Politics causes stance and behaviors made them unlikable to a portion of America. They built their brand for being the best and winning. If that goes away, they risk becoming irrelevant. Like, don't shoot the messenger, but that's what he's not wrong. Like they're from a subset of the population. Now, fortunately, that subset probably isn't soccer fans. They root for the U.S. They don't necessarily care about soccer, but the women's national team was part of like when they got the equal pay, which they deserved because they were so good. A lot of it was because they were winning. The men's tournament draws so many more people, so much more money, but the women's team, they actually win.
What?
Are you gonna? If you don't want to be part of the show, you don't have to be
I
in
wanna
here
be
with
part
it.
of the show.
I'm not gonna come to you if you're not getting ready to something to say. I don't need these lulls, these 2 or 3 second pauses. I'm tired. I'm not gonna determine whether you're gonna be a smart ass or not or say something serious. Do you have nothing to say about this either? You want to take off the rest of it?
No, I don't. I want to take it off. They were completely disappointing the whole run.
I know your bit is soccer sucks and you can have an opinion on it. You don't have to. We'll move on to UFC, MMA. As you apparently watch this, Jake Paul, Peyton, you watched this on Saturday night. Paul against Diaz. It was really boring, but it was packed at the American Airlines Center, and Jake Paul continues to only have 1 loss on his record. Man, and now they're talking about an MMA rematch. Rematch. Jake apparently willing to go into the octagon, but he pretty much controlled Nate Diaz.
Yeah, Nate just looks slow. I mean, again, it's these TikTok, YouTube stars that continue to impress. Jake Paul, Logan Paul, they're impressive out there. They put on a good show. And, I mean, it looked like a little bit, I think in rounds 3 or 4, Nate Diaz might have put a little more on Jake Paul, and it might have gotten a little closer. But then overall, I mean, Jake Paul just dominated him, knocked him down that one time. And, I mean, you saw from Nate Diaz, one of his eyes was shut in the majority of the fight. So it was Jake Paul in the majority of the fight.
He kicked his ass. It was bad. And I mean, Nate Diaz did look just completely slow, but this was beginning to end. He completely rocked him. And, this is the one time he really went up against an actual boxer. He lost, Jake Paul. But, I mean, if he's going to go up against these MMA fighters, he is a decent enough fighter. He's a technically skilled enough fighter that he will beat them up.
Yes. I mean, he's a good amateur boxer.
Look, I think maybe watching The Untold gave me a more respect and appreciation in terms of the perspective is Untold on Netflix. He still was a scrawny YouTube kid that is beating professional fighters who have trained in boxing. These MMA guys still have trained their entire life to punch.
Sure, yeah.
And he's picking older ones, but it's still impressive what he did.
Yeah, he in the beginning he was picking more like grapplers, wrestlers who didn't necessarily like to stand up, and maybe he's kind of changed that a little bit. But they are
still
older.
have trained their entire life to punch,
to fight,
to fight.
Yeah, absolutely. Now he is getting big, man. He is jacked.
185. I'm like, really? How is he 185 looking that big? I don't know.
Very lean. I don't know how tall he is.
Ask Dana White.
I don't know how tall he is. Logan is much taller.
Man, it's funny, though, to look at like the way he's fighting now and who he's fighting against, and then flashing back to his first fight was Nate Robinson. 5'7" Nate Robinson just absolutely rocked him.
Headlines on a Monday to recap the weekend and get you ready for your day. And we also want to get you ready for the giveaway. The Expressway is commercial free. So right after this, we're going commercial free up until 8 o'clock. David Murphy, former Ranger, talking about your favorite baseball team at 8. Nick Eatman from Cowboys Camp in the final hour. But let's send you to Arlington. Rangers, Brewers, ticket giveaway. and how the Cowboys offense is actually going to be different. We're going to take you inside the Mike McCarthy playbook after this.
After we get you over to
And we're going to send you to Rangers Brewers at some point in time this hour. This is the Expressway. Commercial free for the next 40 minutes up until David Murphy, former Ranger, talks about the sweep, the Josh Young injury, the debut of Jordan Montgomery. Murph will join us at 8 o'clock this morning. We will have Nick Eatman from Cowboys Camp at 9:20. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and our Cowboys insider Bobby Belt with you on your home of America's team. So the article that all the First Fake shows are talking about this morning is from Jory Epstein. And I retweeted it yesterday. Bobby, you know her very well, right? From all the years covering the Cowboys. She went to work for Yahoo Sports.
She did. She went national on us, and so she's been bouncing around all the training camps and things like that. But
and then just bam, magically pops up at the Jerry party. There she is in the scrum. The Jerry Jones huddle just popped in there.
You just, you schedule the time you're going to be there for the right time to be there.
You know, there's everybody has their guy or gal on the beat. Generally, a star player in any market has their person that they're really fond of. So when Jory writes about the Cowboys offense, when Jory writes about Dak, everybody should listen because that's Dak's favorite.
Jory is.
Dak is a big Jory fan. She won an award last year from Cowboys players as their favorite reporter on the beat, and Dak is the one who gave it to her.
All right, let's go inside this article. To me, the most intriguing question of training camp, besides who looks good, who looks bad, is how's the offense going to be different? Brought us up to this time, gave us the best answer when he was talking about the wide receiver formations and the bunches and the stacks on Friday when we had him on the show before flying out. This does a tremendous job, I think. So let's go through it. And then we'll get to best and worst of the weekend and the Rangers 4-pack giveaway. Cowboys players keep hearing the question about pass plays. What's the step count, coaches ask, waiting to confirm how many steps Dak will take when it's time to execute the pass concept they're discussing. But the question is not being directed just to Prescott. It's everyone, including the receivers. They are now tasked with tracking this information. Michael Gallup, quote, "This is the first year we've really had to key in on how many steps Dak is taking so we know how fast the ball is coming out. The coaches harp on that every day. The Cowboys are shifting their offensive system more drastically than they have since Dak earned his starting role in 2016. Mike McCarthy and Brian Schottenheimer believe introducing more West Coast principles will bolster ball security and decisiveness. They believe this shift will increase how often quarterbacks and receivers are on the same page." Quote from CeeDee Lamb, "I can run my routes more comfortably knowing that Dak is done with his drop or that he's not getting touched or that he's protected." Remember, he told us in our sit-down interview, by the third step, both should know what way the route is going. We're talking about the option routes and taking all that out.
CD's third step when he's
third step. CD continued, "I feel like the speed that we have in this room, guys that can track the ball, the mentality will help us get open, create separation. It just can't be too early because then it's quickening up Dak's steps and it's a whole different situation. Being on the same timing is very important for us."
It's bold. If you're wanting to reduce mistakes, if you're wanting to reduce communication issues, and they believe that you are putting a lot of weight on the communication being dead on. And that's one of the things that we've talked about a lot is the fact that the receivers have to be more in tune with Dak's steps. Everything you hear, CD saying it there, that if you're quickening up the steps, you're too early, it's going to throw everything off, and then the ball's going to be in a place where the receiver is not. And look, if the communication issues are the same last year, then bet the over on the interceptions. Because if they still have these issues, they are not going to be in the right place because it is all timing based. It is all based off of you are exactly where you're supposed to be and exactly where the ball is supposed to be. And there are going to be instances if the timing is not right, if their communication is not right, that a defensive back is going to be standing where the receiver should and the ball's going to go right into their arms. So you've got to make sure that all this communication talk we've heard this offseason is not just talk. It's not just rhetoric. It's a reality, and they've genuinely worked on it.
Scale of 1 to 10, how drastic is the scheme change they're doing?
From a timing and rhythm standpoint, it's significant.
So when Brady went to Tampa, that lasted about 6 to 8 weeks. And they said, finally, Tom, we're going to go back to your scheme. And I wonder, like, if this doesn't work in the first 6 to 8 weeks, are they going to go back?
Well, I mean, what? The 6-week mark, we've talked about it. The 6-week mark is back-to-back games against the 49ers and the Chargers. And if they, if things don't go well in those 2 games and they're struggling through the first 6 weeks, man, it's really tough to just overhaul and say we're going to completely throw out the system and the scheme that we've thrown in there. They can make some tweaks, but they can't do an entire overhaul.
More from Jory Epstein's Yahoo article. The difference between Dak taking a 3-step drop that will launch the ball to its target in 1.7 seconds versus a 5-step drop that skews closer to 2 seconds. Brian Schottenheimer gives an example. It can be the difference between a completion and interception. Since Dak entered the league, no quarterback has had more dropped pass interception. I'm going to read this one more time for all the Dak haters. Furthermore, since Dak entered the league, no QB has had more dropped passes intercepted than his 9. Matt Ryan's tied. So Dak and Matt Ryan have led the league in passes that should have been caught that have turned into interceptions. The Cowboys are drilling receiver route depth intensely at training camp. Prescott and his receivers communicating extensively in post-practice film review sessions about what each saw on a play and how that transitioned to success or failure. They're discussing how a new set of pass protection rules influences the time Prescott has to throw. Well, what is McCarthy changing up front? Like when they're talking about, Jerry's like, we're going to be narrower and we're changing up some things up front. Do we know what they're doing pass protection wise? Well, the tinkering to the offensive line?
Not specifically in that sense. I mean, we'll see, it'll be something that once it's implemented, you'll see a little bit closer to what Mike Solari's vision is. One of the things that's definitely going to change that we've talked about this a little bit off the air, but I don't know how much we've talked about it publicly, but I mean, there was a lot on Dak's shoulders in terms of offensive line responsibilities last year, that he was making a ton of checks that were not normal for him. In terms of the entire left side of the offensive line was his responsibility last year.
That's like veteran quarterbacks, though. That's
No.
Quarterback sets protection.
No. But I'm telling you, the left side of the offensive line, it's not normal for him to make every check that the left tackle is supposed to be making. He is making all the checks that the left tackle and the left guard were supposed to be making because Joe Philbin thought the left tackle, Tyler Smith, was too inexperienced, and he thought the left guard, Connor McGovern, just frankly, fair or not, I'm not saying I agree with this, but Joe Philbin didn't think he was smart enough. And so because of that, the entire Connor McGovern at left guard. So McGovern and Smith weren't making the normal checks that a left side of an offensive line would make. And so that was all ending up on Dak. Dak was having to make all the calls and all the reads that they normally would. And so I would guess part of the changes, too, are going to be the fact that the left side is going to be able to make their calls. And that wasn't the case last year.
Prescott is energized by the shift in approach, saying he is as confident and happy as he has been in the league. Quote, it's just crazy amount of detail. Guys are on the same page, just being very open and communicating. That has been a world of difference. This does make me a little bit concerned that word is coming out that Dak is not going to play a preseason snap.
Don't love that.
Because of the new... Yeah, I mean, Mahomes last year played quite a bit, in part because they were breaking in some new players. But, veterans typically don't play all that often, if at all, in the preseason. But when you have a new system, I think it's different. I think you kind of have to. Whether or not, it's a drastic scheme change or not, I think you do have to play a little bit in that new system.
Now, look, they could come out and be up 14-0 on the Giants. The first 2 drives could be perfect. It's kind of one of those, There's no right answer, right? It gets solved and answered the first 2 or 3 drives of your regular season. Oh, they needed the rust. Oh, they didn't need the rust. But it just sounds like it would make sense for them to implement some of this in the exhibition games.
Well, and even typically, I mean, last year there was discussion that was like, okay, well, it doesn't matter so much that Dak's not going to play in the preseason if he's getting these mixed practices with the Chargers and the Broncos. Doesn't matter as much because you are getting different looks, you are getting challenged, and you're getting those reps in that way. And it's in a more controlled environment that you can get more done. And so that sort of argument has always been like, okay, all right, that's fine if you're not going to play a preseason game because you are getting different looks and practicing against different folks. That's not the case this year. They chose not to practice against any other teams. and they are implementing a new system. And so I would at least like a couple series out there at game speed that they could prepare for, that they could recognize instantly. Oh, okay, this is something we need to iron out. Like, this wasn't right once we saw it at game speed. You guys need to work on this. I don't love that it's not happening, but I also understand wanting to protect your quarterback.
Yeah, Micah. Make sure you protect him, too, in practice. So that is Jory Epstein's article on the changes between Mike McCarthy, Dak Prescott, and the Cowboys offense. But the headlines all throughout the country is Dak sees a world of difference in Cowboys offense this year. Really nice job by Jory. Anything else?
No, just, I mean, I think that the important thing here is going to be, again, that, and we've heard it all this offseason, is their timing and is their communication. And they've really got to make sure this is not what it's been the last year or so, which is just talking about it.
Let me ask this,
we got to
though.
improve this.
For Dak Prescott, and try to be balanced a little bit, Bobby.
I'm balanced AF.
For Dak Prescott, is it better to have a system where 3-step drop, bam, here. We're not including the option routes, more direction and no thinking on where to go. 1, 2, 3, this is it. Versus sometimes Dak gets in trouble when it's a second hitch and surveying the field a little bit. And that's where I feel like he struggles a little bit versus more rhythm. 1, 2, 3, back, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, back, and go with it. Is this calling for more decisiveness is what I'm trying to ask. 1, and 2, if it is calling for more decisiveness, is that better or worse for him?
Would you prefer the offense
because we've been hearing about less thinking, like take more off of his plate, even though he's going to have more control.
Yeah, more muscle memory, more just this is what it is,
yes.
and it comes out. You step back and the ball comes out. Would you prefer he be in a system that? And I'll answer your question first with a question. Would you prefer he be in a system that he feels most comfortable with?
Yes,
okay.
That's a trick question.
It is,
but I also that person needs to know their strengths and weaknesses.
He's not happy the option routes are out.
Right.
He's not happy with that. And he thinks that was a big check in their favor that he's talked about consistently on the record. He's talked about it, that you guys see the times it goes wrong. You do not see the times. You have no clue when we checked into an option route because you just see the play hit.
Yeah.
And you think that was the play and that's the way it was designed. You guys have no idea what a high rate we hit these things at.
Yeah.
And what needs to be fixed, if you're going to emphasize communication and fixing all that anyway, and if it's really been fixed the way it needs to be, then the option routes shouldn't be the problem that they were. Now, look, I think there's going to be some limited use of option routes still, but it's not going to be to the amount that he wants it. Because the idea of an option route clearly is on the fly, audibling basically to what the coverage is showing you. And he's not going to have the same sort of options this year.
I look, if I was Dak, I'd be very, not upset, but man, we've been like top 5 in offense, like basically every year the last several years I've been here.
Yep.
Why are we changing things up drastically? So I'd be a little bit perturbed if I was Dak on that part. But I mean, generally, I would like to see a quarterback be comfortable in the offense. Obviously, not generally. I would like to see him be comfortable in the offense, and then the less thinking that to do, just take more off their plate. That's totally fine. Does it fit him best? I mean, I personally think Dak's, at least early on in his career, maybe post-injury, I have to go back and think more of that. But, when he's been able to move, that's when he's been at his best, to me. But, maybe in the last couple of years, it hasn't been that way.
I think that it's also important to realize that there's a couple things I took away from Cowboys camp when we were out there. And I think McCarthy acknowledged this in as McCarthy a way as possible when he talked to us on Thursday. They're not, for all of anyone who's hoping that, all right, this switch over away from Kellen Moore is going to mean a huge increase in motion. Nope. No, it is not. It's probably going to limit it.
Yeah.
In fact, when we were out there, I was talking about this with Broadus yesterday. The only time I really noticed consistent motion was on the goal line. I think first and goal situations, goal to go situations, you're going to see more motion. They definitely try and do some things to free up guys like Turpin and Deuce Vaughn and do different things like that. You'll see some of that, but this is going to be less motion. The fact that, and Jory's article talks about it, the emphasis on a 3-step drop instead of a 5-step drop and how quick you can get the ball out. Think about getting the ball out quick also limits how much you can let stuff develop downfield. this offense is not going to take a lot of shots downfield. I know what CD said about backup and everything else, and that's fair. And Brandon Cooks and the ability has. I'm telling you what we see at these practices and what the coaching staff is telling you they're emphasizing. They do not add up to taking a lot of shots downfield just naturally. And so what you're going to see, as typical with the classical West Coast offense, is a lot of quick strike, catch and run type of offense, not so much longer developing deep shots downfield.
Make Zach Martin even less important. 3 steps, screw the offensive line. Brian Schottenheimer, the offensive coordinator in name. What are his game day responsibilities? Now that he's not calling the plays, Schottenheimer was on the Fan Friday.
It's going to be a little different for me. I mean, again, for 14 years calling the plays, you're the guy getting all the information. You're the guy that everybody's feeding you. Okay, here's what we're getting on first, second down. These are some of the adjustments we got to make. And now it's my role, along with the staff, to gather all this information, tie it together, present it to Mike to where not only what they're doing, but really, let's be honest. I mean, the bottom line is when you're talking about offensive football, there's a focus and the attempt to, hey, we're going to do what we do. So I'll be the guy working closely with the staff to communicate to Mike, hey, here's how they've changed, or hey, they're staying with what we expected they do, and then tie that into schematically what we want to do to offset what they're doing. And so, again, it's basically processing a ton of information, both what we're doing, what we're having success with, and then comparing that to the defense, and then giving him feedback that helps him call the plays and feel good about the flow. Because calling a game is all about flow and routine. And, again, hey, they're thinking we're doing this and we're doing that. And that's the magic of a great play caller.
Wow, what a great job, Ryan. Syncing up Schottenheimer with the KMC video with the sound clip. And I had only called for that about 30 minutes ago. What?
Ryan waved.
I waved. Nice job. That's synced up right there on Twitch and the fan cam. That's why I wanted Schottenheimer on the show. Now we were told he won't wake up that early. He's not doing the early wake up, but that was a great answer.
We woke him up already, though. I thought. Yeah. Didn't we wake up the whole complex? So shouldn't they all have been awake for a few hours?
Listen, I figured just somebody who likes to run the ball as much as he does is older, and old people wake up early in the morning.
I will give him credit for this. As much as you R2P2 him, and I still can't remember. I think that was the 682 somewhere out there that came up with that, which is a great nickname.
Everybody on the fan text came up with it. It was like 500 of them.
It's a great nickname, but I will say he is effective, and you can see it in Jory's article too. He is an effective communicator in terms of the concepts. He does a good job of explaining it and having it make sense. We'll see if it makes as much sense once they're out there actually trying to execute this.
All right, I wasn't going to play this, but RJ took the running back cheap shot. Here's and he was really good with the first answer. Here's Schottenheimer on what the run game will look like.
We're going to play based on, our guys and what we've done well. Like the Cowboys have run the ball well here, okay? We're going to continue that. But literally to sum it up very simply is say this. When you're a good running football team, which we were in Seattle in 2018, and we were a couple times with the Jets, leading the league in rushing, which I think we're going to be really, really good this year. You have to be able to run the football when the defense knows you're going to run the damn football, whether that's 4-minute, whether that's a goal line short yard situation, right? It's easy for us to trick people at times, but that doesn't necessarily mean you're a great running football team. It's when they've got the box loaded, they've got the linebackers toughed up, they're trying to run through gaps, they're trying to distort your blocking schemes, but you know what? You can still run the football well. And a huge part of that is the belief and the identity that when we stand up in front of the group, that the receivers buy in. CD, Brandon Cooks, Michael Gallup, that they know that their responsibility is in the running game. They got to kick ass, and they have to get after the safeties and get after the corners, and all that it does is set up what? Your play action passing game. And so our identity is we know we want to be able to run the football when people know, hey, damn, they're running the football and they can't stop us.
Don't like that.
What?
Don't like any of that. That's the old Jason Garrett line from All or Nothing. We're gonna line the ball up. They know we're gonna hand it to 21, knock them on their ass. No, we don't just want to trick people into thinking we're gonna throw the ball, and then that's exactly what you want to do. Actually, is you want to create the numbers that make sense for you to run the ball. That's
a soft way of doing things, Bobby.
Yeah, I disagree with that.
Of course you disagree.
I like this. No, I like just line it up. My balls are bigger than yours, and that's all I have to say. These are alphas out there, okay? We're not. Lou Holtz said, The moment you play trickery football.
That surprises me because I thought that we've been critical when they have more men in the box and it's clear that you should not be running the football just to prove your manhood.
Oh, no. That to me.
That's the same thing we're talking about.
Yeah, no, that's when you purposely scrunch everybody together.
Like ram your head against the wall.
Yeah, that's what you purposely do.
He just said he was going to do that.
No, but he's talking about when the defense is like the defense is lining up, they're going to sell out, to stop the run. You're still spread. Like that's what I'm talking about. That I would like to see them do. But in general, I like that about it. I don't like this Sean McVay trick it up stuff. I like the Jason Garrett. My guys are better than your guys, and we're going to show you that.
This feels like the mid-range game and basketball argument all over again.
Doesn't feel like that at all. It feels like my talent's better than your talent. We don't use coaching. Okay, we don't use scheme. We just line it up, and we play better because we're stronger and we're bigger. And we're more manly.
RJ Choppy, big run game fan.
No,
as
I hate the run
long
game.
established.
My receivers are better than yours. My quarterback's better than yours. Let's win the game.
Little Inside the Star here on your home of the Cowboys with Sean, RJ, and Bobby. Let's hook you up for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On.
All right, Tolos, that's right. Caller number 10 right now at 877-881-1053 wins a 4-pack of tickets to see your Texas Rangers take on the Milwaukee Brewers next Saturday, August 19th. You want to get there early, Tolos, because the first 15,000 fans in the gate will also receive a Nolan Ryan baseball card bobblehead. Get tickets and info now at rangers.com/tickets. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
Another awesome giveaway from the promo department. Thanks to the guys and gals hooking up the Tolos, and thank you for listening and turning it on, leaving it on. We had a Post Malone ticket giveaway recently, and I think Wolchuk was at the Post Malone show. Was that last night?
Yeah. It was
there was
Alec
a Saturday
Medford.
and Sunday.
Okay.
Yeah, Alec Medford was out there one night. I saw Jane Slater was at the Posty concert. None of them had really great seats. It didn't look like.
Wow.
I know. It was disappointing.
No,
for them.
towards you being.
I mean, look, are you not
the
surprised?
The lawn is great, Bobby. The lawn is great.
Jane Slater does not strike me as a lawn gal.
Yeah.
Jane strikes me as if I can't sit 10 rows from the front, I'm not going. And so I was very surprised to see her seats.
Lawn's the way to go, though, man. Like that's the way. You back in the day, you used to get your $17 tickets on the lawn and just go hang out. That was the way to go. Now you get the weather, you get the rain, you want to be underneath.
All right, that sounds like a good lead in to best and worst of the weekend.
Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend.
All right, y'all, let us know what you did. 877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line, 877-881-1053. And I think we need to start off with Peyton, who went to the casino again. Again, the casino. Also went to a Rangers game. I think he went to Jared Sandler's charity event.
Well,
so he's keeping himself busy while we were out of town in California. Pepe, Choctaw, winning again. It's automatic.
It's a second income at this point, guys. No, but my friends did call me the A word there, the addiction.
Oh,
I did not like that. I said it's not addiction if you're winning, right?
Right.
I mean, this is just it's a common theme now because it's like, you want to go drink on the weekends, you want to go hang out with friends, and then I just throw out the C word, casino, and a couple buddies go, I can make the drive up there. It's only like 90 minutes.
He's fooled me twice this segment with the wordplay. It was good job.
It was good. They called you an addiction though, not an addict.
Just an addiction.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, we played blackjack again. Came out clean, just $150 up profit. We're still making money. That'll pay for gas and all that. So and I think in a couple more weeks we'll be going back. Already made the plans.
Rangers game
Friday. Yes, it was me, Reggie, Alec, and Carter.
Got
we
that,
decided
Reggie.
we were thinking about going to the game, and we were like, should we get a group together? Should we not? And we just asked around on Friday, and we found a few buddies to go with, and we carpooled. We met here at the station. Carter drove us, and we went and saw Jordan Montgomery pitch. Great game. And I am once again undefeated in DFW sports this season. 1-0 of going to games, by the way. So 1-0 going to Renegades, 2-0 Stars playoff games, 3-0 Ranger games. Jerry Jones, you hooked me up with season tickets. We'll get you the Super Bowl, baby.
Yeah, baby. There it is.
Might have to go back.
Pepe representing best and worst of the weekend. What did you all do after crashing hard with sleep?
Well, as soon as we landed, we went to dinner on Friday night, hungry. That is my worst of the weekend. I did not eat well. I was hoping to get home and start eating remotely healthy again. No. Mexican on Friday, Mexican yesterday. And then chicken wings. We made homemade chicken wings.
Oh, air fryer.
On Saturday. No, not with the air fryer. In the oven.
Mm-hmm.
But we had our. I think she had bought some sauce somewhere. So we did. That's my words. I did not eat well at all. And I am paying for it. I am paying for it. The best though, this is easy. I am happy to report that my grass has been upgraded from critical to stable condition.
Oh, nice.
Yes, I am happy to report on that one. I had Scooter came over and fixed my sprinklers.
Finally.
Finally came over and fixed the sprinklers. Thankful to that. So I've been running them every day. That water bill, not ready for it.
It'll be a fun water bill.
But I had to, okay? We were sitting here. We were teetering. Everybody came by. What happened to your yard? What happened to your yard? What's wrong with your yard? It was literally brown. It had bare spots. I was getting ready to have to resod this whole thing. But I am proud to say, again, upgraded from critical to stable. We think it's going to get released here in the next couple of days. We're really, really hopeful on that one. I don't know. I still got one spot I got to figure out, but it's getting green again. Might actually have to mow it again this year.
Yeah, I was a bad teammate this week. I didn't have content in mind with my weekend decisions, and mine is remarkably similar to last week, Sean, because I lied to Mike Bassick when we were on the tennis courts on Monday, and you were asking him, "What'd you think of Oppenheimer?" He's like, "It was good." I was like, "It was great, Mike." And Mike was like, "All right, fine, it was good." But for instance, you're never gonna see it again, right? And I said, "No, I'll see it again." I was like, "I'm not gonna see it like next weekend." Lied. Went and saw it on Saturday again.
Wow.
And it was more just because I knew Kristen hadn't seen it and I knew Kristen would love it. And so Saturday I was like, you know what, why don't we go ahead and you get a babysitter, we'll go watch the movie. So we went and saw it at an AMC theater.
Thank you.
Sean.
Finally.
And I refused to let Kristen sneak in snacks like she would normally try to do. I was like, no, we got to support the bottom line here. Sean needs it. The quote he just got on his pool. He needs it, okay? But no, we went and saw Oppenheimer again. Even better second time.
Really?
Even better.
Did she love it?
Yeah, my wife, I think you're aware, I think we've discussed before, she has the bladder of a toddler and she's got to get up and leave every 2 minutes. She sat through the entire 3:15 and it was absolutely fantastic once again. And I really appreciate that she recognized I was not in the mood for running around and doing errands. So she didn't see these 2 open days on the calendar and go, oh, let's just start filling it in with some marker and tasks and things like that. She let me just have the weekend, other than she invited my brothers over last night to watch a movie. And
all 8 of them?
2 of them. Oh. 2 of them that are here and clean and not struggling with addiction.
The one whose wedding you disrespected?
No, not that one. He moved to Houston, so okay. He's no longer here.
Okay,
he's no longer with us.
What did I do? Friday came home. Home cooked meal crash.
What'd you have?
Saturday, she made like a pot roast type dish.
Okay.
A very hearty. Yeah. You walk in the house, you smell it. Very, very good. And then Saturday, chilling with little man. Tried to take him out to the pool. Tried to take him outside. He goes, nope. He's like, I'm not going out in this heat.
Wow.
No interest.
Wow.
Got the little, water slide set up for him. Got the pool going. Nice and cool. Nope. No interest. I was like, cool. I'm not going to ask you again. We're staying inside, just chilling.
What's that pool temp at these days?
I don't know.
Mine was like at 91 this weekend. Very hot.
I mean, your parents.
Yeah, your parents.
That's right. Well, they're mine.
And then I was cooking and I got a little oil burn on the wrist. And this is kind of like the most popular tweet that I put out there this weekend. My wife was like, "Oh, put mustard on it." And I was like, "Mustard? What are you talking about?" And she put mustard on my wrist. Here's the burn right here. Not looking too pretty. And I said, okay, well, how long am I going to keep this on here? She said, it says it's supposed to be an hour. And I'm like, well, I'm not going to keep it on an hour. It's not that dire. So I kept it on for about 20 minutes and then washed it off. And I asked the internet, is this legit or is she just screwing with me? And a ton of Tolos said it was legit. A ton of Tolos said it would work. And I don't know whether the burn was just minor, but it does not bother me that much whatsoever. I'm not really feeling it. I got one little skin boil of the 3, so it's not too bad, but I was walking around with mustard on the wrist for a little bit.
I will say, just Googling mustard on a burn The very top result is from healthline.com, and it says, in fact, mustard may actually cause your skin to burn or worsen existing burns.
Oh.
So you may have had no burn at all. It may have
No,
not
I had a burn.
You would have had zero boils.
Have you?
Yeah, I've used it before. It worked for me. It was a sunburn. It wasn't a burn. It was a sunburn.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, I've used it before.
This does sound like a Chia Follow family remedy.
Oh,
like
there's
some
no
mustard
doubt.
on a burn.
There is
I
no
thought you
doubt.
meant the other side because I was getting a lot of Hispanic Tolos hitting me up.
This is rather holistic. I don't think
saying she's turned you 99.9. I don't know what the rest of the 0.1% is, but another Hispanic remedy.
They are not going to recommend this at the Mayo Clinic.
Yeah.
Okay, this is something that is very holistic here.
No, mustard instead of mayo. Come on.
That's not bad.
That was good.
Very nice.
That's not.
I didn't even think of that one. That's good.
That's
clever.
not bad. All right, let's get to the Rangers. They pull off the sweep, but they lose Josh Young. Do we have to worry about Seager day to day? We got the new toys that are out there pitching for us. Let's talk about it with our boy, David Murphy, former Ranger, on the home of the Rangers, next.
Let's get your carpet clean. The clean way, the green way.
Secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
1-0, and here's the pitch. And that's hit deep to center field. Going back is De La Cruz at the wall. It is history into the bullpen. Marcus Semien hits one just to the left of the 4-10 sign. The Rangers up their lead to 4-0.
And there's the return of Eric Nadel, the Hall of Famer, on your home of Rangers baseball. Good morning, Metroplex. I'm Sean Sharif alongside RJ Choppy and our Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. They pull off the sweep. Their 8th sweep of the season. That is the most in the American League. A series of home runs and strikeouts, all being good for your favorite baseball team. We do have a Josh Young injury to talk about, and let's do it with former Ranger and all-around great guy. You see him on Bally Television, David Murphy, here on 105.3 The Fan. Good morning, Murph. Thanks for waking up with us.
Oh, yeah, no problem, guys. Always happy to do it. Good morning to y'all.
What are we making of this team? It seems like it's all or nothing, like very streaky, 14-7 since the break. They come out on fire. We're like, okay, that little lull before the All-Star break is gone. Then they end up losing. They have their struggles. They get swept, and now they bounce back like this. Where is this team as a contender in your mind right now after all the moves they made?
Well, I mean, I think they're there. They're going to be right there in the mix. Obviously, when you get to October baseball, which it's highly likely that we're going to see October baseball here in the Metroplex this year, anything can happen because you see, the last team that's in go on to win the World Series. You see the team with the best record, be the first team out. So once you get to October, everything's 0-0. But I think for right now, the team is overall, you look at their record, they're playing good baseball. They may be streaky from time to time, and you may, feel a little bit better if, you see some better performances than you did against the Dodgers a few weeks ago, because obviously you're always using those good teams as a measuring stick. But at the same time, look at the track record. Look what they've done all season long. They've beat good teams. They've played good baseball. They've been consistent. Now we just need to get some of these guys healthy and 100%, down the stretch and into the postseason, and we'll take it from there.
David, got the A's here, or now there, I should say. Have we reached the point of the season where the bad teams have sort of started to pack it in, and it's even more important to pad your stats and pad your lead and win these games?
Well, I'll say this, when you play a team like the A's, you can't look at the record and you can't disrespect a team like that, because you have a team full of younger guys that they may not quite know how to win, but they can be scary because they have nothing to lose. They know that they're not going to play in October. And so they're fighting for jobs for next season because they don't want to be all these individual players don't want to be guys that are, taking the bus back and forth between AAA and the big leagues. They want to be full-time big leaguers, and to do that, you have to perform. So you have to go out, you have to treat them like they're, the Atlanta Braves.
Your first impressions of Max Scherzer and Jordan Montgomery?
I didn't really get to watch the Montgomery game the other day, but, things went fine, and I'm sure a guy like him, he's only going to get more comfortable the more innings that he gets here. Scherzer's obviously a pro. I'm sure he was going to be comfortable from the word go, even though the first inning of that start didn't go the way that he wanted it to. And maybe he doesn't have the stuff that he used to have, but he's going to be absolutely fine. He's definitely going to win regular season games. It's just, once you get him into the postseason, is he going to dial it up a notch? I'm curious to see what that's going to look like. Is he going to be Scherzer that's throwing 96, 97, and he's the leader of your staff, or exactly what that's going to look like? But either way, from a morale standpoint, from an experience standpoint, from an intensity standpoint, you got to love a guy like that that's at the top of your staff right now, and great job by the front office in going to get him.
We're talking with David Murphy here on Sean and RJ 105 through the Fan. I'm glad you mentioned the morale aspect of it, because that's something that we talk about on the outside, is the idea of, this could be a real shot in the arm. Like this has to be a big morale boost. But I was curious, you guys made a deal in 2010 for Cliff Lee that, it was discussed in a similar way. But do we oversell that at all, or is that a genuine energy that you guys feel there in the clubhouse of, oh my gosh, we just got a Max Scherzer, or oh my gosh, we just got a Cliff Lee?
So I'll give you a perfect example. So I believe it was July 9th of 2010 when we traded for Cliff Lee. That particular night, we were in a rain delay, and I think we didn't start for another 2 hours. And by July, you're obviously starting to wear down a little bit. You know, baseball's a marathon, not a sprint. And time in the weight room is necessary, but it's hard to get in there. And so the last thing that I would typically want to do is get a workout. And, you know, I would do them before games for the most part. And so I decided, I was with Josh Hamilton, and we went to go get a lift in during the rain delay because we knew it was going to be a significant period of time. And I just remember feeling a boost of energy. Like this isn't like July energy. This is like spring training energy or April energy. And I just remember being fired up, knowing that we as players felt that we had a good team and that we had a good chance to win the World Series that season. And then for the front office to show us that they believed in the same thing, we were on the same page. That was kind of like, let's go, baby. Let's do this. And you know, we're ready to move forward.
When Evaldi comes back, who's your five? Who's your 5 starters? And then who's your playoff 4 starters?
Maybe a little too early to say that. Obviously, Evaldi and Scherzer are going to be in there. You know, you go get Montgomery, and he's obviously in the mix. He needs a guy that he's had his ups and downs this year, but you can obviously see him, you know, playing a role of a matchup guy as a lefty. Man, I don't know. I would say give me a month or so on that. Maybe beginning of September, as we head down the stretch, we're going to see who's fresh. We're going to see who's healthy. We're going to see who's got the best stuff going at that time. But the great thing is that the Rangers are going to have plenty of options.
How, you know, we talk about the morale boost of getting somebody like Max Scherzer. Is it similarly on the other side of the spectrum a little deflating when you see somebody like Josh Young, who's contributed in the way that he has, to then get the news that, okay, he's going to be out potentially 4 or 6 weeks, something like that? Does it on the other side feel a little deflating, do you think?
It can be. And I think that's why you almost continually have to be like a glass half full, you know, have that mindset throughout the course of any baseball season, because you know you're going to be faced with injuries. You know you're going to be faced with challenges like that. You're going to be faced with maybe a good player that goes through a rough stretch, that sort of thing. But you have to overcome it. And the great thing about this team, especially this offense, is they have plenty of depth to where they're not going to have to really worry about anything. You know, you look at the guy that came in for Young yesterday, Ezekiel Duran. He's been huge all year long, and he is such a valuable piece. So, you know, you go up and down the lineup. Obviously, we need to keep Seager in the lineup because we've seen how valuable he's been all year long. Marcus Semien has been, you know, just the guy that's been in there each and every day. And then you look at the pieces around him. We obviously need to get Jonah Heim back. But, you know, if we have our best 9 out there, we're going to compete with anybody.
You know, David, you see stuff with the Young injury, and it says, you know, it could be 6 to 8 weeks with surgery and stuff, depending on what they need and what they decide. How much time does a player, does a hitter need to get back into the groove of things?
It really depends. You know, perfect example is Mike Trout with the hamate bone issue. You know, there's guys that have come back from a hamate bone in 4 or 5 weeks, and there's guys that take 8 or 9. So it really depends on each individual body and the recovery process for the individual. So I guess I would love to give some type of timetable, but even though we know it's a fracture, we don't know exactly. There's too many intricacies of, you know, that part of the body of the hand, and you know, hopefully we'll get good news and that it's not that serious. But that's a tough blow to this lineup as he's continued to creep up. You know, he was for sure going to be the Rookie of the Year. And, you know, hopefully we can get him back, not only quickly, but, you know, with enough time in September to where he's kind of able to regain, the momentum that he's built up all season long. Because it's not like, Corey Seager's been the perfect example of it's like anytime he spends on the injured list, it doesn't really seem to matter. He's ready to go from his first at bat, like he never missed a beat, and that's just not what you can expect from each and every player. So hopefully Josh Young can get as close to that as possible.
So when he is healthy, let's just say it's the very, very end of the season, like rehab assignments aren't a thing at that point of the year anymore, right? Like, do you simulate games? How does that work?
Yeah. So it's similar. There's going to be a lot of pitchers. Yeah, hopefully, if the whole starting staff is a group of guys that ends up being more than 5, you're going to have guys throwing simulated games or getting more innings in. So you'll show up to the field at 2:00. You'll get your work in. The pitchers will throw more. And so for a particular group of hitters, whether it's guys that aren't getting that amount of playing time, or guys that like Josh Young that are coming off an injury, you'll kind of stand in there. And let's be honest, nothing can really simulate what it feels like to step in the box during a game. And a lot of times it doesn't really matter. I got hurt, I think, about 5 games from the end of the regular season in 2010. Tweaked my groin a little bit, so I missed the first few games of the first series in Tampa. And that was probably in total, it was probably about a week or so. And then when I stepped in the box for the first time against the Rays in Game 3, it felt like I didn't miss a beat. So a lot of times you just let the adrenaline take over, and you, more than anything, you've got to slow the game down in your mind.
David Murphy here on the home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. Who do you have as the AL West favorite down the stretch?
The Rangers, obviously. I mean, the Astros are playing good baseball. And, a lot of times it would be a situation where you say, they've owned the division for the last, 5 or 6 years. So you say you give it to the Astros and maybe the Rangers are the team looking up. But the Rangers have so dominated this division all year long. I feel like, you have to give it to them right now. And hopefully they can just continue to win each and every day and to exhaust, the Astros, because regardless of who you are, where you are, this is the time of year where you're starting to pay attention to scoreboards. And this would be a good time coming up here where, I know the Astros have the Orioles coming up and, with the Rangers having the A's, I mean, hopefully you use that schedule to your advantage and you try to put some distance in between you and the Astros.
There was a lot of talk, I know, when you guys first started making the playoffs, 12, 13 years ago. There was discussion entering those times that your lack of playoff experience and was the moment going to be too big for you. That's something that could apply to these Rangers teams in a lot of the lineup as well. Is there an argument to be made, though, that the lack of playoff experience almost, causes ignorance is bliss? Like they don't know to be afraid of it?
Well, also I'll say that the more time you spend in the playoffs, it can be more difficult just because you're worn down and you have that hangover effect from previous seasons. So you can't assume anything. But, even through the lack of experience, give me a guy like Adolis Garcia. You're going to tell me as clutch as that guy is in so many different situations, he's not going to find a way to shine on the biggest stage possible. That's hard to believe. And, you obviously a guy like Seager has experience. Simeon, he's the backbone of this lineup once again. I just feel like there's too many talented guys that, we're going to see. We've seen all year long. We've seen everybody's A game. And it's hard for me to believe that once they step on the field and get their chance to play some October baseball, that won't be amplified.
Murph, not sure if you saw the Tim Anderson, Jose Ramirez fight over the weekend. Ramirez decked him with one punch. What was the best fight you were a part of?
I wasn't a part of too many. I remember one in Seattle where, Kaysen Gabbard, he actually came over in the trade with me from Boston, and he hit Richie Sexson, who is a really big dude up in Seattle. And so Richie charged him. There was one where Vicente Padilla, who obviously had his reputation for throwing inside or more so. He hit Nick Swisher. I think Swisher was like the second batter of the game, and it was like a Sunday day game. And I don't know, it was like the first or second pitch of the at bat, and immediately Swisher ran out there. So it was like, you hadn't even had a chance to have your second cup of coffee yet before things went crazy there. Those are the two that really stand out. But, I feel like that one the other night between Cleveland and the White Sox, that one got a little crazy. You don't see too many all-out brawls like that where guys are throwing punches and things like that.
Dave, you're the best, man. We appreciate it as always. Thanks for waking up with us, and enjoy the series starting tonight.
Yep, enjoy it, guys. Thank you.
David Murphy, Rangers analyst on your home for Rangers baseball, 105.3 The Fan. He was one of two media members that I saw covering Messi last night. He was also with us for Cowboys camp in Oxnard. Pat Doney, NBC5, recaps Messi Mania next.
Let's get some hair up on top of your head.
By state-of-the-art weight loss, that's Soda, and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels today for free or call 214-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
Robert Taylor leaving it for Jordi Alba. Back to Lionel Messi! Like clockwork! His sixth goal for Inter Miami, and it's another early lead.
Major FOMO for me when I saw Pat Doney with the camera in his own hands last night covering Messi in Frisco. Good morning, Metroplex. It's Sean and RJ here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Miami comes back. They're down 4-2. Messi scores twice and has a penalty kick, and I had to go inside this stadium to recap the atmosphere with Pat Doney, our buddy from our TV partner, NBC5, here on DFW Sports Station. Pat, what was that like last night? First of all, when did you find out you were getting this assignment?
Well, morning, boys. Well, I found out midweek, clearly, that Messi was coming to town when FC Dallas won and Inter Miami won. And with much of our sports crew on the West Coast still at training camp in California, I started to realize, well, there's not a lot of options. You know, it's going to be pretty much me or else we're not going to do it. And clearly this is worthy of a lot of attention. So, we made it happen. And then when I arrived, I shoot a lot of my own video, as you know, from time to time when I'm not able to work with the great Noah Bullard, the photographer for our NBC5 sports staff. He's in California at training camp, though. And when I was there kind of gearing up for the live shots that we had going on, and they were like, hey, by the way, you're able, because you're shooting tonight, you're able to be on the field to shoot the actual game as well. And I'm like, no, I did not know that. I thought I was going to be, hanging out up top, watching from a distance, standing room or press box. So instead, I was down there on the field. And guys, I got to tell you, man, I mean, it was the closest thing that I've experienced to a Dallas Cowboys road atmosphere where, like, there are so many fans for the road team on, went away from AT&T Stadium. There were so many people that were just freaking out when this guy took the field. Mac Engel wrote about it last night, and he had a pretty good point. It kind of rivaled that Taylor Swift vibe, the obsession, Bobby's favorite, Taylor Swift,
Love her.
It was electric, man. It was very, very, very high energy in the building all night. It was hot, obviously over 100 degrees for most of the game, but it was a different level. FC Dallas told me they had over 350 media requests last night. And compared to what the normal coverage for that, that's 10 times what they're used to having. And so, he is clearly an international superstar, and it lived up to it, man, because he scored 7 minutes in right in front of me. I'm standing right there shooting video, and we're only allowed to shoot for about the first 15 minutes of the game. And for him to score a goal and then to run right directly in front of me, it was one of those wow. This job's pretty sweet. This day was even better than most, though. It was pretty cool.
Are you putting this on your all-time Metroplex list, like Dirk final game, a Cowboy playoff win? Is it ranking that high with the energy level?
Well, it's definitely on the short list just because it's so rare.
Yeah.
For Messi to come to Major League Soccer, I think was a pretty big surprise for everybody about a month ago or so. And then for him to play his first road game here and for it to be in such a bizarre way that it came together. Like this, you look at the tournament and the way that the bracket was set up. There had to be a lot of things kind of perfectly aligned for this to happen, for him to be playing here, of all places, to start his first road match. And then for him to score so quickly, I thought, it's up there for sure. I'm not going to sit here and tell you that soccer is my big passion, but you can respect the way that he plays the game, how clearly he's dominant, and then just the obsession about every move he makes. The pregame warm-ups, guys. It was every single thing. When he would score a goal in the warm-ups, messing around or make a move, the place was on pins and needles with every single move that he made. Wow. It was incredible. It was definitely a very memorable experience, and one I'm very glad that I got to be a part of. That's for sure.
All right. So you said, we're talking to Pat Doney here on 105 through the Fan. You said that it rivaled a Cowboys road game. So give me a percent. It was 60% Messi fans versus 40% FC Dallas. How many FC Dallas fans actually cheered for Messi when he scored?
Well, I think this is how I would put it, RJ. I said this on the air last night. I would say it was 95% Messi fans, there in the building, but that didn't mean that they weren't cheering for FC Dallas as well.
Yeah.
So It almost felt like everyone was rooting for the home team, but they also wanted Messi to score a bunch of times. And so it was like they kind of got their wish up until it went to penalty kicks at the very end, because, with FC Dallas up 4-2, Messi had scored. The home team was getting ready to potentially beat him for the first time since he joined Major League Soccer. It was this perfect storm of the home team winning, but the all-time great player who they just had to see in person also putting on a great show. And so that's kind of the way I looked at it. It wasn't like everyone was rooting against it. That's the difference with the Cowboys. You either on the road, you either have Cowboys fans who cannot wait to see their favorite team in person, or it's the Dallas Cowboys. I can't stand the Dallas Cowboys. We hate these guys here in the building. So there's a lot of tension in the building there. For this, it was almost like everyone wanted FC Dallas to win in the building, but they wanted to see Messi have a hat trick in the process. So It was, and it kind of lived up to that. That last goal was unbelievable too, right?
Mm-hmm.
To tie it at 4-4 was just insane. But memorable night, man, and people were paying hundreds of dollars over face value. I talked to one guy. He said he paid about $1,000 per ticket to be there.
Wow.
And then he looks at me and goes, worth every penny. And so, a memorable night, man. It was really cool.
Pat, was there a problem getting fans in the stadium?
I heard there was. I arrived so early because, as I mentioned earlier, I was shooting the video myself last night because of our crew being at Cowboys training camp. So the best way to make that happen and to make that smooth is to arrive hours before you're supposed to. So I was one of the first people in the parking lot. So I did not experience that personally, but it did seem as if there was a rush in quickly at the very end, that there was a slow process getting in. But I will say, I think overall, FC Dallas did a tremendous job hosting this event. And it wasn't like they had months to prepare for this. They had a few days. and for it to be a sellout and for it to be just a rush of people trying to buy tickets and trying to get into the stadium, it was funny, man. Before the game even started, the security guards were on the field, like before fans were even allowed in the building, and they were practicing everything. They even had a crew member hop over the fence and run on the field as if he was a fan, trying to streak on the field. And then they ran and tackled him as if it was like practicing it. It was the best thing, man.
Yes.
They were ready for everything, but they handled it beautifully. I thought they did a great job considering they're not used to that big of an onslaught of attention and that many media requests, as I mentioned, and that many fans being in the building. It was a very successful night overall, and the people who I heard from who were having a hard time getting in, they made it by kickoff. So it wasn't like they missed anything. It was just slower getting in than they probably were expecting.
Pat Doney, NBC5, was at the Messi game last night. He was also with us in Oxnard for Cowboys training camp. Give us your biggest takeaways leaving California when it comes to the boys.
I think a couple things. Number one, I think Brandon Cooks is even better than I expected. Mm-hmm. He is so quick that I think he is going to have a tremendous impact on this team this year, both from taking the top off the defense aspect, but also from just, getting the ball in his hands in space in short routes, quick screens, things like that. And I think that's going to be an emphasis, by the way, with Mike McCarthy now running the offense and calling the plays, more crossing routes, more getting the ball in the hands of playmakers. That also lends me to believe that Deuce Vaughn is going to have a role in that for sure. I think he's going to be catching passes quite a bit. He is electric in space, very hard to see behind offensive linemen and between defensive linemen. He is so much smaller than you even think when you stand next to him that it's understandable how he could get lost on the field, but I think he's going to be a big-time playmaker. And then on the defensive side of the ball, the guy who I'm really looking forward to take a huge step this season is Sam Williams. I think Sam Williams is getting ready to have a monster season with all of the attention that's paid to Micah and to DeMarcus Lawrence. I think Sam's a guy who seems to have really kind of figured it out off the field, and it sounds like the offseason program went really well for him. I'm hearing the Cowboys have really high expectations for him and that he could burst onto the scene this year. So look for Sam Williams to be a big-time defensive pass rusher for the Cowboys this year. But, man, is there anything like stepping off the plane when you come back, boys? Oh. I mean, when you get back and it's just like that heat? Whoosh of 102, compared to 70 or whatever it is out there. Yes. It's hot here. It feels more hot when you come back from Oxnard. That's for sure.
Hey, man, thank you so much for waking up with us. Major FOMO. Glad you got to experience it. And thanks, as always, for the radio greatness. Appreciate it, Pat.
Anytime, boys. Tell Ruben I said what's up. All right?
Ruben Portillo, the #1 fan of Patrick Doney, right here on DFW Sports Station. I like to figure out how much Ruben slept.
I feel like Ruben's still asleep.
Because he's a number 1 or 2 seed when it can. Him and Wolchuk probably take home the training camp crown. Choppy up there as well. I probably put Choppy 3rd just because he did some girlfriend excursions away. But and Zach went away too, but he was partying in Vegas.
He was.
But Ruben, it's hard to argue Ruben was not the number 1 seed.
He owned it, man.
He was down for anything.
And it didn't matter what time. Now, granted, we did catch him.
Yeah, he slept during the show.
He slept during our show while he was out there.
That was when he caught up on his sleep.
But at least he slept there. I remember, our old TNP. Rest in peace.
R.I.P. TNP.
He would go to the car and nap.
That's right.
He would go to the car and nap during that.
Ruben deserves a ton of credit in my mind for not only his participation, but also he would offer to let me come back. I'll pick up K&C, take them back to the hotel. He was full team player out there.
Fantastic. Bobby recaps everything that you missed from Cowboys practice over the weekend. Our insider in Below the Belt right here on the Fan. But Tolos.
Hey, and it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. At Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, they do everything with purpose. That's why they're offering you their best year-end model right now on new Silverados. See them all today at ClassicChevrolet.com. But hurry, your upgrade is their purpose. Shop model year-end savings today. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax, enjoy the difference, and find new roads.
The great Bobby Belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
We're not. It is over. Over. I don't even know what the bet payoff is yet, but Sean Sharif has lost the Aaron Rodgers bet. More on that in just a second. It's done, Peyton. It's so finished.
Sorry,
the way
Sean.
they're already talking about that cooked hippie up there in New York or wherever they play. I don't even know. They're up in the Jersey area. Before we get to that, Cowboys did have a blue-white scrimmage over the weekend because they're not practicing with other teams this time around. And, boy, Dak Prescott threw 2 interceptions to our best friend, DeMarvion Overshone.
Yeah, the last one was awesome. It was tipped up. He was falling to the ground. He caught it on his back. It was a tipped interception. I didn't see the first one.
And I got to thinking about this over the weekend as we see more stories about, Lamar Jackson threw 4 interceptions over the weekend. I think that's important to point out. But no, in general, when you watch these practices, have you ever seen turnovers at any training camp practice like really carry over into the regular season? Has that ever been a bad omen? I feel like every training camp people are turning the ball over because the defense is seeing the same play 4 times in a row, or the defense is saying the same situation 4 times in a row, and eventually they're going to get a jump on it.
Or the offense is trying out different things, see what works, and let's see, can I push this ball here? Can I push this ball here in this spot? And then they throw, all of a sudden it's an interception.
It definitely didn't translate on the other side when we were trying to figure out safeties. And I think it was the Xavier Woods camp. And we were out there and I'm like, interception.
2019.
I can't remember all the specifics, but I was like, forget Earl Thomas. And then it did not translate whatsoever what we were seeing out there.
That was one of the, I remember, I think it was the first padded practice that year.
Were you out there?
Yeah. Xavier Woods picked it off. Yeah, that was before you guys recognized me as a human being.
When you were nobody.
Exactly.
I don't remember you there at all.
Yeah. So I was out there. I was out there at the NFL Network. No, I was not there for RJ Choppy to boss around like Ruben.
I'm sorry. I was on the other side of the table. Okay, and it was just easier.
Boy, there was a lot of bossing. There was also him texting me the morning of, "Hey, bring your coffee maker from the hotel room. You need to bring your coffee maker. Mine's not working." And it's just dictating all the way around. Just fetch you coffee.
Yeah. That's all it was.
That's all it was. The whole trip. It was just coffee for Choppy. But
full autonomy stick.
Xavier Woods, that first padded practice, I think that one ended with a pick 6. And that was like the play of the day. And he had 3 interceptions that day. And he must have had a dozen picks, it felt like, during that training camp. And it doesn't normally translate. So I will say, anybody who's freaking out over interceptions right now in training camp, calm down.
Yeah.
It's generally not anything to worry about. You should be more concerned with the interceptions Dak threw last year and that carrying over rather than this being a sign that they're carrying over. We have enough things to worry about from last year that we saw from the offense that you don't need to throw this one on top of it because, like I said, Lamar Jackson threw his 4 interceptions this weekend. You've had different stretches. Aaron Rodgers threw a couple picks, throwing right to Sauce Gardner during practice this weekend. I mean, Sean should definitely be concerned with that. But overall, I think the turnover issue is not one to be concerned with. Something that is to be concerned with is the fact that your kickers can't make anything right now out there at training camp.
Real quick on that Aaron Rodgers, Sauce Gardner one. Mm-hmm. Sauce wasn't even covering the guy that Aaron was throwing to.
He was laying in the cut.
It was, it's a good reference. No, that's just closing speed.
Yeah.
Sauce a beast.
He totally missed him. He was just like hiding in the flat and then jumped in front of it. But the kickers, they got their mojo moment out there and attempted 6 kicks combined. They made 1.
Oh.
1 of 6 is not what you want to see in distances ranging from 35 to 52. Brandon Aubrey, the only one to make his kick. And I still say...
And Vizcaino. Is it Vizcaino or Vizcaino?
So I thought it was Vizcaino. It's apparently Vizcaino.
Vizcaino missed all 4 to the left. And these were from 30 to 40 yards. Not 52.
These are like extra point distances, a little bit more. And I mean, that was enough to run off Brett Maher. You remember him missing all the extra points. It wasn't about the field goals. It was about he couldn't make an extra point, which led to your quarterback slamming his helmet down and going go for bleeping too. But one of the exciting things about practice this weekend, Donovan Wilson was not practicing, but he was back walking around, didn't look too hobbled. Israel Mukuamu was back and was working out with the team. And that we were told that was a several week injury. He ends up missing just a week, roughly, before he's actually out there. Now, if regular season was going on, he's probably not playing. But the fact that he's out there in team drills, out there in team period, that's all really exciting. Now, one of the positives we heard from Kyle Yeomans, the famous Sean Sharif drop there, is that Chuma Edoga, who has been getting worked inside or outside, tackle, guard, Parsons or Fowler, it does not matter who he's been going up against. Chuma Edoga has been bad so far. And apparently Saturday he had a decent practice. He was winning a couple reps. It was a little more even. And I saw the little bit that you get to see on Training Camp Live and some of the clips that were posted, he was not getting worked the same sort of way. But I know one of the things, and we'll discuss this a little bit more tomorrow, I know the thing that I feel the most uncomfortable with as we leave camp, and the thing that Broadus feels the most uncomfortable with that we were talking about yesterday is this offensive line is a little terrifying right now. And Edoga practicing well, that's all well and good. But it's like that debate you have out at these practices where it's like, do you feel good when one side's dominating? Do you feel good about that side of the ball? Or do you feel bad about whoever they're going up against?
Right.
And when you try to figure out that balance, I think coming out of these practices, yeah, the pass rush is good. You've got good pass rushers. Fowler's had a good camp. Lawrence, good camp. Parsons, good camp. But more than anything, I feel like this is not a stable offensive line right now.
I would rather see, and I'm the only one in the room, unpopular opinion. No. I would rather see the defense dominate because this team is not winning the Super Bowl unless their defense plays like San Francisco last year or near an all-time great level. They have to change their formula a little bit, in my opinion. They have changed it. I support Mike McCarthy's thinking in the offseason, and this defense is going to have to lead the way or be a lot better than even last year when they were really good. I'm talking like the only way you're winning the Super Bowl, you're going to be a legitimate, real threat, is if you have a shutdown defense. Now, Micah Parsons said, what do I think we can be? I think we can be up there with the 49ers. I think we can be up there with the Ray Lewis Ravens. I think we can be up there with the Legion of Boom. I don't know about all that, but that's what it's going to take, in my opinion. So I'd rather see the defense be absolutely smothering and shut down because they're not going to the conference title game or going to the Super Bowl without that, in my opinion.
Yeah, and look, I think when you come out of training camp and you look at the secondary, I think has looked really, really good. Like even on the times when the offenses had their successes, the secondary looks strong. The pass rush looks strong. And this is a passing league. So the fact that you have those two aspects, that's encouraging. But it does make you feel like, okay, if this offensive line is leaking, that's troubling. Now, maybe that's part of the reason why they've decided to emphasize the 3-step drop. Like we talked about earlier with Jory Epstein's piece, is that when you get into that 3-step drop and you can get the ball out in a second and a half, if all you got to do is block for a second and a half, then you're going to be okay. Now, why in the world would I feel so confident about beating Sean Sharif in our bet
For the first time ever, beat me in a bet?
when the headline is Aaron Rodgers dazzles? That was the headline, and yet I'm convinced I've got this bet won.
Okay, this is
So
interesting.
this is from ESPN's NFL Training Camp Live updates, just reporters generally updating from around different training camps. And the Jets one felt like they were trying to lipstick on a pig a little bit, make something look prettier than it is.
Watch this, Sean.
Here's the quote.
He's gonna say there's a comma out of place.
No.
That means something different.
Aaron Rodgers, here's the quote. Aaron Rodgers continued to impress with his quick game, frustrating the defense with his ability to exploit blitzes and coverage with his sight adjustments and fast release. Sunday was one of his best practices. He completed his first 8 passes and finished 14 of 21. I'd like to point out that means that he went, 6 of 13 to close the practice, less than 50%. Rodgers is a, quote, master when it comes to the short passing game, according to Coach Robert Saleh. So here's the thing. Is what you want to hear for the Aaron Rodgers bounce back year, Sean, for the purpose of our bet, is what you want to hear is, boy, he is cooking these guys in the 4 to 6 yard range. The way he gets the ball out so quick and is just roasting this defense short of the sticks he's a master at work. Nobody's talking about, oh, he's still got it down the field. Oh, he's still got the ability to move the safety and hit the ball in the middle of the field. We're not hearing any of that. No, what we're hearing is, boy, the way he throws these screens and flats, damn, is he impressive.
You know, this is great for me and really bad for you.
Mm-hmm.
You are your own worst enemy.
Nope.
You are a great ally to have in a battle, especially a petty battle.
Yeah.
But when it comes to you're incapable of reversing off a dig-in, like the terminal argument we had at LAX.
Agree to disagree.
Wait, oh my gosh, where we got let off at that.
I thought
terminal.
I was stubborn. People think I'm stubborn. I know Choppy's stubborn. We ain't got nothing on you. You are an incapable human being.
Yeah. There's
not a compliment.
We got
compliment
dropped
taken,
off.
and it's appreciated.
We got dropped off. At
Everyone's
Terminal 5.
raving about Aaron Rodgers. Everyone's glowing. The man is acting like he has visited a big city for the first time ever. He completed his first 8 passes of practice, but Bobby reads into something, anything that he can possibly turn because he's that committed to the opinion.
And look, I respect the commitment to the bit.
Yeah.
I fully respect that. But
Go ahead with the terminal.
So here's the terminal story. We get dropped off at Terminal 5. All of a sudden, as we get dropped off there, we get an alert on our phone that says, oh, your gate changed to Terminal 4. So we start walking back, and Bobby's like, hey, look, we're in Terminal 4 because this is the gate number. And I go, no, Bobby, we're not. We're in Terminal 5. He goes, no, this is Terminal 4. I go, no, Bobby, look, literally, there's a 5 on the door right here.
Yeah, right there.
Literally right next to us, there's a 5 on the door. It says, we are in Terminal 5.
Yeah.
Terminal 4 is 2 clicks that way.
Yes.
All right.
And I told him, I said, I want you to admit right now that you were wrong. And he wouldn't do it.
No, he goes, no.
I said, the number's on the door.
On the door.
There's the number. There it is. And he would not do it. That told me a lot about you.
It did.
It's agree to disagree. By the way,
I disagree.
I don't remember if you said this on the air. You did say off there, you were like, one of the things I learned about you on this trip is you are not as detail oriented as I thought you were.
Right.
And I told Kristen you had said that you thought I was detail oriented, and she burst out laughing to the point of crying.
You are space.
Well, I guess.
Because she's like, he thought you were detail oriented. She's like, what you're good at is when you commit to being detail oriented, you'll find out all the details, but you have to be focused in on whatever it is. Somebody has to send you on that mission. You're just not naturally that way.
Well, no, you've broken down ratings charts and you've calculated things, and I don't even have to take notes in the meeting anymore on Mondays because you're sending me, you're sending us all the recaps and the notes and just like chart. I mean, before we gave you life and relevancy,
before you knew who I was in 2019,
all you did on Twitter was tweet out like these dorky stats and all these numbers and and I'm like, wow, this is like nerd stuff. This is impressive. This can be a benefit to us. If only you could work an alarm clock the same. If only you could figure out schedules the same. If only you could not be fooled by time zones the same. That threw me for a loop.
It did, but then again, you don't take Adderall because you're naturally organized.
True.
And that's the thing. When I drill down, when I focus, when I get interested, when I'm pointed to something, I can find every detail.
Yeah.
But naturally, I mean, this is the guy
He does all the promotions for. I don't even think the company appreciates it or recognizes it. They really don't. They just say, "Oh, this clip made it here. This YouTube short, that Instagram short." That's all Bobby. That's all Bobby isolating the Instagram stories, the clips. Ryan and Carter's videos going along with what Bobby did. That's all Bobby, but then you throw me for a loop. And
No, we can just end it at the whole that's all Bobby, and he's the greatest, and he's awesome.
Yeah. There it is. Below the belt right here on 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for being a Tolo. Let's go inside the Rangers with some RJ Choppy Diamond Cavs after the Florida sweep. Miami. I know it's
Miami.
Florida still.
It's Miami.
They're the Marlins.
The Miami Marlins. They changed a couple years ago.
Rangers sweep. We'll go inside the Rangers on your home of your favorite baseball team with Choppy's Diamond Cavs next.
Let's get your carpet clean. Clean way.
our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Hartley from the stretch to the plate. And there's a swing and there's a long drive to center field. De La Cruz going back. He's at the wall. That ball is history. Off the top of the hitter's backdrop in dead center. Adolis Garcia with his 29th of the year. It's the 4th home run for the Rangers today, and it makes it 6-0 Texas.
Good morning, Metroplex. Final hour fist pump time. We are all back in the Metroplex. It is good to be home. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and old creepy face on the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube. We got Peyton and Rai in the back. And we got Nick Eatman from California at 9:20 from Cowboys Camp, brought to you by Ford.
That's what I'm most excited about being home. Because we had a Cowboys player every day at 9, so I couldn't do the fist pump hour the way I wanted to. I couldn't let them into that side of me, and so I had to tame it a little bit. But now we're back in Dallas, so I can slow fist pump all I want, Sean.
So not only can he not fist pump in front of the players, he couldn't go to the Jerry party in front of the media.
Again, it's much more complex than that, Chop.
Social disorder. Nick Eatman from Cali at 9:20.
Even that.
It's not even that.
No, it's not. It's not quite nailing it. But like I said, I can't. I've tried to explain it, and it doesn't make sense still. So I can't explain it.
Doesn't matter. No one cares anymore.
Nobody cares.
Rangers sweep 2.5 game lead on the Marlins. Let's have a little RJ Choppy Diamond Calves inside the Rangers and around baseball.
You never experiment when you compete, not at the major league level.
That's the way baseball goes.
You know, let's start here with the Rangers before we get into the other stuff around the sport. Do the Rangers have a John Gray problem, Sean?
Well, you said they did based upon your email last night.
And I was asking if you think they do. I do not believe he could be in your playoff rotation. Like, he is a good regular season pitcher. But if you need a big start in a series where you're down 2-1 and you don't want to let it get to 3-1, I don't know that you can get the innings and the outs from him that you need. The offense better come to play that day. You go up against Houston in the postseason, and Gray is going to be up against Fromber or Christian Javier or Keedy, whether or not these guys are healthy because they've been in and out all year. I mean, it's a negative there. Or maybe you go against Toronto and Alex Manoah, who's pitching a little bit better than before, is up against him. Or, you go up against, maybe it's Nestor Cortez. I mean, you're going to be in a negative for most of those series. Now, that's not abnormal to have your, 4 starter be in a negative, but, man,
what are you going to do?
That's the problem. Like, what are you going to do? Like, you don't have you're lacking options. The DeGrom injury really did. It threw everything for a wrench. We all know that.
Saw Martin Perez out of the bullpen last night.
And maybe maybe you do a bullpen playoff game. I mean, I would recommend it, but we've seen crazier things. That sounds like something the Rays would try one day.
I mean, to me, call me crazy. Dane Dunning's your 4.
I agree.
I'm not worried about it. Like Dane Dunning, I trust more than John Gray.
I totally agree.
So Max, Evaldi, Montgomery,
and Dunning. I totally agree. That's what it needs to be.
Yeah, it's interesting. You mentioning that there, the idea of him going up against, Toronto or Houston or whatever else. So far this year, his worst ERA on the year is against Toronto. It's a 23. His second worst ERA in 3 starts is against the Astros. It's an 8.31. Another playoff team, the Diamondbacks. His ERA is 6.75.
Ooh.
Guardians a 6. I mean, it's not great.
No, it's not. But look, I mean, this offense is good enough to be able to withstand a bad start. You just don't want to have to go down that road. All right, let's go around the sport a little bit. This is, without question, the best fight I've seen since Rougned Odor knocked out Jose, not David Bautista. This was Jose Ramirez and Tim Anderson of the White Sox, Ramirez of Cleveland. Ramirez laces a double down the right field line, slides in head first. Now, he went high on his head, and he caught Anderson in the junk a little bit, but Cleveland radio with the call.
Smash to first by the diving Vaughn, down the right field line, kicks into the corner. Ramirez on his way to second, head first slide, safe, and in to score is Jimenez. And another hustle double. Right over the bag at first. Now Hosey and Anderson square off. They're fighting. They're swinging. Down goes Anderson. Down goes Anderson. Hosey never gets upset about anything. They came up chewing. Anderson squared off. Hosey decked him.
Man. Right, a lot about this I do not understand. I don't understand what caused all this. It didn't look to be anything that warranted it at second base. I don't understand how Ramirez is getting all this credit. He closed his eyes and swung.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
That was nothing impressive about his knockout.
No.
I don't understand how Tim Anderson got knocked out by it. It looked like it barely brushed his chin. Meanwhile, he had to basically be carried off the field. And I don't understand why Tim Anderson is running his mouth after he became the laughingstock of sports with everyone playing this and mocking him.
It's like you're punching a little person.
I don't understand any of it.
The White Sox are a mess. Now, Tim Anderson doesn't play. This was the thought when Tony La Russa took over, and obviously he's not there anymore, but what he did, it was like, man, him and Tim Anderson are not going to get along. Tim Anderson is a very, new school baseball player. And Jose Ramirez did say, the guy disrespects the game too much. He's kind of had it with him. He went in high with his helmet, so he caught him in the junk. And Anderson had to have said something to him. And Jose Ramirez just got up, started pointing his face, and then they were on. But the White Sox are a mess. There's a Sports Illustrated article that came out this morning talking about how the White Sox have no rules. There is no rules within the clubhouse. And when they got to spring training this year, Graveman and Lance Lynn were with the WBC. So the veterans on the team weren't there really to police. And then you have all the other guys that are basically there for mercenary purposes. They're just there to get traded away. But there were literally, this was a no rules clubhouse. Do whatever you want. There's no, you have to be here at a certain time today. There's no, guys are skipping meetings. They're missing BP. It was an absolute and is an absolute mess in Chicago. And that's one of the reasons that started this whole thing. MLB or replay. This is also in the series. We've got to change this. So Tim Anderson, again, and this is part of the fight, the Guardians player slides into second. Anderson puts the tag on him and then, pushes his hand off the bag. His momentum had already been stopped, right? So he just had his hand in the bag. He was getting ready to get up. And Anderson takes his glove and slaps his hand away. And the ump calls him safe. They go to review it, and they call him out. That his hand came off the bag. His hand didn't come off the bag. You can't push the guy's hand off the bag. Now, if it's within the momentum of a tag where you tag him and then you swipe away, that's one thing. Everything was stopped, and then he pushed more. That's not a legal play. And if you're not going to get subjective calls right, I could deal with that. But when you misinterpret rules, that's just dumb. It's bad. What are we even reviewing now?
Yeah.
It doesn't make any sense. Not legal.
I still think the whole issue of the fight, and they haven't talked enough about it yet. I know Jose Ramirez has said that he feels he disrespects the game. You see him push. I don't think he liked that Tim Anderson just stood over him. I think that was the big thing is dude, move. The play's over. Let me get up. And I think that looked like the first thing was he pushed Tim Anderson you need to get up away from me. You're standing over me.
It didn't look like he was lingering over him.
It didn't look like it.
I must have said something.
Yeah, but he definitely did. He applied the tag and then he stood there. He was over him for about 3 or 4 seconds. He didn't immediately move.
I have
short 3 seconds.
Short 3 seconds.
Quick 3 count.
I have said for years, Sean, that the Yankees are the laughingstock of baseball when it comes to their training staff, and that was proven this weekend. Anthony Rizzo is on the 10-day injured list. This is from May 28th. I want you to watch this. Okay. Anthony Rizzo and Fernando Tatis get into a collision. Anthony Rizzo gets hit in the head, and he collapses on the field. All right? Goes down to one knee. Concussion. All right? He misses a day, whatever. That was May 28th. So he was hitting over 300 on May 28th. He played the next day. He played right after that too, by the way.
Good clearance.
What's that?
Good concussion clearance.
Yeah. So he played on May 28th, and then he missed 4 days, right? Comes back. Again, he was batting .302. He hits 173 in June, 167 in July. And over the weekend, the Yankees were like, you know what? We think you had a concussion 2 months ago, and we're going to put you on the injured list. This is the dumbest.
Oh, they just put him on the IL?
They just put him on. Wow. They let he played Sunday. He missed Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and they had an off day, and then he played Friday. This is the dumbest training staff. I'm telling you, this training staff gets mocked.
They would have killed Tua.
They would have killed him.
You keep them away from Tua.
He played for 2 months. Only he knew. He was the only one that knew he had a concussion, but he was like any athlete would.
I'll play.
I'm going to go out there and play.
Sure.
I'm going to go out there and play. A guy who's hitting 300 goes and hits 170 for each of the next 2 months. The MLBPA needs to investigate this training staff. This guy had to miss way longer time than anybody else. They are so old school. It's such garbage. MLBPA needs to, they should contract the whole franchise. After this thing. This is absurd. This poor guy basically almost died on the field, and you let him play for the next 2 months, hitting 170, wondering, why can't he hit? I'll tell you why he can't hit, because he can't see.
He can't see.
Okay, he probably hasn't had a good night's sleep in 2 months.
Some leftover Diamond Calves real quick on your home of the Rangers. This stat from Sandler, a bunch of Sandler stats. Andrew Heaney, when he struck out Luis Arraez in the top of the third, Arraez struck out twice in that game. First time all year, he struck out 3 times in a 2-game stretch.
Wow.
First time all year long, the Rangers did it to him. Saturday, when they were down 5-0, that comeback win, third time in which they've overcome a deficit of 5 or more runs. They didn't hit a home run during the Padres series. They put up 13 before yesterday in their previous 5 games. Rangers pitchers struck out 10-plus batters for the 5th straight game. Longest active streak among big league teams, second longest in franchise history. And apparently there was a beer bong that Bruce Bochy and players loved over the weekend. There was a rowdy group in right center, and they had this big, long snake beer pong that was bringing some energy to the stands. By the way, Josh Young, now with the broken finger, leads all AL rookies in home runs, runs batted in, extra base hits, runs, and hits. So that's going to be missing out of the lineup. So those are your leftover Diamond Calves.
The only positive.
And the Angels, you big dummies, they haven't won a game since the trade deadline.
Yeah, 0-6.
0-7 now.
0-7 now.
0-7 now, I believe.
And
I'm sorry. 56 and 57. Maybe it is 0-7.
And I thought I saw last night Shohei limping off the field.
Yeah, he fouled a ball off of his his foot there. But the only positive you can have from the Josh Young departure, which is the only positive you ever get whenever these infield injuries have occurred, it's more consistent at bats for Ezekiel Duran. That's the biggest positive for me is if you're looking for the silver lining, it sucks Josh Young is out, but getting that is a positive.
Why did the Cowboys give this contract? What's Zach Martin thinking now? Why isn't Dak playing in the preseason? And his best on Marcus Ware story, Nick Eatman from Cowboys camp next.
But let's get
888-883-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
All right, we're going to crosstalk with KMC, back from Cali. This guy is not. Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com, brought to you by Ford, built for Texas, built for you. Is it much quieter there on the tennis courts without us, Nick?
It is. It is. I'm going to try to do my part to piss off somebody, but yeah, it's definitely quieter from that standpoint. There's still mowing and all that on the field.
Interesting. This is what it sounds like on the other side when they have all the commotion in the back.
Huh.
Yeah.
That's a real. So you got a mower, a blower, a weed eater, all that stuff going on.
Yep, but but we're the only radio right now on this radio row. It's kind of depressing, guys.
Oh, very nice highlight. Important thing to point out. What did we miss from practices over the weekend? What jumped out to you?
I thought Saturday's practice was really it was pretty intense. I mean, obviously no fighting or anything like that, but I mean, good, very competitive, both sides. I thought Dak was probably his best that we've seen all of camp. I mean, they were really moving the ball around, spreading it. He hit some deep throws. He's got his thing. He rolls left and goes back against his body, which most teams and old school coaches say don't do. But if you're strong like him, I mean, he makes some really good throws on the run. But I thought the defense also stepped up at times. So Micah Parsons, he's good, guys. I mean, he's good. So it was really a competitive practice. Not one that would affect Dak's leadership skills or anything like that. But I do think that both sides of the ball were kind of getting after each other.
Nick, what has all your years of experience taught you about participating or not in the preseason? Because the early word coming out is that Dak is not going to play in these games. Do you think it matters with the offensive changes that they're undergoing?
Not really. I don't think it matters as much. My opinion changed the day that Romo got crunched in Seattle. And obviously that led to Dak playing and all that stuff. But just all the hard work that these guys do, and then for it to be one weird play, freak play, whatever happens can change a season in the preseason. I'm fine with that, of him not playing. And I go back, and I think I said it to you guys before, but I go back to what a couple years ago when Dak got hurt with his foot or ankle, and then he missed all of the season, all of the preseason. Then he got hurt in the preseason with that weird rib and armpit injury. And then he went to Tampa Bay and threw for almost, 400 yards, and they had a great chance to win that game. So I didn't think rust was a factor at all there, and I think that they do a good job of getting the team ready to go. So no, I wouldn't play him, and I wouldn't play a lot of the starters in the first game.
Nick, I was talking to Broadus yesterday. We were trying to figure out, areas of cut down and where these position groups look strongest. And Brian was saying, man, I really thought offensive line was going to be an area of maybe some surplus this year, and now it's looking like maybe that's a little thinner than I expected. Where do you feel like is the strongest depth, where the cuts are going to be most difficult when it comes to that? Because, I think Brian and I settled on the strongest area of this team, the deepest area of this team right now, feels like the secondary right now.
Right. And defensive line from the standpoint of you've got draft picks that will probably not all make it. I mean, you just wonder where Bohanna and Gallimore and Chauncey Golston and those guys can all kind of fit into the mix. So I see defensive tackle being pretty deep there. Secondary wise, I think that they're going to be deep, but I don't see unless you help me out on this, unless there's a scenario of a guy that's going to get cut that, or 3 or 4, names that are going to get cut that will definitely go to other teams. I just think that they're going to be pretty deep from 1 to 2, in the first string, second string.
Yeah.
But then after that, I don't think it's going to be any crazy cuts. Maybe.
Well, then to that point, then I guess the name specifically that probably sticks out are Kelvin Joseph and Nashawn Wright definitely safe right now. Do you think?
No, I wouldn't say definitely safe. I wouldn't say so. You're right. That we're talking about 3rd round picks, draft picks. There, I can't see them both being safe. especially with Eric Scott. He had another really good practice on Saturday. If you look at him, he looks bigger than some of your safeties. You know, like just the build that he's got. Can't wait to see what he looks like in year 2. And of course, I say that he's a 6th-round pick. Who 6th-round picks aren't guaranteed to make the team, but I think he will. I think these 2 6th-round picks. I think Scott and Deuce. I think those guys are going to make it. But yeah, when you draft a guy like that, it obviously pushes somebody off, and I just can't see both Joseph and Nashawn Wright making it.
Nick Eatman joined us here, 105 through the Fan. We have beaten up the O-line, without Zach a little bit, but if you take Micah out of it, because he can just change. I mean, he changes an entire contract of a defensive line. Are they still getting beat up if you just remove Micah from it?
No, not to this level. I think Micah's the one that causes the most problems, and it wrecks the play. And they. I don't see the other guys doing that at that level. I think it's a lot more competitive. I think Dorrance Armstrong has some good moments as well. Tank, they all do. But I think for sure Micah Parsons just changes everything. And I think that I think it's a lot more competitive without him. And also it's not just Micah, it's also the fact that they rotate these offensive linemen in and out. Some days Steele does practice. Some days Tyron practice. Some days he doesn't. Chuma Edoga goes from one side to the other. Moletz goes playing both sides. I just think there's not as much consistency on the offensive line right now to match up with these really, really good pass rushers. Man, that sound is awful.
It is really loud. Was it like this every day? This would be really distracting.
Yeah.
I mean,
imagine it is.
Guys, I'm in the tent here. I actually moved the curtain like all the way to the end. I mean, so there's no open air in here. It's just one little, tent with me.
How are you?
The fan.
How are you breathing? How's that happening? Suffocation. I was like, if it was like this every day, we might as well just stay home here for camp. We might as well stay here in the studio.
Stay home.
That's
okay,
right.
You guys are saying that, and there's probably the big bosses that are listening and looking at the bills and all that. You guys are, how much it costs. He's like, that's not a bad idea. So don't say that.
No, what's great is none of these guys turn in their expense reports. I'm the only one, so they don't lose on these guys with the laziness of the expense reports. Hey, your reaction to the Malik Hooker deal. And what do you think Zach Martin's reaction is?
Okay, instant reaction.
Yeah.
Pissed off.
Whoa.
Like to no end pissed off. But that's just me personally. That's just because I taped a segment with him for my new podcast.
Whoa!
And he was the guy that we interviewed that day. And I asked him, so this is a contract year for him? He's like, yeah, contract year. This is a big year. Okay, cool. 22 minutes after that, news broke. I'm like, I even told him the next day, it's like, you couldn't help anybody, So personally, I was kind of pissed off about that. We had to go retape segments, all that. But no one cares about that. I do think this is a really good move. What it just suggests is how much they're putting the resources into the secondary here, which is, they've always cared about secondary, but mostly corner and not so much safety. But re-signing Donovan Wilson, re-signing now Malik Hooker. They made that trade for Gilmore. They obviously had a huge contract for Diggs. I mean, the secondary is really starting to be set. And, Dan Quinn, when you look at what he had in Seattle, and he had, a great secondary, Legion of Boom, it was consistency all the time. And I do think that that's what they're trying to build here with these guys.
Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com here on 105 through the Fan. Were the kickers as bad as was the crowd really booing the kickers over the weekend?
Yeah, they were. I mean, like the field where they kick right into the trees, the one closest to the golf course, you guys know, and it's never good there. It's always going to be rough on the kickers. This is the absolute worst situation for these guys to try to kick. This is nothing normal about this, but they were not good. They were in the mojo moment where they stopped practice and everyone's watching. Vizcaino went 0 for 3, and Audrey went 1 for 3. And it wasn't. Yeah, it wasn't good at all. I mean, I kind of thought for sure we'd have somebody in here yesterday, like working out. You know, it's just. I've said it before. You know, this kicking competition is a NASCAR race, and they can't win it. They cannot win it out here, but they can definitely lose it. You know, you can't win a race. You know, in the first 10 laps, but you could definitely lose it if you hit the wall. So I think that it's not looking good for the kickers right now. But we'll see what happens when we get to games.
Thoughts and memories as you were watching DeMarcus Ware be inducted into Canton?
You know, it was funny. I hated the pick. I hated the pick when they drafted him.
So did Bill.
Yeah.
Yes,
he
did.
Yeah, but I wanted Derek Johnson from Texas. That's the guy I liked. I thought he should have been the pick. Yeah, and I don't know if Bill hated the pick, but he definitely wanted Marcus Spears.
Right.
And if you want more on that draft, you know, there's a documentary that we're doing coming up on that.
Whoa.
Just letting you know. But you know, he was just a freak. I mean, that's what he was. He was just an absolute freak that could bend in a weird way. I just remember his very first training camp out here when they did those big hula hoops. You know, like the hula hoop drill where they had to run around the circle as low as they could and touch the ground as they're running. And I mean, nobody could do it like him. And that was a great move because I mean, it was a great drill. That's what you have to do to get around, you know, you get low, get around these offensive linemen. He could do it as well as anybody. But this is not a shade on him or anything, but Mike is better, you know, way better right now, I think, than DeMarcus was 4 or 5 years into his career. I really do. I think Micah has a knack for making these sacks in the clutch moments. DeMarcus was great. There's no doubt he was great, but I think the guy they have now is going to be much better.
Interesting. You just gave us a segment. Thank you so much, and thank you for braving the elements. We'll talk Wednesday.
All right, guys. See you later.
Nick Eatman, the great Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com, brought to you by Ford, built for Texas, built for you. Let's catch up with the fellas from Cali. Crosstalk with KMC. Everyone back together again next. But
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. At Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, they do everything with purpose. That's why they're offering you their best model year-end savings on new Silverados. See them all today at ClassicChevrolet.com. Your upgrade is their purpose. Shop model year-end savings today. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
Everybody back together again. It's time to cross-talk with a KMC masterpiece. Kevin Hagelin, Mike Bassick, Corey Majors. What is coming up?
I fixed this, Sean. Look, it moves around, doesn't make any noise.
What'd you bring in?
I just loosened the screws on it. That's it. Yeah.
Well done. Thank you.
That's it. Wanker of the weekend at 10:20 plus the Messi experience. We got to get into the Messi experience.
Did
man.
you go?
I know. I watched it though. It was awesome.
I felt bad. It looked like Dawson was trying to go, and somebody snaked the tickets from him at the last second.
Dawson offered, I think, to pay double, so he was trying to go.
That heat?
Yeah. What was the heat at 9 p.m.?
98.
107.
Yeah.
I mean, if I had FOMO with Pat Doney and Mac Engel there covering it, and he continues to produce.
Amazing.
He continues to produce every game. Like the story gets better.
I know. And that game sounded incredible. Surely 8 goals is the most in the history of soccer by a great
pretty
deal
sure, yeah.
that anyone's ever scored. But yeah, he scored in the 6th minute, and then they had their amazing comeback. It was. I wish FC Dallas would have won, but the game was incredible.
It's a blast too, watching a dude walk around like one spot in the field as much like he was just walking, and then he goes, you know what? I want to be in this play now, and then he takes over. It's amazing.
I hate saying this, but if LeBron James went and played in the G League, wouldn't he start scoring 50 points again in games?
Is that what the ML? I have no idea.
Yes, it's like AA soccer.
Well, a lot of people bring that up.
But it's still good. I mean, they're professionals. They're just not.
Yeah.
Most of those guys' goal is to play in the MLS and get so good that La Liga or the Premier League that they offer them a major contract.
Sure. I would agree with that. They've worked in the last 10 years. MLS has worked a lot on building up their infrastructure and keeping players, but there is still a long way to go.
I mean, we all have different requirements that we want out of this. I want a reason to pay attention to something that I don't care about.
I gotcha. And if he keeps scoring goals and they're awesome, that gives you that reason.
Now,
right?
I'm not going to be tuned in and glued to their next game, but this was local.
Okay, yeah.
FC Dallas, fun, all the news coverage out there. Very entertaining for me. Maybe I've talked about it too much, but it's like the best athlete ever in his sport is coming here one and only time. I feel like, I've been excited about it, and he's lived up to it and more. More.
Yes, for sure. Like, I don't think, Miami knew they were getting, obviously, the greatest player, but, I think this is even beyond what they expected they were going to get a return on.
It also doesn't matter to me that he's facing inferior competition, because it's not like he's leaving like right in his prime to come beat up on these guys.
This is the end.
Like he's 36. He already won the World Cup. So it's like, okay, come here and give us a reason to watch.
Yeah, and isn't that
because I
kind of
wasn't
soccer tradition? Didn't Pele do that same thing? He has lots of matches against inferior competition.
Yeah, I think he was in New York. He was playing.
Well, even before that, but
yeah.
Yeah.
Were you more interested in Messi or Jake Paul?
Corey, I think, was more interested in Jake Paul.
I have to become a fight fan now.
Yes.
And I've never really been a fight fan, but my kid was like, hey, Dad, and we were gone for 11 days, and so I missed out on a lot of stuff. He was like, hey, I want to go to this fight. And I looked at tickets, and I was like, can't afford it. Let's go. Let's watch it at home. And so we watched it at home. Both sons got completely invested all night long, and now they're like, when are we going to do the next one? And I was like, and that was a low tier. So I didn't think that fight necessarily was the most entertaining. The one before it, the two girls, Amanda Serrano and Heather Yep. That was fascinating. They went out there and hugged at the last second, and then for the last round, 3 straight minutes of just punching in the face. It was awesome.
Did you care?
Oh, yeah. No, I definitely cared just because I want to see how much longer this social experiment of Jake Paul beating up past their prime MMA fighters is going to go. But
as long as it makes money.
As long as the buy rate comes in. It felt like the hype for this was a little lower than his previous fights, but maybe we'll see the the pay-per-view buy rate, and you'll be like, oh, never mind.
There was a line that one of the announcers said, and this was the discussion, right? Is if he beats Diaz, then the boxing world has to take him seriously. And I was like, no. And even right at that moment,
if you beat a guy who'd never had a professional boxing fight.
In that moment, like the dude was like, no, that's not true. Like, come on, let's be serious about this. And I do wonder who's going to be the first opponent that legitimizes that, and it has to be a professional.
All right, let me fight. He's going to be an actual boxer.
Well, he did fight a sort of actual boxer and lost, and even that's a questionable boxer that he fought.
Well, let me reverse it then. He's going in the cage next, supposedly. He's going to fight Nate Diaz in the cage.
He will get destroyed.
He might die.
He will get tapped in the first round.
He might die.
Or whenever Diaz decides to tap
Diaz
him.
in Vegas is what is a favorite? Minus what?
Minus 1,000.
Minus 1,200.
That makes sense to me.
Like now, would you pay to watch that? Because that gives us everything. That gives us Paul possibly being murdered, not really murdered, but like destroyed. Everyone, you either want to see him destroyed. You got a guy like this going into the cage the first time, kind of like that. I'm interested.
Probably, because if somehow, some way he knocked him out, then I would be like, what the hell?
Like, there's certainly the possibility that Diaz goes to rush, but Jake Paul catches him, and all of a sudden Nate's down, then Jake just jumps on him and starts wailing away.
That would be so shocking.
But, like, I'm not sure if Jake's aware of this, but I think Nate's legs are longer than Jake's arm. And you can kick.
Yes.
Correct me if I'm wrong.
That was the entire boxing match. Was Nate Diaz would go in to do his, like, punch, and you could tell he wanted to grab him by the back of the head and knee him in the forehead. Like, every time he went in, he wanted to. All his instincts told him to do that.
I think I would watch it. I do.
Yeah.
I'd pay for it. I wouldn't even illegally stream it. I'd pay for it.
Well, you want to give him the money? Okay.
I'd go to Kevin's and chip in $5.
I paid for it the other night. So,
Mike, did you have to eat cereal after that? Or?
I ate cereal Friday night. Thank you.
Okay. Did you care about either one?
No, but I don't know. How did Jake Paul? Who's Jake? I get Jake Paul's boxing now.
Yeah.
How did Jake Paul become a celebrity? Or who's Jake Paul?
YouTuber.
You got to watch his Untold. Those series like Manziel was, the Manziel suicide, Florida Gators. These profiles and documentaries on Netflix. That'll get. I don't know if it'll get you hooked. That'll get you everything you need to know.
Okay, because I was wondering that is Jake Paul like, no, I don't care.
Yeah.
But he won. Great for him.
Yeah.
But I'm like, who's Jake Paul? Like, how did Jake Paul become?
You will respect, I think, his transition over into this. Did you watch the Arnold doc?
He works with real people.
I thought it was really boring and watched like 20 minutes of it and quit.
Sure. Yeah, it was boring, but like his attitude and his approach towards things. All right, I've conquered this. On to the next. I've conquered this. On to the next. A lot of Jake Paul similarity in that, I think.
They show a lot of the scenes from Bizarre with Olivia Rodrigo. The show, the
Disney
Nickelodeon
show.
Disney show that he was on.
Yes, and I'm like, wow.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, so was his older brother. Both of them were on that show with Olivia Rodrigo back in the day.
By the way, shout out to Logan Paul, who was in Detroit for SummerSlam and then flew down to Dallas in time to see his brother fight.
All right, so KMC had a Sean and RJ topic play out on their trip back.
Okay.
And it was Mike Bassick with that VIP lounge access. This was a topic on the show.
Okay.
You want to set it up, Mike? What happened?
Well, we went through security and Kevin got in the lucky line.
Yeah.
And that meant he got through 10 minutes quicker than we got through. Even though they were the same amount, ours was the slow line. I feel like I always pick the slow line.
I did.
And so he's way ahead. He's probably gone to gate. I didn't even know they had gate 151.
In
but
the
they
international
did.
terminal.
So you didn't turn and wait for them to get through security. You went right to the gate.
No, I absolutely turned and looked where they were and was going to wait for them. And then it appeared as though they had not moved since they got in the line. And I was like, yeah, it looks like it's going to be a minute. I'm going to go.
So as we're walking to gate 151, I see the American Express lounge. And I'm like, hey, Corey, you want to come in and hang out with me here? Because this is pretty awesome at DFW. And so I go in, I show them my American Express card and my ID and then our flight. And they're like, all right, you're in. I was like, this is my buddy. And they're like, all right, here's your one guest. Go ahead, go in. And then that was the first time, Corey, you got to experience having an American Express card. And it's pretty awesome, right?
Yeah. So we go down. I mean, the place, there were seats all over the place, just areas to sit. They had free food. What was it? It was a chicken curry kind of thing. They had
Lost out the Alfredo.
Potato vindaloo.
I don't know about that.
Indian food?
Yeah, they had Indian food.
Flight?
It was awesome. No, it was
I don't
so
know
good.
what that means.
And then free drinks at the bar. Now, there were some things about the bar. The girl, I said, give me a double Elijah Craig. And she said, we don't do doubles. And we don't do neat. So I have to put one ice cube in it. That girl filled the entire glass up, though.
Wow.
And I was like, oh, well, thank you very much. And then there was free seltzer water and desserts and people everywhere.
Just
and
for
Mike,
having an American Express card?
I think, Mike, that girl that we had let go in front of us that told us there were seats back there, I think she was a ring girl in the Nate Diaz fight. I was looking, I was like, that's the same girl. I think it was her. Yeah.
Wow, because she was flying from LA to Dallas.
Yeah,
so that would make sense.
But the real question is, if Kevin Hagelin
Oh man, I already got this answer.
had not gone ahead and it was the three of you there,
Kevin and I would have been left out.
I think so. I'd have just said, hey guys, I'll see you at the gate. Because
you
I
would have
can't-
taken one in?
Well, I feel like that would
I thought
be.
you said you would have taken Corey and you go, that's not
Because
fair.
RJ says if it was the same scenario, he would not have even gone in solo. He would
No,
have
I'd have
gone to
gone
the
in.
gate with the rest of us. And we're
Yeah, I'd
like,
have been like, no,
BS.
I'm getting a great meal here for free. And
eaten
and
all day,
water.
yeah.
I would have said we have an expense account. I'm going to use it.
You're so full of crap.
I would not have gone in. Hey, listen,
I don't. I respect
When I
Odyssey
go-
so much. I don't even give. I don't turn in receipts. I just say, you guys, thanks for sending us out here and
Yep.
having a hotel
nice.
for us and a car. I will pay for all of my food.
When I go through the security line, I wait.
That's not
Not
the
even the
same
same.
as not going into the lounge, the VIP lounge with drinks and food.
Yeah, I enjoy. I don't want to sit there by myself. All week, I was trying to get you to come out or somebody to come out to dinner. I don't want to go by myself. You know, I don't mind going to a movie by yourself because you can't talk to anybody during a movie.
Mike loves doing things by himself. I mean, he went to
Same.
Oppenheimer alone.
Yeah, but again, I don't mind a movie by myself because I could go. I don't talk to somebody.
So
during
if
the
it
movie.
came down to one, though, how would you guys have decided it?
If it was between you two, if I was like, hey, I can take a guest, I can't take two. They only allow one.
Yeah,
guest
let's create
with-
some division here.
I have no clue. Like I'd have just been like, I'm going in.
Somebody
if one of you
can-
wants to come with me, you can, but I'm not choosing. And
Right.
if you guys can't make up your mind, I'm going in by
Right.
myself because I'm going to go hang
How
out
would
here.
you guys have done
I'd
it?
let Corey go.
Yeah, and I already went once, so now he would go. Next time.
No. This is
Yeah, I know.
that
He
day.
just said he would let me
I would
go
let Corey
first
go.
Okay, and you would
because
say,
he
okay,
understands
thanks.
I have 3 kids and life just is tough and everything, and so he would be like, you know what, man, you deserve this.
Okay.
And then next time I would let, just like, the first time we ever stayed at the beach house. Guess who got the big room all to himself?
Not me. Yeah.
Because I have 3 kids, and Kevin was like, "Yeah, hey, you can have that." Guess what?
But now he
On
has
our-
a baby.
On our
Yeah.
flight out there,
He's
though,
got a tougher parenting life than you do
on
now.
our flight out there,
Yeah.
Kevin said, "Hey, how can I convince you to give me the window seat next to you?"
He just did.
And I was like, "You know what? Since you planted a seed early in life, I'm paying you back, man."
Wow, you guys make me sick. You're so nice. We're back tomorrow morning.
Oh.
It's the KMC Masterpiece. That's why they're the top of the ratings. That type of chemistry and bond. KMC is next on The Fan.
DFW's Fan Studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And Mike Bassick might have just brought up the point of the day and the question of the day. Why do we only care about one age of the Little League World Series? Corey, your immediate reaction.
How old are those kids?
Pretty much 13. They're pretty much going into eighth grade, I think. They're seventh graders.
You've said it before, Mike. Your dad said you can start throwing a off-speed or curveball when.
Yeah, but these kids probably have been throwing them since second grade.
You're probably right about that. But that's the age where it's appropriate because your body can handle it.
Why don't we care about the kid next year? We could care less about what these kids do. Right now, the Little League World Series regionals are on. It's like, oh man, these are 12 and 13-year-olds. This is awesome. Like, what happens when they're 13 and 14? Could care less what these kids do.
Yeah.
Don't put it on television. What about the year before? Nope, don't want to see it. It's just weird that, like, we make this, like, this 13-year-old ends up doing this, and that's the only time we care about kids playing Little League baseball. It's a weird thing to me that it's like ESPN's like, no, we're not putting any other age group on television.
This is the one. This is the one that matters.
I mean, I guess
most.
you put 18-year-olds on.
That's college, isn't it?
Well, that's like your high school seniors.
Oh yeah. And Kevin,
because they're draftable.
We covered enough high school baseball games to know that not very many people care. There aren't always a ton of people in the stands for all those games. There's a lot of parents, some single dads maybe missing a little bit here and there, but there's.
Oh my gosh!
You know what I'm talking about,
I do
Kevin.
know
You've seen those stands.
I didn't know this was going to turn into like a social commentary about parenting.
Everything's about
like
social
that.
stuff.
Wow! You just wait. We'll get into that in a little bit.
All right.
Is Reggie
socialism
on
next.
a scale of 1 to 10? How much did you miss us while we were gone?
Oh my God!
About a 4. Okay, this is probably 2 points better than I expected.
Do you think the 1 is the best? Like, you missed us the most?
No, he knows.
No, y'all was having fun. Y'all was good.
Oh, okay, all right.
He knows. Well, speaking of having fun, if we could fire up cut number 5, the Rangers have another sweep going on, and what the heck has gotten into Andrew Heaney?
1-2 pitch. Call strike 3 on the inside corner. Fastball bearing in there on Bell. So Heaney records strikeout number 4.
By the way,
do you blame him for breaking Josh Young's thumb?
I do.
He got tired, and then they started hitting him hard in the 6th inning, and a guy hit a ball 109 miles an hour off of Josh Young's thumb, and now he's out for most of the year.
In the web, Josh
Do
Young.
not blame him for that.
In the web, bro.
Also, if y'all have any thoughts about Eric Nadel being back, that was super cool.
Very happy
that
he's back, man.
G-Bag broke that news on Friday. Is Andrew Heaney has given up 0 runs in 3 of his 5 starts since the All-Star break and dropped his ERA 0.57. So more than a half a run in the process. Now, I realize one of the issues that's going to come along with these starts, and we can definitely dive into that as well, is you're probably not expecting him to go very deep into the game. But also think about this. 9 wins ties his career high. So you knew like a potentially flawed pitcher that you were getting to begin with, even if you don't want to ascribe pitcher wins to that direct pitcher. But he's been really good since the All-Star break.
You know, what's interesting to me, and he has been, is that how valuable relievers are, but we don't care about them when they give up inherited runs. Because if Stratton comes in and he gives up a double, which has happened a lot this year to starting pitchers for the Rangers, then he gives up 2 runs. And now he's gone 5 2/3 and he gave up 2 runs.
Yep.
So Stratton was the one who had to get the final out of that inning to get Heaney out of that situation. But it's great. I've always just thought, as kind of a starting pitcher who's dealt with, hey, there's great times, bases loaded, nobody out, and my reliever gets me out of that situation and I look a lot better. And it doesn't look like I loaded the bases and came out of the game with nobody out, or I left 1st and 3rd and 1 out and the reliever came in and got a double play, is how much relievers can affect what we think of starting pitchers. But Heaney is throwing the ball really well ever since that trade deadline, as the Rangers hopefully have to make a tough decision here in the next couple weeks.
Yeah.
That when Evaldi comes back, who do you take out of the rotation? I'm just hoping that there is that decision to make.
And I'm really glad that you brought that up, because you said tough decision, because people are rising up to the challenge. Even I believe it was Dane Dunning last week who said, Yeah, no, we all got a bit of a competitive fire lit at the All-Star or at the trade deadline, not the All-Star break, at the trade deadline, because you see people that are potentially being brought in to replace you. And now I hope at least it's like, hey, we moved Martin Perez to the bullpen, but let's figure it out. Is it going to be Heaney? What are we going to do about this? How's Dane Dunning going to fit into the rotation? Instead of, I don't know, we need 5 guys. Let's figure somebody else out.
I was listening to the Post yesterday, and he was the guy in their post-game interview, and they were like, can you explain what's happened in the last 2 games? And he was like, well, I don't want to bore anybody with all the mechanics stuff, but basically head position, hand position, I needed to work on the way I was seeing how I was delivering the ball. And Mike, it really brought me back to Friday. I believe it was Friday when you gave the whole the frame, that was one of the best pitching segments I've ever heard. It was awesome, and hitting segments on how to pick up the ball, where to pick the ball up. And when he was explaining those things, he was talking, and you were talking about Scherzer's ball. He was saying the ball was doing what I wanted it to, like it was making a certain shape, but I wanted it to be even tighter. So I needed to work on a couple things, and so I just kind of went to the lab with Coach Maddox, and I got into that so that I could make sure I was doing that. So he was like, it's just a little adjustment, but it's making the ball do what I want it to do when I need it to.
I love what you're saying, because this is the value of Mike Maddox. And I know that there's been people that have poo-pooed Mike Maddox over time when he was here before with the Texas Rangers, but it's the best ERA the Rangers ever had in the history of the Texas Rangers when Mike Maddox was the pitching coach. And now here we are again. And hey, there's been bumps in the road. There always will be throughout a season. And let's see how the last approximately 50 games of the year goes down the stretch here. But I think that having a Mike Maddox who understands mechanics and who can work on mechanics is very important. And it's also very important that he understands all the technology that there is in the game too, and the spin rates and the extensions and all of those things, they all combine. But if you lose one of those things, if you lose all the new analytics that you can help a pitcher with, and you lose all the, hey, I'm watching you and I'm seeing your head is jerking off to your glove side a little bit, or your front side is getting open a little bit, or, your hand placement on the ball. Now, this is where technology comes in a little bit better, because you could see the shape of a pitch and go, okay, I can tell by the shape of your pitch that you're on the side of the ball and your fingers aren't on top of the ball right now. But now you have the confirmation of the slow motion the slow motion cameras to even help you confirm that you're seeing hand placement is a little bit different. So I love that you have Mike Maddox, because I do think there's a lot of organizations. In fact, I know of certain organizations that they don't care if their pitching coach is a computer or a human, because they
that's us sometimes, right?
Yeah, and so
I don't think anymore, but I agree. Yeah.
When you don't have a human helping out the computer generated stats, then you're lost as an organization too.
Yep.
And so I love that Mike Maddox has come here and Bruce Bochy are like, look, we need all of the new information and we're going to use all the new information, but we also don't just need computer readouts. We need humans then helping humans out.
Now, one thing, and I know we talked about this going into the stretch of 9 games, is the goal was 7-2. Now, my question is, as you've created not space, but maybe a little breathing room. And by the way, you had 3 teams following you. One of them feels
they
like
quit. The Angels quit. Just admit it.
Which is, I want to agree with you, but it makes no sense that after the trade deadline in which they're like, you know what? Not only are we not trading Ohtani, we're going to pick up people. And then their team has gone to crap
It's gotten
since
worse.
then. I don't even know how that's possible, but it feels like in a 4-team race, now potentially you're down to 3. Now, of course, the flip side is the Mariners are on a winning streak too. But I do like the idea that you've created the tiniest bit of separation with the Astros and hopefully put the Angels out to pasture, at least when it comes to the divisional race.
Well, I would say Matt Chapman of the Toronto Blue Jays was probably right when he yelled at Schneider a few weeks ago and said they only have one MFing hitter in this lineup. Stop pitching to him.
Yeah.
So that's the thing. Mike Trout is still out. So when you look at, I don't even know, this is really tough, but their second best hitter, stats-wise, might be Hunter Renfroe. The Angels, if we're talking about the Angels for a second, because Mike Trout is out right now. And so you're looking at, okay, who else do I have to worry about after Shohei Ohtani? I guess you have to worry about Hunter Renfrow and Taylor Ward.
Yeah.
Like, they're in our division.
Yeah.
And they've been in our division for a while. I get
And
you don't play them 18 times, but I don't know right now the scouting report.
Yeah.
I know that they come in on August 14th through the 16th, I believe. The Angels come back into town, but I can't tell you a whole bunch about, oh man, this is how you should pitch Hunter Renfrow and all the good things about him.
That is correct, Mike, by the way. So well
and
done.
Taylor Ward. Okay, I get it, man. They're in the major leagues and they're having decent years. Those two have combined for 31 home runs and almost 100 RBIs. But those are their two other best hitters in their lineup after Shohei Ohtani.
Now, this might be an unfair question. And by the way, yes, audience, I
giggling.
also heard what he said.
We just got back to Dallas. We just got back into the area. We can't act like 15-year-olds on air too much.
What, when I said his head's jerking off?
Okay.
Well, that's what you say to a pitcher if their front side is opening up, or that's Jose Leclerc. Why does he get in trouble sometimes?
No, I get it.
His head jerks off to his glove side.
Oh, my Lord.
And that's what you say.
I get it, Mike.
What's
and
another word for jerk,
I thought
Kevin?
you were making – I don't want to get involved in this. I know you're making a valid baseball point. That's why I don't want to say anything. But I did see Reggie, who looks like he was riding sideways with his head down, his head pop all the way up, and he just shook his head at me.
He didn't even click the pin. He just immediately was like,
I'm just glad that people are listening.
Yes.
Very intensely
and immediately
as well.
Yes.
This might be too much to expect, but then again, I kind of say it is not. Is it okay to be disappointed if the Rangers don't have a 9-game winning streak?
A little bit. I hate saying this as a former player because I should be the one going, Kevin, you can't ask for sweeps. They are on the road. There's going to be hundreds of people in Oakland cheering for the Athletics. And that's the other tough thing, too, is I do think in this series, the Rangers had great crowds here for 6 straight games. They fed off of the crowd. There was the right center field bleachers that kind of went crazy for a game, which the players really enjoyed. And so now you go to a place where it's dead. You can hear the lights. You're like, bzzz. You're like, I mean, that's
a
Oakland.
different place. Yeah.
So there's going to be the lack of energy in the stadium, and you are taking on a horrible team. But I do feel, Kevin, what you're feeling with the way Houston is, the injuries you're dealing with.
Yeah.
You cannot let these 3 games get away from you. And all of a sudden, I hate saying this. I hate it. Listen, baseball players listening, I hate saying this, but if you only win 2 out of 3 against Oakland, you might regret it.
Yeah. I think you said that earlier in the season when they lost a game to them. And I think Mike's point on the injuries is a big deal. I was trying to listen to Leslie McCaslin, but my wife was also talking at the same time, and she was talking about Seager sitting yesterday, and I couldn't hear if she said it was re-aggravated a little bit or they're trying to keep him from re-aggravating the injury.
I thought what I understood was as soon as he came back, they said they were going to have a plan to sit him more often.
But to add to that, the Young injury is serious. I know we're going to get into that some more, but that's a lot of power you took out of your lineup that can be an instant run, and that's a big factor. But I will say this, also listening to Heaney talk about pitching, he was saying that his confidence in Mitch Garver's growing. And they walked in the stadium and he was walking with me. He's like, look, don't let me lose confidence in this pitch if it doesn't work right. So I want to keep throwing it. It might do a couple different things, but I want to keep throwing it. And he said Garver was like, yeah, no question. He kept going to it. And so they're gaining more confidence in Garver behind the plate. And I know Hedges is doing his job too, but you're still missing Jonah Heim.
Oh, for sure. Now, something interesting about the Rangers and their current run is the last time they went on an undefeated 6-game homestand, 2017. So it's been 6 years since they did that. So first of all, hooray for that.
Huzzah.
But also, that's right, the A's have won 2 in a row. And the thing that's interesting about that, they beat the Giants twice in a row, and the Giants are who's next for the Rangers after they play the A's. So I'm like, okay, good. If the A's can beat the Giants 2 out of 3, hopefully that gives you some incentive. But I would love to see a sweep against an A's team that you've consistently lost 1 game a series.
They're 32-80, and they have a negative 271 run differential. As the Rangers are plus 170, the Royals stink too, but they're 4 games better right now. They have a run differential of negative 162. Negative 162 to negative 271.
Is that good?
No. I mean, if you're the Royals, I guess.
It seems
if you're the
poor.
A's, no.
And by the way, the Royals are the second worst in all of Major League Baseball in run differential, and they have been 109 runs worse than the Kansas City Royals. Come on. Now, you can only win tonight. You can't win all three tonight, but win tonight, and we'll move on to the next one, and let's let the Possums out.
And
you know what I'm saying?
you got Dunning tonight.
I do know
you
what
got
that
Dunning
means.
tonight, so you're excited because that's your favorite pitcher on planet
I do like
Earth.
Dane.
And then Scherzer tomorrow. So
Woo!
it's exciting, man.
Love it. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. I hesitate to mention the name of this next segment, partially because of what we discussed in this first segment. But it's time for Wanker of the Weekend. 877-881-1053. Who is the best at being the worst this weekend? Let's do it next right here on The Fan.
105.3 The Fan is brought to you by Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen, and Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If your loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214 or 817-333-3333.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. It's time for Wanker of the Weekend, and I've already seen some of these texts, so if we can get cut 12 going, that seems to be people's lead selection thus far.
Hartig off there. Did it go in? Waiting on a signal. No. You've got to be kidding. VAR can intervene. I couldn't tell from here. I thought it was going in. Wow. Sweden wins.
The United States women's team is out of the World Cup for this is the earliest they've been eliminated from the World Cup ever. This is also the longest they've ever gone without scoring a goal in the World Cup. It feels like across the board for the admittedly super high standards of the U.S. women's national team, this was a disastrous World Cup.
Were they distracted, or and I think Mike asked this in the car, did the rest of the world finally catch up to them?
So there's something happening here where the rest of the world is indeed getting better, right? That's part of it. But the fact of the matter is, this is still one of, if not the most talented rosters when it comes to international women's soccer. And there's a lot of people looking at the manager who's been the manager for for this cycle, and they have underperformed in multiple tournaments, including this one. And it's really hard to look at like the ways that they played and like the simple tactical things that were missed, and not look at the manager and go, how did you not get more out of the talent that you had? And so that's where a lot of people are looking. I know there's some people that are talking about other things outside of that, the politics and the outspoken nature of the team. But
couldn't score goals.
Are we going to pretend like the U.S. women's national team hasn't been doing that for how many cycles, right? Like that's kind of an MO.
Yeah.
But more than anything, they just were not up to snuff when it comes to the management and the play.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. And like sometimes I just kind of avoid all that stuff when it comes to this show, just because I feel like it makes its way into every other freaking aspect of life. But I know when it comes to the U.S. women's team, it did feel impossible to ignore, because every freaking match there was a story. How many were singing the national anthem this time? And I did not keep count of such things.
How much does this hurt Fox in their buy of this? Because I was thinking, when it comes to men, I'm a casual soccer fan at best, but I know Messi's in this, and I know that Ronaldo's in this, and I know that there's some big time names that are on other teams that we somewhat all know through the other leagues that are happening throughout professional soccer. I have no clue, and I'm not a soccer fan, but I'm like the majority of people when it comes to especially women's soccer. Like, I have no clue who these people are. I get kind of an idea on who the United States girls are.
Yeah.
But I have no clue of another player on any other team in the world. And so I'm like, I might have watched when it came down to like if it had been on a decent time for your Final Eight, your semifinals, your championship game, especially with the United States being in it. But now it's like, I could care less. I'm not tuning in for 1 second of this.
I think the last final, or maybe the highest rated final, it might have been 2 World Cups ago in the United States, was 26 million viewers. And so for this final, best case scenario, would you say like a third or a fourth of that?
Yeah, I'd say 10 million in the United States
Yeah,
will
and
watch the
honestly,
Women's World Cup final. But now
I think
you won't
it'll be
even get to
lower
know
than
the
that.
other teams because the United States won't be playing anybody in the 8th. They won't be playing anybody in the semifinal. So if you got upset in the semifinal, you might have been like, well, I know the team that they just played, so let me see if they win the World Cup.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering when it comes to just the United States and now their engagement in the rest of this Women's World Cup, I just can't imagine it's going to be much at all.
Yeah, no, I'm inclined to agree with you about that. Now, I know they've made numerous appearances. Perhaps this will be the last one, or at least the next to last one. The Pac-12. Now, the Pac-12 which now its glorious members include, this is going to be tough because you probably you should have to count to 12, you would think, is after 23-24, 2023/24, not 300 years in the future. They will have Cal, Stanford, Oregon State, Washington State.
And
that's it.
Hold on, who's the rest of the list, though?
The Final Four.
The Pac-12.
The Pac-12 currently has...
You just said 4 teams.
The Pac-12 will have 4 teams. Now, keep in mind...
Yes, they will have 4 teams plus 8 more.
Nope.
That equals 12.
Maybe who those 8 will be, nobody knows at the moment. I just assume they're going to die. Well, I'm sorry.
Wow.
I just
The
assume
conference is
gonna,
dead.
Yeah,
Okay,
the
all right.
conference, not
the people.
No.
I thought you were
Which would mean the people that have jobs that are in the Pac-12 offices, they will have to go look for other jobs.
Okay, thank you for saying it like that. Now, keep in mind, if you think that's confusing, recall, of course, that the Big 12 will now have 16 teams, and the Big 10 will have 18 teams. Now, do I hope that at some point we will rename these conferences?
The Sweet 16.
Sure.
No way.
That would be delightful.
We're well beyond that point.
I know, but yeah, so as it stands now, going forward in 23, 24, and beyond, is the Big 10, 18, the Big 12,
Just take the numbers
16.
out. Just take the numbers out. Just be like, we're just the big from now on.
The big
You know, we're the
conference.
Pac.
But there's too many bigs.
Well,
yeah, the big
Except on the
conference
map.
and the
we're
big
the bigger.
conference.
You know, we're the large. You know, like call yourselves different.
That's why the SEC is doing so well. They never put a number on their conference.
Yeah. We're the that's what about the ACC?
They're struggling.
That's why the Ohio Valley Conference is doing so great.
The Sun Belt.
We're so close to discovering that the key was just not having.
Yeah, if you had a number
the
on your
numbers
conference, you're screwed.
attached to them. But I also don't want to pretend that this is the end of
This is amazing.
the realignment. Like, I would imagine something would happen with these 4 teams. I don't necessarily know if I think the Pac-12 is going to go back to the drawing board, or like we talked about, create a baseball super conference or anything like that.
Right, and that would be miserable, right? Because you could be like, all right, we're picking up Pepperdine, Cal State Fullerton. We're just going to be this awesome baseball conference because of all these good California schools. That doesn't make any money. As much as I love baseball, I know that baseball doesn't carry anything. And look, the Big 12 knows that basketball carries nothing. Over the last 5 years, the best conference in the country in basketball has been the Big 12 by far. Texas Tech has been in the finals. Baylor has won the championship. Kansas is always great. Kansas State is always good. West Virginia is always good. Texas is usually pretty solid, even though they haven't like ran all the way up to the Final Four. But like, you just look at how great the Big 12 has been in basketball, and it didn't matter. It looked like it was going to die. Oklahoma and Texas left. So I give all the credit in the world to the Big 12 people who figured out how to keep this conference alive, because I thought 5 years ago it was going to be dead.
Me too.
And that Texas Tech and Baylor and TCU are going to have to go find other places to play their sports because it was going to be the dead one, but it's not.
From the 214, this feels like, Corey, you convinced somebody to send this in. Could it be called the Big North and the Big South?
I like that.
They're not getting rid of the branding that they've established over decades.
I think you're right.
It's not going to
I
happen.
absolutely think you're right.
I also don't
Ours
think
has
that's a smart
changed.
decision
It was
either.
the Big 8, and it changed to the Big 12. So in 1995, they did change their number. So we have established in this region, we can change the number.
Yeah.
The Big North 10 is screwed.
No.
But that was 30
Mike,
years
the thing
ago,
about the
Mike.
Big North 10 and the Big South 15
stop.
or whatever you're
Okay.
doing here is it whenever they like the championship is played, they're gonna go, it's North versus South again, and that's gonna be problematic.
The Hatfields versus the McCoys.
we need to we need to go with something a little bit different. I think we can figure something out. Why do we need conferences though?
I already told you my idea. I really think college sports should consider just creating 2 giant conferences with like half the teams in
multiple
each.
divisions.
And then like one team wins the one conference and the other team wins the other conference. And then they play in like a really big game at the end of the year.
Now, would they be paying the players in this instance?
Oh, you can't do that. It's amateur athletics now, Reggie. Don't get confused that just because they're making millions of dollars moving, that doesn't change that it's amateur athletics.
But they can make money off their name and image and
Hey,
likeness.
don't worry about that.
That's fine. No, that's okay.
I think Stanford should join the ACC, and they should just have to fly 7 hours for every game they play and every event they do. Like these these teams that didn't join on the West Coast that got left out, they're screwed. Because it's really tough for, like, let's just say the ACC's like, we're going to stay alive. All right, how many schools are we going to pick up from California, and how far are we traveling for all of these events?
Yeah.
Because, football, I get it. Football dominates, football rules, but your swim team, your soccer team, your baseball team, your basketball team.
Sending Arizona to go swim against Maryland every single year. You're like, no.
I'm sure West Virginia right now, who's in the Big 12 or the Sweet 16, which I want to change it to, or the Big South, is they're probably looking at it going, dang, like we got to go to Utah, Colorado, Arizona, and Arizona State. Like that is an expense right there that West Virginia is like, dang, that's a long way to go.
Another suggestion is the South 16. Although I am with you, Reggie. I also do not believe that conference name changes are imminent, but I do like hearing the other ideas for names.
The Big South already exists.
Okay, well, we can go ahead and buy that. They can buy that off
What
of
about
them.
the Deep State?
Oh,
No.
the Deep South.
No.
Is that what
No,
you're
no.
changing to?
The Deep State.
all of that.
Now,
Deep Dish.
I guess you don't want to do South because Southeastern Conference
That's
has
a great idea. Just name
dominated
after plates.
that name.
What about Tim Anderson? Multiple people are like,
I don't think it's a good conference name.
Dude.
No, not for a conference name, for the baseball player.
So that's real life. So now we saw real life. Like, we're not Errol Spence. 99.9% of us can't keep taking punches to the face and stand up. Like, that was when you get punched in the face and you're not sure when it's going to happen, because if you knew when it was going to happen, you would block the punch somehow or move your face. And so after he threw 2 punches and missed Jose Ramirez, and then Jose Ramirez connected with a right, that's how real life goes.
Mm-hmm.
And that's like, oh, I have now lost my balance and lost my sense, and I fall down. Now, once I fall down, I kind of get my balance and my sense again, and I kind of get back up. But that was real life. That's what real life looks like when you get hit with a fist.
And you know what? This is true. From the 682, I've slowed that down multiple times. It was not as good as a punch as people are making it to
Have
be.
you been in a fight?
But he did knock him down, and like that's the whole key. Sometimes it's
Movies
just where
have
and when you
screwed
connect.
our brains up when it comes to how real people look when real people get hit with a real fist from a real man.
It's where and when you connect on somebody, man, and that was just the right connection to be ping.
And somebody
like
brought
Sean Sharif wasn't impressed by that.
Oh.
That's like, that's where Sean is just a movie guy and not like, getting punched or elbowed in the face. Like, unfortunately, playing basketball, I've been elbowed in the jaw, and God, does it hurt really bad. And like for 2 minutes, your ears ringing, you're not sure if you can hear, and you're like, this sucks.
Now, somebody did bring up a fair point about Tim Anderson. Hold on. Isn't Tim Anderson essentially the Pac-12? So shouldn't that be the name, because they're both being crushed?
Oh, okay.
And then if you
All right.
add 2 more teams, could they be the 6-pack?
I do love that Tim Anderson took off his glove, got into boxing stance. Like, I have taken boxing lessons. I am ready to go.
But the thing about his stance is he lined up, what would that be? That would be southpaw. But it seemed like his right hand was his dominant hand because he was throwing with his front hand. And I was like, I feel like you lined up the opposite way. You should have went the other way where you could actually get more power behind your punch. But I don't know. What do I know?
I mean, have you ever been knocked out by an adult punch?
Can't say that I have.
Oh, advantage Reggie. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassick.
All right. So, unfortunately, what do the Rangers do without Josh Young for at least a month? Next.
Hey, it's Gavin Dawson for
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. At Classic Chevrolet, they do everything with purpose. That's why they're offering you their best model year-end savings on new Silverado. See them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. Your upgrade is their purpose. Shop model year-end savings today. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. The reason why I'm trying not to laugh is because we were just floating out the idea, or Mike was, that he hosts Fan Phenom. And after 1 minute, he's like, no, you're done. Get out. Or he's like, you know what? You got a shot. Keep talking.
I think Mike could do it, actually.
Oh, for sure.
I think Mike could definitely host it. So he's going to be the guy that's the co-host with the other person.
How long do you think that he would do it for? Because you got to remember, like we got a lot of
6
fans that'll
people.
show up. Exactly. Like I don't know if he's going to make it through the entire night of helping people through these things.
This is baseball nuggets. All right. So I'm going to take this time right here to talk about how I could tick off parents back when I was a coach during tryouts. I didn't want to waste my time, and I didn't want to waste the kids' time. But this did not make parents very happy. So I would start cutting kids 5 minutes into the tryout. And the tryout was like, all right, after stretching, we're going to play catch. And I would watch a kid try to catch a ball or try to throw a ball. And after seeing that, I'd be like, hey, you're good. You can go home now. So, like, it was 2 minutes into this hour tryout. And I'm like, I don't care. He can't catch and throw a ball. Tryout over for you.
Yeah.
It's great. You can now go home. I'm not going to waste an hour of my time, and I'm not going to waste an hour of your time. You obviously right now, for this select team, probably can't be on it because catching and throwing a ball is kind of important on my team, and you can't do it. So you're gone. I wouldn't say you're gone. I would just walk up to the kid and say, hey, thanks for coming out, but we're good. And then they'd walk off, and then parents are like, what's going on here? And I'm like, well, what's going on is your kid can't catch or throw a baseball. I've now watched him try to do it 3 or 4 times, and it ain't happening. So it's okay. Just I don't have a spot for a kid who can't catch and throw on my team. So that's how, Fan Phenom would go. After you say a couple sentences, if it goes bad, I'd say, thank you very much. We're moving on.
877-881-1053. What are the few sentences that would get Mike's to send you out of there?
Oh, man, that's interesting. I like that, too.
Don't you think Dwight Powell's actually underrated? Hey.
No, you know what? I'd give them 1 more minute. I'd go, you got 1 more minute to explain yourself here. And let's see. So, I mean, that would be like Mark Cuban. Like, I was shocked that we didn't max out Frank Ntilikina. I thought he was the most underrated player in the history of basketball just 3 months ago. And now we just let him walk for a minimum contract to another team? Come on! What is Mark Cuban doing? He just told, unless he was lying to us.
That would never happen.
When he was like, Frank Ntilikina is going to have to play. Let me say he's the greatest player on the history of the planet, on the face of the planet that nobody knows about.
The history face
of the planet. All right, so let's get into Josh Young, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Somebody,
by the way, just asked, can he still win Rookie of the Year? I was like,
no. Unfortunately, I was going to go into the individual second, but I'll go into the individual first here. Unfortunately, this does end Josh Young's chance to win Rookie of the Year because there's other candidates that will probably stay healthy the rest of the way. And so since Josh Young can't really accumulate the stats needed and then have that impact in September that you would hope. Now, I guess we can hope and pray that he can be ready by September 1st, but that's not likely at all. You're looking more at September 10th would be somewhat of a miracle. And that would be maybe the earliest I could put him coming back from this injury, but more than likely you're looking at September 15th through September 25th.
That feels right.
Somewhere in there where he will be able to come back. And so you just look at missing all of this time, and Gunnar Henderson probably has a great chance now if they have the best record in the American League, the Baltimore Orioles. And I would say that most likely I'd now put my money on Gunnar Henderson. So as I said going into the weekend, hey, I think I'd put my money on Josh Young. I'm sorry you lost money. I did not know that he was going to get hurt and miss the majority of the rest of the season.
Just to your point, we talked about the other day about it was a 3-person race between Henderson, Yoshida, and Young.
Boston, yeah.
It's now down to Henderson and Yoshida's. Josh Young is now 15-1 because, unfortunately, of this injury. And in some spots, it's even worse.
When the play happened, I was watching this live with my son, and I was like, that's a heck of a play. And I thought that Skip Shoemaker, he's my teammate, and I'm already ruining his name. But I thought he was going to come out and argue the play because I thought he intentionally did it at first because the ball was hit so hard. And I thought that was a heck of a play to get Andrew Heaney out of a first and second and nobody out situation here in the 6th inning, that he would somewhat intentionally miss this line drive, but kind of kick it forward towards third base, because if the hitter who hits the ball gets disappointed immediately in the line drive being hit at 109 miles an hour and possibly being caught, he might put his head down and go like, dang it, I can't believe in this situation I hit the ball as hard as I possibly could and I get nothing out of it, because then it turns into a triple play. But they ran there, and so you only get a double play. But I looked at my son and go, that was an amazing play right there to get a double play out of a line drive out. And then you see the replay, and you see that he almost completely missed the ball. And luckily, unluckily, I would take a double now. I would rather have a double and us lose that game than Josh Young be out most of the season now. I know that's a weird take, because that play actually helped the Rangers win the game. Because if he misses that ball completely, now a run is scored for sure, and it's 2nd and 3rd with nobody out. And I believe at the time, was it 3? It might have been 4-0 at the time, but it was 3 or 4-0 at the time of the top of the 6th inning. And I just thought, heck of a play. And then you see him kind of looking at his thumb, and you're like, hey, this might not be good. It was 4-0. And you're just looking at it going, but it'll be like, I didn't think it was broke. There was no way I thought it was broke, because you see catchers catch the ball bad at times, and it's a bad bruise, and it hurts. It hurts for like a month. I remember Ty Wigington, that son of a gun, and he's one of my good friends, but he had a comebacker to me that hit my index finger on my glove. And for 6 weeks, I thought my finger was broken. It might have been. I don't have to swing a bat, but I was like, it hurt so bad. Every time I caught a ball and it hit that finger, I wanted to like cry, like a tear like formed in my eyes from how painful it was. But I was like, I can keep playing. But obviously a broken thumb and having to grip a bat and swing a bat and on contact have the vibration of there's just no way. He has to sit out these most likely 6 weeks to get this better. And it just hurts the Rangers tremendously. So now Ezekiel Duran probably won't play the outfield anymore this year, because he'll probably be playing third base every day. Now, obviously, you have Smith, who can fill in there too. And Josh Smith, he's a good player, but there's no power there. There's a guy that it's more like advancing a runner. It's, you're hoping for a double every once in a while. And that's who Josh Smith is, but you lose 22 home runs, a lot of RBIs. And for the immediate future, for at least this road trip, you will not have your 5-hole hitter or your 6-hole hitter, because I don't think Jonah Heim's ready to come back on this road trip. So now you're looking at
your
Josh
third-hole
Young
hitter sometime, and he switches with Nate Lowe sometimes.
Yeah, so now you're looking at Young and Heim being out for a little bit of time together. Then when Heim comes back, how compromised is he? He's only going to bat from the left side. So when a lefty comes in, do you pinch hit? If Mitch Garver isn't playing, when was the last time Jonah Heim faced a left-handed slider batting left-handed?
I don't know.
When he was 13?
Yeah, probably.
I don't know. So he's never faced professionally a left-on-left situation. So if you bring in, let's just say Brock Burke was pitching for the other team, because I have no clue who's in the pen for the Oakland Athletics. So Brock Burke comes in to get Jonah Heim out. Well, I probably have to pinch hit for Jonah Heim in this situation, don't I? Because he's never faced a lefty-on-lefty situation. So I'm probably going to be like, look, I'm not going to put you, maybe in the first or second inning, I deal with it, and you hit against a lefty. But in the 7th inning, they bring in a nasty lefty, and my guy can only bat lefty who's never seen a lefty slider batting left-handed.
Yeah.
Like, I probably have to put in Mitch Garver in this situation to pinch hit. So it's going to be an interesting and tough situation for Bruce Bochy. The Rangers, I'm sure, will be looking at guys that are random free agents right now to possibly bring in, because I don't know of anybody in the minor leagues. Like, as far as I know, like Justin Foscue, who's kind of maybe major league ready, maybe. I don't think he's been playing third base in the minor leagues.
They called up Ornelas from Frisco, and he's a shortstop.
Yeah.
And I don't know if they're going to be like play outfield or you're a backup infielder or what. I have no.
Yeah.
I don't know if he's a great, infielder, and that's the plan. Somebody just asked Evan Carter time, and
I don't think so.
Yeah, and that would be kind of the mindset of.
Obviously, you have Leody and Adolis out there. I mean, it doesn't. Jankowski and Grossman can play left field, so you'd put them in left field, let's say. But it's not like you can now move Jankowski or Grossman to the infield to help you out. And Evan Carter can't play infield.
Yeah, it's
He's
just Duran
left-handed.
that you're moving.
So I don't think Evan Carter. But it'll be interesting if the offense struggles. I will say this as I end baseball nuggets, and I didn't even I'll get to it and Mike likes it, but the Chicago White Sox situation is, if you are struggling offensively for the next 2 weeks bad, which could be bad, right? Because Houston's playing pretty good baseball, is maybe you consider flipping everything around and going, we are calling up Evan Carter because offensively we need him, but he hasn't proven anything at a big league level. Heck, he hasn't even been to AAA yet. So
that would be interesting. It really, really would. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we are not in Oxnard, but we will still have the opportunity to talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, brought to you by Ford. Built for Texas, built for you. It is our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, guys. I miss you.
See,
Miss
that's
you too,
all
Mickey.
I'm talking about.
Gosh.
That's all we really need, right?
Bright smiling face on a Monday morning would be great right now, Mickey.
And the sun just came out, by the way.
Oh, so it's not already 6,000 degrees there?
No, we had a little cloud cover this morning.
Oh, well, that sounds delightful. I'm happy for you.
Mickey, if you could do me a favor, I'm happy for you too, but I'm moving on.
I'm sarcastically happy.
Can you please give us some words and thoughts on the Hall of Fame induction of Chuck Howley?
Yeah, I thought it was a really neat thing that, of course, that his son Scott Howley had to step in for Chuck, who in late stages of dementia just wasn't physically able to make the trip there, and they were worried about just the oversensory with all the hoopla that was going on, that he could handle it. So Scott ended up giving an acceptance speech, and he had said earlier when we interviewed him for a documentary that's going to be on Chuck Howley here in another week or so, that he just wanted to thank a lot of people. But I thought at the end it was really neat because I think he was trying to do something very short and simple, because his dad's attention span is not real good, and that's why he ended his speech at the end with, "Hey, I'm going to count to 1, 2, 3, and let's all shout out,
Hey, Chuck.
hello, Chuck."
Yeah.
And I thought that was very good, and he was hoping that would just sit and his dad would be able to understand that. And it's just another one of those cases where don't wait till a guy turns 87 to get him into the Hall of Fame that he should have been in 20 years earlier, right? The guy had to wait 50 years after he last played for the Cowboys to get into the Hall of Fame.
I'm glad that you brought that up, because I'm guessing that probably, like, I've never been in the room for Hall of Fame voting. That would be super interesting. I'm guessing it doesn't come up a lot that they're like, hey, we need to induct this person now, or they won't be able to do their induction. I'm guessing that probably doesn't come up a lot, but I do think it's a shame that so many people, after they died or after they're capable of maybe totally appreciating it, get into the Hall of Fame because of, well, who knows why.
Yeah, and then, Kevin, it ends up for the family more so than the person, right? And in this case, the family certainly celebrated it. And I remember when Scott told me the story when they told Chuck that that he finally made it in the Hall of Fame. So Roger Staubach was there, Leroy Jordan was there. There were several of his former players, I think Drew Pearson, Bob Lilly. They all showed up to come in and congratulate him. And Scott told me that he wasn't really sure that Chuck understood what was going on. He said, but after everybody left, his caretaker, who's been with him and kind of a Chuck Howley whisperer, if you will, sat there and tried explaining to him, what has taken place. And the caregiver told Scott that he goes, all of a sudden there was a kind of a twinkle in his eyes, and he said, guess I need to get a new suit. So he understood maybe that this finally took place, but again, how long was he able to keep that notion in his mind? So, there was a touching story that Scott explained on that day when they came in to talk to him, because I don't know if you guys knew this, but Roger Staubach's his next door neighbor. They've lived next to each other for years.
Wow. Yeah. I don't know why that just brings me warmth and comfort, just knowing that they were living next to each other. I just think that's super cool. And also, I'm sure people listening out there, if you've ever had somebody who's had dementia or Alzheimer's is that look,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
When
Yes.
They're like, okay,
It's tough.
we don't need to explain anything. They 100% understand what's happening right now. Now, that was amazingly positive, but I've been branding this on the show, so I think I'm going to have to bring up a negative thing. Do we need to start bringing in more new kickers, or what's the story there?
Well, I think the key thing will be, and I don't know if they're kicking today or tomorrow. They need to today, right? You need to see how they rebound. I can remember back when they were kind of going through another one of these things, and Dan Bailey was a rookie, and they were going through, okay, we got all these kickers, and let's see how they do, and they all had a bad day, and then the next time they kicked, Dan Bailey recovered, and we know the rest of that story, right? So I think the key thing will be, can they rebound, either one of them? Because Brandon Aubrey, I think, had been the more consistent one. When they did the initial 7 kicks, he missed his first, and it was basically an extra point. And then he made 5 of the next 6 kicks. So that kind of gave you some, okay, that's good. Vizcaíno just struggled the whole day. Now, again, they were kicking into the wind, and, you're not going to have perfect conditions in games all the time. And they didn't really adjust, and the majority of the misses were left. And the wind was coming through those trees, and it's a tough thing, but you got to adjust. And when they got to the, okay, we're going to, one play, and then we're going to run out the kicking team, and you got to run out there and kick from wherever the ball is. And they went combined 1 of 6. Aubrey was the only one to make one. So that was a little bit concerning. So we'll see how it goes this week. And I think you got to give them the game and see what happens. And then, if it's time to bring the caravan in, then it's time to bring the caravan in and upgrade the competition.
You know anybody that can kick?
Do I?
Yeah. Can you find us some people for the caravan?
I'm sure those guys are out there, right? And
I hope.
And both of those guys know the feeling because they both have been on the caravan previously, right? So, again, let's see if they can adjust and say, okay, I had a bad day, but now I got to come back. Those veterans are still out there, but as I continue to point out, part of the job is kickoffs, too. And, everybody say, well, bring in Robbie Gould. Well, Robbie Gould is not very good at kickoffs, and that's why he has put it out there that if he signs somewhere, he only wants to kick field goals.
What?
How about that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
so
awesome.
then you gotta bring in somebody to kick off.
That's what Mike did. He's like, I'll do most of the segments.
Right. Mike, or if you're a pitcher and it's like, I'm good for the 7th inning, but behind that, you got to have somebody else come in.
I'm good at getting strike 1 and strike 2. I would now like somebody to get strike 3 for me.
So I think we'll we've kept a discerning eye on it so far. Now we're going to see what happens today or tomorrow for sure.
All right, so the big news over the weekend, Mickey, was not the interceptions that Dak threw as much as the dude that caught a couple of them, and that is Overshown. Can you kind of, what have you seen from this guy so quickly? Because there's a lot of talk about Micah really liking him.
Yeah, and you know what? He's one of those guys where the ball finds him. It's not like he, was covering somebody and, grabbed an interception. They were tip passes again. But he was there, right? He was in the area, and the ball seems to find him. So, good on him. And that's one of the things that they feel like he's very versatile, kind of trying to use him mostly in nickel situations as a cover guy. He can run. He's very, I think, versatile. And again, tip passes, but he was there. So we'll keep an eye on him and Cox to see, that there's probably one spot there for, both of them, and see who wins the deal. But he's had a very good camp so far for a rookie, and he has a ton of athletic ability.
And when we talked with Steven last week, he was hoping to see Schoonmaker, or Ol Scooney, as we like to call him. Yeah, be back at the end of the week. But now it sounds like hopefully he'll be active and ready to go today for practice.
Maybe. That would be the soonest. I think they thought he was getting close. McCarthy pointed out on Saturday that he had a little bit of a setback on Friday, so they held him out Saturday. They're hoping that he can get back at some point this week. And, if he can just get back into practice, I don't think he'd be ready to play in a game on Saturday, but just get back into practice because, the tight ends, despite everybody's worries that they didn't re-sign, or I should put it this way, that Dalton Schultz didn't want to re-sign, that the tight end position was in trouble. But I think Ferguson right now is your all-purpose tight end. They're using Peyton Hendershot a lot in the red zone. He's pretty good at his size, being able to dominate close to the goal line. And then this John Stevens guy, the rookie from Louisiana Lafayette, I guess I can use that because if I just say Louisiana, that might confuse people. That's what they call the
didn't they say
school
stop
now.
saying "you-la-la" a while back? So
I think they might be joining the Pac-12.
Yeah, I hear there's an opening.
God, there's so many. And then, do you think we'll hear about Ronald Jones today? I don't know if that's very pressing in terms of the groin.
Yeah, I mean, to me, you want to keep him active if you think you're going to bring him back after the 2-game suspension. But, I'd hate to, I don't mean to sound cruel, but waste snaps on a guy that, is not going to be there for the first 2 weeks of the season. So, yeah, I don't know that that's important or that important. I thought it was encouraging that Dorrance Armstrong was back on Saturday. Donovan Wilson, I'm told, is getting closer and closer.
That's good.
Mukwamu was back out there. So they're getting some of these guys that have the soft tissue injuries back on the field. But, it's the depth they have at safety right now, and with young guys like Juan Thomas, Marquise Bell, and even Coyle, you almost didn't miss Wilson, and that was your leading tackler last year. And the fact that they re-signed Hooker for, through a 3-year extension, the safety position's in pretty good shape, I think, and these young guys have really stepped up. So when you add Donovan Wilson to that mix, that's a pretty good secondary at the safety position.
Appreciate the insight, good sir. We will catch up with you tomorrow. Okay,
sounds good. Good to be with you guys. Glad this hookup worked.
There you go. Let's mark that as well. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3. Come on! That's funny. Dude, come on. We might not be able to play what Mike said earlier again, but that part's funny. All right, Corey, you held up a sheet of paper.
What?
Okay, now I just figured out. I thought it was like some sort of inside information or breaking news story or something like that.
No, I haven't looked at the Twitch stream. I haven't looked at the Twitch stream.
You put right there.
We said last year during football season that our Twolos and texters could text in a word when they were prepared for us to move on for something. And I was just letting Kevin know that that might be there. But so far, I haven't seen that from the Twitch or the fan textures yet.
Yeah, well, and one of the reasons that word bail I started thinking about goes along with they were talking about the fight that broke out after the Paul Diaz fight. And I was like, this guy's still in jail, or what's the story with that?
Dude, and that was the same kind of vibe at the house too. The kids, the boys wanted to
get into a fight.
Well, they were more likely to fight. Avery had a couple friends over, and so there was this okay, you know what? And so I was picking on him a little bit too, having some fun. And it turned out there's something about watching karate movies that makes you want to do karate. There's something about watching a fight that makes people go, you know what? I kind of just want to fight right now.
What? Huh.
What you when you were a kid, you didn't watch Three Ninjas and then roll around the house?
When I was
kicks?
a kid, I was just picturing it now.
Oh.
It's like Corey leaving and going, you know what? Maybe I could build a bomb.
Let me get
like
my
after we
key.
saw
Oh, yeah.
Oppenheimer or something like that. We're the K&C
Nope.
masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You know what? Good news. Coming up next, you can pick on your kid. Because inspired by a Good Morning Football host, have you ever had to humble your child in a video game setting? Let's talk about it next right here on The Fan.
100.
segment of the KNC Masterpiece is also brought to you by Window Nation, and it's brought to you by Window Nation.
Hartley from the stretch to the plate, and there's a swing, and there's a long drive to center field. De La Cruz going back. He's at the wall. That ball is history. Off the top of the hitter's backdrop in dead center. Adolis Garcia with his 29th of the year. It's the 4th home run for the Rangers today, and it makes it 6-0 Texas.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. The Rangers victorious yesterday. They have now won 6 straight games rolling into that series against Oakland. Look to make it 7 straight games tonight. But we're going to talk about something completely different. And no, Mike, not what you were just talking about.
You lead, and I'll follow.
Okay, I appreciate that. I'm going to go to cut number 16. This is Kyle Brandt. He's a host on Good Morning Football, and he defeated his son 100-0 in Madden. And this is his post-game thoughts after winning.
Coach.
Yeah, I have 1 minute. Quick. What do you
Sure. Controversial result, decision-making, I'm sure, down the stretch for you to shut out your own son. Do you have any regret?
I mean, I have enormous regret. My regret is that I didn't score 200 points on him.
That's what I'm talking about. So my question is, have you ever had to humble your child in a video game setting?
I don't know, but when you said that's what I'm talking about, you kind of sounded a little bit like Napoleon Dynamite's brother when the guy chucked the steak. You're like, I don't know if that's what I'm
talking about.
All right. Next. Corey, you got it.
It was, we were at the house and Avery wanted to play Super Smash Bros.
Okay.
Or Brawlhalla. One of those two games.
Does it bother you that they say bros and not brothers?
No.
Okay.
It bothers me that my kid says bruh all the time. Oh, look, bruh. Oh, look, bruh.
Like he says it to you. He's like, bro, come on. I'm not ready for dinner.
Yeah, I need this.
Oh, no.
It's their saying, man, and it's tiring.
Is it their saying?
And I started saying it like to mock him, and now I say it sometimes, but not the way he does. It's too much. Anyway, we were playing Brawlhalla or Super Smash Bros. And he was like, I was there. I just picked up the sticks and was like, all right, I understand this just a little bit. Kind of like the first time you played Street Fighter.
Yeah.
And he beat me.
Pick Blanca and just try to eat that person's head.
And then I played again and he beat me again. And then I played a third time and I got him. And I was like, all right. And he goes, I think I can beat you in every video game that's on this Switch. And he had just recently uploaded all of the old school Nintendo games on the Switch.
Trouble.
And the little thing that allows you to access that. And I was like, all right, let's do a tournament. And I marked down every game that he thought he could beat me at. And we played them. And we started with Tecmo Bowl. And that was his worst decision, to start with Tecmo Bowl, because once we got through the first quarter and it was 27-0, he decided, or 28-0. He decided, this is a poor decision. I think I don't want to play the rest of this tournament. And I said, no, we need to finish this game. And it was pretty much in the 80s when he just put the controller down and walked off. So he got the lesson very quickly. But I do remember, too, when my dad humbled me in RBI baseball and he hit like 10 home runs with Andre Dawson right out of the gate. And I was like, I don't even know how he got up to bat so many different times. And I said the computer cheats and threw the remote across the room and I was done.
You know when that happened with my dad?
No.
Never. He wasn't really around, Corey. So...
Which means you were undefeated. Congratulations.
That's right. He was busy not being around. I don't know. All right. Sorry, Corey. I just had to lead you into that one.
What's that, an 11:26 real life alert?
Yeah, that is for sure a real life alert. Just like somebody texted in and said, man, I knew Mike had to say something for you to come back from the commercial break like that. If you watch on the fan cam or on Twitch with us, you saw when we came back from break, I had my hand completely over my face because Mike was opining about body hair growing in places, and it was just weird. Is from the 940. Oh yeah, Madden is coming up a lot in this, but mine was Galaga because, and that's the thing, I wasn't looking to humble Brandon. But once he started talking crap at
There
the
it is.
arcade,
Yep.
then he had to be humbled because we were at Nickel-Rama, and I will readily admit that all kinds of new games, like even then, but especially now, he would destroy me and I wouldn't even understand what was happening. But in Galaga, he goes, hey, let's play. This is you know this game, right? And I was like, oh, for sure. And he goes, let's play. And he started to play, and he's like, oh, I'm going to destroy you in this. You don't even have a chance. I was like, okay. And he did, I don't know, mediocre at best. And so on my first guy, before my first spaceship had been killed or abducted by the aliens, is I was rocking it out and I passed his score. And he did the same thing. He was ready to walk away. And I was like, no. You're going to stay here and watch every second of this because he invited it on himself. If he would have just like, hey, do you want to play basketball? Hey, do you want to play Galaga? Instead, he said he was going to destroy me. And I felt like we had to teach him a lesson.
I did get humbled a little last night, though. Although I didn't necessarily, I wasn't going into it saying I know anything about this game. But Carter has the Oculus. My Carter, not our Carter. He has the headset, Kevin, the Oculus
like the
headset.
VR, yeah.
He bought it with his own money. He saved up his money to buy it. And I was like, wow, that's impressive. So, but he got that, and he has a game, and it's all like the Divine Duel or something like that. And I had never played it. And he said, all right, just push play. And you have all these little options of weapons that you can shoot in a duel against the opponent across the way. And it's fun. I had an absolute blast doing it. We ended up tying, me and the computer that I was dueling against.
Okay.
And my son laughed. And he was like, do you want me to show you how easy it is to get a win in this game? And just wait until I put it on the hard level. That was on the easiest level ever. And I was like, little kid, this is the first time I've ever played this game. You just wait. Now my only mission is to play that game until I can destroy the game. You know? I am in this mindset now that I want to show him. But he was challenging me last night on the first time I picked it up.
Yeah, but this is the dangerous part about it. First of all, you're in your 40s. Congratulations on living that long. But now you're playing an away game right now. You realize you're playing an away game, right?
I'm in his place.
Yeah, it was cool. Tecmo Bowl was like, oh, you don't know nothing about this. Now you're playing an away game, and I don't know how much time and effort you're putting into this, but please remember, you are playing an away game.
There's a very clear delineation. If it's a 2D game, I can whip the crap out of my kids at that, especially Noah. He can't do it. But once we moved into the 3D space, I was at a severe disadvantage for sure. From the 817, I'll go easy on my son until he starts talking trash. And that seems to be the fundamental agreement across here. And then somebody made the joke that my dad was the reigning hide-and-seek champion. Oh, that's sad a little bit. I get their point.
I don't know. He was good at the hide part. I don't know if he was good at the seek part.
No, from what I understand, if you would have just gone to the local bars, you might have found him.
Yeah, that is very true. That is, oh, man.
My kid's always
There's so many real life alerts in this segment. I can't even believe it.
My kid's always asking. I don't know why. He's always like, are you going for milk, Dad? And I'm like, no, I'm just going to work.
Or a pack of cigarets, right? Isn't that the thing?
No, I go to work almost every day.
Yeah, no, I'm not going with that. From the 940, my son and his friend were talking trash about how they could beat me on the original Halo on Xbox. I played them 2-on-1 and I crushed them.
That's right.
And that goes to Reggie's point is when did this game or game system come out? Because if it was still if it was some GameCube games, I think I could take Brandon down at GameCube stuff because that's when that was still in my wheelhouse and I still cared. But
you put in the requisite time.
Exactly.
Because at this point, you're an adult, you've got responsibilities. They have so much leisure time.
Yeah. Oh, for sure. If it was Simpsons Hit and Run, I could handle it. But once we moved beyond that.
Crazy Taxi.
Yes. Which is essentially, pretty much the exact same game. Then I would be completely lost. And I recognize that. And I always think about in these conversations, Mike playing video game baseball and just his running diatribe against how stupid it was.
I haven't played video games a lot in 20 years now.
Yeah.
So I don't I can kind of play the basketball game 2K, I think it's called. I'm okay at that, But everything else, I'm just like, no, I don't have time for this.
And like to the 2K point, like my little brother, he plays a lot more 2K than I have an opportunity to, but because I know basketball better than him, I can work him that way. But like, is there a place where you're like, I can do this if it's not video games? Is it like board games? Is there something where you're like, I can cook you, child?
Well, I can cook my 13-year-old in basketball still, but my 15-year-old is getting good enough now that then he gets mad at me because I still want to win. So I just back him down whole way and just lay it up.
Hard foul your child.
Absolutely hard foul that child.
Yes, I do.
Would you rather you hard foul them or some other person hard foul
then,
them?
he doesn't make the layup or whatever because he beat me off the dribble and I'm too tired to like recover. So I just push him.
That's right.
And then he's like, foul. Come on, Dad. And I'm like, are you sure you want to call that one? But I wanted to call it.
So you also use verbal intimidation in this. Wow.
Because then it turns into like wrestling around the rim because then he's getting mad at me for not, shooting the ball from the outside because I want to win.
Yeah.
So I'm like, no, I weigh way more than you do, and I'm just going to back you down and lay it up. When you figure out how to do that, then you'll really beat me every time. But I'm now to the point where I'm like, crap, I can barely beat my 15-year-old.
From the 817, my son challenged me at Madden 18. I stayed home for 4 months and got ranked 355 online. I'm okay playing away games. These kids have zero mental toughness to endure the misery I went through to get good at Madden.
I love that idea that you took all of your free time or a lot of your free time to get good at the away game, and you just gave them like a rude awakening. You're like, oh, you can't hang with me on this, and then bam!
Sorry, kids, no vacation this year. All PTO went to getting good at Madden.
Holy cow, that's amazing.
And that's on you. That was your decision.
From the 214, humbled my son with Tony Hawk Pro Skater 2. He said Madden is the only game I'm good at. I told him I'm the best Tony Hawk player of all time, and he called BS, and I smoked him. That is amazing. And then I like the expansion here. The 210. Oh yeah, I had to smoke my son, daughter, nephew in Mario Kart many times. Mario Kart, along with Madden that you brought up and maybe 2K, those seem to be where beefs get decided in the video game world, at least according to this text run right here.
Oh, man. I mean, think about it. Think about how many times Micah and Dez are challenging people on Twitter, and they're like, come at me with this game, with Madden especially.
Yeah.
See, like, I'm also one of those people where I just enjoy playing games. Like, I enjoy the camaraderie of playing the game. So I don't have to get all worked up and get all mad about anything, but I will say, like, I would rather play Rocket League and be on your team than I like teamwork. I think it's fun. I'd rather play Rocket League and let's go score some goals and make some people look foolish together and then high five about it later.
Now, sometimes things Mickey tells us go into action really quickly. So we were talking about, he said perhaps bringing in a cavalcade or caravan, a whole bunch of new kickers. Is the Cowboys have in fact released Tristan Vizcaino. And so there is going to be at minimum one more kicker coming in, but we could see more than that.
Who do you think it's going to be?
Luis Vizcaino.
Not
I heard
Robbie
U.S.
Gould
women's
now.
national team has some time on their hands.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
I think there's a Jose Vizcaino. Messi, he won. If he would have lost, could you imagine if they brought in Messi?
He'd make all the shots. He'd make every one of them. He'd make all the goals.
That seems
Field
like
goals.
the most Jerry Jones thing to do in the world. He's like, well, that'll get us all the attention.
Could you kick off Messi and he could just lob it up perfectly like 15 yards down the field where he's kicking it to one of your, like, I don't know, they're not called gunners when you're kicking off, but like he could pass the ball off of, so you're like, no, we're just onsiding it, but we're literally onsiding it where he just lobs the ball up and somehow puts it in a place where they're not, and you know your guy's sprinting right to that spot.
No doubt in my mind. No doubt in my mind that he could do
Oblong
that.
ball makes it hard, man. It's a weird shaped football.
Well, also, that's not going to happen, but I would be inclined to agree with you because they won last night.
Everybody has a number.
So Messi gets to keep his job. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. Could the world of Pokemon card selling be even more ruthless than that of the NFL? Let's talk about it next right here in The Fan.
RJ Chop.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 Through the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. At Classic Chevrolet, they do everything with purpose. That's why they're offering you their best model year-end savings on new Silverados. See them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. Your upgrade is their purpose. Shop model year-end savings today. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 Through the Fan. Right now, it's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron glory. Disappointed in you, Mike.
I made a really good Greek yogurt dip over the weekend.
I'm like,
What?
oh my God, I just drew. Trayvon Diggs. I was flipping channels yesterday and they had the Family Feud, NFL Hall of Famers versus current NFL players. And Trayvon Diggs was on there as a current player. And Steve Harvey, I forget the question, is a pretty simple, basic question. Trayvon Diggs is up there to hit the button. He doesn't hit the button. Whoever on the Hall of Fame side, let's say it's Marshall Faulk, he was one of the guys, he answers the question, but he doesn't get the top answer. And they go, Trayvon, and he just looks at Steve Harvey as there's 5 answers on the board, and one of them has been picked. It's not the number one. Trayvon, can you get the number one answer? And he looks right at Harvey. And I'm like, throw out a something. You didn't have anything in your brain to choose anything? That was me just now.
Okay.
So me and Trayvon, man, we're like the same.
I always thought that.
Yeah? No. Is it up to you to keep the dip?
I don't want to
tradition
tackle
alive?
people. He doesn't want to tackle people.
Well, the dip tradition never really was adding something to dip with. It was just always dipping into the gravy.
Okay.
Mike added the biscuit part.
Yeah, I feel like you're entitled. Mike just gave you something for free, and now you're like, I'm entitled to this every single time.
That's fair. That is fair. I will try to be less entitled. All right. Let's go from that to Blake Martinez. Now, you know, we've been talking about this probably since last year. Is Blake Martinez abruptly retired in the middle of the season, and then last year, he found out he wanted to go sell Pokemon cards. Well, it had been going really well until maybe it hasn't anymore.
Okay.
So Blake Martinez has now been permanently kicked off Whatnot after an investigation into his sales and streaming and everything like that. He had already gotten dinged once for using, quote, sleight of hand in one of their breaks, which that's a terrible thing to do, but I can see how a sleight of hand artist would be helpful in these streams when you're like, oh, I thought you got that great card, but you didn't. You got this other regular card that we'll send to you. So good job. That's like a $15 card. And you're like, but I hid the $800 card.
See, that's shady, man. Like, that's just miserable. Somebody's sending you this because they're looking, to see you open it. They're a big fan. And I'll say this. Carter's a big fan of a specific YouTuber right now. And he wanted to send him a box, like just some, not of cards or anything, just a thank you.
Yeah.
But he was really excited about the dude opening that box and talking about it.
Yeah.
And I was like, and I get it, man. You're excited that this moment's about to happen. Maybe you do get the cool card. Maybe you don't.
Yeah.
But the fact that this dude might be stealing your card from you makes it even worse. Those are miserable people.
That is, if you believe Big Card.
Oh my gosh.
However,
Big Card is back in business.
This is what Blake Martinez said the first time he got in trouble. I will allow you to determine if he is trying to say that Big Card isn't trying to intimidate him out of this hobby. Quote, I understand the optics. I understand how it looks. Trust me. I know the type of business I run. I know the type of decisions I made across the board. I made a good amount of money. Everybody knows in the NFL. I knew stepping into this was going to have a target on my back. So is he insinuating that Big Card is actually the ones coming after him, not him trying to grift people? That's what it feels like.
I think isn't that the approach is once somebody comes after you, you just go back at them even harder.
Sure.
To kind of make it look like
the big industry they represent.
Yeah, that makes a lot. Like maybe that's the case, but I don't know, man. There are some instances of some very, very shady people in the card industry doing some very,
for sure,
very shady things where they think they're getting away with it completely with ease.
I agree.
From the 817, I have no clue what you're talking about. Like a magician? It's the same basic
Yes.
theory. If you can do sleight of hand card tricks, potentially you could do that with trading cards. That would be terrible to do, but as you just pointed out.
Yeah, you didn't say it explicitly. I guess you were kind of assuming that people would understand that you were saying like, hey, this using sleight of hand to obscure the fact that there was actually a good card in here that is no longer being seen.
Don't do that. That's wrong.
I think you
But
guys
yes.
have told me there's some dudes that do that on like TikTok that have been called on it countless numbers of
The
times.
backyard breaks people.
Okay.
They're
And-
like, oh, I mean, look, that is well documented. Is what they did with the Trevor Lawrence. Was it a gold kaboom?
Yeah.
It's like maybe a $20,000 card, and they're like, oh yeah, no.
I think it's 100,000.
Well, at the time, yeah, and so they're like, well, we're not going to send that card out, and people are like, but why? And they go, you know what? We're going to donate to charity, and they posted a screenshot, and multiple people are like, hey, isn't that a screenshot from like a couple years ago?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, they were thieving.
Oh, and there might be even more scandal going on.
The crazy
with
thing
them.
is the people who are doing this, like who you're talking about, they're the biggest in the industry. They're like the New York Yankees of breaking. It's the weirdest thing in the world that people have been caught doing this, and it doesn't seem to affect them very much. Maybe it affects them for a week or a month, and then they're right back to where they were, and everybody seems to be okay with it.
Yeah, it can be a tough and potentially shady business. I want to take you back to the Hall of Fame. Now, we got some excellent insight from Nikki about that. As I want to go to cut number 8 right here is DeMarcus Ware. Man, I think that people should use Hall of Fame speeches, graduation speeches, if you win an Oscar or whatever. I love when somebody just talks about something totally different and they're like, I'm here to thank blah, 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 blah. Like, I really like that. So let's go to cut number 8 is, oh no, the file corrupted.
Oh,
no.
Well, Kevin, you're just going to have to repeat it verbatim from memory. Good luck.
Okay, I probably, since it didn't happen directly to me.
Verbatim.
Okay. Well, and this is not going to be as dramatically impactful because this is not what
You
actually
better
happened
put
to me.
quotes at the
All right.
front and the back of this.
Quote, my uncle was in his car and without warning was knocked across the head with a gun. A knife dropped to the ground and I picked it up. And when I looked up, all I could see was the potential shooter's eyes and a gun barrel pressed against my head. All I heard was my family say, don't kill him.
Wow.
There was an eerie moment of silence, after which I simply said, this isn't me, and I dropped the knife. And then he talked about how he knew that God had given him a second chance, and that was his turning point. And it just, I'm sure that other people share that like similar kind of story in their background or upbringing or whatever. I just thought it was a really different and really powerful moment for him to share with
Yeah, I don't
people.
know that I'd ever heard him share that.
I think he said he never said it publicly.
Yeah, and that was like that is a moment that when he shared that, I think it captivated a lot of that audience for sure.
For sure.
And it kind of makes you it makes you see him a lot differently too, man. Just because he always, I know when he became a pro with the Cowboys, it was a struggle for him to grow into the role. He had the speed, he had all this, but man, it was going to be a lot of learning. And he learned very quickly. And he was always polished, and everything about him was just so, so great. But to know even more of the tribulation that he had to go through and some of his experiences off of that just makes me admire him even more, man.
Now, I don't think next year's Hall of Fame class is going to be as heavy on first-time Hall of Fame inductees, or I guess first time they're eligible to be inducted to the Hall of Fame. The top of the Hall of Fame class for next year looks potentially like this in terms of new eligible players. Julius Peppers, Antonio Gates, Eric Berry, Haloti Ngata, Jamal Charles, Brandon Marshall. So, I mean, like, the first two I get. After that, like, I would listen to discussions about Berry and Ngata after that. I just don't know how many of the first-time eligibles are going to be in the mix. So maybe clear out some more of the
old school
the
guys,
backlog,
yeah.
and
But doesn't
see
that
how we go from there.
re-backlog? Doesn't that just create more backlog?
Oh, sure. And then in 15 years, somebody's going to be like, you're insane if you don't think Jamal Charles was a Hall of Famer, or whoever your player is. And so I'm sure that will always build back up.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go from that. That's a weird take, right? I'm not actually
It's like our
saying
dump.
that.
It's like our dump. We only have so much dump, right? And then we're out of dump, and then we gain the dump back over time.
Okay. Now there's a lot of that's a good point. There's a lot of interesting Trevor Lawrence news. First of all, he is going to play and I think start in the preseason game, but also he is not going to be in the Netflix show Quarterbacks for season 2. He said, I was approached, decided not to do it this year. I feel like it's just not the right time for me, even though I let Mike down.
I don't think they're going to be able to make another season of this, man. It sounds like none of the quarterbacks want to take part.
Josh Allen might be the pivot point because he said he's unsure. I feel like if you got Josh Allen, you'd be like, you know what? They might be able to do something. But it worked out incredibly well for them the first year because they're like, well, I mean, we got Mahomes. We got the guy that won the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
And then the Vikings had a surprisingly good season.
Yeah.
And
a surprisingly good person in the role that he played, man.
And he had Marcus Mariota, which, that didn't really do anything for anybody.
Not all the cards in the pack, Kevin, are going to be winners.
That's true.
Occasionally you get a dud.
That is very true. The Panthers gave Justin Houston a 1-year deal that includes $6 million guaranteed, up to $7 million total. The Hall of Fame game, as much as I know people still make fun of it, drew 6.3 million viewers. Kareem Hunt's going to visit the Saints, and Anthony Barr is also going to visit the Saints.
Can either one of them kick?
No, because then we want them here, right?
I'm sure they can kick, but like professional kickers.
Who is the safety who kicked an extra point for us?
Jeff Heath.
Jeff Heath.
Thank you.
Heath Barr.
What's he doing?
You want to bring him back?
Why not?
I mean,
let's have some fun here.
We need some
I just
kickers.
say go for 2. Let's be the first team to ever go for 2 on every
single time.
What was the high school that only shot threes from El Paso that we used to cover? They would play
Eastwood.
in the Birdville tournament. Eastwood.
Was it Eastwood, I think?
Something like that, dude. Yeah, Mike.
And now everybody only
They had a
shoots
dude
threes.
that would just rebound, and he would never even look at the basket. He'd just turn around and throw it to somebody in the perimeter.
You watch kids play basketball at PSA, and you're just like, they are jacking up threes left and right. It doesn't matter if they're 0 for 13. That 14th one is going in.
Shoot.
But what if you're not a shooter? That's the only thing that I don't get. Like, you shoot like
How will you
Shaquille
know-
O'Neal out there. Like,
How will
we
you know if
might
you don't
want to
take a
try
shot,
a
though?
different shot. Maybe once in a while. Don't jack it up from 3.
We're the Kansas City Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, Micah wants to be one of the greatest Hall of Famers. What does that look like, and can he do it? We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Sports with lots of Fan Studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. So, Micah Parsons, which I totally get. I feel like this should be everyone's goal. Or if you have high ideals about yourself, this should be your goal. Is Micah Parsons said he doesn't just want to be a Hall of Famer. He wants to be one of the greatest Hall of Famers. And I realize that the Hall of Fame is not necessarily broken up in, you were a Tier 3 Hall of Famer. Here's the Tier 1 Hall of Famers. But I also think that people view Lawrence Taylor, Jerry Rice, eventually Brady, Jim Brown, people like that, as like a whole different tier.
A different wing
of excellent player. And he said, when you talk about great careers, when you talk about Hall of Fame, like I don't just think I want to make the Hall of Fame. I want to be known as one of the greatest Hall of Famers. So I was curious if that has like a particular set of goals to make that happen. And do you think it's possible? Because I continue to think back about something that your dad told you, Mike, when he was watching Micah. Is like, I've seen Bob Lilly, I've seen Randy White, and you're talking about like some all-time great players. And he goes, Micah is the best I've seen.
Yeah, and so far, he can say these things. Most people, sure. 99% of people that have played football for 2 years in the NFL aren't going, I want to be one of the greatest of all time. It's rare. Like Justin Jefferson can have that same type of attitude. Obviously, Patrick Mahomes is already a Hall of Famer. Now it's like, how high on the list can I get in people's opinions? Not that he's doing it for other people, but I think Micah is looking at himself as, I'm assuming this has been way easier than he ever thought. Like the NFL has been way easier than he thought it would be. Like the challenge of it is like, wow, I am way better at this than most people are. And now he's like, can I be the best ever? Can I be, I don't even know if he knows who, this is the thing I don't know about Micah Parsons' knowledge of the NFL. Is he like, I want to be better than Lawrence Taylor? I want like, does he know who Lawrence Taylor is?
Well,
like,
and it's funny that you say that because, and I don't mean for this to sound rude to this particular person, but he said Lawrence Taylor, Jerry Rice, Deion Sanders, and Michael Strahan. Like, I think Michael Strahan, I mean, clearly he was an excellent player, but I guess I don't think of him as that tier of the first three, but maybe that's the guy he looked at coming up, and he's like, Michael Strahan's the best.
Yeah, he looked at him probably, let's see, 2000. How old is Micah, Kevin?
He's 25.
All right, 2001, Michael Strahan sets the record, 22 and a half, right? And kind of. And then he has, yeah, I know. And then he has a couple Super Bowls to add into that.
Yeah.
Like if how old is Micah at 2001?
So that would only be like 3.
Yeah.
So maybe
okay.
not then.
Maybe not. But I agree with you. In my idea, I'm like, Michael Strahan was really good after his career on TV.
Yeah.
But like when I look at the Reggie Whites and the Bruce Smiths, who I still think are underappreciated in the game, they have the top 2 all-time leaders in sacks. And I look at their career and they had consistent 12, 13, 14 sacks every single year, in addition to being really good at all the other stuff that they did too.
So
they played in the biggest games, meaning championships and Super Bowl games, like conference championships and Super Bowls.
Okay, so let me ask you something about that part, because then I want to circle back into the 2 particular players that you talked about. Do you think you need to, I know this comes up with the quarterback all the time, do you think somebody like Micah needs to be in Super Bowls to be part of that group?
I really think so.
Yes.
Okay. If we're talking about the 10 greatest defensive players of all time, most of them we're going to find out. If you start thinking of them, they were in Super Bowls, or if you want to go way, let's just not go way back when to just NFL championship games. But if you just go to the Super Bowl era, usually when you think of some of the greatest, you think of right now Aaron Donald. He did. He got there twice, right?
Yes.
And he's won 1. And you look at Reggie White, he got there with Green Bay and he won it. You look at 2 for Lawrence Taylor. I don't know if you want to, like, safety-wise, Ronnie Lott, like
Ed Reed
and Ray Lewis. Like, you just start thinking of the guys that we think are the greatest that we've seen in our lifetime. And I don't know, like, maybe there's a couple guys that I'm forgetting about. But even like Mike Singletary, did he lead the greatest defense in NFL history? Maybe he did with the Bears, you know? So like you just start thinking of the greatest in the history of this sport, and usually they do have that ring on their resume. If they don't, you think of them as being great. I know it's a different position. I think of Dan Marino as being great, but we don't want to put Dan Marino with those top 5 category quarterbacks. Even though, like, record-wise, he crushed every record. When he retired, he had all the records.
Mm-hmm.
Now, they've been broken since, but it's kind of like, nope, he wasn't in Super Bowls. He's in one. And, like, I think you lose credibility.
Kevin, if I'm going to create a team out of all of history to win a Super Bowl against we're getting invaded as a planet.
Monstars, yeah.
I'm not taking Dan Marino, because I never saw him win one.
Sure.
So I'm probably taking Joe or Tom,
Sure.
in the history of those things, because I know they can win them. Although I think Joe's record is better, so I'm probably going with that even more.
Damn right.
But yeah, I mean, that's...
Never lost a Super Bowl or threw an interception in a Super Bowl.
So Dion has 2, right? He has San Francisco and Dallas. I'm just trying to think of somebody who's like the
Bruce Smith doesn't.
Bruce Smith,
okay,
but he's underappreciated.
But he was in, and that's what I was going to ask you. He was in a bunch of them.
He was in 4 Super Bowls, lots of
Yeah, they didn't win.
Yeah, that's a good one.
And I put him pretty dang high up there.
He could be a top 10er, at least in our lifetime, because it's tough if we go back to Bronco Nagurski or whatever. Like, I don't know.
Man, you know what, Mike? That's interesting, because Chris Henderson, C. Hendo, has a 2 different Scherzer Mount Rushmores that I was going to chat about, because it was the guys I saw pitch and the guys I didn't see pitch. So I do want to kind of get that later.
That's a good idea. Okay, well then y'all listed a few people, but I wanted to kind of put a quantifiable thing on this and see if you think this is right. All right, Lawrence Taylor, Reggie White, Bruce Smith. Do you feel like those are pretty well accepted as next level Hall of Famers? Not just Hall of Famers, but like
nothing against DeMarcus Ware. DeMarcus Ware's a Hall of Famer
for
but
sure.
Probably not in that category.
All 3 of those guys were first team All-Pro 8 times. Now that's an astonishing number, by the way. But all 3 of those guys were first team All-Pro 8 times, which I think puts them in the top 5, and I think the all-time record is 10. Micah has already been first team All-Pro twice. And so if we're talking about the greatest of the great, I think y'all brought up playing in the Super Bowl or winning the Super Bowl. And 8 might seem like one of the magical numbers in terms of first team All-Pro selections to get you in that elite of the elite category.
Because somebody did text in Randy Moss. And while I think of Randy Moss as that dude is an all-time great, like he is an all-time great receiver.
He was in a Super Bowl, right?
He was in a Super Bowl. But I think there are also parts where you're like, if he'd have done this, could he have been better? If he'd have, like there were moments where you're like, why did he walk off the field? And he's like, oh, the game's over, bro. But he was a 4-time All-Pro.
I wonder if winning that Super Bowl with Minnesota
changes.
Like, not even New England. If Minnesota could have won.
Just look at Dirk's trajectory changes.
Sure.
He wins the NBA championship, and everybody's like, well, he was unstoppable for a year, so I know he can do it.
I agree with
that. And that changes everything. I
do think that person did find a loophole, right? There's always going to be, nothing's perfect. I do think Randy Moss is one of the 5 greatest receivers of all time.
Yeah.
And he's one of the ones that would say, okay, he didn't really win anything, but yet, we consider him usually the 2nd or 3rd or 5th, right in there, greatest wide receiver of all time.
Yeah.
Do you think then, the follow-up part of my question is, I know it's preposterously early, but he said it. That's his goal. Do you think Micah can achieve that?
Health-wise, if he stays healthy, I do. Now, the tough thing is he's going to have to lead the Cowboys to a championship. I'm predicting he leads them to the Super Bowl this year. Yes, Dak will get credit, but it'll be Micah. If all our dreams come true as Cowboy fans, it will be because of Micah. It will not be because of Dak, because I look at Phil Simms and Lawrence Taylor. Who made all the dreams come true for the New York Giants with Bill Parcells? It was Lawrence Taylor. And I do think that if the Cowboys are going to win anytime soon in the next 5 years, because I do think Dak will be the quarterback the next 5 years for the Dallas Cowboys, it will be because he's good enough to be like Phil Simms in like leading a team and not doing anything stupid and not giving horrible turnovers in bad situations. And it will be Micah Parsons dictating tempo and destroying other teams' offenses.
Yeah, and I think the other part of it too is like you look at just the persona of him altogether, and it's go. You know, everything is go, and I think his teammates, I've said this over and over again, man, he is the culture of this team right now.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, Jake Paul, Nate Diaz, Lionel Messi, and the wild weekend that was in the Metroplex. Plus, Mike likes it. Plus, we'll hear from Dallas Cowboys head coach Mike McCarthy. All part of the Expressway right here on 105.3 The Fan. here on 105.3 The Fan. Let's take you to Dallas Cowboys head coach Mike McCarthy.
Making this decision early, it really speaks to, how much of an opportunity do we have down the stretch here? Because, if we do go back to Clarence's question, if we do go with a veteran, there's a level of experience. Our operation is very young right now. So, and that's something that we just want to make sure we're getting the reps and the opportunity to make those guys successful.
Nick Harris, DallasCowboys.com. Jordan Lewis, is he closer since the beginning of camp? Do you expect him back by the end of camp?
Yeah, Jordan is really crushing it in the rehab. But as far as where he is, there's a plan for him. But knowing Jay Lou, he'll push it, and he's doing really, really well. I know Britt feels really good about the process, progress he's made here the last 4 or 5 weeks.
Do you expect Schoonmaker to play on Saturday?
I'm excited to see him practice today. Okay.
Mike, Dan Hansis around the NFL Network. Hard Knocks is starting up again this week. You were on the show a couple of years ago. Mojo Moment was a thing that kind of took off. I was wondering if that comes back year after year, or you change it, maybe a different Mike Myers vehicle, anything like that?
Well, no, the Mojo Moment's still there. We use it in the padded practices, so we've done it every day since we've been in pads, and there'll be one today. So.
What was the greatest Mojo Moment of camp so far?
Greatest one so far? As the offensive coach, it was the 2-point play. As the head coach, is probably, the last one was pretty good for the defense. So.
Anything else? Mike, we've asked you a bunch about calling plays again, the excitement level that you have. Were there times in the last 3 years where you kind of bit your tongue at all on the sideline, or would think I wouldn't have done that, or did you ever have those moments?
No, not really. Because you remember, I was still involved. I think it's like anything. I mean, as an assistant to the play caller, which is the role you're in, regardless of your title. One guy gets the call on offense. One guy gets called on defense, and then there's a level of responsibility on special teams. Based on how you're designed on game day. So trust me, I know what it's like to be in that seat. No two people never call the game the same. Yeah, so I never felt like that, because a lot of things in play calling is the direction that you go during the course of a game. So and with that, I was comfortable with the way the games were called.
Louis Scruggs, NBC5. Mike, how should we view the offensive line these practices? Obviously, Zach's not here. The other day you gave Tyron the day off. What we're looking at, what should we be saying?
How would you view them? I would say that the experience that we're getting our guys is great. And, the line movement is excessive, which is awesome for us, because, we're playing against a defensive front that moves a lot and has all the different combinations. And that's one thing in training camp as an offensive protection you can't get enough of. So the results, I wouldn't, I think you can always get into the results, leaning towards the defense, particularly this time of year, particularly with the second group of offensive linemen. But, A would be experience. Unfortunately, we have a lot of different combinations, so that's fortunate for young players. Not probably where you always like to be, a week or two from now, set on your starting 5. So we're still a ways from that. But I do like the experience that our offensive line unit is getting. The run blocking is okay. I mean, we're doing a good job. You can see our double teams are starting to get tighter and things like that. We got to be a little better on the backside. So the run blocking's coming. But the pass protection, this is great work for us. And frankly, it's part of the reason why I felt very confident in our training here in Oxnard and didn't have to go. I didn't feel the need to go practice against somebody else, because, our line work is exceptional in my view.
What changes this week in practice as you ramp up to the game? Are you done with installs? I mean, how do you change?
No, I talked about it on Saturday. This will be 7 and 8 today and tomorrow. So, and then we'll shift gears probably Wednesday after we get these 2 installs cleaned up and wrapped, and then Wednesday night we'll take an eye towards Jacksonville.
Hey, Mike. Patrick Walker, DallasCowboys.com. You've now had Terrence Steele back for several practices and all of the padded practices last week. In your opinion, how does he look in his return? And is there anything that you'd like to see more from him that tells you, hey, he's back to top form?
You know, I think Terrence is right on schedule, right, frankly, ahead of schedule. You know, I think for him to come back, you know, off of his surgery and, you know, knock on wood, he hasn't had any setbacks. So he's taken, you know, even a little more than we probably would expect at this point, and that's a real credit to him and, you know, Britt and the whole rehab process. So we just got to stay on course with him. But I'd say he's right on time.
Does it make it that much more impressive that he's able to kind of hit top gear or approach top gear right now without Zach to his left?
Oh yeah, no doubt. I mean, I think it speaks so much to the man, and I think it's really started the day he arrived here. Watch him in the rookie workouts, you know, running, you know, just moving, and you know, you knew from day one that this guy, you know, was special and had more to him. So I think Terrence is just being Terrence, frankly.
How has Shoddy helped you in this transition going back?
Shoddy, you guys are nicknames buddies. Oh, that's cool. All right, you better not call me no damn nickname. I'm sure you call me worse, but Shoddy's been awesome. I mean, you know, obviously, you know, the personal part of it's just, you know, it's really cool to be at this point in your career, and then, you know, to have, you know, Shoddy and Jimmy and the family around, so that's been great. But football-wise, you know, I've always had, you know, a lot of respect for him, and you know, I think our foundations are very similar. But you know, his opportunities that he had a chance to go off, and you know, all those little things, you know, and your assistants bring to the table. But no, he's, you know, we're working, you know, hand in hand on this thing, and it's been a lot of fun.
Relationship, is he one of those guys that can say, Mike, are you sure you want to do this? Or?
Oh yeah, no, he enjoys it. Yeah, he you know, I think it's, you know, I'm probably getting a little payback from the earlier days. I mean, you know, it was a little different environment we worked in, but yeah, no, we have a lot of back and forth, which I love. I think it's so healthy. And it's, you know, the other part of it too, we got a lot of young coaches in that room, and you know, it's important for them to hear those conversations, because every scheme has a history. You know, every combination block has a history, every route has a history, and you know, when you have the opportunity as a young coach like I did in the early 90s to hear the history and the why of each and every scheme, I think it brings you a clear understanding as a coach to coach better in the gray area. You know, we draw these passes up real nice and clean, and they're unbelievable works of art, and then you get it on video and you coach off of that. But the gray area is where the money's at. You know, when you're playing against Stephon Gilmore, and he knows the splits and so forth, and you know, so what do you do to that, you know, to that release? How, you know, how does it affect the stem? And so it's all those little things that I think, just the fact that we've been in this type of system of, you know, thought process of how we install, you know, how we evaluate and correct and so forth. So I hope it carries over to our players, because I do think they feel that level of detail, because history is important.
Cowboys Radio. Can you update us on Ronald Jones? Is he going to miss some time?
Yeah, Ronald's going to miss some time. He won't practice today, so but we'll see how he moves around to get, you know, better idea exactly where he's at. But he will not be available today.
Brad Sham, Cowboys Radio. Mike, I'm thinking about Tyler Smith when I'm asking this question, but not exclusively.
Mm-hmm.
With what preseason has become, what's your personal gauge for a young player about how, when you need to see him play in preseason games, and when you say, yeah, no, I can't let him get on the field?
Yeah, I mean, those are tough decisions, you know, but I think you have to look at the whole picture too, you know, and he'll definitely be someone that you talk about. So, you know, I really want to get through Thursday's practice, because I know just from experience, you know, you're never going to have all the facts until after Thursday of you know, you have a better idea who's clearly going to be available for Jacksonville. So, but yeah, those conversations, you know, we had a personnel meeting yesterday, so as a staff, we spoke a little bit about that last night.
All right, there you go. Mike McCarthy right here on 105.3 The Fan. I know there's a lot of important stuff there, but my number one takeaway is when that one person said shoddy.
That was Newey Scruggs.
I feel like we were partially responsible for that. And he goes,
we absolutely
you
are.
got a
He would've said
nickname
young
for
Shoddy.
him. He goes, you better damn well not give me a nickname. I loved that part.
Well,
of
because
the
it's not
presser.
going to be as kind as young Shotty. You know, like it's not going to be as kind. The Mike McCarthy one.
Well,
we have to
he
call him-
admitted.
Yeah.
He goes, "You might call me worse." All right, don't look at the sheet, Corey.
All right.
Would you like cut number 13 or cut number 14?
I'm going to go with cut number 13.
All right, let's start talking about the wild weekend that was in the Metroplex with cut number 13.
All three in favor of the winner, the problem child, Jake Paul. The problem child beats the gangster.
Now, you love to hear it. Is Jake Paul, Nate Diaz, big fight here Saturday night in the Metroplex, and Lionel Messi last night. That was going to be your other option. We could still play some audio from that. Is Drake lost a $250,000 bet on Diaz to win the fight, but he did get about 4-1 odds on his money. So I see, if you had all of the money, I could see the value of making that bet, but Nate Diaz lost. You watched this fight with your family,
Well,
or at
with
least
with the
parts of
boys.
your family.
Yeah, and some of their friends.
What were them and their friends and your takeaway of the fight?
That specific one was their takeaway was Avery thought that Nate Diaz was going to win.
Oh, did
Carter,
he not know that Nate Diaz doesn't win big fights?
Well, not necessarily. He just thinks he's the better fighter.
Mostly.
And he's ended up fighting a guy who's trained in boxing. And it was two different things. You were watching, I will give Conor McGregor credit when he fought Floyd. Conor McGregor looked like he'd practiced boxing. Nate Diaz looked like he was doing his drunk fighting style that he does, where you're like, I have no clue if he's dazed or what. And he's just kind of standing there. He was playing to the crowd a lot. The whole crowd wanted him to win. Anybody that's texted that in,
it was an uber pro Diaz
oh yeah,
crowd.
absolutely. But my oldest was like, Diaz is winning this fight, and Carter said, "There's no way." My Carter, Jake Paul is winning this fight. There's no way that Diaz is. Carter went and grabbed the $10 bill out of his room.
Oh,
and then made a bet with Avery right there in the middle of the room. I was very interested to see how this goes, but the whole thing was Nate Diaz didn't throw punches like a boxer. He's not defending like a boxer. To that point, though, there's also Jake Paul who's getting hit in the face a number of times, and I'm like, how is he not putting his hands up to block some of these shots? So it was an interesting fight. But Kevin, I will say, whenever you're watching like the Showtimes and those kind of fights, the announcing is pretty good.
Yes.
And there's a very big difference when the announcing was on DAZN or whatever we were watching it on. It was very different. But man, there were some undercard fights that were very interesting and very fun to watch. But I guess I have to become a fight fan now because it's something that the kids are like, yes, I will do that. I'll hang out and watch these fights with you. They don't want to sit around and watch football with me or anything like that, but they want to watch this stuff. So I guess that's the new thing for us.
I'm going to be really interested to see how many people bought this. I'm sure it's like quite a bit because we've talked about how if you like it or don't like it, is Jake Paul has shown that he's the second biggest draw in boxing. Now I realize that agitates people because they're going to say what he does is not really boxing. I hear you on that. I'm not saying he could beat any legitimate boxer. The only fight he lost is the only semi-legitimate boxer he fought.
Yeah, I didn't see this. He says he wants
Who did he lose to?
Tommy Fury, right?
Tommy Fury, yes.
Tommy Fury.
He wants to be champion by 26.
Champion in boxing?
Yeah, world
His
champion
trainer
boxer.
said before this fight, if he lost, he might retire.
Well,
oh my God.
I saw that over the weekend.
But that's called establishing stakes, Kevin.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe that's what it is.
This is a loser leaves town match? Is that what you're telling me?
And how many times does the loser actually leave town?
Back. They always come back.
There were a couple times in the fight too where I heard his corner man telling him, "Hey, look, here's what you need to do here," and then he goes out and executes it. And then there was another time later in the fight, I don't know if it was the 8th round, and I think they had originally set it for 8, and then Diaz goes, "No, give me 2 more." And I thought Diaz would wear out real early because he's used to, fights being done pretty quickly. He was there the whole time, man. He was in there the whole time. But there was a moment where Nate Diaz brought him into his game a little more. And I thought Jake Paul got out of his fight late in the game because of that. But there was never really a, look, man, this is so decisive because Jake Paul is just destroying him. But it was clear he was the better boxer.
Look, and I don't know if he has decided this is worth it, but Jake Paul getting paid potentially $10 million to get choked unconscious by Nate Diaz in an MMA fight would be super interesting, because make no mistake, that is the by far and away most likely outcome, or him potentially breaking or dislocating his arm. I would watch it.
Or breaking his leg.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. Paul does have he has some pretty stumpy legs.
Okay.
That might be tough for Diaz to break.
Look, I would be oddly intrigued by the nature of that fight, but I absolutely think Nate Diaz would. He could end the fight with however he wanted after a minute.
UFC's a completely, and that was, they kept saying, even after the fight was all said and done with, that was the line, was he may have beat me in boxing, but he still can't fight. And that's
sure.
Yeah.
And look, I by no means do I think he would win in an MMA fight against Nate Diaz. All right, now let's play. Reggie, it's up to you. Cut 14 or cut 15.
Oh my
for
gosh.
one of the other big sports happenings of the weekend.
Messi up over and in! Sensational from Lionel Messi again! 4-4!
Now, this match was wild. And if anybody, we've already had a couple of people text in saying they went to the Paul Diaz fight. If you went to the Messi match, or I guess I should say the FC Dallas
That's
match.
right.
Okay, I should. Is if you went to either one of those events this weekend, I definitely want to know about it. But that thing looked like a freaking happening. And there were multiple times when I thought FC Dallas had the match won. But then Messi scored twice, including in the 6th minute, to really kick things off. And people were going crazy. And then they win on penalties. That looked like a happening. I'm still probably okay with not having to spend the amount of money that it was going to take me to get into the arena and into the stadium, but I'm betting a lot of people would have loved to.
How much was it going to cost you to get
$1,350
for two tickets?
2 tickets. At least
you got that.
Yeah, but
sure.
I'm also very stingy. So I just didn't want to spend that, and I did watch it. It looked great. The place looked freaking packed. I was a little worried when FC Dallas put out a tweet or an X or whatever we're calling this now. We apologize for the delay guests are experiencing entering Toyota Stadium. Per the MLS's request, we were required to delay stadium opening until all the visiting players had arrived. And then I was like, oh no, there's going to be a lot of people there. Are they going to be overwhelmed by this? Is there going to be a slowdown? Are people who are going to pay lots of money for this going to miss the beginning of the match? So hopefully none of that happened, but it looked and sounded like a happening.
So I turned on Apple TV and was like, let's just see. Because I was like, I'm either going to watch the morning show or, oh, that says it's live. So I turned it on about 45 minutes before the match, and they're doing their pregame. And I was like, I bet they do their pregame up until game. I am not subscribed to the season pass.
Okay.
So I was like, I bet they do it up to the pregame, and then they turn it off, and I'm done with that. And then I was like, well, I'll come back to this in a little bit. And when I came back to it, it was still on. I was like, I can't believe I'm about to sit here. This is amazing.
Yeah.
So I got the chance to see the Messi goal. And I was just like, yeah, of course.
Man.
The first one, and I was like, of course. Like 6 minutes in, was it about 6 minutes?
Yes.
And he's just doing his thing. You know, it makes it look so easy. And he walks around, Reggie, and I don't know how many of the dudes that are this great just walk around on the field until they decide they want into a play. And then once they take the ball or get the ball or the ball gets delivered to them, they make the play. But
Tis sometimes the life of a striker, right?
Yeah, but that's just what, like, he just looked completely comfortable in his role, and it's wild to see him do his thing, man.
If that was their free preview, I'm willing to wager it worked pretty well, because they're like, you want to see Inter Miami again? They'll play on Friday or Saturday
I bet so, yeah.
against Houston or Charlotte, I believe, in the next round of the Leagues Cup. We're down to the quarterfinals now, but pretty sure 4 matches for Messi, 4 victories, and I believe he has 7 goals and an assist. The numbers he's put up so far they're incredible, and it's super fun to watch, and it's unbelievable that this early he's lived up to the hype.
I guess the idea though is, were there FC Dallas fans that were all rooting against him, or were they just like FC Dallas fans that were like, man, we got to just appreciate soccer tonight?
There was definitely a lot of Messi fans in the building. Don't get me wrong. You saw Argentina jerseys. You saw Inter Miami
he scored
shirts,
people
right?
went crazy.
But you saw FC Dallas. You saw the Metroplex show up big for their club, and I'm sure it was great for the boys on the pitch to be able to see that it wasn't just a takeover by folks that were here for the happening, but there was a lot of folks that showed up for FC Dallas to support them in that way. And they gave them a barn burner match. It went all up and down and own goals and headers and free kicks. You got your money's worth when it came to a soccer match now.
And no freaking kidding. By the way, we were talking about this earlier. Did you know that there are now odds out to who will win the Pac-4 football conference in 2024? Do you need those odds?
Is it 25% odds for each
State.
one of them?
I want Boise State.
They only have the 4 teams that are currently in the Pac-12.
UC Long Beach?
No, not yet. I can't rule out that in the
San
future.
Diego State.
No, it's still just Oregon State, who's the favorite, then Washington State, Stanford, and Cal.
UC East Bay.
No, still just the 4
Go
for
Mean
now.
Green.
Bishop Gorman.
Oh, yeah. Is there a documentary
There's
coming
one
out about
coming
them?
out called BS. No, it's Bishop
Sycamore.
Sycamore, yeah, Bishop, because Bishop, that's actually a pretty good school. Bishop Sycamore, because it's called BS school or something like that. And I'm like, man, this is going to be interesting, because that coach is just a horrible person, and he kind of is like, I didn't do anything illegal, but just ruined everybody's life.
I have to admit, I'm interested in that. I'm interested in the Manziel documentary that hits on Netflix tomorrow. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Stop naming Pac-12 schools, y'all.
Portland State?
No. Not SMU either. Right now,
Texas A&M Corpus Christi.
I'm going to continue the conversation.
Mike likes it, damn it.
All right. Should you name a city something state? Portland State? Right? You can't name Texas City University, right? I guess you could.
You could.
But in your name in Portland
There is a
State.
Texas City.
There's a Texas State, but a Texas State University makes sense. But when you're a city, they don't call it Austin State University. Maybe they do.
They do.
Oh, well, see, I guess you
In
can
your
do it.
face, Mike.
It just doesn't make sense.
It
fair. Feels like you're getting a bad education already.
Just because you think the name of the school is improper.
Yeah, if the person, if this is higher education, and they're like, what should we call this university in Portland? How about Portland State? Like, that's dumb.
What about
It's
Midwestern
the State
State?
University of Portland. It's Portland State University. It's not Portland State University, if that makes any sense.
I don't know if that last sentence helped your cause.
All right, I tried. All right. It is a state university in Portland.
The University of Texas Permian Basin.
I didn't get this. Moving on to my
Broncos?
next like it. We don't have to concentrate here on the Chicago White Sox. I want to concentrate on teams in general, the management of teams, the leadership of teams. This is coming from Keegan Middleton. He was on the White Sox. He got traded to the New York Yankees at the trade deadline. And I want to read his quote about, and this is a little long, but I think this goes to show the White Sox situation. Obviously, I'd heard about the White Sox situation around the All-Star break and how everybody wanted out. Nobody wants to be on the White Sox pretty much anymore. So this is Middleton talking about his former team, the Chicago White Sox, this year. We came in with no rules. I don't know how you police the culture if there are no rules or guidelines to follow because everyone is doing their own thing. Like, how do you say anything about it because there are no rules? You have rookies sleeping in the bullpen during the game.
Oh.
You have guys missing meetings. You have guys missing PFPs, which is pitchers fielding practice. There are no consequences for any of this stuff. So we don't have to concentrate on the White Sox here. I'm not doing a whole deal on the White Sox, but I do think this is the new, I don't want to say normal, but I do think that there have been teams that have run into this situation that they're going, we don't want to put any rules on these players. We just want them to do their thing, and we want them to come to the park or come to the arena or come to the stadium, and however they do it, they do it. If they don't want to hear the advanced scouting reports, I guess they don't want to hear the advanced scouting reports. If they don't want to show up for practice before the game, they don't have to show up for practice before the game. And so I just wonder, when you see how bad the White Sox are, because that was not a horribly it wasn't a bad team coming into the season. You're like, hey, there's some talent there. It obviously went bad, and Middleton gives us a little bit of insight on how you can do whatever you want when you want. So I'm just wondering, it doesn't need to be yell at strict stuff, but I'm just wondering from your perspective, when you hear stuff like this, not like Gavin Dawson would be a good person to have a conversation. I think that he kind of believes in kind of the hey, just, as long as you show up ready to play, you're ready to play. I don't know. I don't know if this works in team sports. It works in tennis. It works in golf. You're only responsible for you. But when you fail, if you don't show up for a meeting and you fail and you didn't know the scouting report on this player you're facing or this team you're facing, you're hurting us. You're not just hurting you. You're hurting us. Now we lose the game as a team.
Marcus Semien, Mike, is the kind of guy that I believe that you could just let show up at any time and do what he wants to do, because he's going to do everything else it takes to be prepared for it, right? And that's the kind of personality I think. And I think you have to know what personality your team is. I don't agree with that all the coaching staffs have to work the exact same. But there is this, kind of have to have this sense of what your team is willing to do and what you have to kick them in the pants to do.
Yeah.
And go look at the Giants. The Giants had a lot of talent on that team back in the day. And then, but they were just kind of a little disorganized. And then Tom comes in, changes everything, right? He's like, look, 5 minutes early is 5 minutes late. You got to be 6 minutes early.
That's such a stupid phrase.
And I understand that, but he locked out one of his players once because they were late. In his
late
mind.
Is different, yeah.
In his mind, and he was like, but they won 2 Super Bowls, so they still end up winning. I think there are. I agree with you, Mike. You can't just walk around with a bunch of young players and say, just go do whatever you want to do, because they're going to go run around and try and chase something. That's what they do. That's what the young kids do. Older players that are veterans and experienced with it, I think, have a better understanding of what it takes to accomplish something.
What's interesting in this article, too, is that there's a first-year manager here in Pedro Griffel. I know I'm probably saying his last name wrong, but be better at managing and I'll learn your name. Tony La Russa was the manager last year, but Middleton said that it was the same thing last year. Now, he wasn't on the team last year, but he said, yeah, it's been like this. It wasn't their new manager didn't change things. So this is upper management. And I do think we ran into a major issue with this with Jerry Jones for a long time. I think that Deion Sanders, right? You'd hear that Deion Sanders would be like, he didn't like what time practice was and stuff. So he'd just go to Jerry and Jerry'd be like, don't worry, I'll change it for you. It's just I can bypass. So there was a time where whether it was Barry Switzer, whether it was Campo, whether it was possibly Chan Gailey, it kind of changed with Bill Parcells. I'm not saying it kind of changed. It did change. Every player knew there's no respect from our coaching staff. I don't have to respect what they have to say. Yeah. And this is why the Cowboys went into total crap, is because Jerry decided to be the owner and the head coach. Without being the head coach, Jerry was the head coach, because the players knew there was only one person they had to answer to, and that was Jerry Jones. Yep. And so it just seems like when you get into this situation, when an organization becomes like this, like the Chicago White Sox, it's so tough to get out of it, because you do need a guy like Bill Parcells to not only put the law down on the players and have all kinds of rules that are almost at times there's too many rules. Reading the Coach K book that I've recently read, he tries not to have a lot of rules, but he says my number one rule is don't do anything to hurt yourself. Because he's
that's kind of an all-encompassing thing.
If it hurts yourself, it will hurt us as a team. Now, there's all kinds of different things he has where he says he doesn't have rules. It's interesting that Coach K says he doesn't have rules, because he sees it as they're not hard and fast rules. But he's like, if somebody shows up late to practice, we're all late to practice.
Oh.
And so we're all paying the price.
Yeah.
So he's like, we have a buddy system. And so he learned that he didn't punish, I think it was Johnny Dawkins a long time ago, right? In the 80s when he was first coaching Duke, and he was like, a couple of guys showed up late, including Johnny Dawkins, and they said like they overslept, they're very sorry, this and that. And then he said, all right, so it made me realize, you know what? I need to have a buddy system here. So if one person is late, we're all late. So you guys need to be checking on everybody. So there needs to be kind of a line of communication between all the players that if you do something wrong, we all did something wrong. So it's just interesting on how an organization, to me, breaks out of this. Because as long as now Jerry's gotten old enough now that he has relinquished a lot of power to his son, Stephen Jones, to Will McClay, who's kind of really the general manager now. I know it's we're not supposed to say that because Jerry has all the titles and he wants all the titles to be him. But Jerry has given up that I'm going to do everything all the time. I'm going to be owner, president, general manager, and head coach. He's given up a lot of those responsibilities over the last, I'd say, decade approximately. Yeah. And so I look at this and I always wonder with organizations, you have to get out of this by hiring such a guy that wants to lay down the law, and that the ownership has to now give everything to that person, as in we can't butt in. If you want to suspend our best, like Luis Roberts, their best player, I have no clue of what Luis Roberts' work ethic is. It seems pretty good, but I don't know. Let's just say it's Luis Robert, who is one of these guys missing things. You go, all right, you're suspended 10 days, and I don't know if you can do this because we have actually a players association, right. But and fine them a huge amount of money. And then you're like, crap, if he's going to do this to the best player, if he's going to do this to our best prospect, then we need to get in line, right? And so it's just, it's tough when you go down this path that the White Sox went down to get out of this. I don't want to say it's impossible, but man, does it take a lot of time. And it sounds like you got to fire the first-year manager immediately. Like at the end of this year, you have to go look for another manager, but you have to look for somebody who's going to make it very rules heavy and almost know that when you get us out of this situation, we're going to fire you because the players are going to hate you really quick, but I need for a 3-year period, I need you to change our whole organizational philosophy where people know if you're not on time, if you're not at the meetings, if you're not taking notes, if you're not on the team plane on time, if you're not all of these small things, we're going to have dress codes now. It's going to be collared shirts and pants on the road. It's going to be dress shoes on the road. I don't care if you say your Jordans are $300. I don't care. You're wearing dress shoes. And you start, because this guy Middleton went to the Yankees. He's like, immediately when I got there, I immediately shaved. I was so ready for rules. I wanted rules. I knew that now I had to show up to pitchers fielding practice. I knew I had to show up to the meetings for the pitching staff because there's rules and we're trying to win. And you have to have these things. There has to be a responsibility to each other if you're going to win.
I do it's not the same, but Woodward had similar laid back philosophy, yes. Good vibes.
I think a lot of teams are trying to do this. They're like, hey, we want these guys to be individuals, but if you have 26 individuals, you don't have a team.
And I guess that's where we look at it's a very quick turnaround. And I know they invested in pitching but there are a lot of guys that were kind of around here from the same team last year. And I just wonder what Bochy's book said. Like what his Coach K book said on how to get these guys to buy in instantly and immediately put their hat in the ring and say, I'm ready to go with whatever it is that we need to do to be better. Maybe it was just getting their ass kicked so much last year that they were like, this is not fun. Well, we have to do better because it's a lot more fun to win. But I do wonder what it was Bochy did to turn that around. And if it was just, the very simple, there are a few rules. Follow these, we're going to be pretty good.
Yeah, and I think that it started off with his first ever team meeting. Remember talking to Colby Lewis here on The Fan?
I still don't know what they said in there, but you're right.
And he's like, I want to play baseball again. That made me want to play baseball again. Like, we're ready to go. I think Simeon and Seager had been in winning organizations. And that was the first time for Seager in his whole life that he was on a true loser, where they almost lost 100 games last year. And I think he knows Dave Roberts is a buddy of mine, and I know that he's not huge rule-oriented, but he also has standards. And then he wants his veterans to carry out those standards. So whether it's Kershaw, whether it's Turner, who used to be there, he's with the Red Sox now at third base. Like, we have standards. Freddie Freeman's going to set a standard because I know that he knows there has to be standards. Freddie Freeman ran up against this with Acuna. Him and Acuna don't like each other because even though they won a championship together, he felt like Acuna was too individual and not enough of a team guy. Now, Acuna is a great player. I don't know everything between those two guys, but they did not get along very well because Freeman thought you got to be more part of the team. I understand you want to be an individual, but team comes first. And that's the toughest thing, I think. And it's just interesting reading about the White Sox. I could go on forever about this, and I don't have the ultimate solution, except Bochy also had the respect of his Hall of Fame resume, has the championships, gave a great speech, made sure to set standards early on in spring training that these standards will be met. If they're not, you're just not going to be part of the Texas Rangers. Yeah, and I think that some guys ran into that. If you're thinking about some of the guys that maybe didn't make the team or some of the guys that were on the team and then weren't on the team and weren't brought back to the team, maybe there were certain standards he set with attitude, energy, responsibility that he's like, these guys aren't meeting my standards and they will now not be on this team anymore.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Did I do the right thing at the airport, Kevin? Also, is this all it takes to change the Cowboys offense? Next.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where I know why Mike left. It was Corey's fault. I'm not sure. Oh, he's coming back. And it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors, where you can just feel the tension in the show falling apart right in front of us.
It's wild, too, because we were able to survive being as close as we were in the road trip and then on the airplane. And I thought that made us stronger as a group. But I also completely...
I saw your crack twice on the plane trip.
And that's the thing is I completely understand what I was doing. And this morning when I packed those peppers into the bag as I was coming to work, I was thinking to myself, look, Mike understands the attempt to eat healthy, but I just can't eat spinach like I used to anymore. I got to eat crunchy stuff. But Mike hates crunchy stuff. So I'm going to have to either eat crunchy stuff out in the lobby or come in here and deal with Mike leaving.
I love crunchy stuff too. I just don't like it when people are eating crunchy stuff in front of me, and there's nothing you can do about it. It's not your fault
Can
at
I
all.
bring you
It's
crunchy
in
stuff?
my brain. My brain is jacked up.
But you said if you're also eating crunchy stuff, then it's acceptable.
If like we're at a Mexican restaurant and there's a thing of chips and salsa. By the way, Texas is way better. You know, in California, they charge like $8.
What?
Like, hey, do you want chips and salsa on your table? Yeah, $8, please.
Yeah.
So
preposterous.
And it's not free refills either. It's $8, and if you want another thing of chips and salsa, it's another $8. And so if we're all eating chips together, we're all eating crunchy tacos together, I'm cool. But in my brain, if you're eating chips and I'm not eating chips, I can't stand that noise.
By the way, if you want to check out one of Twitter's 105.3 The Fan account, at 105.3 The Fan.
That makes sense.
It's a pretty good picture to let you understand why Mike is so mad about that. All right, so let's get into the C Block now.
I feel like we were. Yeah,
Kevin.
We're talking about you.
Did I do the right thing at the airport?
Probably not.
Oh,
this is interesting. I'm interested in this.
I'm interested too.
So we get off the airplane. Mike and I got off super early because we were right behind first class.
Does that mean you missed the guy in front of me ranting and raving about his hotel room?
Yep, absolutely missed it. Also, there was Mike. I don't know if you were in the same boat as me, but there was a girl in first class, and she was talking to the people next to her the entire flight. And I can't imagine paying for first class and then being annoyed by some chick the entire time who just progressively got drunker the entire flight too.
Yeah, that's the first class part, right?
Yeah,
I don't think I noticed that, but I had on earbuds. I was watching the Ranger game with you, and then I was also playing a video game on my phone. And I think, did she have dark hair?
Yeah.
And she was like to our far right.
Yeah.
So I noticed that she was,
animated.
Yes, but I couldn't hear her or anything, so I didn't know who she was talking to.
That being said, we had a good flight, smooth up front, man. It's real smooth up there. Landing was gentle.
Okay, but that was part of it because remember they closed down the snack tray for a minute.
Oh, yeah.
Because it was too bumpy.
We'd already gotten
the
ours.
The guy in front of me was furious. He threw the same guy who's mad about his hotel later.
Oh, no.
He threw his arms up and I was like, "You'll be all right, man."
What causes turbulence that high up in the air?
Great question, Mike.
We weren't going through clouds, and I get how thick they are and how heavy they are. It can rattle a plane. But when you're that high up, is it wind starts messing with you way up there? Because it feels so calm.
I think it has to do with like air pressure on the wings and stuff. It's physics that I don't know well enough to even explain. So
is there something on the wing?
Yeah, I saw the gremlin too.
Is that what you're saying?
No, but I mean, if that's what you want to hear, fine.
Causes are wind friction between the air and ground, which again, as high up as we were, doesn't feel like there should have been any friction there.
So but you guys told me when we were going to California, and I said, if there was an earthquake hitting as we were coming in for landing, as we were getting close to landing, like we're a mile or two out, and there's an earthquake in California. Yeah. Would the plane feel the earthquake at all?
Yeah, no, the plane would not feel.
You're telling me friction between air and ground. There'd be a lot of friction at that point.
Seems like there's some difference.
Earthquakes are caused by friction.
I just want to point out, I didn't say this was a scientific guarantee. I was just like, I don't know, probably not.
We talked about women's eggs.
We
did. Go ahead. This is C Block.
That was a scientific discussion, but that is true.
And we learned more about it once we got home.
Reggie has an answer.
No, I'm being told by the text line that I'm wrong.
Okay.
And I just want to acknowledge that because I'm often wrong about things.
What were you wrong about?
It doesn't say the answer. It just says Reggie is totally wrong.
About like the turbulence and the air pressure and stuff.
When I walked out, though, Mike, I quickly got out of there, and I knew Adrian was really close. And I'm walking out, and I'm standing out in the...
You're 360 in her.
102 hits me. Bam, right in the face, dude. Ugh. But I look down,
awesome.
and I'll go, ugh, gross, because it was so hot.
This is where we live.
When I look down, I see a wallet laying on the ground.
It's mine.
It was not yours,
Oh,
Mike.
goodness.
Actually, I did want to check because it looked like your Rawlings wallet. I was like, oh, is that but it was lighter tone than that, and it didn't have the stitching. And then so I pick it up, and the first thing I do is look inside of it
For money.
to see if there's an ID inside.
Calm down, Mike.
Then I look to see, since there was no ID in it, then I look to see on one of the cards if there's a name on it. And there was a name on a card. Then I opened it up to see how much cash was in it, and it looked to be about $500 in cash.
What?
And my thought was,
drug dealer.
Where are the cameras? Obviously look around for cameras and see where they are because I don't want to get caught here.
Not suspicious at all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I close it and I look across the street, and Jess is walking across the street with baby Noah. And that reminded me
it's clearly
of
Noah's
how
wallet,
it's in our hands to raise humanity to be great. Like we're the ones in charge of honesty and loyalty in the world now.
That's right.
And so that's thanks to baby Noah. My thought was, do I spend the time to find this person, reach out to them, call them, get this to them, or do I put it back down on the ground and just leave it there and walk off? And when I asked Jess, she walks up and I said, Jess, should I just leave it here? Because I want to see my family. I don't want to take this money with me because it's a lot of money, man. And she goes, just take it to security. And I was like, that's a great idea. Security has to be honest. It's their job.
No, they take the money.
So I took it to the guy in security, and I gave the security guy the wallet with lots of money in it. And then I left.
It's out of your hands at that point. You did the right thing. It's up to them to do the right thing, but I don't know. Will they do the right thing? 50-50.
See, I did pass it off to somebody else to do the right thing, but it was Jess's suggestion. And I don't know about you, but I feel like Jess is very pure of heart. She's one of those people that's very... Mike's looking at me like that's suspect. You don't think Jess is pure of heart?
She's a center.
Oh.
Well, that is true. She is probably purer of heart than many, many people.
Yeah, and I think it was in she was like, she understood immediately. I don't want to have to deal with the idea of tracking this person down, meeting up with them, and then passing this off to them. But I also didn't want to take money that's not mine. Somebody's saying that's a blessing, and I should have just taken the money out of the wallet, left the wallet, maybe, and just taken off with it. But I felt like it was a responsibility to try and turn it over to somebody else, and I didn't want it.
You did the right thing.
I agree.
I could probably take that. I could have put that money to good use. Kids need some stuff for back to school.
Would you have taken all of the money, or would you have just taken a little bit so that maybe the person who got their wallet back wouldn't have been suspicious immediately? They've been like, oh, this still looks like there's several hundreds in there.
Take a couple $100 and just be like, yeah, that'll be fine.
That's
maybe
still
so.
not okay.
Yeah, maybe they would have been like, maybe it was somebody else that took some of the money out.
Maybe I'll do this tomorrow, and I love living here. But Sue and I spent a couple hours on the computer trying to find places to live in July and August. So I think we're a little bit tired of July and August. There's great months to live here. There's about 8 out of 12 months that living here is great.
Name one.
We're supposed to have an unseasonably cold winter this winter.
Yeah,
so.
I know. It doesn't make any sense.
Awesome.
Well, it's because the
we have
world is
global
tilting on
warming
its axis.
happening right
No,
now.
they
and then
changed
it's
the climate change, remember?
Global freezing happening later.
It's the world tilting on its axis, Kevin.
But
in conjunction with climate change, based on the fact that the world tilts on its axis and all those things. There's some science involved.
We found some places to possibly live that maybe I'll share later in the week.
Do you need the $500 for that? Do you need the
It
money
would
in
help
that wallet? Okay.
Because there's some expensive places that are really awesome.
Oh man, somebody from the 469 should have at least had given yourself $100 for the good deed. from the 972, you did good. Karma is real. It will come back to you in goodness.
Okay.
So Corey,
You get $500 in goodness back at you.
I
Was
paid
that like
it
store
for-
credit?
Yeah.
It's like store. Am I going to get that $500 back?
No,
exactly.
You just walk into some place and start grabbing stuff. You're like, don't worry, karma.
Karma.
And you walk out and they're
Yeah.
like, he's good.
Yeah, I wonder, that would be awesome if you could have a karma card and you
Yeah.
could just like track that. But I guess the only person tracking that is God, you know?
That's true.
So yeah, so that's that. Now to the big question. Jory Epstein, according to Bobby Belt this morning, I read the story about cutting down on the interceptions and the one thing that they think is going to change that this year. And I'm kind of curious from y'all's perspective how much you buy into this or you don't. And basically, it sounds like they're throwing Kellen Moore under the bus in quarterback coaching, and that is they are saying every time they step to the line, the coaches are screaming out, "Hey, what's the step count?" Dak and the receivers need to know what the step count is when he drops back, because the timing needs to be precise. So they need to have a mental clock in their head. Now, it doesn't make sense to me that this is such a big factor. Why wouldn't it have been a big factor before?
That is a great
So the side, I get it.
This
so
is
the
something that wasn't
sideline
taught?
during these regular games when there's going to be 90,000 people there. The sideline will be yelling, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So then they all know it's a 5-step drop, and he's hit his 5th step right there.
Well, no, because they want it to be a mental clock, Mike, not a vocal clock. They want them to have a clock in their brain that says, and there is some, Schottenheimer had kind of said, look, man, if a guy's running a route and he sees space at 9 yards and he makes his break, then the quarterback's expecting him to be somewhere else, and we can't have that. That's going to cause interceptions. I agree with that. But you're telling me that the receivers never knew what Dak's responsibilities were too, and that timing wasn't something that they worked on? Understanding I have a 3-step drop, 7-step drop. I got to get the ball out now. And understanding those things, this is something new to them, and that Kellen Moore maybe wasn't teaching that?
Corey, I don't know how many other places you want to go with this discussion, but that part in particular is astonishing to me, because when you go, they need to learn it, I thought, like, did you mean change it?
This is a quote from Michael Gallup. This is the first year where we've really had to key in on how many steps he's taking so we know how fast the ball is coming out. They harp on that every single day. And I know that they want to get the ball out of Dak's hands quicker, like they've talked about that. And that's part of the process, is don't drop back and then be looking around trying to figure out who your receivers are. You need to know where these guys are. But that wasn't something that, and even here's CD, I can run my routes more comfortably knowing that he's done with his drop and that he's not getting touched or that he's protected. I feel like the speed that we have in this room, the guys can track the ball. We just got to know, because we got to know what's going on to quicken the situation. We can play faster. And so I guess that's going to be what they're going to say is the key factor is that these receivers understand, then they have a better sense of timing with their quarterback, which I think is important. I really do.
I'm going to be honest. This could lead to more interceptions. I don't think it will, but it could.
Yes.
This is a West Coast timing offense. You have to hit your step. You have to release the ball, and you have to trust that the receiver is running the correct route at the correct depth, making the correct cut at the right time. He will box out the guy, or he will make sure that he keeps that guy away from the ball so that he's the guy who catches it. So when I think of Dak, I don't believe Dak throws a lot of balls. He does it every once in a while, but he doesn't throw a lot of balls until he sees the guy open.
I agree.
So now what they're also asking, what I'm reading into this is, Dak, we want you hitting that step, and we want you releasing the ball.
Believing that he's going to be there.
And so that could at times lead to more interceptions, because there's a lot of trust there, because they're kind of saying, Dak, you don't have to see him open. Trust that when you hit that back foot, that you made the correct pre-snap read, and that you're reading correctly as you're getting back to your back foot. When you hit the back foot, we want the ball out. It's going to help your offensive line. It's going to help your receivers. But at the same time, there's a lot of trust in those situations.
Then does the blame go right back to the coach and the coordinator? Because they're like, no, man, you said throw the ball, and we're not doing this right.
Yeah, no, I do believe that the receiver and the quarterback have to be on the same clock. I completely agree on that. I'm just kind of baffled that already wasn't something that they had worked on before under Kellen Moore. And maybe that's just a detail that being a more experienced offensive coordinator.
They might not have had a timing system like this
maybe
one. I think this is more of a timing system than the other one.
And I definitely get that, Mike. I promise I do, more so than any other offense. But I would still think in just like blanket routes, you would think, hey, if you're running this or a variation of it, it's 7 steps.
Yeah.
Or if you're running this or a variation of it, it's this many. I am surprised.
I will say in the story, and Joy did I don't know how she got this math, Kevin, because, I would like, maybe you can help me figure out the math. I think that she said, here it is, on a 3-step drop, 1.678 seconds versus a 5-step drop that skewers closer to a 1.921. Like, that's how much time it's taking.
Yeah.
So there is it's a feel more than anything, but you have to work on that feel. And so that is something that they're trying to, that's why he took them to the camp, because he was like, look, guys, when he took them to Georgia, guys, we got to work together because this is something new that we got to work on. And y'all got to get an understanding for my feel. Somebody said excuses for Dak already incoming. I don't think anybody's trying to make any excuses for Dak this year, man. They have a lot to prove, and they have to get it done. And this is it's on McCarthy to get this thing worked out, because everything else has worked pretty well. Getting Dan Quinn in, the draft they've added with the defense, the money they've spent at safety, those things have worked out well. Well, the offense continued to work out well enough for them to get the wins.
I hate saying this if we're talking about excuses for Dak. Like, excuses for what? They've already begun contract negotiation. We told you like a year ago that he was going to get an extension.
Yeah.
So, you don't have to like it. Just try to act surprised when it happens. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's talk about the Rangers. Could Chris Stratton be a way bigger addition than previously anticipated? Let's talk about it next right here on The Fan.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is also brought to you by State-of-the-Art Weight Loss, that's soda, and it's brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. Life is unpredictable, accidents happen, and Frankel & Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel & Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214 or 817-333-3333.
Stratton and low. And the pitch is a chain swung on and missed. Berger strikes out.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. The Rangers in the midst of their second 6-game winning streak post All-Star break. You got Oakland tonight. See if they can extend that winning streak a little bit longer. It's early, but I'm curious from the stuff you've seen, or maybe it's just based out of getting out of that jam yesterday. Do you think that Chris Stratton could be a bigger addition than anticipated? And I'm saying anticipated by just like, for example, me. Is because when the Rangers...
You were a hater.
No, yeah, when the Rangers got him, I was like, I mean, he's been fine this year, I guess, but I'm not super pumped about it. But through the first 3 innings since he got here, 4 2/3 innings pitched, 3 hits given up, no walks, and 4 strikeouts, is you have to feel good about the results, but what about the stuff you see? How are we feeling about early Chris Stratton?
He's got a 0 ERA, Kevin.
That is true.
And when was the last pitcher you saw that had a 0 ERA in the Rangers bullpen after 2 outings?
Aroldis Chapman.
After 3 outings.
I think Chapman had it for a minute, right?
All right. Well, then there you go. So he's the next. He's a right-handed Aroldis
Grant
Chapman.
Anderson might have, but
Oh no! Well, I hate that example.
Yeah. I was
Guns
happy that Grant
crumbling
Anderson got
down.
out of that inning this weekend because there was a moment where I was like, man, this isn't good. And the Rangers had scored plenty of runs and everything, but geez, man, he's got to. You got to hope something for him if he's going to stick around on this thing. But yeah, I think one of the things that Bochy told us was that he knew him. Bochy had said that he knew him, he understood him, and he played for him. I think he said he played for him. So yeah, that's one of the things where when it comes to just trusting, he's like, look, I know what I'm supposed to get. Look, man, this bullpen has been a bunch of garbage a lot of times. So I would rather go with something that Bochy at least knows and understands that he can navigate rather than, hey, look, there's more holes in this boat than we thought.
So I like what you're saying, and the Rangers need him to be the right-handed Will Smith. I mean, I'm not saying he's going to close out games, but Will Smith wasn't supposed to close games. Will Smith was supposed to be a veteran help to a young bullpen that they were hoping guys would step up into huge roles. They were really, let's be honest, they were hoping Jonathan Hernandez would be a 7th, 8th, 9th inning guy and just dominating. It just didn't work out this year. But I can't go too far on Stratton because in 520 career innings, he has a 4.46 ERA. He's 32 years old. So most likely,
you feel like
I'm going to take that 7-year career of 520 innings and go, hey, most likely he's going to have like around a 4 ERA. But you never know. Bullpen guys can get hot. All of a sudden a pitch is breaking a little bit sharper and a little bit better than they thought. Their fastball has a little bit more life at the end. And that's when guys get hot and cold in bullpens is we're hoping that Stratton comes here. He feels very comfortable. Something works out. Something's clicking. The confidence is high and he goes on a 2 to 3 month run here, which is phenomenal. That can happen. But I'm going to look at him and go, well, there's 520 innings of proof here on what he kind of has done throughout his career, which isn't bad. It's average.
Yeah.
He's an average relief pitcher in Major League Baseball, and somebody's going to give him millions of dollars on a multi-year contract in the offseason to be a bullpen pitcher for them.
Now, one of the things I was interested in is something you said a while back, and this kind of works into Stratton and what he's done this season. This was the 25th relief outing for Stratton in which he's recorded more than 3 outs. That's the most in Major League Baseball this season, which it doesn't have to mean, but it probably means coming in a lot in the midst of an inning. Now, I realize he could have started an inning and been taken out or whatever, and that's something that we talk about all the time that sometimes gets ignored in a bullpen pitcher's ERA is what do you do with the inherited runners? So I guess my next question would be, it seems like it would still be a huge positive if, let's say, his fresh innings, he still kept an ERA that was very mediocre, but he was able to cut down on inherited runner scoring because Our bullpen has been atrocious at that this year.
Right, and they've asked rookies to do it. That's not an easy situation. Hey, I know you've been in the big leagues for 3 seconds. How about bases loaded? How are you going to do in that? Like, that's a lot of pressure on young guys that are really trying to help out your team. They want to show that they belong in the major leagues, and those are tough situations. So it gives Bochy, to your point, it gives him a guy who's has 283 games under his belt in Major League Baseball to say, hey, I've been through these situations. I know how to mentally handle them. Now can I physically throw the ball where I need to get these out? So he's been through more situations. He understands what has caused failure, what has caused success. Can he execute in these pressure situations? So far, so great. So I look at Stratton and I go, man, I like it. I like that the Rangers got him. I still wish that they would have gotten one more major piece to the pen to really help out. They didn't. We'll see how it plays out in the end. And right now we're worried about, obviously, the Josh Young, Jonah Heim situation in your lineup. But I do really like Stratton. I've liked what I've seen so far. Do I think he's going to have like an ERA under 2 for the month of August and September? I'm probably going to lean towards it's going to be closer to 4 than closer to 2. But you never know. Bullpen guys can get hot and cold. And hopefully we ride a really hot hand here. He's going to want to be really hot because if he does put up an ERA of, let's say, 1.80 and has 10 holds for the Rangers in this short amount of time, all of a sudden he's looking at like a 3-year, $24 million deal in the offseason.
For sure. And what if that even just gets you through the regular season? I realize like you're going to need it more in playoffs, but you're fighting to potentially get the number 2 seed, or dare I even say potentially higher. But like you're fighting to get a bye in the first round. And one thing I will point out is Corey's right. This bullpen has been disappointing all season. In this homestand, 17 1/3 innings, 3 walks versus 22 strikeouts. Walks have crushed this bullpen with an ERA of 1.56. I'm not saying by any means that the bullpen is magically just turning it around. But if they can help you win regular season games with more regularity than they have been, that could be huge to fending off the Astros and maybe getting a bye, or at least getting in the playoffs.
Right. And for the most part, I know this isn't a perfect statement, but the offense really had a great homestand, right? I mean, the home runs were just being hit left and right, but there were some games where, hey, it was really close through 6 or 7 innings and the Rangers added. To your point, Kevin, the starting pitching and the bullpen are going to have to be on top of their game. Now, maybe not in the Oakland series. You still got to play good. You can't play crappy. Oakland has 32 wins.
And 2 in a row.
Yeah, and 2 in a row. So they can win. It's not that they haven't won any games this year. And as long as you play good, you should win all 3 of these games. But there is going to be more responsibility in the next 2 weeks to maybe even 4 weeks. Because I don't know how Jonah Heim's going to come back offensively, that he's limited to just being left-handed. Is that you're probably not going to be as offensive hot as you just were in this homestand. That means the starting pitching and the bullpen are going to have to be better. Not better, you just mentioned. They can't really be much better than they were on this homestand.
Unbelievable.
But they're going to have to stay similar to that because runs coming in bunches might not be there as much now that Josh Young's out of your lineup for 4 to 8 weeks, somewhere in that range.
We'll probably learn more today, I'm guessing.
Right, and Jonah Heim will be out of your lineup still at least, I think, another week. He'll probably miss this Oakland-San Francisco kind of trip, and then we'll see where he's at after that. Maybe I could be wrong. I had no clue that Corey Seager was coming back when he came back.
But then they're even there. They're going to rest him periodically, so that's another one that you have to watch out for.
So there will be more responsibility on Stratton. There will be more responsibility on this bullpen because this offense, which has been arguably the best in Major League Baseball this year, might not be as strong down the stretch because of injuries.
I don't even think it's that. Just me personally, I don't even know if I think it is arguable at this point. I think they've had the best offense. Corey, I'm going to put you on the spot. What is the Rangers' winning streak going to get up to?
8.
Okay, and then they're going to lose the finale against the A's?
Yeah, it's going to be one of those.
No!
It's Dunning, Scherzer, and then who pitches the last game?
Actually,
Montgomery.
it's Dunning, Scherzer, Montgomery. Actually, you know what? Go ahead and make it 9. We'll go 9, and then we'll look at the next one.
You know what? As long as I got you into 9.
All right. I went from 8 to 9.
The Giants have lost 2. They lost 2 straight to the A's. We play the Giants after that. You got Gray and Heaney. What can I do to get you up to 11 today?
Ooh, today?
Today. Do it.
It's impossible.
Are you selling him a
I don't
car right
know.
now?
Yes.
Hey, what day are you going to die, Corey?
I don't know, man. I don't know if I can go there. I don't know if I can go there. I really don't.
All right, so
I'll lean towards it can get to 9.
9.
I think
10. I'll go 10.
This Oakland series, you're going John Gray. You're going strong John Gray.
Yeah, I'm gonna go strong John Gray on that one. Well, I feel like what's happening here is I think Scherzer's gonna go a full 8 innings in his outing.
Okay.
I think Dane Dunning's out to prove something. He's gonna go a full 6 and 2/3 innings.
You know what could be what is a little bit helpful in
I
this
was really
road
enjoying
trip?
these predictions.
I never had this. You don't have to change hotels. You stay in San Francisco for Oakland.
Yeah.
No team in their right mind is going to stay in Oakland.
Nobody
And so,
in their right mind.
I don't think there's such thing as a 5-star hotel in Oakland at this point.
Jeez.
So I look at it and go, it's kind of weird that you stay in the same hotel for 6 straight days
Yeah.
or 7 straight days.
And drive across
Do
the
they
bridge.
have an off day?
They do.
Yeah,
on
so
Thursday.
I mean, it makes it maybe a little bit easier. You're
Well, they
staying
stay in
that-
San Francisco?
Yeah, you never in
not
Oakland.
staying in Oakland?
Do they take like a ferry across the bay,
You
or
take
do they
a cab or a bus
across the bridge?
Yeah, or an Uber, I guess now. Aren't they the home of Uber? Isn't San Francisco where Uber started?
I don't know. I guess maybe.
I think it is.
We're the KNCU Astrophies. Thanks,
Look it
Mike.
up.
I think Mike's
Okay,
right.
I will. Right
Pretty
here
sure that's
on
where Uber
105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's chit chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation.
Or
right
Lyft.
here on 105.3 The Fan.
All right, Tolos, you listen to me now. It's time to get a phenomenal buying and customer experience when you drive a little further to save a lot more. I'm talking about Southwest Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, located just minutes from
Classic Chevrolet. At Classic Chevrolet, they do everything with purpose. That's why they're offering you their best model year-end savings on new Silverados. See them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. Your upgrade is their purpose. Shop model year-end savings today. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax, enjoy the difference, and find new roads.
K&C Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan right now. Courtesy of D&M Leasing, it is time for our chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Terrific, Hagee. How are you?
Dude, I'm doing well. Thank you for asking. Did you get to go to the game? I saw a post at one point that somebody grabbed 2 tickets before you could check out.
Oh, yeah.
For the
what
happened?
So I told Abby, my limit's $500. All right. We're going to get 2 tickets for $500, $250 each. We're not going to do standing room only, though. We want actual seats. And with about 2.5 hours to go, the price was coming down pretty significantly from $6 to $5. And then you could pretty consistently get tickets at $400. And I'm thinking, man, maybe $800, maybe $700 is doable. And they were cruising down to like $375 per ticket and $350. And boom, there they are. 2 tickets for $250 each. Right. I took just a second to think about it. Right. Because they were at the top of one of the sections. Then I was like, oh, it's stupid. Go for it. Boom.
Yeah.
And I hit checkout. And they were already in somebody else's cart, you know?
Wow.
So that's 2.5 hours to go. And I'm thinking they're going to be coming pretty consistently at $250. If this is the floor, I'm fine with it. But these people at the $350 and the $400 price points, they did not move. There was one other brief moment where front row tickets hit at $300 each.
What?
And I'm jumping on the checkout there. Those are gone. And I'm like, oh, man, that was a huge opportunity right there. I got really excited. And then about 20 minutes later, now we're all the way up to like 7:15, 7:30. I've told Abby to get ready because the tickets were hitting in that area. I anticipated they were coming down more, but they didn't. So I commit to $700. I say, okay, we're gonna go a little bit more, and it's an extra couple $100. So I put those in my cart, and it wasn't $700. It was after all the taxes and fees. It was very close to $1,000 again. And I'm like, you got to be kidding me. You're going to charge me nearly $300 to process this transaction? I'm like,
transparency,
no.
those fees.
So that was going to be double what I had agreed to pay, which was already 2.5 times retail. You know, retail for the lower tickets was $200 or $100? Yeah, so like $200 was, you know, I was like, dude, if I'm going, you know, above here to, you know, this price point, I'm already overpaying. And then when I saw that number, I just became nauseated and closed the computer. You know, because that's
and then you lost your Dad of the Year award. Is that what happened? After
she
that?
did not.
Yeah.
She did not take that news well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then we're treated to a game
that was
that
awesome.
I'm like, yeah, I should have paid the $1,000 and gone.
Right?
If it had been like a 1-0 snoozer, you'd be like, see, nothing really happened here.
That game literally felt like everything you would want. There was drama early with Messi scoring. There was drama late with the comeback. It went to penalties. It was pretty incredible.
There was horrifying own goals by both teams.
Yeah, what was up with that? Quality of play, I'd say.
You try to make a play on the ball, and you're
sometimes it doesn't work out.
Look, but the header was quality though.
Dude.
It was a clinical
Well
header. It was a
struck.
long goal.
Yes.
The header was quality. It was a
Maybe
Cheech
header
and
of the
reel.
year in the MLS.
This is what you do and then not do all at the same time.
Reverse that film and see
You know those coaches.
cleared that out.
Yeah.
Those coaches are having a ball in that film session today. Look at this strike by Farfan. I mean, he attacks the ball, the perfect technique. The head whips towards the goal. What a beauty of a strike.
I wouldn't have thought it was
You're
possible.
cut. No, he's a good player.
Yeah, no,
You're
he is a
cut.
good player.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have thought it's possible, but after the latest exchange, I desperately want to see Jake Paul beat the crap out of somebody. It wasn't Nate Diaz, but now it's Conor McGregor, and he's a garbage human anyway. But after the last, I'm going to try that again. He's done several garbage things. Hopefully, he's a delightful person. He's done some really awful things.
What'd you just do there?
Well, very evolved.
I think he's trying to change his ways.
Less judgy.
Well, he used to be a good dude.
I learned on
He's not
Friday.
anymore.
I learned on Friday. I'm working on that.
Talk about the actions, not the person.
That's right.
There you go.
Exactly. But Jake Paul and him got into it because, of course, they did. Because I'm sure that fight would make a ton of money as well. is Conor McGregor used some super offensive language as well. And then Jake Paul just said, but you need to get into rehab and then go drug test and we'll talk.
Yeah.
I thought that was a really solid comeback.
That was also after, and Connor's had multiple cheating scandals that have gone on, and he shot his shot with Saweetie as well. She was a ring girl for that, and he goes on Twitter and, shot his shot with her. So it didn't look good for all the accusations you've had recently there, Connor.
Yeah. Did you guys, because Corey, he's now become a fight fan, or he has to become a fight fan.
Because my kids, so I can hang out with my kids.
Did y'all
Another Father of the Year candidate?
Hey, he bought the pay-per-view. Now, obviously, it was significantly cheaper than $1,000,
Yeah.
but he did buy the pay-per-view. Did that fight interest y'all at all? And will you be interested in the exploits of Jake Paul and maybe Conor McGregor?
I bought it. Yeah, I watched it. I did.
The fight beforehand,
The
Amanda
co-main.
Serrano and Heather Howard, that was the most fun of the night. They just went at it and just punched. And like that one girl just got hit in the face for like an hour.
Some of the undercard fights are actually very entertaining.
Yes.
They really were. I was some of them. I'm like, I have no idea who this is, but either way, I'm invested now. You've got my attention. It stunk. The fight was horrible.
Yeah.
It really was not good. Nate Diaz looked like he didn't care. He didn't want to be in there. He's not throwing at all. He's not active. You could tell Jake Paul landed a couple really clean shots. He didn't have the KO power to knock out Nate Diaz. That wasn't surprising. We've seen Nate Diaz get absolutely pummeled and had his face bashed in for 5 rounds in the UFC, and still stand up and want some more. So I knew that, but I mean, it was just the activity for Jake. He just outpointed him. He won that fight. If they ended up rematching in MMA, which Jake Paul says he wants, good luck. You're going to get choked the bleep out there, Nate or Jake. I don't see why you want that. I don't think Connor's ever fighting again, man. Connor does this with every fight. He's tweeting out at Gagey. He's tweeting out at whoever it is, trying to just put his name back out there. Realistically, I don't think this dude's ever getting in a ring again.
There was one point, and I'm sorry, Zach, I can't remember who the girl who was on the broadcast. She's a fighter as well, and she said, "Look, there are officials here. There's a referee here. There's this. There's that." So it's a fight, and like that's
it's a fight.
It's like
it's
as
real,
basic
wink,
as it can
wink.
be. We have the real things that it takes to be a fight.
Yeah.
So what? Like, how does he make it? Like, how does he get into the official? Like now let's take him serious. And what level does he start at that makes it go, okay, this is a real thing? Because right now it's not real. It's like we hired these guys and they're here for it, but it's not the same.
Once he stops beating up washed MMA people, then maybe I'll.
So, and that's what I'm saying is like
he lost, and that's even that fighter is questionable.
Right.
How real that
Yeah,
person is.
and people in the boxing community don't have any respect for Fury Jr., the little Fury.
Yeah, so I guess there is no way. There is no way for that to be taken seriously and for him to have a legitimate shot. Other than
he starts fighting those people and winning, then
okay.
Yeah, sure,
I'll buy in
because he trains with some good people.
He certainly does.
I mean, so many fighters are pretty good, and there's tons of them that have trained around Dallas. It's rare that out of hundreds and thousands of kids that you get an Errol Spence, who's able to poke through and actually contend against, certified badasses. It's like, it's like baseball, which Mike knows. There's just an expert level of perfectionism that some guys get to. And even if you're athletic and you tried hard and you train hard and you can beat up MMA guys, it doesn't mean you're anywhere close to the actual boxers. I think the influencer fights are great when it's just two guys that talk trash, figuring out who's actually tough between them.
Yeah.
And then it's like, that story's done.
Like
Unless you
Musk
want to
and
go fight a
Zuckerberg.
different influencer. If you want to beat up all the other influencer guys and Jake can be like, I'm the king of influencers, I think that's entertaining.
That's not a bad idea, actually.
Content. But him trying to walk this line of fighting people who are plausibly decent boxers is just, it's not interesting to me. My new streaming service actually had it for me. I was not interested.
That I like
Yeah.
the idea
Dang it.
of the king of influencers tournament bracket.
Yeah.
I feel like we could make a lot of money
Yes.
if we set that up.
Yeah, that'd be fun.
What do you guys got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold, as always, thanks for asking. Everything Rangers with CY. And we'll give you our thoughts on the developing storylines right out of the gates. Cy Young at 420, though.
Looking forward to it. Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We've been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
say little leaguers. Am I right?
Yeah, some of them are really good. I'll leave it at that.
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go, Hour 1, G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. A lot of stuff developing in the sports world. It is time to talk about it here with you. General at your service at ease. There's Brian Broaddus, the former Cowboy scout, NFL executive, Emmy Award winner, and the #1 influencer on Cowboy social media. He's at Brian Broaddus on Twitter X. There's Lucius Alexander, the Pimp Cup at Master Control. You got Zach Wolchuk here, and Carter Freeman is coordinating your video. Eric Chiafalo is on assignment all week long. He shall return next Monday here on The Fan. Training camp continues. There is a fresh batch of Cowboy storylines. But let's start with the Rangers and everything going on with them. For the second time since the All-Star break, they've swept back-to-back series to put together a 6-game winning streak at home. And that's the way to be welcome back to the Metroplex, guys. That was some good baseballing over the weekend, and we salute you for it.
Oh, it was gorgeous. 6 in a row, a couple of sweeps. And how about the pitching? How about Andrew Heaney? He's on a heater right now
Doing
since
a
the
nice
All-Star
job.
break.
Sure is.
Oh, man. But to go 6-0 over the course of the homestand, pretty amazing. That's the first time they went unbeaten in a homestand of 6 or more games since 2017. First time they've ever done it at the new park. Wow. Rangers are playing some good baseball right now, and the pitching's been exceptional. The bullpen's looking really good. Chris Stratton is settling in very, very nicely. Let's hope it continues. I mean, the only bummer was the Josh Young news.
Josh Young news was really bad with that thumb.
We got to get the word from CY on that coming up at 4:20.
Yeah.
Maybe an update on Evaldi as well.
Sure.
Yeah.
But this team can play some baseball, and unbeaten since the trade deadline. I think you could probably say not only did it energize them, but it fortified their ranks in a way that makes them much more prepared to hold leads. And just a couple of great wins against the Marlins over the weekend, and the bats coming alive. I think they set a franchise record for multi-home run games in a row,
Right,
as well. So starters, bullpen, bats, everything's coming together.
Yeah, it's and now they've got a West Coast trip where they kind of stay in the same hotel for 6 games. The Oakland and then San Francisco. San Francisco's playing pretty well right now, but the Oakland A's, you have to take advantage of that. You can't go out there and lose, and because you're in a situation too where you're playing 3 against the A's, and then you've got the Astros in Baltimore.
Right.
Yeah.
So that, you can't lose any ground there just because you're playing the A's.
Big opportunity. How much is it going to hurt to have Young out? He does lead all major league rookies in home runs and leads them in RBIs and total bases. And on top of that, if you win the top rookie, the Rangers get an extra draft pick.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a lot going. We could see Justin Foskey brought up as I guess Ezekiel Duran is going to get the first shot over there at third, and Smith, I'm sure, is going to see some action there as well. But to be without Heim now, and without Young as well, the injuries are starting to pile up in a very unfortunate way, and it's a testament to their depth that this doesn't have to deep six them.
They're bringing up one of the prospects, the 14th ranked prospect out of the. I'm trying to.
I believe it was Foscue, is it not?
No, I don't think it was Foscue.
They made a move already?
I think they made a move already. I might be wrong about that.
Davis Wenzel is also an option if they want to look at that. But, I mean, this is going to be Ezekiel Duran's time to shine. He's the guy that's going to get most of the work there at third, and he hit his 14th homer. But you're right. This definitely is going to be a big blow on Josh Young's Rookie of the Year campaign, and that is what stinks. Because, I mean, indefinitely, you just don't know. You got to wait for the bone to heal.
Yeah, you do. And I Googled how long it's going to be. And it didn't seem horrible, maybe 5 weeks, maybe 6 weeks. Now, yes, but a broken thumb, to have him back for the playoffs is really all that I'm worried about.
Yes.
The AL Rookie of the Year, he might have already done enough to secure it.
I'm hoping he did.
Yes. So we'll see how that all plays out. And, we can also talk about how important home field advantage might be because of how well they're playing at the Globe. And you mentioned Heaney. He's been outstanding. We got to get thoughts from Chris Young on Heaney as well coming up at 4:20. Apparently he was pitching against the Astros, what was that, 2 weeks ago?
Mm-hmm.
And he noticed just some sort of mechanical thing that he just tweaked. And next thing you know, he's got nearly 12 scoreless innings of baseball that he's been pitching, Brian.
Yeah, he has, and it's good to see him get back. The prospect is, I heard it was Jonathan
Ornelas.
Ornelas is the one that they're bringing up.
Right on.
So, yeah, I think
good luck to him.
I think he's the 14th best prospect in their organization. better known for his defense. Then I think right now he was only hitting like about 250, but defensively that's his strength.
It's gonna be Waldachuk against Dunning.
Yeah, Waldachuk, my cousin.
And and that's tonight. The Astros are underway in Baltimore tomorrow. 214. I wasn't going to talk about this, but he says Gavin called it. It'll come down to penalty kicks for the U.S. women's game. Yeah, I thought if they were going to, get through and win it, they were going to have to win penalty kicks a couple of times because their offense just not clicking at all. And it was unfortunate to see that end, but they couldn't get the offense going at all. Durant has error problems, says the 832. Yeah, you're right about that. This is not going to be an ideal situation. And I would say now with injuries to key players, not only impacting your team already in a massive way, but also looming to possibly get even worse. These are nervy times if you're the front office and the coaching staff, and you enjoy the 6-game winning streak and you're excited about that, but you're like, good grief. When are we going to get a little bit of a respite from this injury bug that is really, it's harshing the buzz is what it's doing. You're excited about the 6-game winner, but holy crap, how many more of these can we sustain? This has to be the end of the injuries.
Yeah, 4 of the 6 All-Stars have now been on the IL since the All-Star game. And the thing with Josh Young and Jonah Heim, you don't know the timetable in which they're going to come back. We kind of heard positive news about Evaldi and Heim over the weekend, but again, there's no set date. Like, okay, we're getting these guys back at this point. Thank goodness Corey Seager has come back. And Seager, I don't know that I've ever seen a guy come off the IL other than maybe an Adrian Beltre in a Rangers uniform and hit the ground running without any type of work in the minors at all. He just says, all right, I'll take a batting practice the day before, put me in the lineup, coach. I'm hitting homers tonight.
805 says, can we talk about the Cowboys kicking from Saturday? It was atrocious. When will Jerry value a kicker? Yes, training camp does continue. They cut Vizcaino today. Mm-hmm. The lone kicker right now is the soccer player Brandon Aubrey.
Yeah, and it's funny because when you watch these kickers perform while we were out there, nobody really took the bull by the horns, if you want to say. They would make 3-4 in a row, and then one would miss. Aubrey would miss, and Vizcaino with a chance to okay, I'm going to put myself one up, he'd miss. And they just kind of were going back and forth. And I'll tell you this, the thing that I noticed with Vizcaino, and this goes all the way back to the OTAs and the mini camps, the further the distance, the harder it was for him to have, number one, accuracy, and then number two, the way he hit the ball. It was almost like watching a golfer when he putts and it just dies in the hole. He's like a die at the goalpost kind of a guy, crossbar guy. You're looking for those kickers. I stood every practice.
Yeah, you did.
Underneath the goalpost, watching every single kick that those guys took. And it was just time and time again where that ball was just barely making it over the upright. And then he had this disastrous day. But, Aubrey's not much better. I know Bobby and I, we had a Love of the Star that's up right now, a new one. And we talked about this, but we've talked about this on our shows, that we didn't feel like that the kicker for the Dallas Cowboys was currently on the roster.
Yeah, it seems like that's the consensus. Like even talking with people on the beat out there at practice, it's probably a similar situation like last year. They bring in Maher right before the season. Mason Crosby's the sexy name because of his relationship with McCarthy. Robbie Gould's been talking about what he's looking for. But we've discussed with Gould, I think that one, he wants too much money, and two, he can't kick off.
Well, that's the thing about it is I talked to some people in the organization before we came on air about that, and I said, listen, let me share what I know about Robbie Gould. And matter of fact, they said, well, let me stop you. Let me tell you what we know. And sure enough, it's the same thing. You have to have a punter that kicks off because he doesn't want to kick off, and he doesn't want to try field goals of 50-plus.
Is Crosby a better option right now?
You know what? Need to dig in on Mason Crosby.
He can at least kick off.
Yeah. That's the one thing that he could actually, you wouldn't have to have somebody, but if you sign Robbie Gould, you would have to have, and I don't think the Cowboys
don't want to do that.
You don't want to have three kickers and Anger can't kick off, which is the unfortunate thing. If your punter could, then you'd be okay.
A kicker who you think could make kicks at 60 is kind of like what teams want right now.
Well, that's what the whole thing with talking to folks about Robbie Gould is, like, he does not want to try the 50-yard field goal. And so
that's standard.
So what happens, it puts your offense on that fringe, on the fringe points, and you don't need that.
No, it'd be cool for the go for it crowd because you'd have to be down to the 32-yard line before you're thinking that you're in field goal range. That's just not going to fly in late game situations at all. So I don't know. Maybe he's taking the summer to do the responsible thing if he wants to continue his career. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Get a little help from vitamin S.
A little vitamin S.
A little stretching. Get a little strength going. Needs to open up those hip flexors a little bit, right?
Yeah, open the hips. It's all in the hips.
Okay, Pollard and Steele among those being held out of practice today. It was CD Lamb, maybe just a load management day, not injury. Pollard was for personal reasons, so hopefully everything's going great.
Trying to get that rundown for maybe while we get to the show. As we get through the show, I'll have an update on Pollard on that situation, what the personal day was.
We're going to be looking for an update as well on Scooney. He practiced for the first time today, kind of working off to the side a little bit and not necessarily a full practice. Mike was asked, could he play on Saturday? And he said, let's let him practice first. Yeah. So hopefully Scooney's coming on back from that foot ailment that's been bothering him for all of camp. Zach Martin's still not there. That's a significant storyline.
I'll tell you what, very good story on CBS Sports from our buddy Joel Corey from August 4th, if you want to go back and check that out. He wrote He painted a very kind of a dark picture for the options that Zach Martin has and a very interesting picture that the Cowboys options that they have when it comes to going after money, signing bonuses and things like that. So if you're one of those guys and gals that kind of like nerdy number things, Joel Corey from August 4th would be something you need to check on.
Do you think he's still coming back eventually?
You know what?
Time?
I'll tell you what, the fact that he's still working with guys here in Dallas with Duke and those guys. Yeah. Mayweather, I always say miss up. Manyweather's, yeah, his name. But the thing with Duke, I think the fact that he's working with him makes me feel like that he's still interested in playing. But, Bobby, when in Love of the Star, Bobby and I were talking about it. Bobby's hearing whispers that people are starting to kind of line up and call like, hey, don't forget us if you're going to trade the guy.
Yeah, we did that hypothetical last week.
Bobby's hearing some whispers, and I don't think the Cowboys necessarily want to do that, so I didn't answer your question. But I haven't been right about that. I kind of felt like he didn't want to pay the $50,000 a day in fines. Seems very comfortable with that right now.
It's up to $600K now, but I think that's smart. If your other teams, regardless of if the Cowboys have any plan to trade Zach Martin, and I don't think that they do, but you just never know how these things go. It's smart to just go ahead and reach out. Hey, if this reaches a tipping point, give us a call. Well, we're here to make a trade for you.
Well, it might be in the best interest of the organization, but, man, it would be a massive blow to their chances of winning it all this year. Now you're in a situation where Tyron Smith better stay healthy or, you'd be in real trouble, I think. 817, why can't we just bring back Brett Maher?
He signed with who he signed with? He's with somebody already.
The Saints?
Yeah, signed with the Saints.
Let me look.
Okay.
Yeah, that's right. No, you're right. You're absolutely right.
As impressive as the Rangers
Denver.
were.
I'm sorry, Denver.
That's right.
Denver.
He was with the Saints.
Yeah, he was
and
with
then Denver signed him.
Right, yeah.
Man, best of luck to Brett Maher. I bet he could really boom a mile high. Well, you put him up there, he might go 65 on you. I think you get an extra 10% up there at a mile high. Okay, how about the greatness that we experienced last night in Frisco with FC Dallas hosting Messi? I didn't mind losing. As much as I wanted FCD to win that game, I think it was kind of a no-lose situation because I want the Messi story to get so big that he wants to stay and it captivates America. Going to the quarterfinals of this tournament is a small step in that direction. It was one of the best games I've ever seen FC Dallas play. The fans were on fire. It was the best game the fans had ever had. And we haven't seen FC Dallas play phenomenal soccer over the last couple of years, but I thought they got great performances. Of course, Jesus Ferreira spoiled most of his chances in front of goal, which is kind of par for the course, but several other players on that team were very impressive. I like Camungo coming on. I like the Argentinian, is it Quignon? That guy can play. But holy crap, what you saw with Messi was just... He's got it on easy mode in this league. And, another 2-goal game, this one coming back from an improbable, margin late in the game. It's storybook that what we're watching right here. And that's, again, why I was kind of willing to accept, hey, FC Dallas lost. I still had an amazing time watching this game, and I'm stoked for the result. Like, when that free kick went in, I was like, let's go.
Yeah.
Right? Because what we're seeing, this is history. This is Pele coming to the Cosmos in the late 70s. This is the U.S. beating Mexico 2-0 in the 2002 World Cup in the round of 16. They advanced to the quarters and play Germany. These are like the biggest soccer moments of my lifetime. And we saw the story progress and take a step forward last night in Frisco. FC Dallas had to lose as a result, but it was an incredible night of soccer.
Well, I just hate everything you just said.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
I was not interested in seeing him win at all.
I couldn't read the damn paper today. I couldn't look at anything online. I am mourning over this loss last night for FC Dallas. Go bleep yourself, Gavin.
It was the greatest home loss DFW has ever seen.
I'll tell you what, man. That you're being way too nice about that. That's one of those games. FC Dallas up 3-1, and I was texting somebody with FC Dallas.
Bleeping blew it
at the time.
Biggest choke job of the century.
I go, get ready. Penalty kicks, set pieces, and stoppage time. This guy's a magician. And sure enough, my guy texts me back. He goes, my gosh. But yeah, what a great.
The only choke last night was from Miami not getting him the ball more.
Yeah.
Every goal they scored was
just
a result of him making a play.
I was just hoping the weather would slow him down. You know?
I don't think there's any slowing him down.
I was just kind of hoping. I was thinking, please don't be
slowed down a lot of his jobber teammates.
Yeah, don't be hydrated here. You know, don't play this.
Messi's dragging him. Come on, get upfield, get up the pitch.
I tell you what, though, 4 games, 7 goals, right?
Yeah.
I'd like to go back and try and maybe we could do this one day. I'd like to go back and talk about, has anybody meant more to a team that was dragging?
Just like instant impact.
Go look at Inter Miami's in the standings.
Yeah.
They were almost relegated. They were in the relegation zone until all of a sudden David Beckham showed up and said, "Oh, wait, we can get this guy and we could give him half of Apple TV while we're doing it."
Yeah.
Sure, let's go.
They're still in last place. But they're coming on.
Yeah.
And it's an amazing story. I worked the game. It looked like we were going to win, but it was a hell of a game going back and forth.
Oh, don't say
Paul
that.
McCall has to be sick right now, says the 972.
He does.
That's a garbage take, Gavin. FCD blew the game. Mismanaged coaching job again led to that loss. You had an own goal and a free kick go upper 90 on you.
It's coaching, damn it. It's coaching. Come on.
I thought he had that team ready to play their game of their lives. Sports Hodgepodge coming up next. Chuck, where are you taking us?
Got a stat of the day for you. Fantasy football punishments and trainer Mike Tyson. That's next.
Tag of the day coming up in 5 minutes. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Franklin Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact Franklin Frankel. Free consultation. It's 214-333-3333. Go to truckwreck.com. Here's Wolchuk with that hodgepodge.
Saw this stat of the day from our buddy John Owning, and this is courtesy of PFF, but this is even more relevant as we're getting clips from practice, 11-on-11s out there, and you see Michael Gallup, who was a mojo moment. It's a fourth down. Defense has got to get a stop to get off the field, and it's just simple crossers, simple mesh routes that we've talked about. You got the tight end, crossing face, Gallup right in front of him there. DBs run into each other. You got Gallup now wide open. Offense converts.
Yeah.
Last year, CeeDee Lamb, this is over the course of his career, I should say. Hitch routes have made up 18% of his targets in his career, and none of his other routes are above 13%. Boy, oh boy, did Kellen love his hitch routes. And we talked about it. You watched the All-22. It's a bunch of hitches, curls, comebacks, whatever term you want to throw out there for him. That's it. That's what they're running. Not a lot of creativity. Thank goodness we're finally seeing a difference in a more modern offense play out now.
Can I real quickly give you an update on Pollard, why you missed practice today?
Yeah, please.
Love it.
Birth of a child.
Oh, it's a good reason.
Good reason right there. So, yeah, Tony Pollard, birth of a child is why he took the personal
This
day
has
today.
been the training camp of babies for the Cowboys.
It has.
This is nuts.
I thought the Rangers pitching staff for a while there, that was kind of, did we have, what's it called, bereavement leave? Do I said that right? Bereaved?
I think bereavement's when somebody passes.
Somebody dies. This is
what's
paternity leave.
Paternity.
Yeah.
Bereavement.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. This dad leave.
And then it's maternity for the ladies.
Yeah.
Yeah, maternity. What's the men again?
Paternity.
Paternity. Okay.
Yep.
Bereavement.
Paw-paw.
That's death.
Paw-paw.
What am I thinking?
Yeah, no, you
Sorry
were trying
about
to kill
that.
somebody off there, Brian. What are you doing?
I'm not trying to kill anybody
Goodness
off.
gracious.
I'm sorry about that.
Come on. All right.
Bereavement.
We talked about Jake Paul and Nate Diaz. They were also promoting the Francis Ngannou fight with Tyson Fury that's going to be at the end of October. This one's in Saudi Arabia, Brian, so maybe you can get us tickets.
I'm in.
But Francis Ngannou released last week that Hall of Fame boxer Mike Tyson is going to train him. Sorry. Going to train him. He's going to be in his corner for the massive crossover fight. I don't know. I'm like trying to fight the phlegm. It's not working right now.
Okay.
I usually am a very good phlegm fighter, much like Dotson's able to fight through the burping.
Yeah.
Right there, I had a moment.
I like the phlegm
This isn't
fighter.
going to happen. This isn't going to work out for me.
Not to ruin best of the weekend, but perhaps you had yourself an evening, you know.
I got to go to Post Malone last night. It was amazing. And thank goodness Messi was in town because it dropped those ticket prices considerably.
Did it.
And I was able to, yeah.
Should have taken Abby there. Boy, she had a major league case of FOMO.
Did she?
Yeah.
Damn. No, Post Malone was
I think
fantastic.
at least two of her teammates went. She was just hating
It was a blast, dude. I love Posty.
Can I ask you a real quick question?
No, you can't, but yes, you can.
Was your seatbelt holding you up in your seat as you were sleeping on that plane the other night? Because I've never seen anybody sleep forward like you did.
Did you see me sleeping?
Yeah, forward, like you were completely, like you were on the back of a horse, like they were riding you into town, like they were collecting.
Oh, he was folded?
He was folded.
I don't know. I was asleep. I was passed out. I'm not sure what was happening.
Yeah, we were in that exit row area.
We got so lucky how that ended up working out for us because we were on standby, and then somehow Brian and I ended up getting exit row seats.
Yeah, but I've never seen anybody sleep folded over like he was.
I had to sit middle row. I can't do it anymore.
Yeah.
It touched off my claustrophobia so bad. I was sitting there like meditating. I needed to light some sage or something up there. And I was sitting next to two attractive ladies. They were tiny and pretty.
Oh, hey.
They weren't taking any of my space and offending me in any way. They smelled nice. I was still like, oh, geez, I need to get to the aisle seat.
Did they try and exchange numbers,
Let
give
me
you an
tell you
offer to
what,
meet up
man.
later?
No, none of that.
I should have changed seats with you because I had Mighty Joe Young to my right.
You had a giant man to your
Giant
right.
man.
Like, looked like a pro football player.
His left arm was way into my area. Yeah. Like to the point where I turned.
Which area are we talking
They can't
about?
help
And my
it.
right ribs.
They can't help it.
And my man must have drank 6 bottles of wine. Didn't even use the little cups they provided.
Oh, I did see him pop up and go to the bathroom several times.
They gave him the straight bottle of red wine.
Wow.
And my man was like watching
Just chugging it?
Guardians of the Galaxy, enjoying that. And he was just drinking straight out of the bottle. Like, you know, usually you pour the bottle into the little plastic cups. My man, Mighty Joe Young, wanted nothing to do with the little cups. He was
Mighty Joe Young.
He was way invading my area. Like, and you know, and I was literally trying to like turn.
Why didn't you give him a little shove? Let him know who you are.
That arm was so big.
You couldn't have moved it?
I couldn't have moved it.
Golly.
It was like a leg on his shoulder that was into my area.
Brings you back to the LSU scout team days.
Oh, man, I would tell you, I was just glad to be on the plane, but Gavin, I would have traded with you happily.
Let me wrap the hodgepodge up. It seems like Elon Musk might be dodging Zuck. Zuck said that
he's 300 pounds now, right?
He's ready to fight right now. I'm ready today. I suggested August 26th when he first challenged me, but he hasn't confirmed. Not holding my breath. I love this sport and will continue competing with people who train no matter what happens here. Shortly after, Zuck said, well, I might have to get an MRI on my neck and upper back. It might require surgery before the fight can happen. I don't think this thing's ever going to happen. I think Elon Musk is scared.
Didn't Musk admit he was 300 pounds? Or something, he admitted he's grossly overweight.
He got a personal trainer to try and get into shape.
All right, there you go.
It is time now for the G Bag of the Day. Into the Pimp Cup we go. Here's Lucius.
What's up, fellas? How y'all doing?
Hey, Lucius.
All right. This is G Bag of the Day. What's that sauce you like to put on it there, Dawson?
It is the best audio from the world of sports, pop culture, talk radio, and or the internet. We play them all. Vote on which one we like the best. And that, my friends, is your G-Bag of the Day. I guess there's a couple of different versions of it.
Yeah. You know, it's all the same branding, though. Our winner is Derek from Better Media, trolling Nate Diaz during the presser. This is before they fought.
Hey guys, Derek.
Oh, not you again. Better keep it professional, my man.
Hey, f you guys. Hey, Nate, sorry, Derek from Better Media here. Nate, I actually just wanted to apologize for the last press conference.
Oh, here it comes.
When I asked to fight your brother in the undercard. I'm sorry that your feelings were hurt.
That was more of a statement than a question.
No, it was an apology.
Okay, fine, fair enough.
And like, it's, you know, maybe if your boys see me, maybe they won't me up this week.
No promises.
Anything to say, Nate? Can't wait to watch Jake knock you the out.
Hey, bring this little bitch up here. Get him the out of here.
He's coming.
Oh, no.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Derek, what have you done?
The lack of respect from all the pussies in this fat scam. That's the problem.
What is going on?
Influences these guys influence the island gay boys because of motherfuckers like you, bitch. You're the bad guy, and this little right here needs the ass whip. And your dad too. How about that?
Wow.
Man, Nate talked a lot better than he fought this weekend.
Yeah, he did.
He had some great lines post.
I was disappointed in how they performed. And that little slap boxing he does, you're going to have to land a punch. Yeah. You can't do that little slap boxing thing. All right, let's see here what we got. You guys, speaking of fights, you guys enjoyed the baseball fight over the weekend?
I'll tell you what, that was great.
Yeah, it was pretty good. He hit right on the money, right on the kisser. Let's go to Guardians Radio for the call here.
Ramirez on his way to second. Head first slide. Safe and in to score is Jimenez. And another hustle double. Right over the bag at first. Now Hosey and Anderson square off. They're fighting. They're swinging. Down goes Anderson. Down goes Anderson.
Ramirez is good. That was good.
I'll tell you what, though, Anderson looked like he was ready, though.
Oh, he did.
He squared up.
Took the glove off.
But I'll tell you what, he threw a right that missed. That if it would have connected, I think that would have been gone the other way. But when he missed with that right, it opened him up to get clocked.
Ramirez pretty good counterpuncher, though. Put his head down, kept swinging.
He was.
Got him right on the button.
Overhood right.
Cleveland Guardians manager Terry Francona. Tito. He's got some other names. Carter was letting me know. Can't say him on air, though. Wish I could, because it's a great word, actually. He wanted to make everything clear for you, for the media. I just want to get one thing clear.
What do you think of Jose's left hook?
Right hook.
Right hook. Right.
You know, it's not funny, but when I came in, I'm listening to Hammy. It's hard not to chuckle. I mean, but again, it's not funny, but boys will be boys.
Yeah.
It's not funny, but it's funny.
Left hook. No, it's right hook.
What'd you think of Jose's left hook?
Right hook.
Right hook.
Yeah, I want to get that clear.
He knew. Yeah.
I love how sports leadership is pretending these days like fighting isn't cool. I think as long as nobody gets seriously hurt, we can have all the jokes and the fun talking about it.
I mean, it's not funny, but I laughed my ass off.
Yeah.
It's not funny at all, but boy, did I have a chuckle.
It's not interesting, but you have a fight and everybody within a half mile is going to stop and watch.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's interesting.
Let's see here. How about a mic'd up ref? Oh, he checks a lacrosse coach. Checks a lacrosse head coach. You seen that?
Yeah, I sure did.
Yeah, he didn't like the tone and the delivery. Hey, Playboy, watch your tone and your delivery.
Hey, Nat, get off the field and don't scream. No. You're better than that.
Wow.
Get back. There's another way to talk to me.
Talking to me all wrong, Playboy.
Yeah, he was trying to do his call. He was trying to tell everybody what the penalty was, and this coach is like out there on him. But yeah, and he just stopped immediately. And then you heard that. It was good.
Talking to my guy all wrong.
I can appreciate a mic that has great scene control, a ref that has great scene control.
Yeah.
Have
you ever seen, Lucius, have you guys ever seen the rugby referees when they bring the captains over?
No.
And they're the same thing. You're both better than this. You both are world-class players.
Yeah.
You're playing like absolute garbage right now. They're like these these dudes are just burly, beat up, and they're like both just nodding their heads. This guy is just undressed.
Did they put the flags in your face? Well, did they put the cards in your face like soccer?
Oh no,
that's beautiful.
They
track you down, tap you on the shoulder.
Come back here.
This is yours.
These dudes are just massive. It's like New Zealand, and everybody's sitting there, and these two guys are just looking at these officials like, you're both playing like garbage right now. Your teams are playing like garbage. Get controls of yourself, men. And they're like, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yeah. We got you, man. We got you. Pretty funny.
Yeah. Great scene control, man.
Allergies going crazy. My nose is just itching, bro. All right. Yesterday was a church day. I got my Reverend Ike in. I actually woke up to a fantastic video to soothe my soul. Shout out to Dang Dang out there in Bama. Wow.
Dang Dang?
Dang Dang out there in Bama. He threw his hat in the air, and that was like a bat signal, and it got crazy. But here's a preacher right here that got nervous right before her sermon.
Oh, Lord. Okay, I got you. All right. Oh, I'm shaking. Okay. I'm not nervous. It's just the Holy Spirit.
I've heard of talking in tongues. But this ain't talking in tongues.
Okay. So he wants me to share this first.
What?
Okay. I just need y'all to give me 30 minutes. Just 30 minutes.
30 minutes?
What? Oh, the breakfast.
Oh, the breakfast.
Yeah, a little nervous there.
Oh.
One time I remember a priest it was her first sermon, and she couldn't stop coughing. And it's happened like 3 times to her.
Really?
She pre-gamed?
She was.
She
must have.
The nerves were getting to her.
She kept drinking water, and then but it happened to her 3 different times.
She was reading the Bible high, so you have to do the sermon high. That's how it goes.
Gosh, I felt sorry for her. Couldn't stop coughing. Had to quit.
The burning bush has a new meaning for me.
Yeah, for sure.
That's like those knuckleheads in high school and college would say, "Yeah, I took the test high, but I studied high."
Yeah.
So if you do both of them, you'll be
you
fine.
gotta practice.
Study high, you gotta take the test high.
Is it Derek from Better Media? Is it the baseball fight? Ramirez got him with the combo platter there. You had the mic'd up official, and you had the preacher who got nervous before her sermon. I'll go with the baseball fight there, Lucius. What do you say?
Oh, yeah. Do that little combo situation. How about that?
That sounds great to me. Bully?
I like the combo. I like Terry Francona there.
Yeah, I think this is like the second time that the Gardens radio team has made this broadcast. So, yeah, let's go for it.
4-0, they've done it. Guardians broadcasters, once again, your G-Bag of the Day champions. Krusty's Corner's coming up next, buddy. What do you have planned for us?
Yeah, I was going to ask you guys, was this the reason why we've seen conference realignment? We'll talk about that next.
All righty. Let's talk about our friends.
At Classic Chevrolet, they do everything with purpose. That's why they're offering you the best model year-end savings on new Silverados. See them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. Your upgrade is their purpose. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
All right, welcome back, G-Back Nation. NFL News of the Day coming up at 3, and then at 3:20, we're going to take a look at this article that Jory Epstein wrote about how the Cowboys' offense is changing. They're going through changes. Here's Broadus with Krusty's Corner.
Thank you very much, General. Appreciate that. I mentioned earlier that Bobby and I posted Love of the Star. That was some of our thoughts from training camp, a couple position battles. We talked about the Zach Martin situation, kind of where this team needs to go from there. So if you can check it out, it's on all our Odyssey platforms and stuff like that we have. So wherever you get your and some people were actually like, "Hey, when are you guys going to put the video back up?"
Well, they miss looking at your beautiful face.
Well, I'm kind of like, it's like, oh, okay, well, yeah, I guess this week I think that comes back around. So from camp, we had to like just tape it and put the stuff up. You think it's kind of weird that people want the video part of it?
I think we're just moving.
Some people want it.
Transitioning towards that. Yeah, people like to see.
I find myself just because I listened to it this morning, the show, just listen to the words. I don't care about the video.
I never watched the video. I guess people have that on their TVs, maybe? Is that for people that stream it off their TVs? Because I wouldn't find myself like riding on a train and listening to a podcast while watching the dude talk. You know?
Yeah.
Now, if you put up graphics or charts that are interesting, I might look down for that.
Yeah.
But I always turn off the screen, and I'm just cruising around, listening.
Yeah,
to
I
the
find
podcast.
myself, and again, I appreciate the guys and gals out there that do listen and stuff like that. And if the video part is your thing, great for you. I just kind of like when I just listen. I always listen in the car. I just listen.
They want reactions.
Yeah.
They want facial reactions. I think that's important to the millennials and the zennials.
I got you.
They're kind of vibing out. You know, they're much more loners. You know, that is kind of their human interaction.
Damn right. Super loner over here.
Oh, yeah. You're a real loner.
You know I am.
Real loner guy. All right. I know
Caveman.
I know I teased this, and I want to ask you guys this question because you guys are smart. Do you think that all this realignment that we saw in college football, and we know it's for TV and stuff like that, and trying to get the best deals and get to, potentially not get left out when TV comes around. Do you guys think this all started with the Longhorn Network?
Ooh,
that like all of a sudden, when they started talking about, and we first got the Longhorn Network launched on DirecTV on January 21st of 2015 is when it, but they've talked about it. It went all the way back to really 2011 is when it, and
ultimately that's when A&M said we're out.
Exactly. So are we in a situation where the Longhorn Network, by its creation, maybe set this thing up to where now it's like when teams, that's when we first heard teams start thinking about moving.
I would need more evidence. That I think it came around the same time huge money was coming into cable TV in general. Therefore, the Longhorn Network sprouted up and realignment started around the same time because of the huge cable money that was coming.
Right,
I think that was the real creation.
Yeah.
Longhorn Network and realignment were just the consequences.
So
of
they
that
were.
action.
I kind of always felt like that we got the Longhorn Network because, like, the potential, the talk of some teams leaving.
Yeah,
and
ultimately, it's what broke the deal for A&M. They said we're leaving. We're not going to deal with this BS. You had them leave, Missouri leave. I think that it might have laid the groundwork for teams to be like, okay, we can do this and we can jump conferences. But I think you're right. The TV money has now given these programs where they're earning so much, they can pay that $25 million buyout, whatever it is, to get out of the conference. Like that's all these teams are having to do now that want to leave out of the Pac-12. Each school's going to have to pay like $25 million.
Yeah,
and the SEC and the Big Ten are getting these massive contracts that are making people want to come to them.
See, that's where I kind of look at, because I know
Texas thought, well, these massive dollars are coming in. We have the biggest and most wealthy alumni base. We'll just create our own thing. And what they found out is it needs a league that gives it the credibility and the star power and the cameras and the markets. You can't go out and do this thing on your own. We've seen that from Notre Dame and Texas.
Yeah, people didn't want to tune in for the 1960s reruns and the swimming and volleyball and track reruns and everything they were trying to broadcast on that station.
Well, they're talking about that the Longhorn Network after, because with Texas and Oklahoma going to the SEC, I'm one of these guys that loves to watch the SEC network, and I am the weirdo that watches SEC baseball, SEC, the track, volleyball, whatever's on. But are you guys kind of surprised, though, that the Longhorn Network didn't really work?
I did expect it to be successful because I thought fans would want, nonstop stuff. But maybe it was a little bit ahead of its time. Now we're a lot more conditioned to have to buy a different package like Apple TV for whatever and Peacock for whatever. Maybe it was just a little bit ahead of its time. But I also think maybe they overestimated like Longhorn interest for stuff other than the football games.
They also just stunk as a program. I mean, as soon as they went ahead and came out with the Longhorn Network, Texas went ahead and became a laughingstock in the Big 12. They're going 5-7. They're firing coaches after 3 years left and right. They weren't good, and I think that probably created a lack of interest as well.
Yeah, I kind of felt like, and it sounds like the Longhorn Network is just going to go away, because now when Texas go into the SEC, they've got that network as well. So the Longhorn Network, but to me, it was just one of those times I was sitting there thinking, we were flying home the other night because we were out there on the West Coast, and I was thinking about all those teams and, the Pac-12, and those teams like, they're talking about Stanford going all the way now being part of the ACC.
Yep.
I mean, that
logistically, this stuff doesn't make any sense.
I don't know how. There has to be a way, and maybe do you think we're sooner, or are we sooner to like I've talked about before, and you guys don't have to agree on this with me, but the 40 teams that they're going to have 40 teams.
We are getting closer to that
for college football.
Yeah, like the Big 12 and the ACC seem like they're going to be able to hang on, but the Pac-12 is going to dissolve. So you're looking at what, 4 major conferences: the ACC, the Big 12, SEC, and the Big 10, and then eventually maybe that'll end up eating each other, and now you got 2 super conferences. To your point,
I think there's going to be a day where it's just going to be we're going to have 40 teams in college football, and they're just going to play each other. And that's where this is all going to go. That maybe there'd be like relegation, if you're one of like you're 38, 39, 40 and you're not good enough, then maybe some other teams get elevated into the mix. But I'm told if I'm okay with realignment, as long as it gets me to where I could see the best college football games every week, and I'm okay with if it's the 40 best teams playing. Now I feel bad for the teams that some of these colleges that aren't going to be in that, but still, just if I'm going to watch college football all day on Saturday, I'm okay with.
Pretty nice deal.
I'm okay with USC traveling over to play in Baton Rouge.
It's going to be fun, yeah.
Yeah,
you get some great matchups.
Absolutely. So yeah, but that's. I just wondered if you guys thought that was the end of, if that's when realignment really started. All this that we're dealing with right now was because of the Longhorn Network.
I just hope they figure out a way for those other 80 teams to have some sort of a pathway into the playoffs.
I don't think they're thinking about those guys.
Yeah.
I don't. And I totally agree with you.
Yeah.
But I don't.
Maybe we can get an expansion to a point that, we're going to have 2 top conferences, and one is still going to come from the Big 12, and one's still going to come from what's left of the ACC and the Pac-12.
I feel bad for the bowl games too. I think that's just, but it's all about that content. And
there's so many fans, and I was texting with a really good friend of mine, maybe my best friend, Washington State fan.
Yeah, you have to be sick.
And he is sick to us. He's like, man, this is all these years, and I'm like, I didn't have any sympathy for him. I'm like, I'm sorry. American sports has a lot of things wrong with it morally and ethically, but nothing more than college football. I don't have any sympathy, for somebody that, is a fan of a system that stole labor for decades. And now money is taking something away from you, I just don't care. And I said, buddy, I see you have a lot of valid complaints, and the NIL money and everything has changed the game, and all this TV money and realignment. I understand it sucks for you, but what y'all did, stealing money and being a fan of this, you supported the system. And many people argued for it like it was some sort of moral or ethical high ground they were standing on, giving kids scholarship and room and board for 4 years in exchange for this labor. I think the history of it is so horrible, and this chaos that we're going through is a necessary step to try to build a new system that actually compensates the people doing the work. Okay, NFL News of the Day is coming up. We got takeaways as well from the Jory Epstein article about this evolving Cowboys offense coming up at 3:20. It's next right here on the G-Bag Nation 105.3 The Fan. I want to chat
Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Shoot Chats, hour 2 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. We'll get you the takeaways from the Jory Epstein article in the USA Today about the evolving Cowboys offense coming up at 3:20. At 4:20, Chris Young, Rangers GM, is going to join us and talk about what they've done and where they go from here. Hopefully get an update on Young and Evaldi as well. Right now it's time for the NFL news of the day. Here's Wolchuk.
Albert Hainsworth is ripping his former teammates there in Washington as we start within the NFC East. And, well, he probably would be a big Dan Snyder fan because he gave him the bag. And then Albert Hainsworth proceeded to do absolutely nothing on the football field with that. But he's now wealthy, a wealthy man thanks to Dan Snyder. So Albert was on the Outkicks Hot Mic podcast. They asked him about Dan. And this is what he had to say. He said, we were like super cool. And of course, Albert signed that $100 million deal. Everybody's like, Dan's an a-hole. Whatever. But he's not. Everyone's like, he ruined Washington, D.C. He ruined the Commanders. This guy, who he was he loved Washington. He's watching every practice. He's doing all that stuff. The thing about Dan is he didn't know a ton about football. I call him, and I'd say this to his face. He's a billionaire fantasy footballer. So imagine. You have billions of dollars. You own a football team. And when you see all of the NFL, you're like, bro, that's a great player. I'm going to get him. I'm going to get him. I'm going to get him. You got to have the dynamics between the team, the coaches. You got to have the right coaches to be able to put that together. You can't just go out and buy the players. You can't get a few players and stuff like that. But also, you got to build within the draft. He then went on to say that it wasn't Dan's fault. It was his teammates' fault. And he is not going ahead and hiding behind anything. He's calling out teammates by name. Here's Albert Hainsworth talking about the trash he played with in Washington.
I mean, in that locker room, it was a joke. Like, I mean, guys they're just joking. A couple guys I still like talk to, but most of them are trash.
Like they got their check and they were done, kind of thing.
Oh, dude, they'd be like talking about in the coming out in the tunnel, what club they going to, and they got a table. I'm just like, it was whack. And it's
bottle service.
It's the ones that be like chirping, try to talk about me. You know, I'm just like, dude, I could call you out about all the stuff you guys are doing. You know, so like, don't even like bring my name into it. Yeah, it's all of them. Like D'Angelo Hall, like Clint Portis, like freaking what's that, Cooley or whatever.
Chris Cooley.
Yeah, dude, it was just they're a joke. Like they belong in Washington because they are what that team represented back then, which is trash.
Damn. Harsh words there from Albert Hainsworth. I think he was probably the biggest piece of trash that they actually brought in there. He certainly didn't help that culture whatsoever. And the other ones were successful on the football field that he's calling out. But very interesting, man. Ripping some of your former teammates, but then defending the owner that everybody unanimously hated.
That is an interesting take. I think it's probably because that man made him so rich. You know, Daniel Snyder made Albert Hainsworth, I think, the top paid defensive lineman at the time. It was over $100 million. And, you know, maybe that's his reason for why, why he would defend that guy. But it has been a trash organization. You know, there's no doubt about that. And as far as competitiveness goes, there's only one way for this Washington organization to surge now. And now, instead of a 3-team division, you have 4. Because Hainsworth is dead balls on right.
Yeah, it was trash. There's no doubt about it. But to act like the owner wasn't a reason for that and a cause directly for that, a little bit foolish in my opinion.
Yeah, he was all over it. Like he is everything Cowboys fans think Jerry Jones is, but he's not nearly that bad or meddlesome as Snyder, who would literally be paying no attention and then change draft plans according to some stories.
Crazy.
Yeah, the biggest problem, though, with the Commanders was, to me, just never getting it right with their front office.
Mm-hmm.
You know, with Bruce Allen being involved for a long time there. John Snyder had a run there. John was there 1 year with Marty Schottenheimer, and I think they were a 500 team. And, you know, John was kind of felt like John was a young guy, and I felt like that him, Scott McCloughan, I admit Scott McCloughan's got an alcohol problem. Scott McCloughan's one of the best scouts I've ever been around in my life. But he got in the way of guys that I felt like were pretty talented evaluators. And, and when you start to step into that realm of, okay, I'm going to make this, or the worst thing you could ever have happen to you is when your owner would get on the phone with another owner and they would talk. I remember with Jeff Lurie in Philadelphia, Curtis Enos, the running back, and he's like, well, you have him too low, Brian. You have him too low on the board there. And I'm like, no, sir, Mr. Lurie. He's a massive guy. He's big. He's only getting slower. He's going to struggle. The older he gets, the slower he's going to get. And he's like, well, I just feel like he's too low. And I said, Mr. Lurie, where are you getting this? He goes, I don't want to get into that. So, when you get these other owners talking to each other and like, well, we have this guy here and that guy there.
Oh, yeah.
Instead of just kind of letting the guys do their job.
You're clouding your mind and your judgment.
Yeah. And it's hard. It's hard when you try and convince the owner and like, no, we've got this right. But I felt like they had some really good personnel guys there with the Commanders. It's just ownership got in the way too much.
Always something going on there, man. The Eagles have added 2 linebackers. They went ahead and worked out Miles Jack and Zach Cunningham. Cunningham's played with the Titans and the Texans. Miles Jack, of course, drafted by Jacksonville, was with Pittsburgh. They've both signed 1-year deals to join the Eagles as they were a little bit concerned with their linebacker depth. Now, they're saying that this is not a reflection that they're losing faith in Nakobe Dean, who they drafted out of Georgia in the 3rd round.
He doesn't practice.
But
Nakobe
Dean, you're right, he doesn't practice, and he's having issues staying healthy.
Yeah.
So I think it is a direct reflection. They can say what they want, try and keep the player pumped up and motivated, but I think they're having doubts about that pick right there.
Man, I'll tell you what, and Gavin, you asked me this question the other day about him. I thought he was going to be really, really, really good. When you watched him play at Georgia, like the sideline to sideline, downhill, shorter guy, but he made every single tackle.
Oh, he was at times he looked like the best player on that defense that had a ton of first rounders.
Yeah, and then he gets selected when he did, and I thought, man, they stole a guy here. But he can't stay healthy. That's a big issue right now. And then they're going to say, well, a guy that size, he's going to struggle with his health. Just can't take on blocks, can't get off blocks, and which all those things he did pretty well at Georgia.
Yeah. Now we got some other moves. John Johnson's returning to the Rams in a 1-year deal where he was really good before he left to go to Cleveland. It's a very cheap contract. I thought maybe he'd go back and reunite with Brandon Staley with the Chargers there, but he goes back to the Rams. Kareem Hunt's visiting with the Saints today. They lost Eno Benjamin, Wiley Easone, due to the season. He had a ruptured Achilles. And then Kamara's suspended, of course, as well.
Yeah, that's
so they need some running back hope. They've right now just got Williams over there. Carson Wentz posted an unbelievable pictures. He's trying to prove I'm still working out. I'm in shape. I'm trying to get in the league. He posted a picture on his Instagram. He's wearing his Philadelphia Eagles helmet, his Washington Commanders practice jersey, and his Indianapolis Colts football pants.
That's weird.
Very weird.
What's the point he's trying to make?
I don't know. Look at me.
These are the 3 teams I ruined.
Drop the mic. Be next.
Yeah.
Who wants to add on to my wardrobe?
Yeah. I need some new gloves, boys.
Yeah.
Look, if 3 teams once upon a time signed me, I couldn't be that bad, right?
No.
Look at all this gear I've collected. Certainly.
Is there a player, I'm sure there is, that an injury just totally took his career in another direction? That suffered an injury. Like,
RG3.
RG3, 100%.
That's a good point right there.
No doubt.
But that might be the only 2, and we kind of lucked out. But I think what's different from RG3 and Carson Wentz is that Wentz then saw Nick Foles win the Super Bowl with his team.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that messed with him a little bit. So he was broken mentally and physically in the same offseason, never recovered. RG3 just could not stay healthy at all.
Could not stay healthy at all.
Once he came back.
It was sad.
Then he tried to stop running, and then it got real bad.
If you missed it, the Cowboys did release Tristan Vizcaino today. You had Brandon Aubrey, who's now the lone kicker. He went 7-9 today.
Yeah, I asked somebody in the organization, I go, what are the chances of you guys bringing somebody in? And they go, we're looking at things right now.
Yeah.
If we feel like that it can provide competition, that they'll do it. And I had a discussion with them about Robbie Gould.
Mm-hmm.
And they said, listen, what you're hearing is the exact same thing we're hearing.
Yeah, the concern is he can't kick off. He doesn't have a strong leg anymore to make plus 50-yard field goals. And I think he wants too much money.
He doesn't want to kick 50-yard field goals anymore.
Yeah. So the other name that's really now popping up quite frequently is Mason Crosby, who was with Mike McCarthy in Green Bay, longtime Packer. I don't know if he's still even that good anymore. But interesting. Oh, Vince Young, an injury. We're getting a lot of those texted in now.
There you go.
How about the power of the NFL? The Jets and Browns preseason game, the Hall of Fame game, averaged 6.3 million viewers on NBC, the most watched Pro Football Hall of Fame game since 2018. That is more people watching that game than tuned in for the 2023 NBA playoffs, the Stanley Cup final, the 2022 Field of Dreams game in Major League Baseball, and the 2022 MLS Cup for a meaningless preseason game where none of the starters played. Unbelievable.
Wow, that's something. Quite a spectacle.
Yep.
Yeah, you know what? Do you think they tuned in thinking that Aaron Rodgers, something was going to be?
Maybe they were just like, hey, let's see the new look Jets. But, I mean, we knew days before, and it could just be casual football fans that just wanted to see what was going on, but we knew Rodgers wasn't playing.
It's the hype machine. It's the hype machine.
See,
this is why Jerry pumps the news cycle so often. He sees its power.
I kind of feel like, though,
ESPN and the NFL are obsessed with this dude, Brian.
Yeah, I kind of feel like, though, that to me, when you watch that Hall of Fame game, it's a lot of interviews and a lot of cutaway and a lot of
football talk show.
Yeah, it is.
And I'm kind of like, if I really want to sit there and evaluate the players or
it's
evaluate
not the watching process to do that.
Yeah, it's not the one to do.
No.
Yeah.
Speaking of week one, we're getting ready Saturday. First preseason game on 105.3 The Fan. Eric Chiafalo have the pregame. I'll have halftime and postgame along with our buddy Brian Broaddus. And 4 o'clock we'll have the kickoff. But the Jags, they have announced that Trevor Lawrence and the starters will play week one of preseason against the Cowboys, according to Coach Doug Peterson. We're not expecting the starters for the Cowboys to play. Mike McCarthy hasn't officially announced that, but just judging by the track record, I don't think Dak Prescott takes a snap in preseason.
Well, and do you really want to do that? I mean, and again, Bobby and I talked about this on Love of the Star. Should he play or should he not play? And we were trying to think, okay, well, who's going to play? Is Tyron Smith going to play? Is Steele going to play? You're not going to put Dak Prescott out there and have him get compromised.
Yeah.
So if you can't guarantee, no Zach, potentially no Steele, do you really want to risk Tyron Smith out there?
I'm going super vanilla. I'm just working on my running game, and if we lose every game 30-3, I'm fine. I don't want to put Dak or any of those players in danger, and I don't want to show the league anything that we're doing before the Giants game.
I think that you got a lot of young linemen that you need to get work. Well, let's go. Probably going to be your backup swing tackle. Get him some work. Let's see Josh Ball. Can you actually play football? Farniak, TJ Bass, the undrafted. They got plenty of guys. They need to get reps out there and see exactly how good they are.
I don't know how you guys feel, but I thought that was surplus, and now I'm not sure.
I'm not sure. I think that, we've been talking about the other positions they need to bring in. They're probably going to end up needing to trade for a lineman.
They probably, even with Zach Martin, if he comes back, I think they're going to have to get another lineman.
I'm with you, man. That is the biggest concern. There's no question. N'Keal Harry, former first-round pick, the Cowboys actually worked him out earlier in the offseason. He has signed a deal with the Minnesota Vikings. And sticking with receivers, we mentioned this last week. Jamar Chase was on NFL Total Access, and he was asked about Joe Burrow and the calf injury, and he told Burrow, I don't even want to see you play week one. And Jamar Chase was dealing with a hamstring going into last year. He sat week one, didn't come back until he was fully healthy. Jamar Chase on with Kay Adams on her podcast on FanDuel, talking and clarifying his comments that he made about Joe Burrow.
You went viral yesterday after you said something in the past couple of days about Joe. It's a kind of an elephant in the room. We just kind of have to get to it. Do you want to clarify what you meant by that? Because people are freaking out.
It's okay. I mean, it's okay. You know what I'm saying? I want to keep the people talking also. But at the same time, it just means that, I want Joe to be his healthiest when it's time to play and when it's time to matter. You know what I'm saying? I don't want him out there false stepping and not 100% out there playing when we need him at 100%.
But you're not. When you told him stay out till week 5 or whatever, what was Joe's response to that?
Well, I never really told him stay out till week 5. You know what I'm saying? It was just me saying take as much time as you need to be back in time. Like same thing with me last year. I missed an extra game just to make sure my hip was fully healed. Same thing with Joe, you know what I'm saying? I don't want him to rush back if he got to miss the first game, the second game, even the third game. You know what I'm saying? As long as his body's 100%, he's ready for the rest of the season because it's a long season.
And he's right. I mean, that's a team that went 2-2 to start the season last year. They lost to Cooper Rush and the Cowboys. They didn't look good. We were kind of writing them off already. Like, it doesn't seem like Cincinnati's quite the same team. Then they tore it up the second half of the season. They still end up winning the division.
The offensive line figured it out.
Yeah, they absolutely did.
Better, yeah.
So I think they got a little taste of it. Hey, we can start slow even if we don't have Joe Burrow and still be okay. The importance is the health of the quarterback. And we saw it firsthand with Dak dealing with that calf injury after that Patriots game a couple years ago. He never seemed the same.
They did indeed get a taste of it. Thank you, Wolchuk. Your NFL news of the day, most every day at 3 o'clock here on 105.3 The Fan. Best of the weekend's coming up at 3:40. Even though Chief is out, he's on vacation all week long, so send him good vibes on social media. Okay, speaking of what the Cowboys are about to show the league, maybe preseason, maybe week 1, how much of a red flag is what the Cowboys have not done for Michael Gallup's entire career, and how much of an opportunity to improve is it moving forward? That's coming up next right here in the G-Bag Nation. I want to talk D&M Leasing. They won big awards for exceeding customer expectations across the board again. So if you're
Pay-per-view fights with no extra cover charge. Baby Doll Saloon, 10250 Shady Trail. The legend lives on.
Hey, this segment of The Fan is brought to you by Constellation.
Get more than electricity with Constellation. Call today for a fixed-rate electricity plan that includes AC protection with diagnostics that can help find AC issues before they happen and no charge for covered repairs. Call Constellation at 888-921-MORE. Restrictions apply. PUC 10014.
All right, welcome back, Nation. I didn't see Jory Epstein for a couple of days out there in Oxnard, and I thought, well, maybe she took a different assignment. Maybe she's covering a different team now for USA Today, or maybe she's doing a national type of thing. But then she was there, and she wrote an article that was published this weekend about how the Cowboys offense is evolving. And I found a couple of things in this thing to be very interesting. I thought we'd take some time and chat about it with you. Segment here is brought to you by Soda. That's state of the art. And it is brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel & Frankel. It's 214-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com. Thursday, we're going to be at Hurtado's as Fan Phenom gets underway. We're looking forward to that. Saturday's Rangers game is going to be on KRLD. Cowboys take on the 49ers right here with the 1 o'clock pregame on Saturday, Brian.
Jacksonville.
Yes, I'm sorry. They take on Jacksonville.
Yeah.
Saturday right
We're
here.
watching the 49ers right now from training camp is what we're doing.
Look at
here.
Kittle. Nice.
Yeah.
Okay. So that kind of gives you an idea of what's going on here. And in 1 hour, Chris Young is going to join us. So we're going to be getting all the answers to Evaldi and Josh Young and gauge their excitement and all that. The name of the article, Inside Cowboys' Plan of Attack to Limit Interceptions, where Dak Prescott isn't the only one with a new set of rules. And that's kind of the premise of it. And one of the main takeaways is just how the team looks at solving the interception issue, not by, rewiring Dak or putting it all on Dak, but it being like a team obligation or a team project for everybody to do their jobs better. And we really haven't seen many articles so far, even though camp's 2 weeks old as of tomorrow, because the team's trying not to talk about this kind of stuff. But Jory got there and she talked with some people and did a really nice job of packaging everything that we've seen both in practice and what people have managed to say so far.
She's best friends with Dak Prescott.
There you go.
Yep.
Looks like she talked with one of Dak's best friends, Michael Gallup, as well in this article. And that's where I'm going to start. Early on in the piece, you have this great quote from Michael Gallup, and he says, "This is the first year we've really had to key in on how many steps the quarterback's taking so we know how fast the ball is coming out." They harp on that every day. And Mike McCarthy has quotes in here talking about the difference of a 3 second and a 5 second. It's like a half second of when the ball's coming out. And it just seems really bizarre that they would not have prioritized that before now.
I was stunned. I mean, Brian, you've lived this. That seems like basic offensive game planning. We talk all about the DBs just being physical with receivers, trying to jam the timing, disrupt the timing. They're not even focusing on timing, it sounds like, previous years if the wide receivers' routes are not synced in with the quarterback drop back. I mean, this was absolutely mind-boggling to hear this.
Yeah, I mean, that's, there's what's going to happen, though, is, well, let's be honest, the offense wasn't terrible. It really, I mean, am I wrong about that?
No. Top five, a lot of metrics, top 10.
They had a lot of really good moments.
A lot of great moments. So to me, it is about, okay, what kind of tweaks can you make? And I just, during the breaks, I was watching clips of, they had that 3rd and 5 pass that went underneath to Gallup, and they ran Gilmore through trash.
Right.
Is what they
did.
They
had the tight end cross.
They had a tight end cross, and then they ran another play where they ran the slant on the front side, but they ran the tight end to the flat to try and, again, so they're going to have these combinations and stuff. I've just noticed a lot more of that. I've noticed a lot more of, and Bobby thinks that they're going to play static football. And I mean static where they're not going to move around a bunch. I don't know if I agree with that.
We've seen Turpin's moving pre-snap. CeeDee Lamb's moving a lot pre-snap.
I think that the movement part of it kind of gives Dak an idea of where guys potentially could be. He had a throw in the Saturday practice that he's lucky he didn't get intercepted by Deron Bland. Yeah. And Bland came, and he never saw Bland drop coverage. I'm just trying to point out that they're trying to create things so Dak can see it easier. But he had a deal where the other day they ran a deep crosser with Turpin and actually Hooker was in tow. So to me, that was thinking, oh, look what they did. They took a speedy guy and got him on a safety.
Yeah.
Good football there. But Dak, Bland comes off his guy, and then you got the crosser behind, and, it's Dak didn't see it.
Right.
So, I think to me that was a mistake, or it was just a really damn good play by Bland to say, whoa, wait a minute. My guy's not going to get the ball. There's going to be a crosser. So they're trying to do things to get these receivers some separation.
Yeah.
And that's where I think this offense is going to be different. If the offense is going to have success, Dak Prescott is going to have to be able to hit receivers on the move.
And at the right time, too.
Yeah.
We're going to be in windows that you can rely on. So once you've learned the route trees of our players, certainly there's going to be things that make adjustments happen, but you can trust that your players are going to be in certain spots instead of I'm scanning on this side. Now I got to look over here without any beginning point of, where the guys are going to be. Right. Mm-hmm. And I think that's key. And, Brian, the question I think, comes back to you on this is, how big of a mistake is that from Kellen Moore to not be emphasizing the timing and the precision of the routes and knowing how many steps that your quarterback is dropping? I mean, is there a school of thought out there? Apparently, Kellen Moore is subscribed to that's overrated.
Kellen just isn't a good teacher.
Well, but
see, that's the thing.
You got to know where Kellen Moore learned.
Yeah,
Kellen Moore's is primarily everywhere he's been. Remember, he was with Scott Linehan as a player in Detroit.
Yeah,
and that's where he got the ideas. And then Scott Linehan brought him to Dallas, so his background is really all that Scott Linehan stuff.
And is it a cardinal sin that no OC would do, or is this something that Kellen Moore believed was unnecessary to spend time practicing?
Yeah.
And that, would not be required to run his type of offense. I would love to get his thoughts on this article.
I would too.
If there's coaches out there that could defend this from Kellen Moore in any way, the truckwreck.com fan text is open for you.
Because I lean more towards the latter of what you said there, because I think that this is also further indication of the communication and people not being on the same page. And now people are knowing where to be, what to do. Exactly what Dax talked about and McCarthy's talked about this offseason. Maybe Kellen didn't think it was something he needed to spend time on and teach, but there seems to be an issue there.
I'll also want to ask Mike McCarthy, well, if you saw this with timing and footwork and all that, why did you not say anything?
It's a fair question. As an offensive coach, you were still the head coach.
Why? Okay, my question for Kellen Moore would be, if I was Mike McCarthy, was like, okay, explain to me why you don't time up your footwork with your routes.
Yeah.
What is it? Something to do with your offensive line? Is it the scheme? Is it something to do with the protections?
Mm-hmm.
Well, maybe that's why he's talked about the pass protection is going to be the most different this year.
And maybe Mike is trying to do that, and Kellen was like, no, it's my show. I think for new coaches, like Mark Cuban talked about being the new millionaire on the block and how he felt so insecure that he tried to make up for it by pretending to know more than he did. And I think what you get in Mike McCarthy is 30 years of NFL experience. What you were getting in Kellen Moore is the idea that the old way was broken and we need new innovative. And you got some of that. And at times it was exciting, but I think there were a lot of little things that he should have been paired with a veteran coach. Like Hudson Hawk and Mark Colombo.
Right.
Great offensive line coaching combination that year. They had to run out Paul Alexander. You got young with old. And I don't know if Kellen Moore had enough wise people around him. With the wisdom comes the understanding. We got to have these foundational pieces. The receivers and the footwork and the timing, all of this has to be installed. And then we can talk about the extra stuff that Kellen Moore wants to bring to the table here to make us futuristic or to integrate any sort of the philosophies that he has. And I hope that this could potentially unlock a better Dak Prescott.
Well,
like the 817 asks, how many coordinators are you going to blame before you realize Dak is average? I don't know how much better than average Dak is, but I do believe this lack of fundamental coaching is going to make him the best version of himself. And then we can truly evaluate Dak with, I believe, the best coaching situation he's had, Brian.
I think this offense, I know that Brian Schottenheimer said 70%. He threw that number out, and I was kind of harping on that 30% would be. This offense is, to me, 70% different than where it was last year.
It's flipped that much.
I mean,
I think it's that much. I really
he's
do.
also emphasizing the screen game. He talked about that, which you've been calling for, and the Cowboys haven't been able to run a screen to save their lives over the last couple of years under Kellen Moore.
Right. I just think, like, to me, though, you watch what they're trying to do with the crossing routes, the bunch formations, the picks. These are things that are completely different than what we've seen in the past. So
and the bunch
if you were
sets.
telling me like, okay, what's different? I'm like, I see far more of Dak having to throw the ball to guys on the move than I've had in the past.
And I think Garrett, Linehan, and Moore didn't think Dak had that in his skill set, or couldn't do it consistently enough.
That could be
be the case.
Absolutely.
But we also just know the route combinations. I mean, that stat, 18% of CeeDee Lamb's routes run have been curls. That's what Kellen Moore loved to do. And when we would come back after a game and talk about what we saw, and you want to complain about some of the interceptions, not a lot of creativity there, man.
It was a continuation of man beat man that Jason Garrett loved to stress.
I just feel like, though, if Dak is going to have success this year, he's going to have to be right on spot with that cross and stuff, and the stuff on the move. He can't be high, can't be low. I mean, there's going to be some passes that are going to get away from him. But I feel like a lot of this offense now is predicated on his ability to hit guys on the move.
And throw a highly catchable ball, which I did wonder about with these drop ball interceptions that are always blamed on the receiver. How about you put it right where it's supposed to be, a little bit softer? That's what Montana did, A
little bit better touch, a little bit better accuracy.
You know who is tied with Dak for the most interceptions off drop balls? Another guy who stands there and just lets it zing at you, Matt Ryan, lacked the final finishing qualities of his passes, I think, to avoid the balls clanging off hands and hitting the shoulder pad. I think, that exact type of precision and touch is what made that West Coast offense so special under Joe Montana and how it took the league by storm. And usually if you have those kind of quarterbacks, that's what you're going to tailor an offense to. And if you don't, you're more stand and let's throw it, farther down the field. And we'll see. We'll see. Dak has, I think, shown throughout his entire career his work ethic and his sports IQ second to none. And I think he can answer any sort of challenge that they give him as long as he has patience and good coaching, which I believe he has now. Other takeaways, Jory clarified, those interceptions have still been pretty high since the rookie year. And even including the rookie year, in his first 5 seasons, he came out to 13th in picks. So there is something to maybe the system and the quarterback just being pretty average. And while it's okay to have average picks as long as you're making big plays, there's no doubt less picks is very good. I don't know how we've normalized him having those picks last year and saying, well, Matt Stafford did it or this guy did it. Cut it in half, and you're going to give yourself a much bigger chance of having home field advantage in the first round. And the picks show up against elite defenses in huge ways for this team. And then a great quote from Brian Schottenheimer talking about a trap that receivers fall into and something to look out for here as we move on. He says the number one mistake a receiver or skill player will make is they're short on their route because they're open early. They want the ball.
Yeah.
So I'm going to look. Oh, man, I'm going to check back for the quarterback. Look, I'm open, dude. The quarterback's not looking at you, and he's expecting you to go 15 steps, not, I'm open at 9.
You got to keep running.
And he says if a receiver doesn't understand how many steps the quarterback is taking, then there's no time clock in his brain. And, that seems like a pretty fundamental thing. Like this article reads effectively how Sean Payton talked about Hackett, it's just a lot more, subtle, I suppose. But rubber's going to hit the road. Maybe Justin Herbert takes a big step back and Dak takes a big step forward and Kellen Moore never coaches in the NFL again, or goes back to being a quarterback coach, learning from a real veteran guru. We got to run. Best of the weekend's coming up next. Woolchuck, where are you taking us?
Got some good audio for you. We had an English football star try some barbecue. Plus, did you watch this fight over the weekend? That's next.
Okay, I want to chat about Dimes Direct, though. They're ready to help you. Yeah, I love Dimes Direct.
8 o'clock tonight from the Coliseum, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
At Classic Chevrolet, they do everything with purpose. That's why they're offering you their best model year-end savings on new Silverados. See them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. Your upgrade is their purpose. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
Thank you, Lucius. How about that Eric Nadel on the tees there? It's totally official now. He's back. He's on the call. And the pregame tonight, 8:30, as they're in Oakland. Here's the Wooly Bully with your best of the weekend.
Well, we had the Pro Football Hall of Fame inductions. A lot of Cowboys ties there. Got some good audio for you. But I want to start, obviously, with Lionel Messi, who was in town at Frisco. We don't have to play the highlight of his second goal where he tied it up at 4. Not a great moment for FC Dallas. But if you went out...
Messi up!
Damn it, Lucius! But if you were at the game or you went and saw the Paul Diaz fight at the American Airlines Center, let us know, 877-881-1053. What was the crowd like? I did want to play this audio of David Beckham, who is involved with Inter Miami. So he's in town. He touches down yesterday. First stop he makes, he wants to go try some Texas barbecue. And the interaction here is classic, but I don't know, maybe we're off base here. And there's a lot of Tolos that have eaten at this barbecue establishment. None of us have heard of it, but here's David Beckham in the Texas barbecue.
You are David Beckham.
Yes.
You are there. My God.
Tell me your favorite.
As a food, brisket. This is some brisket. That's some moist brisket.
What are we doing here?
We've just landed in Dallas for the game tonight. And our first stop is barbecue.
Blues barbecue.
Blues barbecue.
Yes, Blues barbecue. Thank you.
Brisket. Try it.
And I am shaking right now. I'm a huge fan. I think that's the only reason I came to America was to meet this guy.
Okay, are you looking forward to the game tonight?
Oh yeah, absolutely. And I'm following Messi too. So all powers to Miami. All powers to Miami.
Wow.
Thank you. That's amazing.
Is it good? How is it?
That's the ribs.
Wow.
It's good.
I mean, the interaction's great. You can tell the guy's nervous. I mean, you can hear the shaking in his voice there.
Okay, it's Blues Barbecue.
Blues.
Not Lose.
Okay, I've heard of Blues.
Okay, BLU''S barbecue. Authentic Texas barbecue in Dallas. Okay, we're
okay. I was looking at Blues.
We're on Preston Road. We're on Preston Road in Dallas. Yeah, I was trying to find Lou's, and the only place I could find was Sammy Lou's in Rowlett.
Right, I couldn't see anything Lou's. But okay, so Blues Barbecue makes sense, and that is a good spot. I've been there one time. It's actually not too far from where my apartment is now. So Blues Barbecue, getting the shout out there from David Beckham.
It's got this tiny, like, brick and mortar facade. That's perfect. That screams excellent barbecue. I got to check it out now if it's good enough for Beckham.
Maybe I'll try and pick it up and bring it in for you guys. Now, before we get to the Hall of Fame audio,
can I say
something real quick?
Yeah.
We'll be able to take care of this before the end of the show.
They got pictures of Beckham, like, pointing at Blues, like the sign on their website.
Yeah.
It's like 106, right? A man has got, like, the blazer on. He is not sweating a drop.
Yeah.
I mean, that's amazing to me.
He's well conditioned.
He has got a white shirt. If it was me, that thing would be completely drenched.
No doubt.
And that blazer, that thing, I would look like that coach at Arizona, that Sean Miller.
Yeah.
That guy that just.
Or Bruce Pearl.
Bruce Pearl.
Just schwitzing through everything.
It would be a mess.
Yeah, he's just standing there in his full suit.
Yeah, he doesn't care.
Looks great. Effortless, everything he does.
Not a big deal.
Yep.
But yeah, shout out to Blues. All right, so Daniel Negreanu, if you don't know who he is, he is a.k.a. the Kid Poker, who is one of the best poker players.
He tells some great stories, by the way.
And he seems like such a good dude. I believe he's Canadian.
Yeah.
And Gavin was getting his poker on when we were out there at Oxnard. But Negreanu ends up, he's walking around his neighborhood, and this kid walks up to him and invites him to a poker game. He said, my friends are coming over in an hour. We're playing our last poker game before going off to college. I know it's a lot to ask. Will you stop by and say hello to them? So Negreanu goes back. He puts on Twitter. He says, should I go to this kid's poker game? He came up to me in a suit, asked me to come play. Should I go or don't go? 89% of the vote is go. So he shows up, and he brings sweaters to promote whatever website that he pulls for, whatever it is.
BetQL.
Yeah, and so they're all pumped.
Yeah.
There's about 20 kids in there. They're all dressed up in suits, like dressed to the nines, getting ready to play this poker game. They're not even really playing for money. Negreanu ends up just like, all right, I'm going to put $100 down. He's not going to keep any of this money. He plays the kids. Of course, he ends up winning. But, I mean, what an amazing moment for these kids. They get a professional poker player to just come to their little home poker game right before they go off to college.
Yeah.
He ends up videoing it. He's putting up some of the hands. He's giving them pointers. Really, really neat moment there from Daniel Negreanu.
Yeah, he's been doing that kind of stuff for years. He's known as one of the nicest guys in poker, kind of like a Chad Ochocinco, or who are some of the big athletes that'll surprise you and just like drop in on people doing real life stuff. He's that guy in poker.
I love it.
No longer a kid though, almost 50.
Gosh, he still looks so young though.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
That's
He's
the
almost
Canadian
50
in him.
years old. Yeah,
He is
the Canadian.
You watch him play, he's one of those guys that talks through the hands, right?
Yeah.
Gavin in my, where he's like,
yes.
He's like, man, I can't believe you're doing this to me right now.
No,
he's
and I love the
he's just
videos he
agonizing over these hands.
Yeah. He's talking. Yeah, he is. He really, really is. He's talking about one guy he's bluffing. He's like, I don't know why you were betting here on the turn. I mean, he's giving him pointers. He's walking him through everything. It's brilliant. You can go and check that out on his Twitter page. All right, the Hall of Fame inductions. We had some Cowboy ties. We'll start with Zach Thomas, Texas Tech Red Raider, was coached by Jimmy Johnson and those Miami Dolphins, and it was 27 years to the day of his enshrinement that Jimmy Johnson named him the Dolphins starting middle linebacker. Jimmy then was the one who presented Thomas, said, quote, he's the hardest working player I ever coached with extreme talent. He's made every play. He made every tackle. An emotional moment during Zach Thomas's speech where he gives some love to the late, great Junior Seau.
There's one person whose name I've yet to mention. His poster hung on my wall in college, and he was everything I wanted to be as a football player. He was my inspiration, and he became my teammate and friend. Though he's not here physically, he's here in spirit and in a bust in that building behind me. I'm truly honored to join him. Junior Seau, love you, buddy.
Special moment there, and I thought all the speeches were really, really cool. Zach Thomas's, other than DeMarcus Ware, of course, probably my favorite. Now, D. Ware takes the podium. This is after he sung the national anthem, by the way.
Killed it.
Crushed it.
Legendary weekend.
D. Ware gave love to Jerry, of course, who presented him, but then DeMarcus Ware reserved some seats in Canton for some of his former teammates who have also passed away.
I thank God, and I think it's just so good that for the memories that he gives us, because we lost some guys too soon. Demarius Thomas, Ronnie Hillman, Marion Barber. I held some seats in my heart for you guys here today. Keep resting in peace, fellas.
Man, I loved listening to what D. Ware said. Of course, he gave a lot of love to Peyton Manning and that Broncos team. He said, let's go win one. We did just that. And it was good. You know, it's one of those, you wanted to see DeMarcus Ware win a Super Bowl. Fortunately, he wasn't able to do it with the Cowboys. But a beautiful moment there. He's a class act, a true mensch, one of our favorite guests.
Yeah.
And then Chuck Howley.
I'm so happy for him, but it does hurt just a little bit.
It hurts.
It hurts a little
stings.
bit when he's talking so much about Denver.
Mr. Cowboy.
Okay, D. Ware, we still love you.
Bob Lilly.
Bob Lilly.
Presenting Chuck Howley 50 years after playing his final game.
Chuck, if it was a pass, he was there. If it was a run, he was there. But Chuck had that special talent. He saved a lot of touchdowns because he was so fast. His natural position was weak side linebacker because he could run with the wide receivers.
This is Howley, the linebacker.
Chuck didn't have bad games. Chuck overcame. He was an overcomer. And now he's going to be a Hall of Famer for the NFL, and I'm so proud of him.
Over 15 seasons, Chuck earned 6 Pro Bowl selections and 5 first-team All-Pro nods. He helped lead the Cowboys' vaunted Doomsday defense as Dallas reached back-to-back Super Bowls in 1970 and 1970.
That old badass NFL Films music.
Yes.
Yeah.
Just gets you going, get the little head bobbing going. But long overdue for Chuck Howley. Pretty cool that Bob Lilly got to do the presentation video there. And Brian, you can talk more about him than a weekend. I didn't get to watch him play. Seen highlights, obviously, but pretty special moment for a Cowboy representation there in Canton over the weekend.
No, it was absolutely great. It really was. Chuck Howley was him and Leroy Jordan, big part of what early growing up in my career watching Dallas Cowboys football. Bob Lilly's right. Made every single play, every tackle. Sure tackler in space. Always around the ball. Only guy to ever win a Super Bowl MVP on a losing football team.
Wow.
Something that probably will never, ever be done.
Weak side linebacker chasing down wide receivers.
He actually, like I say, he had that ability, like that range that you talk about. It was hard to run around him because of how quick he really was.
Okay, Chris Young's coming up at 4:20, Wolchuk. So that means your top 10 is going to air at 4 o'clock, which is the next segment. Where are you taking us?
Oh, hell yeah. All right, the greatest urinals I've ever seen, and with Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles coming out over the weekend, the best cartoons of the 90s. What's your favorite? That's next.
Well, Window Nation is my favorite window company, and they are the star of window replacement, proud partner of the
Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bang Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It's hour 3 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. We're 20 minutes away from Rangers GM Chris Young joining us. Josh Young, broken thumb. When could he be back? Evaldi, when's he coming back? And how's he feel about this 6-game winning streak? We'll hear from Cy Young himself coming up in 20 minutes here on your home of the Rangers. Pregame tonight, 8:30. There's Brian Broaddus, former Cowboy scout and NFL executive. Lucius Alexander's in the Pimp Cup. There's Zach Wolchuk. Carter Freeman's coordinating your video. Chief's out this week. He's on vacation. I'm Gavin Dawson along with you. We are the G-Bag Nation here on The Fan. And here's Zach with an H with that top 10.
Thank you very much. If anybody's seen Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, the animated film that came out over the weekend, let me know. It did solid at the box office. Wasn't able to beat the behemoth that is Barbie and Oppenheimer, but it did well. Even Meg 2, I think, crushed it. People are going to the movie theater, man. So if you saw it, let me know. But it brings up the top 10 best 90s cartoons. This will be fun. I know Lucius was a kid growing up in the 90s. I was a 90s kid born in 91. So I'm excited. I'm excited for this, okay? But I did see the most insane urinals I've ever seen in my life. And we talked a lot about the porta potties that Jerry provides us in Oxnard, and it's amazing. Eric and I took a video of it. You can find it on 1053thefan.com if you haven't checked it out yet. But Jacksonville's got a new $120 million headquarters. Scott Hansen took a tour. He goes inside it and realizes that these urinals have monitors built in that are able to test the level of hydration for the players. So the bottom of it, there's a sensor, kind of, where you get the splashback guard. There's a sensor. They urinate
puck.
in there. Yeah.
The cleaning puck.
If it turns green, you're good to go. If you're not hydrated, it'll be red. And that's how you know, well, crap, I need to go ahead and drink some more water, get me a liquid IV, whatever it is. But this is insane. This is amazing. The whole breakdown. I mean, maybe we should go ahead and pop these in. I mean, Lucius is able to tell just because he knows his body so well. You're popping in there, drinking all the water.
Yeah, it's got to be clear. If I don't see clear pee, I got to keep drinking water.
But how would you like this to put this in your own house? You just know, like, all right.
Yeah, it probably had me conscious a lot, scared as hell to pee. Anxiety, I don't want to go. I don't want to go.
Yeah. I think
it's
I'm
like
good.
a pregnancy test.
I don't think most of us need this, but I'd be interested in one, for my daughter, for young athletes.
Yeah.
They need to learn how to, be aware of their hydration. A lot of them go down that path kicking and screaming.
Shout out to the urinals, man, and what they're able to do with those things. Jerry Jones, by the way,
come a
also.
long way.
Yeah, they have come a long way. Jerry Jones also saying in regards to kicker Brandon Aubrey, he's now the only kicker on the Cowboys roster, quote, we're very comfortable going into the season with him.
No, you're not. No, you're not, sir.
You're calling BS on that?
I respect.
That's fart.
I worked for the man for 14 years. No, you're not comfortable going into the season with that man.
He's comfortable, Brian. He says he's comfortable.
He's not.
That, and he's not closing the door on Zeke. And the teams that continue to be linked to Zeke, it's the Patriots and now the Cowboys. And Jets are kind of hovering in the background a little bit if they can't get anything done with Dalvin Cook.
I will say this, though. I did radio on WEEI talking about Zeke while we were out there, and their guys were lined up. They want nothing to do with Zeke.
Yeah.
I mean, I couldn't talk those guys into taking Zeke at all. The way they were kind of asking me questions.
It's boring. The case for him is boring. It's like, well, wouldn't you like a goal line guy or a guy to help you pass protect?
Yeah.
I think any team that doesn't have the best offensive line and has a quarterback that could use an extra half second could really use Zeke for these kind of situations.
For pass protection, absolutely.
I think as part of your running back group.
Yes.
The problem is making Zeke your star and giving him the ball 200 times.
Right, and that was the Cowboys' problem. But I do think if there's an injury, and Ronald Jones is already hurt. If they don't like what they see from Dowdle and Malik Davis and Deuce Vaughn, if they are to add another running back, it's going to be Ezekiel Elliott. I think there's a conflict there.
I totally agree with you on
I don't
that.
think Mike McCarthy's – we know Mike McCarthy's track record. He did it in Green Bay. He plays the young guys. Let's see what we have here. But I don't think Jerry is going to let that go. That will be a Jerry call, and I think that he still thinks he can play.
I don't think the running back group, though, I think they were pretty good the days we got to watch practice.
I think Malik Davis has looked really good, and we have always liked Deuce Vaughn and what he can bring to the table.
Sure. I was worried about that, them and the linebackers, and I don't feel that way anymore.
No,
I really don't.
Me either. Now, if you want to plan The Cowboys are going to return for a portion of training camp from Oxnard to host 3 practices at the Ford Center at the Star in Frisco. Tuesday, August 22nd, they will be open to the public. Opening ceremony will start at 5:15. First practice from the Star will be at 6 o'clock. Wednesday and Thursday, they will also have practices. Wednesday will be at 6 o'clock. Thursday will be a day practice on the 24th of August, starting at 1:30. So if you're interested in getting to experience what we did, being out there at Oxnard, you can go inside, air-conditioned beauty of the Ford Center, watch Cowboys practice. It's a treat. It's fun always to be able to go out there and catch with your own eyeballs.
Yeah, we've done a number of shows up there over the years while they've been practicing, and it's a really cool deal. You know, it's the closest you're going to get to the team pretty much because at AT&T Stadium, it's crazy. But up there at the Ford Center at the Star, that's a great situation. And if you can never make it out to Oxnard, then that's maybe a better way to watch practice.
Yeah, it is.
And I'll tell you what, that new VIP area they have, whoever came up with that idea, I know that people around there were kind of complaining about the setup. It was a perfect setup for us to watch.
Oh, I'm
with
sorry,
with elevated platforms and stuff like that.
I loved it.
You could see the whole field, man. I'm sorry there, folks in Oxnard, that you couldn't see the field yourself, but appreciate you letting them throw up that thing in front of you.
No, it was awesome. All right, let's slide into the top 10 as we got Chris Young, Rangers GM, coming up in the 420 segment. Top 10 best 90s cartoons. And the theme songs for most of these cartoons are also very, very epic. We got a lot of texts already that came in during the break. Thundercats from the 469.
Whoa!
Rugrats, X-Men, and Dragon Ball Z. Next time on Dragon Ball Z from the 469.
I regret that I missed the X-Men so much.
Dude,
I was turning like 16, 17, and I was just like a little bit too old to be dabbling in a lot of new cartoons, and I feel like I missed out on a big part of the X-Men experience. Thundercats, by the way, 85.
Ooh, okay, there you go.
I don't know if that counts.
No, it counts because,
Okay.
it still was going on in the night. Like, technically, I think Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles debuted in the 80s, but
Okay.
it's also still considered a big-time 90s cartoon. Gargoyles would be another one I'd throw in there that I grew up watching in the 90s. Was solid. Rocko's Modern Life, Ren and Stimpy, getting texted in. We got a lot of good ones.
Beavis and Butthead?
Beavis and
Even that
Butthead, sure, absolutely. Doug. Number one, though, and this person's nailed it. It's not number one on this list. It's getting slided on this list, and this is by America. You can go to Ranker and vote to go ahead and move this up, as I'm trying to do right now. 682, Batman, the animated series from the early 90s, best cartoon ever, cosign.
Spider-Man had one, too, about that time, too.
Spider-Man had a good one, but Kevin Conroy, ooh, that is Batman. That is the OG right there. I loved him. All right, Lucius, where are you going? Being a kid growing up in the 90s, what was your favorite cartoon?
Animaniacs. Hello, Nurse.
Yes.
Yeah, it was really good. It was so good. And then Bobby's World. I liked a lot of Bobby's World. Chip and Dale Rescue Rangers. Darkwing Duck.
Yes.
Darkwing Duck.
Yeah.
Darkwing Duck was really good.
Ren and Stimpy, of course. I mean, that's why I'm playing this song right here.
No
Those are my
doubt.
guys. They're really nasty. They'll show you boogers and stuff like that. Yeah. Toe Jam. Like,
They were funny.
This is gross, bro.
Yeah, the irreverent cartoons were coming out strong then. It was fun.
Oh, no doubt.
I don't know if this counts, but I'm going to go with the Disney classic Gummy Bears, Adventures of the Gummy Bears. It's probably my favorite cartoon of all time.
I don't think I saw this cartoon.
No, I
That was good.
Gummy Bears.
Yeah, they do the gummy berry juice and beat up some ogres. You know, they had this little entry to their house that was at the base of a tree.
They were violent as hell, bro.
They tear it up, yeah.
They were violent.
Yeah.
I'm here for it, man. All right, the honorable mentions, we got the Magic School Bus. And
that lady was wild.
She was crazy.
Yeah, she was wild.
Miss Frizzle, no
Yeah.
doubt. And then the Powerpuff Girls. Number 11, just on the outside.
Can we ask you this? Dexter's Laboratory, was that any good?
Hell yeah, it was. And if you listen to AM on the FM, shout out to Alec Medford.
Okay.
His intro has Dexter yelling at Dee Dee. What does this button do? Yeah, it's
Arthur
amazing.
was another one that
Arthur, fantastic. Hey Arnold, getting love. The Simpsons, I mean, hell, you can go
Johnny
through
Bravo.
any decade. Johnny Bravo, absolutely. Ed, and Eddie. Tiny Toon Adventures.
Oh, I remember this one. Daria?
You remember Johnny Quest, too,
Da,
don't you?
da, da, da,
Yeah.
da, da, da. Yeah, Daria.
Was that
Like-
on MTV?
Yeah.
Daria, she was always doing so. She's like
Straight deadpan?
This
Yeah,
she
yeah,
always had her
deadpan.
arms crossed Yeah, I remember that one.
Oh, thrilling.
Thrilling.
She's kind of emo, isn't she?
Yeah, I loved her, man.
All right, here you go, Lucius. Number 10 is Animaniacs. So we nailed that one, but maybe it should have been a little bit higher. Number 9 is Tiny Toon Adventures, which debuted September 14th.
Tiny Toon.
1990, the Tiny Toons.
That's Animaniacs,
It
basically.
essentially was Animaniacs, but babies. Number 8 is Hey Arnold. Move it, football head. I loved Hey Arnold.
Prefer Hey Joe.
Didn't see it.
Jimi Hendrix song.
Where you going, that gun in your head?
Slight reverb. Now I feel like an idiot.
Sorry, bro. My bad.
Number 7 is the Rugrats. Do 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 do. Yeah, Chucky, Phil, Lil, and Angelica. Number 6, here you go. Dexter's Laboratory.
Okay.
It's great shit. Did you never watch Dexter's Laboratory?
No.
Cartoon Network?
I remember Daria, though. That was hilarious.
Daria gotcha?
Yeah.
Top 5. We started number 5, Disney's Recess.
Huh.
Ah, man, Recess was good. You'd have liked Recess, Brian, if
Was
that
it
had been older.
Bad gym coach with the bad shorts.
Man, there was a lot of
Polyester,
pranking going on.
athletic shorts.
A lot of bad athleticism in that show. But it just school playground during recess, kids doing kid things, man. It was a great show. Number 4 is DuckTales. Woo! The thrilling escapades of Scrooge McDuck and his grandnephews, Huey, Dewey, and Louie in the classic Disney television series.
That Scrooge was fairly likable.
He was fairly, yeah. Wasn't a total bleep hole. Number 3 is the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. And we got a text that said they saw the movie over the weekend, thought it was amazing. It's got good reviews. And Seth Rogen is praising Across the Spider-Verse and Into the Spider-Verse for kind of opening the door for this movie to even be made, where people are now being more open-minded to animated films and the storytelling that you can do. And you're damn right it was, Lucius, because you know he was high when he wrote that script. Number 2 is...
I got to be high to watch a cartoon for, I'm 40. For 2 whole hours.
Maybe it's a great way to,
I need some help.
Loosen down at the end of the night.
I need some help.
Number 2 is Pinky and the Brain. It's Pinky and the Brain. Huh. Didn't watch Pinky
The Brain
and the Brain?
got so mad at Pinky, bro. I used to love it.
I thought the Brain was going to legit kill Pinky.
So it's like a legitimate brain?
A smart
it was a small
lab
mouse with a giant head.
Yeah, some lab rats.
Oh, it's okay. All right.
Yeah. They're enhanced lab mice is what they were.
Okay.
But incredible. You'd have liked it because...
You're saying this a lot.
The Brain was as crusty as you are.
Oh.
And I think you could have related there. Number 1, though.
Yeah, he would make mistakes and blame it on Pinky.
Right.
Yeah,
It's like you're the one not listening
Yeah.
here. But it's not my fault. It's your fault.
Yeah.
Number 1, best 90s cartoon, though, Tom and Jerry.
Whoa.
And
That
Tom
goes
and Jerry
that goes way
premiered in
back.
1940.
Yeah.
But it found a renewed success in the 90s with a new generation of fans. So they essentially rebranded Tom and Jerry.
Oh, more violence?
And it jumped back up to number 1 as the most popular 90s cartoon. Pretty incredible.
I'm kind of digging Doug's sweater vest that he's wearing with his.
Dude, I love Doug, man.
Yeah.
Cat Dog, Cow and Chicken.
Was there like a redo of Tom and Jerry? I saw they did a movie in 2021.
Yeah, they've tried to kind of reinvent
that animation was so raw back in the originals. I can't imagine it catching on.
Yeah, so in the 90s, I guess they kind of updated the animation to the times, and it ended up having another good turnaround of success.
And good for us. Thursday we'll be at Hurtado's. Go join us in Arlington. The Fan Phenom is back, and we'll be getting you set for that Thursday at Hurtado's. Okay, when we come back, G-Bag Nation, it's time to talk with Rangers GM Chris Young about all the big baseball storylines going on with your suddenly streaking and red-hot Rangers. That's next year on 105.3 The Fan. All right, welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. We're about to talk with Rangers GM Chris Young here on 105.3 The Fan. Segment is brought to you by the Frankels. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation, 214-333-3333, or go online to truckwreck.com. 817 asking, with continued success, do you see both Boch and CY being front runners for manager and executive of the year? I absolutely could. I think those are the exact kind of awards they should be up for, because what typically happens is, teams that make a very significant improvement from the previous year to this year, the credit is more likely given to that front office and coaching staff than a team that is just, and not that it's easy, but is maintaining greatness. It's like, hey, what sort of an impact can you clearly point to? And with that kind of power of the story narrative going on, it's easy for writers to see that and vote on that. So yeah, I don't know which one deserves it more, for crying out loud. Like, it was a great back-to-back off seasons for Chris Young, and then you get to the deadline, and 4 of your 6 All-Stars are getting hurt, and you continue to find ways to improve this team in very significant ways. And he deserves that, but there's no doubt the culture and all the little things that Bruce Bochy does down there is really unforgettable as well when it comes to who gets credit for turning this thing around.
Yeah, Chris will deflect all that though.
Absolutely,
he will.
Yeah.
But
kind of guy he is.
You think about though maybe the best thing that happened to the Texas Rangers was the fact that he got to be on the job while JD was running the team, but he got hired to kind of observe and see what was working and what wasn't working, and kind of formulate his own opinions.
It is time now for the Rangers GM show as Chris Young joins you now, brought to you by Anheuser-Busch and Cars for Kids. And a good afternoon, CY. How you doing?
Hey, guys, I'm well. How are you all?
We're doing great. We're just talking about how awesome of a job you and Bruce and a number of other guys have done. And congrats on the winning streak, by the way. Did the deadline moves, did that get them energized or just make the team better? Or is there any causation there with the streak happening right after the deadline?
Well, I think there's, I think it's in part a little bit coincidence, just the team getting hot. I think coming out of San Diego, we were due to bounce back a little bit and respond. And then part of it is, injecting some energy into the team. And, I've been there as a player, and, I think the front office signaling that we believe in this group and we added to the group to make the team better, I think is important, and they've certainly responded.
If we take out these 2 winning streaks, there's this big chunk of games where you guys weren't playing great, and now we're playing great. Can you really put your finger on exactly what should be expected consistently, or is this just the ups and downs of a normal baseball season?
No, I think it's the ups and downs, and I think that you look at all the best teams in baseball. They've gone through similar stretches where they play really, really well. Then you have a stretch where you hope to play around 500 baseball or slightly there below, and then you get hot again and you come out of it. I think that's consistent with every team. And it's the way the season goes. So you kind of divide it up into thirds of the season, and you hope that 2/3 of the season you're playing very good baseball, and then that 1/3 where you have your down stretch, that you can come out of it. Most good teams find a way.
So another injury. You guys are doing a great job of stepping up when some of these guys are down. Are we thinking maybe mid-September for Josh Young? Is that a decent timeline?
Yeah, we're getting more information today. I don't want to commit to a timeline at this point. I think some of it's going to depend on what we learn today coming out of it, and we'll go from there. But it's unfortunate. It does stink. I feel for Josh. Most importantly, he's having a phenomenal year. He's worked so hard to be in this position, and to go through this, another big injury for him. It's tough. But that said, this is what, again, good teams do. We have a lot of depth in our organization, a lot of depth on our 40-man roster, and some versatility with guys like Josh Smith and Zeke Duran who can step in and try to fill Josh's shoes. And at some point, we hope to have Josh back, and hopefully it'll be at a good time where he provides an added boost to us down the home stretch at the end.
We've seen some reports about a call-up for Jonathan Ornelas. Is there anything you can tell us about that? And what do you have in Jonathan there for maybe some Ranger fans that are unfamiliar with him?
Well, I think most importantly, as we look to replace Josh Young, we're evaluating kind of the needs on the infield. Corey's still nursing his thumb injury, and so I think as we want to take that day to day. He's going to need some days off here and there to manage the pain on that thing. So I think that an infielder makes the most sense. For the short term, I think we'll evaluate over the next week to 10 days and kind of see what the long term needs are. See if it shifts to the outfield as Zeke and Josh Smith are getting more playing time on the infield. But for now, I think it's kind of prudent to call up another infielder, and so I think that's why we're leaning the way we are with the roster move.
What are your thoughts on Andrew Heaney post All-Star break? He has been absolutely brilliant. He's already matched his most wins in a season, and with 9 for his career, he's got a consecutive scoreless inning streak going. What have you noticed from him?
Well, I think Andrew, first of all, he's a competitor. He wants to be great. He's a veteran player who's had success in the major leagues before, and he knows what it takes, and he's motivated. I think that he's certainly probably wasn't pleased with the overall body of work up until these last few starts, and so he's been working hard, and he's really responded as competitors do. It's why we signed him. It's what we've seen in him in the past, and we're thrilled that he's here, and now he's kind of putting it together at a really good time for us as an organization. And when you get good starting pitching, it makes the bullpen better, it makes the offense better. It's really the key to success, and Andrew certainly knows that. He's stepped up. He's been wonderful, as have all of our starting pitchers this last time through the rotation. And the hope is that continues.
I saw that Heaney said he noticed something with a mechanic, just slight tweak in Houston, and since then you couldn't score against him. Is it showing up in the metrics that you guys look at, like something he changed, or is that a coincidence?
Well, yes. I mean, certainly it comes and goes for pitchers, and there are times where mechanically you're locked in, you're feeling great, and then times where you lose the rhythm, you lose the feel. I always compare it to a golf swing. I'm not very good at golf, but nonetheless, I know that there are no 2 times I play golf where my swing feels the same, and I think most golfers can probably relate. When you're locked in and you're feeling good, you know what that mechanic is, but it's hard to repeat, it's hard to maintain, and so it's no different than pitching. It's no different than hitting, and so there are times where you kind of find that rhythm, you find the timing, the tempo, and it comes out well. But those things do show up in small ways, and in the metrics, and we try to help, we try to assist, but ultimately the player knows when he's locked in and feeling the best and what that feels like. We can only make suggestions.
Chris, is there anything else after the trade deadline that you can do to help your team, or is this the team that you're just going to have to ride it with and see how it all plays out?
Well, there are no major moves. I think from here on out, every team is dealing with who they have internally, both on the 26-man active roster and the 40-man roster, and then within the organization. So the best thing we can do is continue to coach our players, get the best out of them, continue to develop from the player development side, and put these guys in the best position to succeed, and kind of help them be the best they can be. And then hopefully at some point somebody materializes as an option, whether it's in the bullpen or an offensive option, and helps the team. But at this point, we're who we have, the group we have is what we have, and we're excited to move forward with the group of players that we have right now. We believe in them. We feel great about our team, and we're excited for the next couple of months here.
GM of your first place, Texas Rangers, Chris Young, here with us in the G-Bag Nation. Well, speaking of some of the players you have, last week we got to celebrate the additions of Max Scherzer and Jordan Montgomery. They both made their Ranger debuts. Scherzer's, my goodness, what a bounce back for him, but what stood out to you about those debuts?
Well, I think just the professionalism. They were really just such professional outings. They both gave up a couple runs early and then settled in and kept the team in the game, and both got wins because of it. With our offense, we believe we can score runs. To see those guys really just keep the team in the game, limit the damage, and then sure enough, the offense came through. It was really cool to see, and exactly what we expected.
CY, Chris Young here with you in the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Okay, and then to stay with the pitchers, and man, I'm sorry to have to ask about all these injuries, but I did want to know how sure you guys are that Eovaldi will be back at some point.
Yeah, Nate's trending the right direction. He had a little bit of arm discomfort there, and we think we've gotten ahead of it. It needed rest, and we've tried to give him ample rest, and he's feeling really, really good. And we're slowly building back up. We're being responsible with it, but we have a high level of confidence that he's going to be back and back to his mid-season form. But we won't get that if we're not taking this one step at a time, if we're not building it back up responsibly. So it's really important that we play this, as fast as we can, but as slow as we need to as well.
How normal are the number of injuries that you guys are getting? It feels really unlucky right now, and I salute you guys for doing everything you can to not have it bog you down and just keep treading forward on it.
That's a great question. I really haven't focused on it. I think the beauty of our group has been that it's kind of a next man up mentality, that we really don't lose sleep over these types of injuries. They stink. They're a part of the game, but nobody feels sorry for us, so we can't feel sorry for ourselves. And my hope is that we're timing them correctly, that we'll get all these guys back at a great time in the season, and we'll finish strong with all our players healthy and rested as well. That is the beauty of getting injured at times, is that you miss some time and your body recovers, you feel refreshed, rejuvenated, and it could work to our benefit as well.
No, that's actually a great point, especially Jonah, who's caught so much over the last couple of years. What about Mitch Garver? How much has he benefited from maybe catching more routinely, getting in the lineup every day now, filling in since the Jonah injury? Because he's playing some great baseball, especially at the plate.
No, Mitch is really swinging it. He's a veteran player who knows how to play. He obviously got off to a little bit of a slow start with the knee injury, but he's come back, and now he's had the runway to really get consistent at bats, find his rhythm, find his swing mechanic, and he's seizing that opportunity. So he's a huge part of our offense. We're really excited to see him get going here, and we think he's going to be a big boost for us down the stretch.
Chris, when I was in the NFL, it was always about guys that were like, players 45 on back. I was wondering, what do you look for in your bench players? What are there certain traits that you want to have with your bench players, or you want to set it up a certain way that you found will work best for your team?
Well, a lot of it depends on who we have at our core position spots. So I think that you want those bench players to complement your everyday guys, and so versatility is key. Mostly guys that can play different positions, that can bounce around and give you professional at bats and play professional defense, to where the drop off isn't huge when you need to give your everyday guys a rest. I mean, that's the main thing, but specific to any one skill set, I think it really depends on who your everyday guys are, and complementing those guys to build a complete roster.
Chris, thank you so much for your time. We appreciate it, and best of luck keeping this streak going in Oakland.
Guys, I appreciate it. Thanks for the time, and I'll talk to you next week.
There he goes, Chris Young, right here in the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan, as it is 6 games in a row now, and the opportunity in Oakland is massive, Brian. You just can't lose any more of these guys.
No, you can't, and especially with the fact that the Astros, they got through their series, the 4-gamer with the Yankees, but now they have to travel to Baltimore. Baltimore is one of the better teams in the league, and if you find a way to take care of the A's and hopefully the Orioles will do you some service, you can maybe get that lead back up to where it needs to be.
We would appreciate a solid from the O's right now. I'd have
Yeah, let's go.
Yeah.
Okay, how about a college football super seg? Well, Chuck, what do you have for us?
Well, we got an update on the Auburn murder for hire. The first coaches poll is out, and Nick Saban on losing traditions in college football. That's next.
I'd love to chat D&M Leasing with you, though, because if you want or need a new vehicle,
with Lindsay Shiver, who is a former Auburn cheerleader. She was arrested in the murder plot of her husband, Robert. Now Robert was a long snapper for Auburn from 2006 to 2008. And over the weekend, Shivers, Lindsay, the wife, was charged with putting a hit out on her now estranged husband after he filed for divorce. Now, that decision came after Robert discovered that his wife, Lindsay, was having an affair with a 28-year-old man named Terrence Bethel. Now, Terrence and Lindsay then went ahead and tried to hire somebody to go ahead and kill the husband. And it ended up being that the police kind of stumbled upon this in an investigation where they were looking through texts that laid out the details of the plan. And it was an unrelated investigation at the Bahamas Bar and Grill that they were at. They searched through the phone of all the suspects, and they ended up stumbling upon this. Now, it was interesting, though, that Lindsay's bail was posted. Now, the bail was $100,000. Who posted the bail?
Terrence.
Robert.
The dad. I mean, the husband. Yeah.
Robert Shivers, the husband, came over and posted the bail for the mother of his 3 children who put out a murder for hire plan out there.
Unbelievable.
Is that just a great guy, or
no? He's pathetic.
I would not have done that.
No, he's fallen down this trap of believing everything this woman says. And she doesn't respect him for it. Was going to kill him for it, but now needs that to come back and save her. So she's
well. You also read about it. He bailed out the other 2 guys as part of the plot.
Total of $140,000 he had to spend. So $100,000 on the wife, and then $20,000 each on the 2 other guys that were involved. So the guy that they hired for the murder, and then the boyfriend Terrence.
Hope this makes sense. Well, Chuck, why?
It doesn't. It doesn't make sense. And we don't have a comment from Robert, but I think he's doing it for the kids.
Okay.
That's the only thing. I mean, they've got 2 children. Maybe this is, hey, I'm looking after mom.
Yeah.
Either way, this makes no sense to me.
No, you should have thought about that before you had your fanny in the streets. Sit out there and think about what you did.
Yeah.
I'll put some money on your calling card. You can call the kids every once in a while.
Ooh. Now, he is asking the courts for full custody, and he wants to retain the $2.5 million mansion that the couple share. So I don't know if maybe this is also, hey, look at me. I'm a great guy. I posted bail for her. She doesn't deserve any of this. This is me. Make sure I get the kids and I get the mansion, baby.
Dad of the year, no doubt. I think, the attorneys involved for the state, though, they owe it to society to prosecute. We got to get this gal locked up. I could see being the husband and saying, I don't want to drag my kids through telling them their mother tried to kill me.
Yeah.
That's too traumatic. It can set them up for failure their whole life. So how about we do this, honey? I'll get you guys bailed out. Don't ever try to kill me again. I get the house, the kids. You just go away.
Yes.
Does that sound okay to you?
Stay in the Bahamas or wherever.
I'm not going to press any charges, but you could
about to lose thousands of dollars on that L. That's thousands of dollars.
You would have to have millions.
Money.
You would have to have millions, right?
They obviously do. They have a mansion that's worth $2.5 million.
I'm kind of embarrassed that as a deep snapper, I was not as successful.
Dude,
as
you
this
could
guy.
have made it and cashed in, bro.
But I don't man. This
guy played 3 years at Auburn, played a couple of years in the league, wasn't even that good, and he's a millionaire.
Oh, this dude did play NFL football.
Yes.
Okay, that's why he's got money.
He used his relationships to get into business.
Okay. I was just wondering because I'm a failed deep snapper now. This guy's making so much money.
I have no
And he
idea.
got a cheerleader.
How is this lady leaving him?
He sounds like a saint.
Yeah, he's got all the money in the world.
That's why.
Woo.
Too soft.
Oh yeah, he likes the.
Give me a little pushback, man. Give me some pushback.
Yeah,
maybe.
Yeah, you just don't do it for me. I just don't have an attraction to you.
Yeah.
You're really nice.
You're so sweet, though, honey.
You're too nice. I need a bad boy.
I'm so
Terrence,
sorry.
what are you doing tonight?
Yeah, I think this is it. I think he doesn't want to tell his kids about their psychopathic mom because kids think they are their parents, right? And whatever your parents are up to, you're just kind of like, oh, this is what I'm going to do when I grow up.
Yeah.
So you're going to try to get them out of jail, and we're just going to go back to resuming normal life. It's just mommy and daddy are breaking up is the worst thing happening to your kids at that point. Might be worth it.
Well, the Big 12 might not be done.
Wait a minute.
Adding teams.
Is that the girl on TV that tackled you, Chuck, out on the beach?
Yeah.
There she is.
Yeah.
Jane Slater?
You don't want to stand in front of Hurricane Jane, bro.
Fearsome.
She is fearsome.
She is very fearsome. She packs a mean punch, that one.
She did. She knocked you over, huh?
It was a mutual thing, but yeah.
I think she had a good stance.
She had a great stance.
Yeah. Came off the ball well.
I need to get a little bit wider with my stance. Looking back on it, didn't like the film that I put out there that day. That was a bad day for me.
Yep.
We're hearing that Oregon State and San Diego State have had very preliminary talks with the Big 12 over the last 2 days. Keyword here, preliminary. And it would be at a discounted rate for both schools to end up joining the Big 12. But we could end up getting 18 Big 12 schools as they try and double up and match what the Big Ten's doing. They already added last week Arizona State. They're going over there. And now you've got Oregon State, who's left out with the Pac-12 conversation, San Diego State. And Oregon State needs to do something because the ACC is looking at adding Cal and Stanford. So now the two schools that are going to be left out of this is Oregon State and Washington State. Yeah. They have nowhere to go right now.
Gives Duke and them somebody to play, right?
Sure.
Oregon State's the kind of program you want in your conference. You can usually count on them for a win. You know, they're not going to be very good, especially when they come to your place. Every now and then they're good. You know, you got to worry about them like once every 12 or 15 years.
Yeah,
you're going to have to worry about
them. Get the Cooks brothers.
Yeah, homecoming game. That's what
the Rodgers.
How about that new Big 12? 18 teams and a combined 0.2% chance of bringing home a championship.
All right, we got the full preseason USA Today coaches poll out. And I'd like to just start off with, does anybody give a damn about these preseason polls?
I do, because I'm very fearful at LSU at number 5 is that I worry about that right off the jump. I don't know how good my team is going to be this year. That's what I'm worried about.
Well, I think all these preseason polls end up just being disastrous. I think we've had some teams that make the playoff that weren't even ranked. Michigan was one 2 years ago. TCU was one last year.
Yeah.
It's like, this is just a crapshoot. It's all a projection. Georgia comes in at number 1. They got 61 first place votes.
They should.
Michigan is number 2. They got no first place votes. Alabama, number 3 with 4 first place votes. And Ohio State is number 4 with
Ohio
1
State's
first place vote. Rounding out the top 5, Brian Broaddus, it's your LSU Tigers.
I do worry about that. I think it's going to be a very difficult game. They got to play in Orlando against Florida State. Florida State's got a quarterback coming back and an edge rusher that we saw last year that probably would have been
Jared Verse.
It would have probably been a first-round pick.
And they got this tight end, Jaheim Bell. Keep an eye on him.
Is that South Carolina?
Fans. Transferred from South Carolina.
Yeah.
I was drooling watching his tape, getting ready for the draft, and then I realized, no, he's going back and he transferred to FSU. Gosh dang it. But that will be a number 5 LSU Tiger matchup against the number 8th ranked Florida State Seminoles. Texas comes in at number 12, TCU at 16, Kansas State's at 17, Oklahoma at 19. And how about the Texas Tech Red Raiders? 24th in the coaches poll. Texas A&M, 25th.
Get him, Joey McGuire.
So there's your preseason coaches poll. And then Nick Saban talking about all the conference realignment. He said, quote, "It's sad when you're looking at, there's a lot of traditions that we've had for a long time in college football. I think we're in a time of evolution for whatever reasons. Some of those traditions aren't going to get sort of pushed by the wayside. I think it's sad." And that's Oklahoma State. You know, you got Washington State, Oregon State. We finally are getting Texas A&M back, but hey, money means more than your traditional rivalries. And I still think there's a way you can make this work. You play
just a
non-conference game. Maybe start your season with it every year. That's your season opener. It's Oregon State. Yeah. There's a way to do it.
Florida State do that.
Every year they've done it. So to me, there's no excuse if you really want to keep the traditions and the rivalries happening. It's not the conference realignment's fault.
Nobody's playing except Army and Navy the first weekend of December. Okay? Just bring them on back and line them up. Civil War, Apple Cup. You know, we can get all these games done in that weekend.
I thought you were taking a shot at the Army-Navy game there a little bit.
No, it's just an open sched.
It is.
You know, and you know, historically what we've done is let them have their day, but there's a lot of different broadcast slots in that day. You can let them have the morning. You get to let them have the evening. And then get your games done. I do feel bad for a number of these different programs, though, and the history of it. It's just, you know, it really stinks when we're changing to this extent, you know. And you're used to regional rivalries and history and tradition, and now your neighbor that you've been talking crap to for the last 4 decades, it's irrelevant. You know, it's tough, and you know, I wish they could find a way to get all of the money without having to do this to us. That's for sure. C-note, Cowboys news of the evening. They made a significant cut, and we have an extension talk coming up with number 4. We got to get you the very latest coming out of Oxnard, California next year on The Fan. I want to chat Frankels, though.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bang Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Wow, look at this. It's already hour number 4 of the G-Bag Nation. Time flies when you're having fun. We got the C-Note right here. Cowboys news of the evening. A very eventful practice once again this afternoon. And we will have the latest for you. The Athletic has a story up, though. Cowboys and Dak talking extension. Nothing is imminent. But the issue, as described in the story, is the cap hit for next year. It's going to jump to $59.4 million. You know, I think the money reality, the salary cap reality is coming for this team. They've tried their hardest to add guys like Brandon Cooks and Stephon Gilmore and keep all of their good players, Dorrance Armstrong and so on and so forth. I mean, they've really done a nice job. Hang on and paying 3 different safeties, 2 different corners now, 3 different wide receivers almost. Gallup and Cooks paid, Lamb about to get paid. So they got a lot of really, really good football players on this team, and it's concerning they haven't been able to make it past the divisional round. And because of that, you know, they're going to keep on paying. But my thought, guys, is $59.4 million isn't much higher than the contract APY that he's going to get. It's maybe 20% more, but we're already into $50 million average contract salaries. And Dak's going to look to at least match that. So I think it's part of why they're talking about trying to get this done now before any other big Cowboy or before any other quarterback contracts fall onto the market that would take it even higher. But it's also, guys, why they're not coming to Zach Martin and being like, oh, here's the extra $7 million. They are already, I think, right at the limit of the amount of money that they want to spend. And they're trying to get, you know, Dak to do a long-term extension so they can spread that money out and push it into the future, as they've already done with multiple contracts. But, you know, the idea that we're worried about a $60 million cap hit when the average top-paid quarterback's deal is already over $50 million, I don't see them wiggling out of this and finding a bunch of room. And if I'm them right now, I'm thinking, guys, we better get this done now, because this just isn't sustainable. They're already taking money from Dak and Tyron and Zach and creating voidable years into the future just to throw the money into. And now they're hoping to buy themselves a little bit more time, but this thing's pretty unsustainable as it is moving forward. Eventually, there's going to have to be a year where they cleanse the dead cap space. Zach, do you agree with that?
I absolutely do. The problem is I just don't see the Jones family really ever wanting to do that. Like, we're getting texts, why extend Dak again? Draft a legit franchise quarterback for once instead of always counting on getting lucky. And I hear you. And there's people out there that have probably given up on Dak. I mean, I know that I was very critical of him after the San Francisco game. To me, he's the reason they lost that game. And you've got to wonder, the more opportunities you get in the playoffs to kind of make that drive, make that play, as we've talked about, and you fail to do so, I get the fan base saying, hey, you're out of excuses now. Maybe you should move on. And to me, I just think the Joneses think they've got a quarterback that's good enough to win with. Can we continue to build around him? We're not going to take a $60 million cap hit, but they're never willing to do that. They're never willing to just stink for that 1 year, get that top 5 pick, because they always want to be in the conversation. They're always just going to be, hey, peddling mediocrity, right? I mean, it wasn't ever until those Campo years that they really ever went, and you didn't even have the draft picks to utilize those years of stinking because you traded them for Joey Galloway.
We could have taken Brady. You know, we could have taken Brady
in hindsight. Yeah,
draft.
So every team's saying that. Yeah. I just don't think they're ever going to do it.
I think it's a great take here, and you know, you approach it slightly different than I did. I'm assuming deal gets done. Yeah. I'm just trying to make the most of it and take advantage of this championship window. Brian, would you consider not doing a deal with Dak right now?
I would have considered not doing a deal with him the first time around, and I felt like that the Cowboys were the franchise because the general manager is not going anywhere and going to get fired. And so I felt like, well, okay, we'll just, you know, we're not going to pay a quarterback $40 million. We're going to take what they had that time as the 10th overall pick. You know, maybe they could have addressed the quarterback situation then, but they chose not to. This is how I think it's going to end up. Dak's going to win at this again. Because Dak's won, you know, his agent, they played the game, the waiting game, worked out for him fine. to me, I could see the Cowboys are going to absolutely evaluate where Dak's at this year. You're going to see where Mike McCarthy is as a play caller this year. There's a lot of things. I ultimately, I think Dak is going to win again. I think they're going to.
Would you say, man, we have so many good players. We're about as good as the 49ers, and they're getting there with Brock Purdy and Jimmy G.
See,
the Eagles are sitting over here winning it with Foles. And
I believed several years ago that was the case. I believed that they were going to be, like I told you, I thought they were going to be the team that was not going to pay a quarterback $40 million a year. And they were just going to say, you know what, we're going to try and draft one again and then work around everything else. But they didn't. They waited, and Dak got exactly what he wanted, and he actually got it on a short-term deal. So he's going to go back to the apple. He's going to take another bite, and the Cowboys once again are going to evaluate the situation, and they're probably going to end up paying him again.
Look at some of these texts coming in. 901, why extend Dak? Draft a legit franchise quarterback. That's the one you read, Wolchuk. My bad. You don't pay $50 million for a non-top 10 QB, says the 901.
But you do, and the league's telling you do.
Yeah,
that's exactly right.
And I do think he is objectively in the top 10. If you want to say he's not, that's your rankings, but you can't fight somebody that puts them in their top 10. Yeah. There's just not enough good quarterbacks to say Dak's not top 10. He might be top 5. He might be top 5.
Well, he might even, I tell you what, if you think he's maybe not in the top 10 right now, then let's see what happens with McCarthy in this. Let's see what happens with the new primary play caller. Let's see if things really are different with him.
Yeah.
Because if they're not, then you'll know. Then you'll have probably a huge cap hit you have to deal with, and you move on from there. But I know what's going to happen here. He's going to play. He's going to probably play pretty well for you, and he's going to hold all the leverage on you. Same thing that's always happened.
No, 214. So what? When we get rid of Dak, then we start Cooper Rush. I don't think that can't be the plan. The plan would have to be we're trading up to get a blue chip guy, or you're having such a bad year that you're drafting in the top 10 and you take your chance at him.
Teams are just parting ways with their quarterbacks right and left.
Yeah.
It used to be you had to sit there and get it and wait to draft one. No, you could go out and get a legitimate quarterback like Derek Carr. And I know people, but that's what I'm saying.
If you don't get to draft one, there's going to be plenty of suitable guys out there.
Aaron Rodgers just left the Green Bay Packers and is now with the New York Jets.
We've seen Brady move. We've seen Peyton Manning move. Yeah,
sure. You could go that route.
They never moved in my era.
No, not at all.
Never.
And like Derek Carr would be a bridge. And again, that's kind of what the Cowboys are into, right? We don't want to stink. Let's go ahead and get a quarterback that's not going to be good enough to realistically take us to a championship, but we can maybe make the playoffs with him.
Yeah, I think that's a good point too. And my issue is if you're going to ride with Dak, don't treat him like he's Pat, and that's what they're doing. They're saying we have Pat Mahomes and Dak can win with a poor offensive line. That's not going to happen if you're going to. So, if you want to try to win with a rookie quarterback or with an imperfect team is what I should say. You want to win with an imperfect team, you're going to need Patrick Mahomes, Tom Brady, Peyton Manning, Aaron Rodgers, maybe Joe Burrow's in that group. If you want to save money at quarterback and try to have a perfect roster around him, you need to be going with rookies. I think they're kind of stuck between two championship philosophies. At 877-881-1053, finally, after all these years, we get to see what Dak is, untapped. That would be awesome if he's got another gear that Mike McCarthy's about to open up. That would totally put an end to this conversation.
Yeah, Dak and Mike might actually work. And if it does, then you'll know exactly what you need to do. But again, the Cowboys might be in a situation like you guys have talked about that they don't want to move on. They'll find a way to extend and maybe bring a new head coach in there if it doesn't work out. That's I kind of felt like there was a plan all along, but I just see Dak winning at this again.
Oh, he's going to. He holds all the leverage. I also wonder if Jerry, seeing how this is all gone with the quarterback money and the salary cap, would he regret now the salary cap in the NFL? And how it's kind of pigeonholing some teams in certain ways because of how much money the quarterback's getting.
But you feel like, though, would we have the competitive balance without it?
No, it's been great for the NFL. But just being Cowboy fans selfishly, I think the Cowboys would benefit without it.
No, but that's why your guy's in the Hall of Fame, because he was thinking about the league.
But no, it's made the league. That's why it's the juggernaut that it is.
Yeah.
Every team believes, hey, we have a chance. I mean, look at what happened with Cincinnati. They don't make the playoffs or win a playoff game in 30 years. They look up, they finally get Joe Burrow. We're in the Super Bowl. Every team's got a shot.
Okay, elsewhere in the C note here, Cowboys news of the evening. And yes, that's a very important part of the NFL, not only today, but throughout their history. Like, I think that's how the Cowboys got Dandy Don. The Bears gave him to the Cowboys because they had another franchise quarterback. And they said, that's a new franchise, needs a good quarterback to get the fan base involved. So this is like a game that's 65 years old. Jerry's just passing it on, paying it forward, getting other people, viability, I think, with their fan base. And maybe that's what the NBA is trying to do now. The NBA has gone to war with the super team. We got superstars. They need to stay home to keep their fan bases excited and interested. There's a story here that the Cowboys just keep on the rumors going with Ezekiel Elliott, and maybe this could get interesting. Jeff Howe, the Athletic, reporting the Cowboys, along with New York Jets, seem to have the most interest. I do think, as Zach said it earlier, and I agree with it 100%, if the Cowboys bring in another quarterback, it's going to be Zeke, because there's nobody out there that's got a ton of talent right now that you're going to get at a similar price. I do think there's something to be said about the leadership and the toughness and his ability to help you protect the quarterback. I think they want to see this new blocking scheme, and we'll get into the preseason. And if there's any signs of trouble that Zeke could help, I don't think Jerry Jones will hesitate for a second to insist that Ezekiel Elliott's coming back.
Totally agree.
Scooney practiced today, Brian. Have we heard how he looked?
Yeah, everything, indications were all good. I reached out to somebody here just a minute ago while we were opening up this segment, and I asked about him, and I said, hey, been watching clips, moving around well. Okay, thank you, all that stuff. And he says, hey, he was great today, fine, everything was fine. More tomorrow.
Cool.
So they're going to continue to ramp him up and see if they can get him to practice fully before long here.
Was Dalton Kincaid on the board when they took Scooney?
No, he went right before their first-round selection to the Bills.
He was the first-round guy.
Because I saw today he's just dominating.
I thought he was the best signing in the draft. The dude's
he had the bad back, right?
He was the bad concern, yes.
Yeah.
Anonymous NFC South defensive coach spoke with Matt Lombardo of FanBuzz, says the Eagles' biggest threat is not Dallas. It's Washington. Watch out for the Commanders, he said. They have talent on defense and now some offensive innovation, and they are the Eagles' biggest threat.
The guy said he was going to use my name for that.
You're Mr. Sam Howell.
I was trying to go on record there, and the guy's like, no, I'll protect you, man. I'm like, no, seriously, use my name, and I'll be happy to wear it. He goes, no, it's a good way to handle things here. You don't want to wear everything.
Well, I appreciate you throwing yourself on the sword there for this one, Brian.
Yeah.
My problem with your take, I guess, is they don't have a good offensive line or a good quarterback in Washington. They have to win games where they destroy your offense.
I think the offensive line's the issue there myself.
Yes.
But I think the quarterback, if they could find a way to protect him, I'll tell you what, I mean, Eric Bieniemy, talking with Andy really, really likes Eric a lot. I think Eric will make a difference with that offense.
Absolutely.
I really do. And I think
but you're only as good as your players.
Yeah, but I think he'll help the quarterback, but that offensive line their defense is really good.
Defense is great, and they've got really good skill players.
And their skill
on
players
offense.
are really good.
They got a good roster, but the question is the line 100% and the quarterback. And when you have questions about the quarterback, then what the hell good are you?
I mean, if the Cowboys were half a team, I would be like, oh, okay, yeah, your defense is great, the Cowboys' offense is great, and you'll have to get it sorted out with the other position groups, but the Cowboys have the full team. I know Washington has smacked the Cowboys around, twice in the last 3 years? They've gotten together, and that front that Washington has brought to the party has decimated the Cowboys at times. And, even when they're closer to 100%, Washington has had their number, but it's been rare. And it's got to be a horrible day by your offense combined with missed assignments on defense. And that's just a formula that's not going to come around too often and bite the Cowboys. I'll put a show bet on that. No way Washington finishes better than the Cowboys, and I'll put 2 bet payoffs on that. I will eliminate.
Man, you're playing into potential injury though too.
No, I'm just dunking all over you right now. Is what I'm doing.
Dunking.
Brian. Yeah, I'll give you 10-1 odds on that.
Taking it.
I'm thinking about it.
Come on. Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's take a look at the schedule.
No, we'll think about it.
Okay.
We play the Cowboys play the same schedule basically as the Commanders, right?
Come on. I mean, what happened? Did your balls drop off? Let's go.
What are you talking
Let's
about
go.
over there?
Call him.
What are you talking about over there?
You got this.
How about if
believe in Sam Howell?
All right. How about if I'm right though, you shave your back again?
All
right.
Wow.
I'm not going to get it waxed. I'll just
No. How about no? I'm talking
I got
about
to wax it, dude.
Yeah.
That was so bad, man.
Yeah.
Oh, your balls right?
It was the best payoff.
I did the back waxing. It was the 3 months of after effects I don't want to relive again.
Washington's not finishing better. This is a non-bet for us, Wolchuk. We're just okay. We'll write this down
All
on
right,
paper,
we'll write down the
Krusty,
check.
just to appease you. He got one thing right. What was it? Brock Purdy's amazing. Now
He did nail Brock Purdy though.
Now
he's kind of got the court. He's on a run with the quarterback.
Yeah,
I have figured out these quarterbacks for some reason.
You do it. Yeah. You know, day 3 guys right in his wheelhouse.
Day 3 guys are working out though.
Yeah.
Not having to pay them $45 million or whatever.
No, I hear you. Somebody needs to help the Cowboys find another day 3 guy. Jerry has spoken. We'll hit that and more as we get into the Expressway next. It's the G-Bag Nation and the Fan.
More G-Bag Nation